Hello everyone, please join my second channel if you like cultivation novel. I have few line for you, just listen. Why are the kindest people often the most alone? They're the ones who care deeply, who feel everything intensely, who give without holding back. They offer so much of themselves and only later realize they were ahead of others in ways that left them vulnerable. Their kindness sometimes leads to disappointment and heartache, and when that happens, they retreat as if trying to blend into the background, spending time by themselves, and focusing on their own needs. They come to see that being kind can sometimes backfire, so they pull away for a while. But eventually, they try to re-enter the world, meeting new people and reconnecting. This time, though, they're the ones choosing who to let in. But that doesn't matter, some people stay kind no matter what, because that's just who they are. If you like this video, give me super chat. Like, subscribe my both channels and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. It is early autumn, and the coolness brought by the breeze erases the heat of summer. The country of fire, Konaha. On the towering Hokage rock, a new face appeared beside two faces that were still clearly visible after the wind and rain. Obviously the new statue hasn't been carved for too long, and the traces left by the years on it are not too obvious. A new statue means a new Hokage. Konaha is third Hokage. He is Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, under a certain tree on the Hokage rock, it was clear that a 10-year-old silver-haired boy was lying there. With roots of grass in his mouth, it seems a bit daunting at first glance. But judging from the bright eyes and the sorrow that appeared from time to time, there was another kind of maturity and stability that did not match the age. But more, it is the temperament and looks that are very close to Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although it is not very appropriate to regard Sarutobi's superior as stepping on the corpse of the second master, but this may be the case. Sigh. The young man took a piece of leftover leaves that Fengye fell on the ground next to him and looked at him in awe. Fengye. He is also called Fengye. Senju Fengye. At present, the Senju clan is one of the few direct lineages. Brother Fang. A call came from behind the Hokage rock. Turning his head to look, Fengye saw a familiar figure. The brown hair and baby face, no matter it looks, or the movement from a distance, they all look like nasty criticism. His name is Nawaki. It is also one of the few clans of the Senju clan. But in terms of theoretical clan branch relations, he is not as prominent as Fengye. After all, whether it is Tsunade or Nawaki, they are all grandchildren. And he Fengye. He is the grandson of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. So no matter how you look at it, the eldest young master of the Senju clan at the moment can only be Fengye. Moreover, he is the only man among all ethnic groups who can openly tell others that I am a descendant of Senju Fengye. The eldest young master of the Senju family deserves his name. What a pity. The surname Senju has been sealed. Hidden surnames in order to protect the tribe? Let the people blend into Konaha? What a stupid and incomprehensible approach. Before the second master left the world, he finally obeyed the last wish of the grandfather Senju Hashirama. This is not a good thing for the Senju family. Is the dilapidated Senju still Senju? And don't you see that even the Uchiha clan are stronger than Senju? Squeezing the remaining leaves in his hands, Fengye turned to look at his cousin. Just showing a side face, Nawaki suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, he inherited Iryi's incomparable handsome face, and belonged to the Q whose appearance would be sealed by the forehead protector. Whether it was temperament or the sense of oppression, Nawaki couldn't compare with Fengye. But there is nothing wrong with this. In Nawaki's mind, there is no so-called clan or the classification of the descendants of Senju. He only knew that Fengye was his cousin, the only cousin left. He is a person worthy of respect and admiration. And this kind of respect is a habit that has been cultivated since childhood after Fengye. You came to see me, it's after school, right? Starting from the ground, the boy flicked his silver hair, and spit out the grass in his mouth on the face of the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away. A set of actions flowed smoothly, and Nawaki looked admiring again next to him. Second brother, he is still so elegant. But why does he show his dissatisfaction with Lord Third Generation from time to time? Although this kind of dissatisfaction will only be revealed in front of oneself. Brother Fang always has his own reason. Shaking his head, Nawaki sighed, I also skipped class. After all, my second brother was not there, and I didn't want to listen to Mr. Yamazaki's lecture. And, second brother, do you know? The tone suddenly became heavy. Nawaki lowered his head. The root is dead. Rooted. Senju is one of the most ordinary people in Konoha village, and has long hidden his Senju family name. A few days ago, the village was sent to the battlefield because of insufficient combat readiness. Same as all the tribesmen who went to the front line before. He is also dead. Only the corpse was returned. It's no surprise that people died in the war. But the strange thing is that the deaths of those Senju people who hid their surnames and went to fight on the front lines are rising strangely. Dead. Fengye's face was expressionless, and his eyes looked at Nawaki calmly. So, what do you want to express? Or what do you want to do? Express what? Nawaki's eyes were firm. Second brother, we are about to graduate too. Naturally go to the front line to avenge the dead people. Sugar. Nodding, Fengye silently raised his hand and placed it on Nawaki's head. After a long time, a gentle smile suddenly appeared. Then don't choose the wrong person for revenge. What this said, I am not blind. Nawaki flipped through Byakugan. It must have been the enemy ninja who killed Genzo, so to kill those people is to avenge Genzo. How can the wrong choice be made in this case? Get up. On Hokage Rock, two not-so-tall figures walked down the hillside. What Nawaki didn't see was the fist tightly clenched by his second brother's other hand, and the angry eyes looking at the Hokage building. After all, he did it anyway. He showed his sharp claws to the clansmen who taught him, and to the heroes who founded the village. But the claw was not directed at the enemy, but at oneself. Night falls. Inside the former clan of the Senju clan. Now is the time of war. The Second Ninja War was fought fiercely in the Rain Country, and the ordinary people of the Senju clan were scattered throughout the village for the purpose of integrating into Konoha. So the whole clan looks a little bleak, far less magnificent than it was when the Second Hokage Senju Tobirama was reigning. However, the small courtyard of the Patriarch used to be brightly lit. Above the dining table, Fengye ate the rice ball calmly, and beside him, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, the girl named Uzumaki Kushina looked at him as if nothing, and right in front of Fengye, his hair changed from beautiful red to dark brown. Uzumaki Mito sat there. Tsunade is missing from the dinner table. After all, as the backbone of the village and the proud protege of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she is experiencing ups and downs on the battlefield at this moment. Have you heard about Brother Fang, Senior White Fang? The atmosphere is a little dull. Kushina rolled her jewel-like eyes and suddenly opened her mouth. I heard that the meritorious penultimate even killed the son and daughter-in-law of Sand Shinobi Village Elder Cho. Fengye nodded, but his eyes fixed on Uzumaki Mito in front of him. The news has spread from the village a long time ago. But again, the number of corpses returned by the Senju clan is more than 3 times more than before. No one seems to be talking about this. I haven't seen anyone condolences. Even Hokage. Click. Uzumaki Mito put down his chopsticks and looked at Fengye. Obviously, it is not appropriate to talk about this heavy topic at the dinner table, neither the atmosphere nor the location. You are still so peaceful. Observing Mito's movements, Fengye stuffed the last rice ball into his mouth and stood up suddenly. Just like when you heard that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Second brother. Nawaki swallowed, seeming to want to interrupt Fengye's desire to continue speaking. I'm full. Some of the people who died in the war should go to toast a glass of wine. If I go, it should be just right. The voice fell, and Fengye was no longer visible in the room. Uzumaki Mito sighed with complicated eyes. Instead, Kushina seemed to remember something, and got up and chased it out. Chapter 2. If you don't sleep, why follow me? In Comforting Garden, the wine in the hip flask has dried up, and it is obvious that the simple condolences have been completed. Fengye reluctantly looked at Uzumaki Kushina next to him. It hasn't been long since this Nizai came to Konoha, but she seemed to have a strange curiosity for herself. I always think Brother Fang knows something. The stubborn little girl followed Fengye all the way to the training ground, and finally suffocated a word. For example, what happened to the Uzumaki clan? Is it a woman's natural keen intuition? Or, did she see some clues from Uzumaki Mito's face? Fengye didn't know. In the same posture, he placed his palm on Kushina's head, and Fengye sighed. Knowing too much is obviously not a good thing for Kushina now. The Uzumaki family. After a short silence, Fengye took Kushina to sit on the chair next to him and looked towards the sky. The night in early autumn was a bit cool, and the boy naturally took the girl in his arms. And this move made Kushina's delicate face stained with pink. I know what you want to say. I also know that, as the wife of First Hokage, she doesn't feel comfortable being caught between Konoha and Senju, Konoha and Uzumaki. Fengye even said that to Mito on purpose. Human, sometimes it's impossible not to force it. If you don't force it, she won't know that family affection is much more important than maintaining the hypocritical face of the village. What is Brother Fang talking about? Kushina looked at the man in confusion. The Uzumaki family has a lot of things involved. Shaking his head, Fengye said. It can also be said that the destruction of Uzumaki is a certainty. Why? Kushina broke free from Fengye's arms instantly and looked at him angrily. 2. Your family is annihilated, and then someone tells you that it should be annihilated, which is tantamount to telling your family that the dead deserved it. If someone else said this, little Chili would have already turned his fist into a punch. First. Fengye was calm, and even arrogantly squeezed Kushina's face to calm her down again. The country of Uzumaki is geographically located in a sea area that is easy to defend and difficult to attack in the real period, while Uzumaki village is on the island. It's a good place, and there are many people who look jealous. Of course, the first point is not the point. After a pause, Fengye showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The second point is that the Uzumaki clan are born Jinshuriki. Even an ordinary clan has the sealing power and vitality to suppress the tail beast. Your existence threatens the interests of many people, and it also fears your strength. Although Uzumaki's strength is not weak, when you didn't join Konoha, you were already on the path of destruction. Yes. Konoha was not added. Aid each other as a peer of the alliance? Uzumaki was wrong about trusting Konoha too much. No, I trust Senju Tobirama too much, Konoha now. In a critical moment, Konoha will really lend a helping hand. Think too much. With the characters of Danzo and Sarutobi, it is safe to leave the only perfect Jinshuriki in Konoha. So they took Uzumaki Kushina away as a rescuer at the most appropriate time when Uzumaki was destroyed. This has already shown the problem. Who doesn't want the best things to belong to them? Kushina is alive and has become Konoha's next generation Jinshuriki candidate. This is iron-like evidence that even if the Uzumaki clan were killed and Konoha did not take action, they must have known the news early in the morning. Fengye can see this, and Uzumaki Mito can also see it. So she kept silent about it. Jinshuriki. Mention these 3 words again. There was a trace of confusion and fear in the girl's eyes. Obviously. She knew what her destiny would be in the future. A monster suddenly appeared in her body, which was a disaster for her at such an age. A pair of warm hands squeezed her cheek again. Raising her head, Fengye's gentle smile made her feel relieved. Don't worry, Jinshuriki won't be you. Huh? These words. What do you mean? Kushina was stunned. But Fengye didn't explain much. 9 tails. What others fear is the best thing for Fengye. Otherwise, he doesn't need to have something to do to stimulate Uzumaki Mito, even if it is said that he has no respect. No respect? There are things that others don't understand, but both he and Mito understand. But perhaps in Mito's view, it is not time to confess to Fengye. Fengye is also waiting for that time to come. But, Brother Fengye, isn't Jinshuriki confirmed by Naruto-sama? Kushina was a little skeptical. Although the man in front of her gave herself enough sense of security, she couldn't help but ask this sentence. Is Naruto sure? Fengye smiled and rubbed Kushina's head. Remember. Whether it is 9 tails or Konoha. It's Senju's stuff. All I have to do is take back what Senju has lost. That's it. In the quiet training ground, Kushina has been coaxed home by Fengye. Fengye started his training journey. That's right. His training time is evening. That's why Fengye skips class every day and hides during the day to sleep late. Attributable to the reasons. It has something to do with his peculiar cheat. Yes, as a traverser, Fengye naturally has his own cheat. The system called the Dark Kun Master Inheritance. To activate after getting cheat, he needs to absorb energy in the dark every night. Not long ago, he finally activated the system and successfully opened the first inheritance. Opening the system panel, Fengye took a deep breath and looked over. Host, Senju Fengye. The first inheritance, Ulquiorra. Unlocking progress %. Ability Master. Ringing, Beginner, Aaron Car moves at a super high speed. High speed regeneration, Primary, rapid recovery ability. Steel Skin, primary, high strength Ryutsu physical defense. Basic swordsmanship, Ryutsu perception. The next ability to unlock requires 5% of template progress, please host master to continue their efforts. Ability points, 59. It can be used to improve ability proficiency, or exchange system mall items. The above is all the abilities that Fengye cheat brings. Ulquiorra, from the fourth blade in the Shinigami world, Hueco Mundo, Espada. But the real strength is probably the best among Espada. After all, he is the first and only horrible existence with Erdu and Gui blade. Fengye's cheat is very convenient, even simple, and rude. You only need to complete the daily training tasks to get the ability points and template progress, and the training tasks allow him to integrate the abilities he gained from the template with himself. In other words, he gains the power of the template character to turn him into his own. As long as he is given enough time, even if he cannot learn the Flying Thunder God of the successful Second Master and Wood style of First Hokage, he will become the only black-winged monster in the ninja world and set foot on the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even though he has only unlocked less than 5%, Fengye's strength has already surpassed his peers. In this world, only a fist is the only truth. The place where the fist goes is my justice. Only strength can protect the so-called family and friends. Otherwise, what are you talking about taking back Senju's things? Everything is bullshit. Reaching out his hand, a moonlight sword gathered by Ryutsu fell into his hand. Glancing at the training mission, Fengye smiled slightly. It's nothing more than 1,000 swings, little meaning. The training officially begins. Chapter 3. Early the next morning. Fengye, who did not return home until midnight of the practice, yawned and brought Kushina and Nawaki to the school. Makes sense. The ninja school couldn't teach Fengye anything substantive. Even if these Chunin teachers can play Fengye is a question. And the pediatric ninjutsu at the ninja school is not as rich as the Senju's library. After all, his grandfather Senju Tobirama is a genius studying ninjutsu. Perhaps in terms of combat effectiveness, Iryi is a lot worse than Senju Hashirama, but he has a talent for ninjutsu that no one can match. Make an analogy. The first is shadow clone technique, and the second is impure world reincarnation. These are the two great inventions that have affected Konoha and even the ninja world. And those inheritances are at hand for Fengye. It's just that the time is out of time if I haven't studied it now. What's more, this ninja school was managed by his grandfather. There is a future for Shinobu. Similarly, from another perspective, this place is also a place to nurture war. There is a fight where there are people. The ninja is even more representative of this kind of struggle. Walk into the classroom. It seems that I haven't come to school for a long time. When the students saw Fengye, they all had a surprised expression. After all, skipping classes is just a daily routine for Fengye. Even the teacher Yamazaki Raikage who led this class is not surprised. No way. He has never seen a student who scores full points in a course even if he skips classes every day. Even if such students are skipping classes, he can't punish them. And even Hokage didn't have any comments, so Fengye had to go. But today he came. After returning to the seat, he stretched out his left and right hands gracefully, while holding Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina next to him in his arms, leaning against his unique sofa like an uncle. Yeah. That is his exclusive seat. Fengye let someone move in by himself. Not to highlight your identity, just to sit comfortably. Fengye-kun. Ahead. As a relatively close blonde teenager, he slowly turned his head, looking strangely at Fengye as if he wanted to say something. His name is Namikaze Minato, and Fengye is in the same class. In addition to him, there are two Byakugan brothers from the Hyuga clan in this class. As for the future Uchiha Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, he has already graduated and joined the Uchiha Guard to make meritorious service. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, as a Senju clan, there is something wrong with holding a beautiful girl from the Uchiha clan. But Fengye didn't care. He admires Mikoto. Although he is still very young, his gentle temperament is extremely attractive. Fugaku? Will he be killed by his son in the future? Are you surprised? Seeing little son's surprised gaze, Fengye asked calmly. He naturally didn't want to come to school after practicing all night. But today's day is very special. As the eldest young master of the Senju clan, even if the clansmen of this clan are merging into the village, they may even die on the battlefield. He can still get some news. For example, the frontline war is tight. The new batch of students will receive graduation assessments and other things in advance. At the age of 10, obviously it is not yet time to graduate. But ninjas accompany wars, and when wars require more cannon fodder, the role of ninja schools is highlighted. Even if it is to help transport supplies, these ninjas can also play a big role. Count the days. Fengye, a traverser, also knew that the day when Nawaki was killed by the detonating talisman trap was not far away. Therefore, the early graduation assessment is not a secret in Fengye's eyes. This is the reason for his ninja school. There are some, but I am very happy that Fengye-kun can come to school. Little son has a warm temperament. And Fengye didn't feel anything against him either. As for Kushina next to him, since he came through, Minato has already lost his chance. Fengye asked himself that he could give Kushina a better future, but Minato could not. As Hokage, perhaps Minato, who died for Konoha in the future, is very competent. But as a husband and father, he almost meant it. But this does not affect Fengye's appreciation of Minato. It is always good to be friends with such a person. Brother, that kid is getting more and more arrogant. Not far behind. Hyuga Hisashi next to Hyuga Hayashi seems to be a little upset at Fengye. No way. As the two great geniuses of the Hyuga clan, they are always held down by Fengye, and the feeling is never too good. Especially now, it is clear that class is about to start, but the man sits on the sofa and hugs right and left. This is a student? Are you FG here to show off your aristocratic temperament? Hyuga is the Konoha nobleman. The declining Senju, why is it so arrogant? Let him go. Hyuga Hayashi was much calmer than his younger brother, and even wanted to laugh at this scene. As the patriarch of the next generation of the clan, he heard a lot of news from his father. Looking at Fengye's performance, he just treated him as a clown. Such a person who does not hide himself will eventually become a thorn in the eyes of others. At this time, he does not have to compete with the declining Senju at all. Don't be targeted, Senju will send it by himself. That's probably what I mean, there are many people who are upset by Senju. Ahem, be quiet. Fengye's arrival made the teacher's atmosphere a lot more active. On the podium, Yamazaki Ryuji didn't care about the scene where the uncle hugged left and right. With a solemn look, he picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard. Not much content. There are only 4 concise and clear words. Graduation exam. There was a flurry of restlessness when the students saw what was written on it. Immediately afterwards, some were excited and some were decadent. They don't know what the road to the future is waiting for. So, is this the reason Fengye-kun came to school? Namikaze Minato suddenly realized, looking at Fengye with envy. After all, he is the eldest young master of the Senju clan, and he has more informed information. Quiet. Quiet. Seeing that the students' emotions were a little bit unbearable, Yamazaki Ryuji scolded again. Early graduation assessment, this is the trust of Naruto masters in you, and it is also an important part of testing whether you have become a ninja. Next, the classmate who clicked on the name will stand up. Picking up the manual, Yamazaki Ryuji looked at the first name in surprise. Fengye, you are the first. Is it the first one? Fengye was not surprised. He stood up calmly but did not move, but looked at Yamazaki Ryuji. The assessment is okay, but the teacher is asked to call my full name during the assessment. It will be the same in the future, please add the word Senju in front of Fengye. This is a respect for the new head of the Senju clan. The new patriarch of the Senju clan. As soon as this remark came out, the audience fell into a ghostly silence. Everyone looked like a lunatic. The Senju family. The new patriarch. Chapter 4. He wants to get back the surname of the Senju clan. Second brother, although Grandpa Second said that when you graduate, you will automatically replace your eldest sister's acting patriarchal status. You can now claim that you are the patriarch of the Senju clan. But Nawaki fell silent in the distance. The policy of letting Senju be integrated into Konoha Incognito was first explained by First Hokage before their grandfather died. When all the edges converge, it is equivalent to protecting the existence of the Senju clan. Konoha's existence means the existence of the Senju clan. This is Grandpa's order. To restore the surname of the Senju clan, this. Isn't this tantamount to publicly opposing First Hokage Senju Hashirama? The second brother is not a fool, he would never do this kind of defying orders from ancestors rashly. As a descendant of Senju, Nawaki now has a choice. Or, stand up and support Grandpa's decision. Or, learn from your second elder brother and declare yourself as Senju Nawaki. Looking at the silence around him, Fengye sighed slightly. When will the patriarch of the Senju clan announce something unacceptable? Senju Hashirama? Is First Hokage correct? Obviously not. If Fengye continues to develop according to the original history, what will the Senju family end up like? It merged into Konoha, and even gradually disappeared, leaving only the few educators who were even more ordinary than ordinary people at the time of Shippuden, who stood by the banner of Senju. Even if he saves Nawaki, it will not change the fact that people will slowly forget the Senju family. So, Fengye has his own complete plan for how to revitalize the Senju clan and how to make the people who have lost their fighting spirit stand up again. The first step is to let the people don't forget their surnames. This is not easy. One is the newly appointed young patriarch, and the other is Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Fengye's prestige cannot be compared with First Hokage. To change, it takes a step and an opportunity. And this opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen will take the initiative to give. That is also a key step for Senju to thoroughly see the high level. But any plan comes with risks. For example, opposing Senju Hashirama's orders like a madman now has made him a man on the cusp. There is no doubt that he will become the focus of high-level attention next. But Fengye was not afraid at all. The reason is simple. First, even if his remarks conflict with Senju Hashirama, he is still the newly appointed patriarch of the Senju clan, which is beyond doubt. Although Senju is not as good as before, it is still Konoha's spiritual symbol. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen gets his brain pumped, he will deal with Fengye in a fair manner. Therefore, he and his good partner Danzo will make secret moves, such as the detonating talisman trap accident in which Nawaki died. Yes. Nawaki's death was not simple in Fengye's eyes. Although his younger brother was a little bit stupid, he was by no means that stupid. Since he started secretly, Fengye was not afraid at all. Don't underestimate the ability to unlock the first inheritance Ulquiorra, which is to probe the nerves. No matter how powerful a person's hidden skills are, his soul fluctuations cannot be deceived. This is a natural advantage of Su. Speaking of which, this perception technique is similar to the Uzumaki family's Kagura minion, but it is stronger than Kagura minion. Fengye, who is playing Yin and knows the plot, has an advantage. As long as the pressure in front is resisted, his home court will be in the back. And the second point is a bit complicated, but it is also the biggest reason why the seniors dared not touch him. The key point is Uzumaki Mito. Probably, it's time to have a good chat with the old man. Fengye believes that the other party has the same ideas as him. The atmosphere is slightly relaxed. People recovered from the shock. Yamazaki Ryuji swallowed hard and re-examined this bold boy. That Fengye classmate, I think. Whoosh. Like a flash of lightning, Fengye rang in a flash and fell in front of Yamazaki Ryuji like a ghost. Smoothing the silver hair on his forehead gracefully, Fengye spoke slowly. Ms. Yamazaki, it seems that I didn't listen to what I said. I want you to introduce yourself last. Pointing to himself, Fengye smiled humbly. The new patriarch of the Senju clan. Senju Fengye. When the boy came in front of him, Yamazaki Ryuji only felt a burst of pressure extending from the inside out. It seems that the discomfort that the soul is being pinched by people makes Yamazaki Ryuji's face look horrified. His voice trembled a little, and Yamazaki Ryuji spoke quickly. I just feel that this kind of thing. It should be reported to Master Naruto. It's Hokage again. Fengye smiled, then suddenly turned to look at the students behind him. Why do you think that the Senju family's family affairs require Hokage's consent? In other words, as the head of the Senju clan, the next ordinary decision requires outsiders to intervene. Naruto. Outsider. The shocking color returned to the faces of the students. But the shock disappeared soon after. It seems. Fengye made sense. Whether to use the Senju family's surname again, this damn thing is indeed a family affair. Whether people can pass a resolution depends on whether their internal members support it. What's the matter with Hokage? Yamazaki Ryuji gave a wry smile. It's not that simple. This is no longer a matter of whether to retake the surname. But the current patriarch of Senju has expressed enough dissatisfaction with Third Hokage. You know, Senju has served as Hokage for 2 consecutive terms. No matter how he defines Hokage as an outsider, this kind of remarks spread. Maybe others don't know. The young children don't know either. But Yamazaki Ryuji can become a teacher of the elite class, and he can be regarded as an old fritters. He understands that third generation has deliberately reduced Senju's influence since the beginning, and he is giving all the credit for Konoha's prosperity and so on. This performance is obvious. Even with the close attention and eagerness of the Second Ninja World War Naruto, as well as being included in the textbook, Third Hokage is the strongest Naruto. And now, Fengye is regaining Senju's influence. This is working against Hokage. Haha. What's so lively? At this moment, the door of the classroom was pushed open. The familiar and kind face appeared in front of everyone. After listening for a long time. Old fox, you are finally willing to come in. Fengye didn't change his face, but in an instant, he met the opponent's eyes. Konoha Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 5. Even Hokage is here? The atmosphere in the classroom was mobilized again. On the podium, Yamazaki Ryuji has given up position to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this way, the eyes of the two men, one large and one small, finally met at each other. Looking at the old fox, Fengye narrowed his eyes. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his prime of life. Since the death of the second master, he has been committed to pushing the village to a higher position again. To put it in a classic sentence, you have the idea of hard work, but you don't have the ability. First generation established Konoha, and second generation made Konoha stable and dominate the ninja world. The efforts of the two generations of Naruto have made Konoha the well-deserved first ninja village. But when the third Hokage in front of him took over, he completed the bronze black iron with the strongest ninja village in the king's rank. This is not black him. The facts are in front of you. Even in the future Chunin exams, an Orochimaru Konoha collapse plan almost ended the village directly. The strongest shinobu village. Even if Orochimaru can calculate, if it is not too many loopholes, it will not be able to do that step. Konoha's degeneration was accomplished through the unremitting efforts of the senior management. Sarutobi, plus his good friend Shimura Danzo, and two Naruto advisors who have little ability but like to command. This is the well-deserved strongest team. A simple example. Take this Second Ninja World War as an example. Is Konoha really necessary to participate? Take a look at what the final Second Ninja battle Konoha got. White Fang succeeded in fame, and then was calculated to commit suicide by a small task. The Senju clan disappeared completely in this war, along with Nawaki being killed and emptied of internal organs. In the end, Konoha only won a nominal victory. Yes, it's only in name. Sunin united with Konoha's elite power, unable to win Rain Shinobi Village, but Hanzo of the Salamander recognized Sunin's strength, and the misery of the war did not allow Konoha to gain any substantial benefits. The weakness of World War II directly led to the four major ninja villages in the Third Ninja World War that dared to attack together. That time, Konoha's vitality was completely hurt. If it weren't for the power of Little Sun, I'm afraid Konoha's failure is a sure thing. So, what did you do? Suddenly holding up his arms and touching his chin, Fengye looked strangely at Sarutobi. In any case, what stood in front of him now was that Dr. Ninjutsu, who was also called Ninjutsu. The young Sarutobi is still very aura. Of course, this aura is more of a kind. He pretends very well. Fengye looked at Sarutobi, and Sarutobi was also looking at him. Shaking his head slightly, he was not angry or strange because Fengye announced this as the head of the Senju clan. Little child. Can't hold back. This is normal. He is Hokage, he has his aura, and he doesn't even think of angering Fengye. When he was in charge, everyone underestimated him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. But how is it now? His Hokage's position is as stable as on stage, and there will be good news from time to time in the battlefield of the reigning country in his operation. The achievement of Konoha's White Fang, as it should be, was completed under his wise guidance. He is Hokage. Senju, when announcing that the hidden surname was integrated into Konoha, was already in decline. An ambitious teenager, what can he change? However, this little guy posed a problem for the old man. Looking at Fengye gently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a kind old father. The kind of closeness he showed made people feel that he was a competent Hokage. After all, the boy in front of him is the grandson of his mentor. Restore Senju's surname? It can only be announced in the name of the patriarch. But you are only 10 years old, can you really be the patriarch of Senju? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled suddenly. Ms. Yamazaki. Turning his head to look at Yamazaki Ryuji next to him, Sarutobi showed a reproachful look. Yamazaki Ryuji nodded quickly in his heart. Ms. Tobirama did tell me about Fengye. When he graduates, he will take the place of Tsunade's acting patriarch and become the real patriarch. It should be. Acknowledge the identity of the other party's patriarch. Yamazaki Ryuji's wide-eyed eyes were a little weird. Really? But. At this moment, Sarutobi's conversation suddenly changed. As Konoha's third Hokage, I am also a teacher's disciple, and I promised that the teacher must take care of Senju's only remaining direct bloodline. Especially the grandson of the teacher, must be strictly protected. After all, Fengye will become the patriarch of the Senju clan in the future. What does he want to say? Fengye raised his eyebrows and waited for Sarutobi to follow. Actually, this is also the reason why the old man came to school. The words suddenly became heavy, and Sarutobi's eyes were full of nostalgia. Senju gave everything for Konoha. I don't want to see the only child who can bear the Senju surname going to the battlefield. That clan has exhausted all efforts for Konoha. So in order to preserve Senju's blood, the old man, as Hokage, as the teacher's disciple, will conduct a special graduation assessment on you. Little guy, you should know what the patriarch of the Senju clan represents. The old man thinks that at least you need to have the ability to protect yourself. Otherwise, you need to stay in the village and continue to accompany Mito-sama. I believe even Tsunade will agree with the old man. After all, it's the old man's move. Sarutobi returned to calm and looked at the descendant of Senju who had caused himself a problem. The last words left by Second Hokage are that after Fengye graduated, he could become the patriarch of Senju. And this sentence can also be understood to mean that only when the opponent has a certain strength can they become the clan leader Senju. In other words, if you fail the assessment, you will not be able to become the patriarch, and you will not be able to give orders. Then you just mentioned the restoration of Senju's surname. He doesn't need to be long. As long as he waits for Uzumaki Mito to die, he will be fearless. Sarutobi is not a fool, and he also understands that Mito is still alive, and he can't deal with or interfere with the family affairs of the patriarch Senju. But what if you can't become a patriarch? How could a kid destroy the old man's plan? Nor will you allow you to regain Senju's influence. This is how his Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. Yangmu. Unbreakable conspiracy. As for whether the assessment can pass, this time the initiative lies with him. Umbu has a lot of talent, how could he lose to a 10-year-old child? Senju. Fengye? You will see with your own eyes the decline of the Senju clan and there is nothing you can do about it. In an instant, Fengye had seen through Sarutobi's purpose. But he also wanted to laugh about third generation's conspiracy. Slowly turning his head, Fengye stared at the opponent. Master Naruto's assessment shouldn't be played in person, right? Is this a curse? The corner of Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Dignified Hokage personally assesses a 10-year-old child? He is not so shameless yet. Naturally not. Tilting his head, Fengye's smile suddenly made third generation feel familiar. Is it from the teacher's inheritance? This smile is so alike. That's good. Nodding humbly, Fengye's next words surprised third generation. Since it is a special assessment, please give me some preparation time. Half a month later, the playground of the ninja school is waiting for the appraisal staff of Lord Naruto. After speaking, Fengye turned and left without giving Sarutobi any room for rebuttal. Half a month? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. His eyes finally fell on Nawaki and flashed past. But with Fengye's existence, Nawaki is no longer important. The students swallowed and kept quiet. Although I didn't understand this farce today, even they knew it. Konaha. The storm will rise. Chapter 6. Sarutobi's movements were much faster than Fengye expected. In just one night, Konaha seemed to know about his half-moon appointment with Hokage. Even, Sarutobi publicly stated that many ninjas will be invited to watch the assessment, which is a testimony for everyone. He wanted to tell Fengye in this way that no one could help him in the exam this time. You can also plug Uzumaki Mito's mouth in this way. If he loses, he cannot travel for a short time and become the so-called patriarch, so he cannot announce that he will bear Senju's surname again. This is a seemingly fair bet. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that Third Hokage does not want Fengye to graduate, and will definitely do some tricks in the assessment process. But what they are curious about is that people know that Fengye is only a 10-year-old. Although his grades are outstanding in the ninja school, even if all the things in the ninja school are transformed into strength, he is still an imperfect genin. So, how will Hokage embarrass the other party? In what way can you save your face and make the other party just fail? This is the real highlight of the assessment. In the same way, people are surprised that why did that young man dared to provoke Hokage's authority? Is he a direct bloodline of the Senju clan? Even if he is a genius, it doesn't matter if he doesn't grow up. Many people are even worried about Fengye's future. He is not low-key enough. Even if he announces that he will bear the name of Senju again after graduation, Hokage will not be able to do anything to him. Young and impatient. Understandable. But what he buried seemed to be his own future. Konoha's atmosphere and external comments. This has no effect on Fengye. After a night of training, facing the rising sun, he returned to the Senju clan's clan land. But today, he waited for the person who wanted to wait. Back. In the small courtyard, Uzumaki Mito woke up early. At this time, she was carrying a kettle to water the flowers in the yard. When people are old, they like some flowers and plants. It is a kind of enjoyment to watch the new life bloom. But in the process of this observation, she is more likely to feel her own aging. Mito knew that she could not hold on for long. In order to protect the inheritance left by her husband, she has done her best. With her here, no one would dare to step into the land of fire no matter how lively the country of rain was. She is Senju Hashirama, the wife of the ninja god. You can even suppress the nine tails, and even the woman who can force the nine tails chakra. No one wants to anger her before she is dying. People are more willing to wait a few years for her to die. Looking at this woman, this senior, Fengye finally rarely smiled in front of her. It's cold, Grandma Mito shouldn't have gotten up so early. Fengye's attitude towards herself has changed. But Mito didn't feel surprised. She understood that he was pretending to be her grandson. He was trying to arouse his silent heart. But as she got older, that hot beating heart, like her hair, had lost its original color. In the last days, she just wanted to protect her husband's legacy. But those unpleasant things that happened to Konaha. She is not invisible. I just don't want to see it. No matter what the future of the village is, she just wants to tell him when she meets her husband when she die. Tired, but I really tried my best. Even if the Uzumaki clan were destroyed, she kept her power to protect Konaha, did not vent or investigate secretly. She knows the truth. But after seeing the truth more, I let go. But at this moment, she never thought that her grandson would have to do something. With a helpless sigh, Mito led Fengye back into the room. As a ninja, the first thing to learn is patience. I think you should learn this truth in ninja school. Patience? Bear with me. Fengye flipped through Byakugan, obviously not listening. But Fengye didn't understand this truth. Can bear it. But it is not necessary. And I will endure it. The Senju clan is the unlucky one. Fengye looked at Uzumaki Mito with scorching eyes. Do you believe me, Senju will be like the Uzumaki clan, even worse than Uzumaki. After all, the village that has been given all the protection by himself is stabbed, and that kind of result is not something ordinary people can tolerate. Do you think I would believe it? Mito is still calm. What you think, I don't want to guess. I just hope you look at it with your own eyes. Standing up, Fengye bowed to Mito. You have been for this village and Senju all your life. The former is Grandpa who should thank you, while the latter, leave it to me. Taking a deep breath, Fengye patted his chest. I used to think about being ordinary, marrying a couple of splendid wives, and lingering on Senju's bloodline. But Grandma Mito, the blood in this heart. It won't agree. Just as talkative as your grandfather. Mito was silent for a while. To be reasonable, she suddenly felt that Fengye was a combination of Hashirama and Tobirama. But Grandma Mito, I know what you are waiting for me to say. But I hope I will have a good chat with you after I pass the graduation assessment, not like I am now. It's nothing more than some patience and silly words. Fengye's time is only half a month, and he doesn't want to waste time. Whether he can pass the graduation assessment, this is the potential agreement between him and Uzumaki Mito, both of them understand. Pass, it will give Uzumaki Mito a heart boost. As soon as the voice fell, Fengye turned and left. But when he was about to leave, a strong wind came behind him. Reflexively, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, but after starting, Fengye was stunned by the quaint scholarly fragrance. Your grandpa asked me to give it to you when you grow up. As the next generation patriarch, you should also keep this thing. I'm tired, go ahead. Turning the pages of the book and looking down, Fengye's pupils shrank. Above, it is the second master's ninjutsu manual. And the first ninjutsu was multiple shadow clone. Huh. I got it. Taking a deep breath, Fengye looked at the old figure. This is a recognition. But more. It is a kind of pressure. Night falls. As usual, Fengye came to the training ground of the Senju family. But just arrived, his probing nerves keenly discovered a touch of soul fluctuations. Squinting his eyes inadvertently, he swept somewhere in the training ground for a moment, and Fengye withdrew his gaze. And the next moment, he took out the ninjutsu manual he got from Mito from his arms, and the cover was facing that obscure place. At that moment, Fengye felt the strong soul fluctuation and the obsessive desire again. Obviously, the person in the dark can already be identified. Has he returned to Konaha? 2. After all, after Nawaki graduated, he was Nawaki's guide jonin. Orochimaru. Chapter 7. Same as Fengye mentioned before. The exploration nerve of the imaginary in the Shinigami world is directly felt by the nearby Ryotsu fluctuations. Fengye's first inheritance Blackwing Great Demon Ulquiorra is the king of the imaginary, and he controls the existence of the Erdu and Gui blade. Even if the exploration nerve is the elementary level, this kind of perception technique has already surpassed ordinary perception, and coupled with the inheritance of Iryi's excellent perception talent, it can be said that it is impossible to avoid Fengye's detection. And his advantage is that he understands the world of Hokage, and in the case of foresight, he can also determine the enemy's origin from the fluctuations in his soul. For example now, Orochimaru hides really well. But again, he has a pathological thirst for Iryi's ninjutsu manual. The soul can't deceive others, at least in the ninja world, people can't do this. Thinking about it carefully, this stage has just experienced the killing of the Second Ninja World War, and has an intuitive understanding of the fragility of life. I am troubled by wanting to study all the ninjutsu in the world, but not having such a long lifespan. It hasn't been completely blackened, but it has gradually deviated from its original path. Uncle Snake is such a person. But he appeared in the training ground of the Senju clan. Squinting his eyes, Fengye seemed to think of something, and slowly closed the second master's ninjutsu manual. He confirmed that Orochimaru in the distance had seen a few words on the cover of the manual. Mr. Snake, how about my sister? A few short words came out, Fengye's gaze directly locked on Orochimaru's hiding place. The tone is calm, as if talking to the air at home. Has it been discovered? A look of surprise appeared on Orochimaru's face in the darkness. Sister. Needless to say, the eldest sister of the Senju clan, there must be no one other than Tsunade. The problem is, how did this young man discover himself? Orochimaru didn't know. Step by step out of the darkness, he didn't have the idea of continuing to hide. When it was discovered, there was no need to hide it. And now he is even more interested in the boy in front of him. The eyes are facing each other. The two began to look at each other. The current Uncle Snake is still very young, but Fengye always feels weird. Well, how do you say it? Uncle Snake can be regarded as the last existence of Hokage that is getting younger and younger. In Boren biography, besides being young, it looks a little bit beautiful. Although the current Uncle Snake is young and his skin is fair, he lacks a feminine touch. Why do I think that Uncle Snake is feminine? It's normal. Fengye was lost in thought. This child has a strange vision. Orochimaru looked at Fengye silently, but his original evaluation of the boy gradually changed. People in Konoha village think Fengye is a high-profile person who can't hide himself. Ninjas who don't hide themselves will end up with nothing in the end. High-profile and arrogant. Not a genius, but with the arrogance of a genius. This is what those people say. Even after many people waited for half a month, the heirs of the Senju clan failed in the graduation assessment. The Senju tree attracts the wind. Maybe civilians still believe in that surname, but more people want to see Senju's jokes. Before coming here, Orochimaru also thought that the little ghost in front of the assessment could not be completed. Because The person in charge of the assessment is him, Orochimaru. When he came, Third Hokage had already communicated with him. From the teacher's vague words, Orochimaru heard the other party's meaning. 5 minutes of assessment time. Be cruel, don't beat it to death. Orochimaru didn't intend to wade in Senju's muddy water. But Sarutobi told him again that if Fengye passed the examination, he would become his disciple. The patriarch of the Senju clan. Is it my disciple? In this case, he seems to have no reason to refuse. And this is the main reason why Orochimaru came here to observe Fengye. He wanted to see his disciples in advance and the subjects of the assessment. But now, the so-called disciples and assessment objects are not important. She's fine, there will be no danger in the stalemate of the war. The voice was hoarse, as cold as ever. But Orochimaru's hot eyes have been locked on Fengye's ninjutsu manual. He wants it. That is the precious treasure left by Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. But he don't dare to do it. Boldly sneaking into the Senju clan is already a taboo. He was sure that even if he showed the slightest bit of malice, the next second he was going to face was the angry Uzumaki Mito. Don't underestimate the perception of the Uzumaki clan, especially Uzumaki Mito. Orochimaru even understood that he was close to Fengye. Uzumaki Mito already knew at this moment. After all, this is the land of the Senju clan. So even if he wanted Iryi's ninjutsu handbook, he couldn't grab it. That is looking for death. Will drive that old woman crazy. You want it? Fiddle with the ninjutsu manual. The system's built-in copy function has already recorded the contents of the ninjutsu manual, including Iryi's understanding of ninjutsu, as well as the water style he got. Fengye still knew it well. Looking at Orochimaru with a smile, Fengye suddenly had an idea. To be fair, he didn't intend to cultivate any friendship and feelings with Orochimaru, it was all imaginary. The most reliable thing between people is interest. Orochimaru appeared here, and Fengye could probably guess something. Uncle Snake is not so busy, only interested targets will let him approach. There is no doubt that the only thing that interests him now is the assessment target. Take it. As soon as the boy's voice fell, he casually threw the precious ninjutsu manual to Orochimaru. The shocked Uncle Snake stretched out his hands to catch the manual like a conditioned reflex, and then forcibly resisted the thought of directly opening it and glaring at Fengye. This kid. What do you mean? Seems to think of something. Orochimaru frowned suddenly. Fengye-kun, would you want to let me release the water? Sometimes talking to smart people is really easy. Fengye guessed that Orochimaru was the person in charge of the assessment, and Orochimaru did not deliberately hide it. Release the water. It's not necessary. The boy shook his head slightly. Konoha already knows all about the assessment, and many people will even watch it. In that case, people can only criticize him as the patriarch of the Senju clan for not being worthy of graduation, but discredit him. Fengye wanted more than just the result of an exam. With a gentle smile, Fengye was humbled. If I guessed correctly, after successfully passing the assessment, Mr. Snake will most likely be the next guide jonin. Then, as a disciple, presenting a meeting gift to the teacher, I don't think there is anything wrong. Meet up? Second Hokage ninjutsu manual? Orochimaru was silent. What I value is just a gift for bribing the teacher. For a while, he didn't know what to say. It seems that Fengye-kun is very confident. After a while, Uncle Snake took a deep breath and nodded to Fengye. I have accepted things, but I will not release water during the assessment. But on the other hand, I will evaluate you in a way that truly evaluates my own disciples, and will not be influenced by others. If you have the ability to graduate, you will definitely graduate. This is very cryptic. But Fengye understood. Orochimaru's meaning is simple and clear, that is, he promises not to stumble in the assessment, and even conduct the assessment fairly, without being influenced by others. This is already helping Fengye in disguise. As a feedback from the ninjutsu handbook. But watching Orochimaru's leaving figure, Fengye shook his head calmly. Orochimaru was wrong. He got it in the wrong direction. How can the purpose of giving Orochimaru be a mere assessment? You are the most critical step to ruin Sarutobi. Uncle Snake. Senju's change needs a reason. Then if Senju's young and old knew that someone dug the grave of First Hokage. This reason should be enough, right? When reaching out to take over the manual, Orochimaru has been fooled. The manual is just the beginning. What's more, the manual was modified by Senju Fengye. Mr. Snake. The immortality you seek. I will start the first step. With a grin, Fengye stretched out his hand and summoned the Moonlight Sword. Practice continues. Chapter 8. Half a month passed quietly. The battlefield of the Land of Rain fell into a stalemate again after Hatake Shumo Kamui. However, Fengye knew that this stalemate would not last long. The day when Nawaki died in the Battle of Sunin's fame is not far away. The disappearance of the Senju clan will also enter the countdown. Today, the agreed time is up. Konoha's atmosphere remains the same, but many ninjas go out to the ninja school early in the morning. Sarutobi's promotion of the young master of the Senju family about to be assessed has attracted great attention. But obviously, basically no one is optimistic about him. Because this time, what he wants to fight against is Hokage. It sounds a little funny. The dignified Senju clan, strong in the Sengoku period, Hokage has served Konoha for 2 consecutive terms. But now their little master has to fight against that position. It's ironic, but also very realistic. This is the truth once the emperor and the courtier. Although Sarutobi has never shown a taboo attitude towards Senju, but the Senju clan is there, he is uncomfortable as Hokage. Because people know it. If the second Hokage dies a few years later, the next generation of Hokage will probably still appear in the Senju clan. And Sarutobi Hiruzen always seems to have a feeling of picking up things. From this point of view, it is reasonable for third generation to weaken Senju's influence. Big brother, you said that kid, can he succeed? In the auditorium next to the playground, Hyuga Hisashi stood beside his elder brother and asked suspiciously. At this time, he has passed the graduation examination and has Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead. In fact, apart from Fengye, all the students in this class have passed the examination and officially become ninjas, but what they don't know is that waiting for them is a bloody battlefield. The more the stalemate is, the more it is necessary to contribute fresh blood to the battlefield, and the logistical pressure is also the greatest. I don't know, just look at it. Hyuga Hayashi looked blankly. To some extent, he is somewhat similar to Fengye. After graduating from the ninja school, his old father, Hyuga, the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, asked him to have a deep conversation. After all, as the next generation head of the clan, he must learn to grow. This time, he understood a lot of things. For example, how the Hyuga clan will survive in the future. Supporting Naruto, being cautious, and knowing how to endure. Can you protect Hyuga? Hyuga Hayashi, who just graduated, didn't understand what his father said. But when he came here and felt the pressure on Fengye from all directions, he suddenly understood something. Someday. Will it be my turn to carry that kind of pressure? This time it is Senju. What about next time? Thinking about it, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly felt cold behind her back. Senju's treatment, if it becomes Hyuga's future. Never let that happen. Forbearance. To preserve Hyuga. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly understood what his father said. But he never knew that even for shinobi, he would be subjected to this kind of oppression in the future. It was also that time that he lost his brother. Luju. In the distance, Yamanaka Hai looked at his companion next to him and called out. Luju shook his head, his eyes a little complicated. As the same group of graduates, he has a high level of intelligence, and he often talks with his father about the problems of the village. His heart is equally complicated. Senju. The chaotic Sengoku period. That family has Grace Ino, Shika, Cho. This is beyond doubt. But now, what can they do? He didn't know. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, when a group of people in the distance approached from the entrance of the playground, people calmed down. Konoha 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is here. And the few people with him are also extremely eye-catching. 2 of his proud students, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Also behind him was one of Konoha's high levels, Shimura Danzo. But only Tsunade is missing. This is obviously abnormal. In order to appoint Orochimaru and Jiraiya as a guide, Jonin told them to return to Konoha, but did not give Tsunade any information on this. What does Naruto mean? Don't you want to see the violent Senju family eldest princess beating him in front of everyone? 2. After all, the person who was embarrassed this time was her cousin. Isn't there yet? Coming to the center of the auditorium, Danzo next to Sarutobi frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. It seems to him that coming later than them is disrespect to the top. This kind of disrespect is placed on the Senju clan, which upsets them the most. Senju? It's the past tense. Like Sarutobi, he doesn't want to see Senju continue to grow bigger. Don't you dare to come. Jiraiya next to him said jokingly. No. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, with a more determined attitude than Jiraiya. You are confident. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders in disapproval, but his eyes fell on Namikaze Minato in the distance. That is his disciple. He thinks he is a better disciple than anyone else. It is even a key factor to change the ninja world. Come on. Just now. People's eyes all fell on a figure at the entrance. The silver-white hair, the cold and calm face, especially the calm and deep eyes, made Danzo's pupils shrink and look at Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him on the spot. Sarutobi, two alike. Third generation knows what Danzo is referring to. Yeah. Whether it's the temperament, or the look in the eyes, it is almost the same as the former Second Hokage. It seems that the only difference between the two is the kind of freedom and self-confidence that this young man has. But this kind of freedom and self-confidence is also a portrayal of Orochimaru himself. Behind Fengye, they seemed to see the shadow of Senju Tobirama. To be honest, I was a little surprised when I saw it the other day. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi said in a deep voice. No way. Teacher Tobirama gave him and Danzo too much pressure. When you find that feeling in this teenager again, it will make them instinctively in awe. It was a great Hokage who was testing them when he was dying. But Danzo, feeling a little unbearable, looked at Orochimaru abruptly. Go ahead, leave it to you. Is it coming? Orochimaru nodded calmly. I tried my best. It's not an effort, it must be done. Danzo emphasized in a rebuke tone. At this time, he is nominally Orochimaru's boss, the root leader. Orochimaru is the captain of the root part. Sorry, I can't guarantee. A cold color appeared in Orochimaru's eyes, a little dissatisfied with Danzo's attitude. Why? Sarutobi suddenly raised his head and looked at Orochimaru. He inherited everything from Senju Tobirama. Talent, strength, including will. Orochimaru took a deep breath and walked down the auditorium before falling steadily in front of Fengye. He witnessed the growth of a monster in just 15 days. Let's start. Chapter 9. There is something wrong with Orochimaru. Danzo frowned and said in a low voice. No need to remind you. Sarutobi did not understand Orochimaru's attitude. Inherit everything from Senju Tobirama? What a joke. There is only one Senju Tobirama in the world, and there is only one speed ninja in the ninja world. At this stage, no one Konaha can even use the Flying Thunder God technique created by Master Second Hokage. Sarutobi doesn't believe that in just 15 days, he Senju Fengye can turn over. But the child didn't seem to have taken a shot since he was young. Even in the actual combat assessment of the ninja school, although they are all shown with the first results, there is nothing too amazing. Senju has a good foundation and a high level of actual combat. But without Wood-Styles Senju, there is no threat. At least. The assessment task he gave to the other party is definitely not so easy to pass. Ahem. On the field, when Orochimaru jumped to the center, Yamazaki Ryuji walked over step by step. To be honest, as a referee for this assessment, he was under a lot of pressure. And when Orochimaru fell, the strange eyes around him made him feel uncomfortable. The examiner turned out to be the proud student of Third Hokage. Orochimaru. This is obviously something that everyone did not expect. Use a Jonin level to assess freshmen who have not graduated. The eyes of the ninjas slowly converged towards their great Third Hokage. Where is your face? Is it really unnecessary? Sarutobi didn't care about it, but looked around with a smile. Everyone knows that Fengye bears the blood of the Senju family, and the old man also attaches great importance to this. In all fairness, the old man does not want him to set foot in the ninja field prematurely. Although the assessment is difficult, it is for Fengye and the Senju family. Wonderful. The patriarchs of all races held out their thumbs in admiration, and Uchiha Fugaku in the distance almost didn't laugh. He knows a lot about Senju from his father. But I have to say that Sarutobi played this move very well. I just want to increase the difficulty of the assessment, but not for selfishness, but to protect the Senju line. Do you have opinions? Naturally not. I even have to say that Master Third Generation is broad-minded. This is not to make things difficult for the younger generation, but to protect the younger generation. This reason alone is enough to stop others' mouths. Well, the content of the assessment was specially prepared by Lord Third Generation. Fengye, well, Senju Fengye needs to stand in front of Master Orochimaru for 5 minutes. During this period, if you admit defeat or lose your combat effectiveness, you will be deemed to have failed the assessment. Yamazaki Ryuji looked at the two people on the field with a complicated expression, and said the content of the assessment. 5 minutes. Let a 10-year-old kid stand for 5 minutes in front of Jonin who has experienced several wars. This doesn't seem to be suspense. In the textbooks of the ninja school, every Jonin's growth history can be written as a small biography, and it is still an ordinary Jonin. What's more, standing in front of Fengye is Third Hokage's disciple Orochimaru. As if seeing the result, the ninjas shook their heads. That's Orochimaru. Fengye-kun. Open the distance, the seal of opposition has been formed. Orochimaru calmly looked at the boy in front of him. No suspense. Perhaps he thought so before seeing Fengye. Half a month ago, he met for the first time in the training ground of the Senju clan. After returning home, he began to study the ninjutsu manual left by Second Hokage. He completely changed his mind. That is not a pure ninjutsu manual. In addition to Second Hokage's summary, this teenager also added his own understanding. At first, Orochimaru didn't care about Fengye's opinion, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. He even incorporated Fengye's theory into his own experience, and he discovered that it was really effective. For example, Water Dragon Bomb is a water-style ninjutsu. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama simplified Ji into 4, and then used the unique chakra to guide the route to release it successfully. But according to Fengye's theory to release, it can continue to simplify a seal. 3 seals can release B-level ninjutsu. Orochimaru saw certain techniques of Muji's release in that unique way of thinking, which made him even have a bold idea. That's Fengye already master has been released without seal. This is the real ninjutsu genius. Talent, comparable or even surpassing Second Hokage. No wonder Fengye would give the Second Hokage manual to himself indifferently. Obviously, after watching it once, that thing has no meaning to Fengye. But what Orochimaru doesn't know about this is, Fengye was able to do this because in addition to his extraordinary talent and perfect inheritance of the abilities of the second master, there was also his strong physique. The essence of Ulquiorra is imaginary. Above Wang Xu, high-speed regeneration is nothing more than pediatrics. With a strong physique as a backup resource, even if he is injured in the process of practicing, he can quickly recover. Inheriting the power of Ulquiorra, the high-speed regeneration enhanced by the Dark Kun main system can play a great role even if it is only low-level. So Fengye was confident that when he gave Orochimaru the manual, he had been fooled. Because for Orochimaru, Fengye itself is the most precious asset. He couldn't help his curiosity slowly approaching, and eventually fell into Fengye's palm. Finally, Yamazaki Ryuji nodded to the two. This is the signal for the start of the assessment, and the 5-minute countdown has officially begun. At this moment, Orochimaru quickly threw 3 shurikens to seal Fengye's left and right positions, and the middle shuriken quickly stabs him in the head. At the same time, Uncle Snake's clear fighting ideas make him fast. One-handed not printing. Wind style. Great breakthrough. One shot is a killer move. This is the way the ninja fights. There are no big moves and too fancy moves. All the techniques are just to kill the enemy quickly. This is the daily routine of a real ninja. It's like the scene where Naruto greets each other first when they fight, which is impossible to see when a real ninja fights. The shuriken is extremely fast, and the ninjas present also watched this scene nervously. They could see that Orochimaru was serious and didn't mean to go through the scene. With 3 shurikens, 1 shot of ninjutsu was only used in an instant. If it is an inexperienced genin, I am afraid he will be killed directly. How will he respond? The people in the auditorium looked at Fengye nervously. The boy's expression remained unchanged, and immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand in the surprised eyes of everyone. Thunderlight shines. A sword that shouldn't have appeared suddenly came. Thor's sword. Second Hokage's personal weapon. Ding ding ding. With 3 crisp buzzing, the shuriken that struck was shot down instantly, and the clean appearance made the shadow of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama and people's minds clearer. But then, Fengye's actions made people even more amazed. Facing the ensuing wind style, Fengye didn't panic at all, but calmly placed the Thor's sword on his chest and let out a low moan. Water style. Water barrier. When the torrential water swirled around Fengye, Danzo sat up from the chair with wide eyes in disbelief. Muji released. He really did it. The tradition of the Senju family is nothing to be surprised. Fengye glanced calmly at Danzo in the distance, then spread his hands with a humble smile. Don't shout. You just have to have hands. Chapter 10. I don't agree with Fengye-kun's words. At the end of the first round of tentative confrontation, Orochimaru's eyes were clear, as if he found the prey in general excited. But apparently he is opposed to Fengye's theory of having hands. Because Muji release does not require hands. Sometimes Uncle Snake also shows his sense of humor. But saying this on this occasion, after all, is not in line with the atmosphere. The temptation has passed. The momentum of the two players on the court changed, and then Orochimaru did not pull the distance as before, but drew out his personal sword and rushed towards Fengye. It is sometimes foolish to fight ninjutsu against the Senju clan. Because you don't even know how small your chakra is in the eyes of others, Orochimaru understands this. Unless it is a ninjutsu that can kill in one hit, it will not be used for consumption. However, there is nothing wrong with using ninjutsu to harass in close combat. But he also, Uncle Snake promised that he would test the level of his students in the school as a teacher, instead of fighting as an enemy of life and death. At this time, Orochimaru has his own belief and reason, which is very different from the late Leng-kun, who used all means to achieve his goal. He promised Fengye in the results manual, and he will definitely do it. It takes time to change your personality. The current Orochimaru has not yet completed the most important transformation. That was the corpses who witnessed the third ninja battle against Kikyo Mountain. Although they felt weak in life, they were not mad. He was not defeated in the Naruto battle with Namikaze Minato, and was found to be conducting human experiments privately. Moreover, he regards Fengye's existence as the key to changing traditional ninjutsu. He would not kill Fengye, but rather wanted to sit down with Fengye and talk about their views on ninjutsu. It was also this time that Orochimaru was most easily induced by Fengye. At least, he now has his own bottom line. From the perspective of a teacher to test students, everything is simple and clear. The first step is to test Fengye's on-the-spot resilience, to test how he reacts when he suddenly faces an attack from a shuriken and harassment from ninjutsu. Fengye's response method is very good, and very fast. In the second step, Orochimaru needs to consider Fengye's close proximity capabilities. In the battle of ninjas, failure to achieve a single blow faces the risk of exposure, and the frailty caused by the limited and excessive consumption of chakra is fatal on the battlefield. Therefore, it is inevitable to engage in physical combat and sword collision with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. This step of the examination school is more important than the on-the-spot reaction. Orochimaru is not good at physical skills, so it makes sense to choose to fight on the sword. Swordsmanship? Looking at Orochimaru who struck, Fengye felt comprehend in his heart. There is no shortage of ninjas with outstanding sword skills in the ninja world. The most typical example is Kakashi's daddy Hatake Sakumo. The man known as Konaha's White Fang recently beheaded Sasori's parents, the son and daughter-in-law of Cho. But when Orochimaru's attack was about to come, Fengye suddenly sighed. On swordsmanship, ninja and Shinigami still have some gaps. After all, the ninja world is destined to rely on various blood inheritance boundaries to collide with ninjutsu, and swordsmanship seems to be auxiliary from beginning to end. But in Shinigami, swordsmanship has risen to the level of kendo. Fengye has already upgraded the basic swordsmanship to intermediate level within this half-month. Even if Ulquiorra is good at wielding sickles and spears for harvesting, his swordsmanship heritage is not weak. Seeing the timing, Fengye's Thor's sword swung quickly, and was blocked in advance when Orochimaru's long sword stabbed Fengye. Not bad. Uncle Snake didn't stingy with his appreciation, and nodded to Fengye. The speed of swinging the long sword increased again next time. At the same time, a light blue light was shining on the long sword. Chakra. Fengye suddenly seemed to be a little smaller. While paying attention to swordsmanship, he ignored the most important things in the ninja world. Perhaps the kendo-level ninja world is slightly weaker, but the ninja can inject swords into chakra to enhance the power of swordsmanship. Recognizing this, Fengye became serious. This is a chance to get to know the ninja swordsmanship most directly before getting Hatake Sakumo. Never underestimate your opponent. But, will chakra be introduced into weapons? Fengye suddenly had an idea, and holding the Thor's sword with one hand, chakra slowly penetrated into it through the meridians. Tear. In an instant, the Thunder God's sword, which was originally shining with a faint thunder light, made a harsh hum, and that violent thunder light suddenly shone out from the tip of the sword. Are you a beast? Orochimaru looked at Fengye with complicated eyes that seemed to understand the general Fengye. Although the Thor's sword is of special material, it is more in line with the characteristics of chakra metal than the long sword in his hand, which facilitates the transmission of chakra. But even if the novice takes chakra out of the body and introduces it into the weapon, I am afraid that it can't be done every 10 days and a half. But he just glanced at it and learned it by himself? This is an unacceptable enchanting talent. With a sigh, Orochimaru looked solemn. He didn't have the advantage in weapons, but from experience, he decided to teach Fengye a lesson. The assessment continues. The expansion of the sword made a clear sound, which was mixed with the chakra attribute changes that the Thor's sword originally possessed. The real confrontation began. Uncle Snake's swordsmanship is not weak, he even followed Heitake Sakumo for a lot of time on the use of swordsmanship. But what surprised everyone was that Fengye, a novice, and Genin who had not yet fully graduated, was able to cope with Orochimaru's torrential rain. It can even counter-attack effectively in the interval between dealing with attacks. Who taught his swordsmanship? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. White Fang. It seems that I have never heard of him having contact with Fengye. Why doesn't Orochimaru do it yet? At this moment, Danzo suddenly approached Sarutobi and asked in a low voice. The rhythm of the battle seems to be different from what was said before. From beginning to end, Orochimaru did not use Jonin's strength to give Senju Fengye a sense of oppression. What is he doing? Sarutobi squinted his eyes. Like Danzo, he didn't even understand what was going on. Ding. Suddenly, there was a crisp cracking sound. People looked over, and saw that Orochimaru's long sword finally failed to withstand the ravages of Second Hokage's sharp Thunder God's sword, and it became torn apart. No way. The sharpness of the Thor's sword is the best in the ninja world, and the sword that can cut Orochimaru is normal. But what surprised the ninjas was the weapon shattered, and Orochimaru did not show the strangeness or the intention of summoning's new weapon, but looked at Fengye with a calm gaze. You did an excellent job in the first 2 assessments. But next, I have a question for Fengye-kun. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Orochimaru fell into deep thought, as if he remembered the dangerous situation he encountered with Tsunade and Jiraiya before returning to Konoha. At that time Jiraiya was seriously injured. In line with the rule that ninjas should give priority to tasks, he tried to attack Jiraiya to avoid leaking Konoha's intelligence after he was captured. But if in the process of carrying out the task, your partner is seriously injured and becomes a drag, how would you choose? With confusion and hesitation in his eyes, Orochimaru asked his own question. Jiraiya in the distance was stunned suddenly, opened his mouth and finally didn't say anything, but the look in Orochimaru's eyes was a little complicated. Obviously, he has not forgotten the scene not long ago. How would I choose? Fengye suddenly smiled. First, that kind of situation won't happen, there is someone I want to protect no one can hurt. Second, if there is, unless I stepped on my corpse. Step on my corpse. Same answer as Tsunade. For some reason, Orochimaru's nervousness suddenly relaxed after hearing this answer. The answer to the question is right or wrong, he already knows it. Jiraiya was still alive, he was alive, and when he came back, he received a fist from Tsunade. Turning around suddenly, Orochimaru looked at Third Hokage in the distance. As a teacher, I recognize Senju Fengye's strength. Similarly, I think he has the power to protect himself. 5 minutes have come, the assessment is over. Chapter 11. Orochimaru. Whoosh. Danzo got up from the chair in an instant, looking straight at his root subordinate. Originally, with his scheming, he would not show his anger in front of others. But this time I really didn't hold back. Orochimaru, disobey his orders. At the same time, he also defies the vague meaning of his old partner Sarutobi. Not only that, he also took the initiative to tell everyone Fengye passed the assessment as an auditor. What does he mean? Rebellion. But when he wanted to have an attack, he suddenly thought of something. He will become Orochimaru's disciple after graduation. In a daze, Danzo understood. Orochimaru is a root member, does that mean He won't join the roots, and that person won't agree. The old man disagrees even more. Next to him, a voice from Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly came. For an instant Danzo was covered with cold sweat behind his back. Thinking about it carefully, the change in his expression just now seemed to be seen by the old partner. From the perspective of Sarutobi, what is oneself? Joker? Doing it rashly will only arouse suspicion. Sarutobi slowly got up, and when Orochimaru finished speaking, he had understood. He lost today. The loss was very thorough. Fengye's assessment is over. Under this kind of occasion, no one can stand up and continue to block his graduation ceremony. Right now. He publicized the assessment and brought so many ninjas to watch, but it only had a counterproductive effect. In full view, Senju Fengye successfully completed the assessment and gave him a loud slap in the face. He told Sarutobi with practical actions that he was not afraid of any conspiracy. Because he himself is the deepest one. Good reaction ability, swordsmanship comparable to Orochimaru, and instant ninjutsu ability. Only these. Not enough. Did you lose? It's just the beginning. Third generation narrowed his eyes, but did not reveal his inner dissatisfaction. He even put on an expression of joy and relief, took out the seemingly ready genin forehead protector from his arms, and walked from the auditorium to the field step by step. But now, Fengye's attention is not on Sarutobi's body. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a little surprise. Who could have imagined that the cold-blooded man in the original book turned out to be the first person who was not in Senju's line to lend a helping hand since he traveled? Fengye didn't expect it anyway. But thinking about this age and time carefully, Fengye knew it all. Even Uncle Snake is not dark from the beginning. Don't thank me, Fengye-kun. Seeing Sarutobi getting closer and closer, Orochimaru calmly turned around and said to Fengye. I just fulfilled my own promise, nothing more. I don't want a person with such a deep understanding of ninjutsu to live in Senju's nursery to live. Search karma. Fengye understood. The cold in front of us kun Orochimaru. He seems to lack someone who can truly understand him from beginning to end. Fengye's insights on ninjutsu might make him feel the aura of the same kind. Whitewash Uncle Snake. No need. Orochimaru is Orochimaru. In order to learn all ninjutsu, he pursued longevity. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally died in Orochimaru's hands, has made comments. In those turbulent times, he was brilliant. Also, this kind of assessment is already very demanding for ordinary genin. Fengye-kun can be completed, it is your own strength. Well, Tsunade, I don't want to see me embarrass her brother. The last sentence seemed to be Orochimaru trying to convince himself. Looking at his pale face, Fengye smiled. Uncle Snake will always have his own pride. Thank you. After spitting out 2 words, Fengye paused and his eyes became extremely sincere. Orochimaru, teacher. That's it. Starting today, he is a disciple of Lenkun Orochimaru. Is Chief Senju a disciple? He is still Tsunade's cousin. Then his grandfather is his teacher's teacher. This generation. Uncle Snake fell into thought. But probably your life will be similarly difficult in the future. Taking a look at Sarutobi's direction, Fengye sighed. I, Orochimaru, don't have to worry about my disciples. With a snort, Orochimaru didn't go to say anything to Sarutobi, turned around and left on his own. And Sarutobi took the place of Orochimaru, and he didn't ask Orochimaru anything tacitly. Some words are not said on this occasion. Passing the forehead protector to Fengye lovingly, Sarutobi spoke slowly. Fengye, congratulations on becoming the genin of Konaha. Before the old man was worrying too much. I didn't expect your strength to reach this point. I promised that if you can protect yourself, you will be allowed to become a ninja for experience. This is your forehead protector and your responsibility. But there are some things the old man still wants to nag. Putting the forehead protector on Fengye's head personally, Sarutobi's voice was not too big or too small and entered Fengye's ears. Ninja is a high-risk profession. For the blood of the Senju clan, please protect yourself. Is this warning me? Fengye nodded, and unmoved the forehead protector on his forehead calmly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then skillfully took out the forehead protector with the Senju clan emblem and put it on again, but instead put Konoha's forehead protector on again. Throw the protector into your pocket. Finally look straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you Hokage-sama for reminding me. I am also here to remind Hokage-sama to take care of your body. After all, in terms of age, you are in the high-risk category. Age? The old man is in his prime. The corner of Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Although he looks a little worried, but he is not old yet. One big and one small on the field, two people each have ghosts. But to outsiders, the two reminded each other that there is a sense of harmony between the elderly caring for the children and the children caring for the elderly. But in fact, a new round of confrontation has already begun. Sarutobi admitted that he underestimated Fengye. But he still didn't think Fengye's existence would threaten his status. And for this assessment, this kid also leaked his whole cards ahead of time. Like to be a ninja? Ninjas must obey orders in shadows. Even Uzumaki Mito, she couldn't say anything. There are plenty of opportunities, there is no need to worry, but you must also beware. And it must be investigated clearly how his strength has improved rapidly. But the farce of the assessment. It's over. Who made you graduate? Do you know how dangerous the battlefield is? One Nawaki is enough for me, how can I protect you two together? Just returning to the Senju clan's clan land, a wind-like figure rushed over in the courtyard. From head to toe, she started to check Fengye for injuries. And the face that seemed to be angry, but with worry and concern. Tsunade. She is back. Judging from the first reaction, others would think she wanted to rush over and beat herself up. But Fengye understood that she was only worried about herself, probably because she knew that Orochimaru was the one who had been tested after she came back, and she was afraid that he would be a black hand, or... It's because of the war. Sister, why are you coming back? Nawaki, who came back with Fengye next to him, was a little curious, aren't you on the battlefield to assist in mobilizing command? When Jiraiya and Orochimaru return to the village, Hatake feels that there is not enough manpower. If Tsunade also returns. Sneaked back, the old man is sick, why can't Jiraiya and Orochimaru both come back? Tsunade said calmly. Yes, you deserve it. Nawaki flipped through Byakugan. And you? If you don't graduate, you won't graduate. Why do you have to succeed? Looking at Fengye reproachfully, Tsunade was so angry. The two younger brothers, one more than the other, didn't make her worry. Isn't it a good thing not to graduate during the war years? And she is on the front line, but she understands what the graduates are going to do next. That's all cannon fodder. Victims of war. Fengye didn't explain anything, just calmly plunged into Tsunade's embrace and closed his eyes. I'm tired, Tsunade's sister. There are some things that are not suitable to say to Tsunade now, they will only worry her. Starting tomorrow, he will start the Senju clan's clan association and officially become the patriarch of the Senju clan. There is still a lot to do. Half a month of training also made him a little tired. Now, he just wants to enjoy the warmth given by his relatives. Even if Fengye knows, this warmth is short-lived. But this kind of warmth tells Fengye that everything he has done is worthwhile. It also drove him to straighten up and prop up a new sky for those around him. Chapter 12. The Country of Fire, Konaha. The success of the Senju family's bloodline and the grandson of Second Hokage graduated successfully, which caused quite a stir in the village. People were curious about the young man's achievements in the future, and at the same time they looked at the towering Hokage rock with a bit of remembrance. It's Senju after all. They will always compare Fengye with first generation and second generation. Whether that clan has declined or re-emerged, it all depends on a 10-year-old child. Because he graduated successfully, it means that he will be the new patriarch of Senju in the future. The northern part of Yonokuni. Somewhere near the country of rain and land under a hidden mountain col. There was a ticking sound from the entrance of the dark cave from time to time, and through the dark passage, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. A huge and incomparably ferocious golem fell down, and the old man with white hair was closing his eyes and rested. Wow! The sound of the earth creeping, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. The old face was engraved with the traces of the years, and the messy kill-mat hairstyle tells the glory of the man. His eyes were flat, but the sharp light that flashed from time to time seemed to pass through the darkness of the cave. Master Madara. He is Uchiha Madara. That man who has been planning the world of forbearance all his life. The ground stopped wriggling, and a head suddenly appeared under the ground. The dark complexion looks extremely greasy, and with the face that didn't look like a good person that day, this is enough to show that his identity is not simple. You should be staring at him now. Although the tone was calm, there was no questioning what it contained. causing Black Zetsu next to him to swallow. Although he regards Madara as a pawn. But even he had to admit that the oppression in this man was born with him. After all, when he was in Konoha, Uchiha Madara clearly wanted to help the little girl who fell on the ground, so that she could scare the child into tears. After all, he is Uchiha Madara. But what Madara said? Nagato has no problem. It's the interesting news from White Zetsu, Madara-sama should be interested. It's about Senju. Senju? Familiar words. There was a trace of remembrance and sarcasm in Madara's eyes. What a pity. Senju. After Hashirama, there is no Senju. That's it. The Senju recognized by him in the world, the only man worthy of the Senju family name is dead. And even if the people he left behind, after choosing to hide their surnames and integrate into the so-called village, they will eventually dissipate in history. Madara seems to see the future. Is the village the road to peace? It's naive. Hashirama. Master Madara. Seeing Madara lost in thought, Black Zetsu's helpless speech interrupted the other's thoughts. Madara is getting old. When I get old, I always remember the past. But this is obviously not the time when Madara wants to die. Nagato's Rinnegan now only has some basic functions, and can't even summon the Gedo statue. And the successor who can inherit Madara's will does not appear. Go on. After returning to his senses, Madara looked at Black Zetsu, waiting for his next words. Two news came from White Zetsu. The first one is information about the successor you are paying attention to. According to the analysis, Uchiha Fugaku does not have the potential and qualifications to be called your heir. He has inherited his father's patience potential and will not easily explode. Patience potential? To put it bluntly, his father was afraid of being suppressed by the BD Senju Tobirama, and he dared not make any movement. It is estimated that that kind of persuasive concept was also instilled into his head, right? Madara sneered, when you choose qualified candidates in the future, don't choose the patriarch, it's all waste. Are you scolding yourself? The corner of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. I understand Master Madara. With a cough, Black Zetsu's eyes became strange. The second news is just mentioned to you. The Senju clan, a new patriarch has appeared. And he is Senju Tobirama's grandson. Senju Tobirama. In an instant, Black Zetsu felt the pressure from Madara again. But unlike before, the oppression this time comes from anger. Yeah. Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, died at the hands of Senju Tobirama. Even when Konoha was just established, First Hokage Senju Hashirama wanted Madara to become Hokage, but Senju Tobirama blocked it. Although Madara understood that even if he didn't stop him, the people in that village wouldn't let him become Hokage. But the feeling of being said by others is still not very good. It was also that time, Madara understood that the so-called honesty between people is simply impossible. Master Madara, are we? Black Zetsu's eyes were clear and he asked with an induced mentality. In the latter case, he doesn't need to say Madara to know what it is. The purpose of Black Zetsu is simple. He has no hatred with Senju Fengye, and even wants to thank Fengye's grandfather. After all, if he hadn't forced Madara to leave Konoha, he would not have succeeded so easily. His purpose of inducing Madara is only one. That is to find something to do for Madara. Again, he was afraid that Madara would always fall into the meeting and be suffocated to death. At least let Senju Fengye attract his attention. Black Zetsu. It didn't take long before he met Madara's calm and terrible eyes. Master Madara. Black Zetsu was nervous. He found that Madara's anger had disappeared. This is not a good thing. It is especially easy to see through when a person is dominated by anger. But when he can control his emotions, it will become extremely scary. Don't try to figure me out with narrow, or your own thoughts. Never think about teaching me what to do. You are just part of my will. And, remember what I said? After Hashirama, there is no Senju anymore. Don't mention these two words in front of me in the future. That kid, a little attention is already a high. Look at him. Slowly closing her eyes, Madara lost her desire to continue talking. The enemy's grandson? It had no effect other than causing a ripple in his heart. For infinite Tsukuyomi, he has given everything. When one looks at the whole world, the pattern has already surpassed ordinary people. The most important thing in the cave was to restore calmness, only the sound of the ticking and flowing water never ceased. Sni. The country of fire, Konoha village. At the entrance of the ancestral hall of the Senju clan, a loud sneeze passed in. "Can you do it?" Tsunade looked at Fengye suspiciously. "Isn't this the first time I have faced those old guys nervously as a patriarch?" "Does your family sneeze nervously?" Fengye helplessly. 80% of the time, there is someone who never died talking about me. However, are these old guys? Looking at the ancestral hall, Fengye took a deep breath and strode in. The prosperous members of the Senju clan have merged into Konoha shinobi and hid the surname, but some of them were left behind. Among them are the so-called elders, as well as the guys whose direct bloodline is more pure than ordinary people. Today is the first clan meeting since he took office. Chapter 13. Different from the Uchiha clan. Senju's ancestral hall does not have that gloomy or dark discomfort, and even the style is completely opposite, giving people a gentle and comfortable feeling overall. The ancestral hall is a place where the ancestors are enshrined, and the room next to the ancestral hall is the place where the patriarchs of previous generations opened the clan association. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the ancestral hall of the entire Senju clan was the most lively every time the clan association opened. This place should be full of life. But now, Fengye stood at the top and looked around. There is only one feeling for the eyes. Empty and withered. Senju's original tall universe is falling apart. It was as if the behemoth was being eroded by worms, and it wailed in pain. Everyone in the entire ancestral hall can only add up to about 20 people. The old is too old, looking listless. The little one is the same age as he and Nawaki, so his eyes are burning. This is Senju. Why does it look inferior to those small clansmen? As soon as he said this, the already silent atmosphere below became even more silent. Senju. A great surname, they represent an era. But Fengye said nothing wrong. Senju now seems to have only a shell. Ahem, patriarch, you can't say that. It seemed a little embarrassing. Not far away, the elderly Senju coughed from the wall. The people of the tribe merged with Konoha, and the prosperity of Konoha represents the prosperity of Senju. The Senju clan. SHH. Unfortunately, before the third elder had finished speaking, Fengye leaked a sarcastic smile and stretched out his index finger to his lips and hissed. The prosperity of the village is the prosperity of Senju? What a righteous rhetoric. But is this really the case? I was booed? The three elders were surprised. There is one thing to say, as the oldest living elder of the Senju family, he is even the same as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. In theory, Fengye should call him the third grandfather. Although second generation does not need to respect him deliberately, as a descendant of second generation, even if you are the patriarch, you have to give me some face. Hush me? What do you mean? The three masters were obviously a little unhappy. But Senju's house rules are there, and the patriarch is the biggest, and it's embarrassing to talk about it by generation. After thinking about it, the three masters suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed to the spiritual position enshrining First Hokage. Patriarch, I mean. The method of integrating into the village's First Hokage, which was prescribed by the former patriarch. The old man didn't think there was anything wrong. If you have any comments, you can report to Master First Generation. Huh? What are you going to do? As the three big masters who have seen the world, he wanted to move out of First Generation to suppress others, but before he could finish his words, the expressions of everyone on the court suddenly changed. Even Tsunade and Nawaki, who were standing next to Fengye, looked strange. The reason is simple. When the three masters mentioned Hashirama, the man who had just become the patriarch stood up in silence and walked straight to the spiritual position of First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Then, very simply took off his spiritual position. What is he going to do? The tribe is anxious. First Hokage. Fengye calmly carried Hashirama's spiritual position back to his seat, and then stretched out his index finger to knock on the spiritual card. Presumptuous. Bold. When the spiritual seat representing the supreme glory was desecrated by Fengye, the people in the ancestral hall instinctively fried the pot. What is this going to do? The new patriarch is crazy. He is so disrespectful to Senju Hashirama, Konoha's first Hokage, to the ninja god who created great deeds for Senju. Fengye. Tsunade was taken aback and quickly pulled Fengye's sleeve and shouted in a low voice. That's my grandpa. I don't know yet. Fengye shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything to Tsunade. What he does, naturally has his reason. It is not a matter of overnight that the huge Senju becomes like this. The high-level pressure, the hostility, and fear of the shinobi world. First generation is not appearing in itself, even if it is as super strong as second generation. These are all external conditions. It seems that everything indicates that the age of Senju has passed, and even the people of the tribe have acquiesced to this fact. After all, the lack of peak combat effectiveness is a fact. Under the influence of Senju Hashirama, they also felt that it was inevitable to integrate into Konoha and even sacrifice their clan for Konoha's growth. This concept has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is not so easy to change. But apart from external reasons, Fengye sees problems within the Senju family. Their fighting spirit. It seems that they disappeared with the death of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Those who have reached the pinnacle of the ninja world also seem to have lost their goal. If you analyze the disappearance of the Senju family from the perspective of a bystander, then they themselves have a large part of the reason. That's right. Their ambitions are gone. But the ability to lie on the books of merit is not hidden. Even after he still positioned himself to follow first generation, he created Konoha's meritorious character. What will the heaviest emotions cause? Arrogant. Think that Senju is different, and even become a dragon Aotian like the Uchiha clan. Unable to recognize himself, unable to walk out of Senju Hashirama's light. Naturally want to intervene in things in the village. There are endless voices of opposition in the upper ranks of third generation. It seems that Iryi considered this, so he finally integrated Senju into the village according to first generation's wishes. But that is definitely not the right approach. To get rid of the outside, you must first settle the inside. How to make Senju recognize himself again, how to make them see Konoha's attitude towards Senju at the moment. This is the key point. Obviously, Fengye's prestige cannot be compared with first generation. Change also needs to be done step by step. Fengye has only one thing to do today with the opening of the clan association. He wants to let the people know. Take a deep breath. Fengye looked at the indignant clansmen below and tried to raise Senju Hashirama's spiritual position. Wow. In your hearts, in your eyes. The legendary god of ninja, established Konoha as First Hokage, the former patriarch Senju Hashirama. He must be right. Crazy. There was deathly silence below. People open their mouths but can't make a sound. He, a 10-year-old boy, is now publicly refuting First Hokage. Chapter 14. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. If he just picked up Senju Hashirama's spiritual position and flicked his head, it can only be said to be disrespectful behavior. At this moment, the new patriarch asked them grandiosely, "Must Senju Hashirama be right?" This can be understood in reverse. The meaning is obvious. He is telling the people that he thinks Senju Hashirama has made mistakes too. Disrespectful? No, he is provoking the authority of the ninja god. Challenge him to the rules of the Senju clan. What is this? The new patriarch opposed the old patriarch. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall has undergone subtle changes. But this silence happened to be what Fengye wanted. Surprisingly speaking? No, Fengye said, he has his own consideration before doing anything. Since he decided to hold a clan meeting today, he had already thought about how to deal with it next time. Change the thinking of the people step by step. Recognize the shortcomings of the clan, and let the Senju clan people use their eyes to see if what he said is correct. The change of an ethnic group requires a price. Fengye will choose the least cost in exchange for the greatest benefit. Now, it's just the first step. And this step is not much smoother than he expected. At least, he has just taken office, and there are no clansmen who deliberately make things difficult for him. Although he is only 10 years old, it is clear that the people have recognized his status. This is very important. Thanks to his grandfather Senju Tobirama for managing Senju well. After all, even in the Sengoku era, although First Hokage was the head of the clan, he was not good at management, and Senju Tobirama did many things. The tribe has an instinctive awe of Senju Tobirama. Now, part of that remaining awe is transferred to Fengye. So even if they heard Fengye's remarks, they waited patiently for what he said. With a solemn gaze, Fengye put Senju Hashirama's spiritual position on the table again. The amazing effect of speaking out has been achieved. Then it's time to confirm your statement. I know that everyone who is doing it doesn't agree with what I said, and it can even be described as dissatisfaction. But what I want to say is that it is not a malicious belittle of the beliefs of the Senju clan, but an objective reality. Even God makes mistakes. Fenji's voice is still slightly immature, but the words are inherently indisputable. Sorry, Tsunade. I will apologize to you later. Looking at Tsunade and Nawaki apologetically, Fenji sighed slightly. This is really not a random fabrication by him. Moreover, first generation is still his grandfather, and Fenji has no reason to be dark. In terms of strength and affinity, Senju Hashirama has nothing to say. But Fenji really couldn't agree with the way he handled things and his unique thinking. For example, first, does the establishment of Shinobu Village bring peace? Please look at it with your eyes, the first war in the ninja world, the second war in the ninja world. Konoha, how many people died in Senju? Although the number of wars has decreased, tens of thousands of people have participated in each outbreak, and the number of deaths is more than several times that of the Sengoku period. There was no sound. No one can stand up to refute Fenji's remarks. The tribesmen lowered their heads and sighed slightly. This is indeed true. In the two wars, Senju suffered a heavy loss, and the shinobi world seemed to be trapped in a cycle. War, self-cultivation, and then continue the war. People should treat their killings as justice in order to protect the land under their feet, and other ninjas in other ninja villages also think in the same way. Everyone has a reason to fight, as if their shinobu must be right and others must be wrong. This makes the scale of the war larger and fierce. So who is the one who can truly represent justice? No one can answer this answer. Second, Grandpa has always believed that people can understand each other so as to achieve real peace. For this reason, even during the Wu Ying talks, he generously chose to distribute the original Konoha. No, it is the tail beast belonging to the Senju clan. Give it to other shinobu village. Although in the end, my grandfather prevented the behavior he gave in vain and changed it to sell tail beasts in the form of buying and selling, but this behavior is still grossly wrong. It even directly led to the demise of the Uzumaki clan. This time, Fenji's remarks were even stronger than before. He directly threw the pot of the destruction of the Uzumaki clan on the head of first generation. At this moment, a figure slowly walked in at the entrance of the ancestral hall. People's eyes gathered in the past and they were a little embarrassed. That is Uzumaki Mito, wife of First Hokage. It seems that she is afraid that Fenji town will not be able to hold these old guys and come over and take a look. But the current atmosphere is a little inappropriate. People. I'm burying you, man. You continue, don't have to look at me. Mito was silent for a long time, walked to the edge of the ancestral hall and knelt down gently, picking up a piece of incense in his hand, looking lost in memory. However, Fenji watched it cleared, and the old man's spiritual position looked towards first generation seriously flashed unnaturally. Yeah. It seems that she has already understood this. Uzumaki Mito lived long enough, and some truths have already been figured out. The Uzumaki family. They are born Jinshuriki. In the past, they were able to stay in peace, which was the shelter of the Senju clan and their own strength. But there is also a reason, that is, those people have nothing to do with the Uzumaki clan, and there is no reason to make trouble with the Uzumaki clan. But when every village has its own tail beast and is worrying about the most suitable Jinshuriki, it will naturally target the Uzumaki clan. Why are Konoha's Jinshuriki so good? They can't. Distributing the tail beasts is the fuse of Uzumaki's extermination, but it is not a key factor. It is okay to put it out, but it cannot be said that Senju Hashirama is intentional. Fenji knows this too. Without continuing to mention Uzumaki, Fenji looked at the tangled tribesmen below and sighed. The truth he told is just like a nail that is eroding the faith of the people of the tribe. Mutual understanding? You have no strength, why do others understand you? The first ninja war broke out shortly after Hashirama died. What people fear is only your strength. Finally, it is the integration of Konoha theory that the three elders said. I want to show you something about this. He took out a list of statistics from his arms. Fenji motioned to the people below to look at it. The first one to watch is the three elders. When he swept across with his eyes, his face instantly changed. Immediately afterwards, the statistical list passed through the hands of all the tribesmen, and the atmosphere on the court completely fell into a trough. Why? Don't you dare to speak. I just made a very simple statistics, and I can see it clearly with my eyes. Fenji sneered and patted the table. Okay. Then I'll say it for you. Since the implementation of the plan to integrate Konoha, the people of the tribe. Okay. Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Mito, who was kneeling in front of the shrine, suddenly spoke. That's all for today's clan meeting. Please come back, everyone. She replaced Fengye and couldn't issue orders. The reason is simple, she also saw the list of statistics. Mito's words finally relieved the tribe, and turned away in relief. After a while, only Fengye, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Mito were left in the ancestral hall. Nawaki was taken away by Mito's eyes. I haven't finished talking yet. Fengye calmly walked to Uzumaki Mito. I know what you are going to say. Mito raised his head to look at Fengye, but those words are not appropriate for this kind of occasion, unless you want your words to appear on Sarutobi's desk. There are dogs. Fengye's eyes were clear. Sure enough, even Senju of Mori, there are dogs close to dogs inside. Grandma Mito is kind. Fengye's eyes eased a lot. And, do you know what you are doing? Mito spoke again. Refuting First Hokage, even, is instigating the relationship between the tribe and the village. You are the patriarch, but sometimes, even if you know that is the truth, you can't act rashly. That will harm you and the Senju clan. Slowly stood up, Mito sighed slightly, some things need to be done in secret. In the clan, I will help you clean up the unclean people. But you know what, Fengye? The road you choose is not blocked by others. It's Naruto, and my dead husband Kun, your grandfather, the god of ninjas. God of ninja? Fengye smiled freely and lifted Mito's trembling arm. So what? Although it is inappropriate to say that, after all, he is your husband Kun. But I just want to say. Ninja god. It's beyond him. Please live 2 more years. My age has just begun. Chapter 15. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The young master of the Senju clan graduated, and the promotion to the patriarch of Senju gradually faded. For Konoha's villagers and ninjas, this is destined to be nothing remarkable. Except for the Senju people who will bear the Senju surname in the future, there is no other place that has caused much sensation. After all, this Senju is no longer the invincible clan during the Sengoku period, and people's eyes on them have also changed. Konoha. Senju family land. It is still the training ground. Nawaki and Fengye stood under the scorching sun, punching and punching at the wooden stake in front of them. In front of them, the lazy woman with a graceful figure lay on a chair leisurely, reprimanding from time to time. It's almost there. Suddenly, Fengye's eyes flashed like a divine enlightenment, and the speed of punching was obviously much faster than before. Boom. A seemingly ordinary punch actually broke the wooden stake into pieces in an instant. Strange power, success in learning. After exhaling, Fengye shook his fist. Weird force. This is one of the unique abilities of the Senju family. It is the representative of ninjutsu. The caster must have extremely precise control of chakra to be able to control this ability. It is similar to the chakra covering the whole body after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were caught by impure world reincarnation for the second time. Fengye didn't want to learn strange powers. After all, he has his own unique inheritance. Orochimaru's template has been unlocked %, and he even controls a weaker power than Zero. But no way. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Fengye's heart is slightly warm. Although this woman was a little bit angry after the clan meeting because of her own grandfather, she was worried about herself from the bottom of her heart. She came back in a hurry, and still sneaked away from the battlefield. Third generation did not punish too much, but the new journey will begin soon. She was not sure whether she could protect her 2 younger brothers on the battlefield, so within 3 days, she became a demon and gave them special training. The minimum requirement to complete the special training is to learn strange power. It looks fierce without saying it, but that kind of eager eyes can't deceive people. But for the release of the strange power, Fengye was already the master on the first day. However, he didn't stop training, but used that kind of strange power attempt and his other moves to improve in all aspects. On ninjutsu. The Senju clan are the pioneers of the shinobi world. Even at 8 inner gates, the instigator of the king guy who nearly kicked the finale in the future was on the second master. It was Senju Tobirama who proposed the concept of 8 inner gates. Might Dai just perfected the 8 inner gates. Fengye knew this after he got Iryi's manual. But he always felt that Might Dai was still going in the wrong direction after all. The reason is simple. When Iryi proposed 8 inner gates, he wanted to improve the melee ability of the Senju clan. And because he considered that the side effects of 8 inner gates are too great, it will cause trauma that is difficult to repair for ordinary people, but the resilience of the Senju family is different from that of ordinary people. Even First Hokage Senju Hashirama was able to use Muji's healing method, so the embryonic form of 8 inner gates came out. Unfortunately, after second generation, Senju is gone. 8 inner gates became the things on the Book of Seals instead. At this stage, Might Dai has not opened Shikai except for the 8 inner gates, and Fenjai does not use him to perfect it. He even wanted to test whether the consumption of 8 inner gates could complement the perfect high-speed regeneration. Normal 8 gate. Even if the 8 gate is not fully open, how strong will it be? This is one of the reasons why Fenjai followed Tsunade on the training ground to hone his physique. Fenjai will not forget his promise to Uzumaki Mito. Beyond First Hokage, he is not just talking. With a strong physique as the cornerstone, coupled with the inheritance of Urichala, even if he does not awaken wood style, it is not Ashura's reincarnation, surpassing him is also inevitable. Looking at the shattered wooden stake, Fenjai sighed. He wanted to continue cultivating, but time was no longer allowed. Graduation means that he has become Konoha's ninja, just like Sarutobi Hiruzen said, becoming a ninja must be obedient. Even third generation, on the grounds that he is an elite of the Senju family, directly erased the mission restrictions, which means that he can accept C-level missions from the moment he graduates. This was nothing more than a method he used to speed up his exit from the village. Fenjai understood that his intrigue with the higher UPS had already begun. Let's go and meet the old man. The practice is over. Tsunade pulled Fenjai and Nawaki to the Hokage building with a sad face. As mentioned before, Fenjai and Nawaki eventually became disciples of Orochimaru. Only Kushina was not grouped together. As the future Jinshuriki of the village, third generation does not allow Kushina to have an accident, so the tasks given to her are only to be safer around the village. As for why the Orochimaru team has only 2 people, the reason is simple. This was the war years, and Jonin in the village was very busy. Therefore, the division of classes is also very rough, and it is normal for the teams to be uneven. What's wrong with you? Tugging at Tsunade's sleeve, Fenjai asked curiously. It's not Danzo's BD. Ahem. The old man said that this time Danzo will take his root ninja, many Umbu ninjas, and reinforcements from other ethnic groups to the front. At the same time, Danzo will take over the position of senior Shumao and become the new commander-in-chief. He really couldn't sit still. Fenjai suddenly. That's it. Sakumo Hatake led the Konoha shinobi to win consecutive battles, and even the killing of Cho's son and daughter-in-law had already been heated up, and this incident also pushed White Fang's prestige to the apex. Obviously, third generation did not want White Fang to continue to make military exploits, and the purpose of letting Danzo go to the Land of Rain was clearly revealed. But, is Danzo alright? Fenjai grinned and looked at Tsunade mysteriously. Sister Tsunade, I want to give Danzo a big gift. By the way, give us an outburst for the Jiro who died in the Senju clan. Out of breath? Tsunade's eyes lit up. She has witnessed the cruelty of war on the front lines. The report of the death of the Senju clan also made her extremely angry. Compared with Konoha's senior management, she now trusts Fenjai more. It's overcast. I am your ancestor. This time just charge a little interest. With a smile, Fenjai stepped into the Hokage building for the first time. Chapter 16. No accident. After stepping into the Hokage office, Orochimaru was also inside. The 3 days of graduation have been enjoyed, and the next is the real ninja career. Uncle Snake remained expressionless. But from his rather indifferent eyes, it was obvious that he had not had a good time for the past 3 days. No way. Fenjai's graduation assessment was announced by him. As teacher Fenjai, he told everyone that this disciple was very satisfied with his strength and talent. But the result of doing so is also obvious. He offended his boss and his teacher. Uncle Snake sees things thoroughly, and can often see the essence of the problem clearly. He just accepted a member of the Senju clan as a disciple, and he could feel anger from Danzo keenly. Well, why do so-called villages in Konoha exist? First Hokage once said that he can shoot anyone for Konoha, even if this person is his former best friend or even relatives. If you regard this sentence as the will of fire. So what kind of behavior in historical occasions these people are deliberately trying to make Senju disappear? Senju, isn't it a part of Konoha? The sharpness of the snake made him see the filth. Simply. He seems to have the same kind. But he chose to fight against this filth. Senju Fengye. My disciple. Where is the end of your wind? Looking at Fengye's eyes softened a lot, Orochimaru walked to his side step by step. Senju Fengye, Senju Nawaki. About the content of the mission, Orochimaru will tell you on the road in a while. Third generation was smoking a cigarette in front of Tsunade. He didn't really want to repeat the content of the task. But a keen woman will always find the problem in the details. She understood something from Orochimaru's eyes. Master Naruto, do you really want them to be on the battlefield? Called Hokage, not Sarutobi teacher. This shows that Tsunade has deliberately opened the distance between the two. This situation is not difficult to understand. Looking at the original story of Senju's disappearance and Orochimaru's guilty move after Nawaki's death, it is not difficult to see that Tsunade did not know that Nawaki also went to the battlefield at first. Even at the end of the war, Tsunade's attitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen changed drastically. He called the old man directly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was not unhappy. This is enough to illustrate the problem. It is true that Sarutobi is ashamed of Tsunade. And Tsunade also seems to have found some problems from the top. So after Nawaki died in battle, the Senju clan left the village disappointedly after their complete destruction. It's just different now. The existence of Fengye made Tsunade explode ahead of time about the high level's attitude towards his mentor. Send her two 10-year-old brothers to the battlefield? Although she had thought about this result early, when it happened, the emotion called anger still made her want to explode. Because they carry Senju's blood, they should contribute more to the village. Master First Generation once said that Senju will lead by example. That is the responsibility and the courage of Master First Generation. It is worthy of being imitated by everyone, even his descendants. Third Generation lighted the pipe calmly, with a calm tone. This is what the Senju family said. What's wrong with giving it to you Senju's descendants intact? You. The angry enough Tsunade had something to say, but Fengye next to her gently pulled her sleeves and shook her head. Sarutobi's words are not leaking, and at this stage of the war, Tsunade's public expression of dissatisfaction with Hokage will have a bad effect. But what kind of ability to bully Tsunade's head? With me, don't worry. The only person in the world who can beat you is me, and no one else is qualified except me. Giving Tsunade a reassuring look, Fengye turned his head to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have to say that he has a thick skin. But this does not mean that Fengye has no way to cure him. At least, he can still do it if he can't get off the stage. Master Third Generation is right. Grandpa did say such things. Looking at the picture of First Hokage hanging on the wall in remembrance, Fengye spoke again. Senju's bloodline should naturally take the lead. Similarly, Grandpa also rushed to the forefront for Konoha and Senju, and my grandpa was to help you, Naruto-sama, give his life after the death. There is nothing wrong with this. On the road. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. But then, Fengye's words gradually caused a subtle change in his face. Well, in addition to the first two generations of Hokage that came out of Konoha, as far as I know, the other ninja village shadows have taken the lead. For example, at this moment, 3rd Raikage AI of Cloud Shinobi Village. Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage Onaki. 3rd Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village, they are all on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. What are you going to say? Sarutobi's hand holding the pipe gradually increased. Then should you also take the lead? You have as strong combat power as you, even the first page of the ninja school textbook records that you are the strongest Hokage, no Guba. If you appear on the battlefield, you can naturally make Konoha's ninjas sacrifice a lot less, right? After all, apart from seeing your heroic side in textbooks, I have never seen it. Naruto-sama, underneath represents Konoha's ninja. Please play. With a pious face, Fengye couldn't help pulling out of his arms the forehead protector proved by Konoha Shinobi and pointed. Please play. Look at Onoji, look at AI, look at 3rd Kazekage. Look at your strongest Naruto. Ask yourself, do you deserve to be the first word? After speaking in one breath, the faces of Orochimaru and Tsunade next to Fengye suddenly became strange. Huh? Think about it carefully. It seems that our Lord Third Hokage has performed in addition to the negotiation with Second Hokage in the Land of Thunder at the end of the First Ninja War. There is no merit of penultimate. And since then, it seems that you have never been on the battlefield. Leading the way? This concept is what you said first, and it has nothing to do with me. Fengye straightened up and looked at Sarutobi, but his hand holding Tsunade was warm. Sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You shouldn't use Grandpa to press Tsunade. Nor should he bully Senju's clan leader in front of his clan leader. Position Hokage, the old man has a lot of work. Sarutobi seems to want to find an excuse for himself, such as being busy on official business. But no matter how heavy the work is, Konoha has a lot of talents. Even if you unfortunately died on the battlefield, you don't have to worry at all. What's more, Konoha also has 2 elite consultants with clear-headed management abilities. I believe that Konoha will go to glory under the leadership of Yutaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. You can rest assured. Fengye is aggressive and doesn't give Sarutobi a way out. Kid. A trace of anger flashed in Sarutobi's eyes, just about to say something. But at this moment, the door of Hokage's office opened. Rain Shinobi Village, don't use Konoha's Hokage. The old man will win the country of Rain in March. Here comes, it's Danzo. Chapter 17. Puff. Ha. When Danzo broke in and said this, everyone in the Hokage office except Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Take the battlefield of the land of Rain in 3 months. You are thinking about fart. Orochimaru sneered and didn't bother to look at Danzo. He sees people very accurately. I understand what Danzo is. Ambitious and desire to succeed. But he didn't have the ability to realize his ambitions and his courage. Undoubtedly, Danzo was jealous when he saw Heitake's success. Orochimaru affirmed that Danzo took the initiative to ask to go to the front this time. He didn't even put any enemies in his eyes. This is ridiculous. The Root Master holds the information of most ninjas, but Danzo, as the Root Leader, has not effectively absorbed those information. I can't see how strong others are, and I am always confident in myself. Shimura Danzo? He is just a joke. Do you really think that Konoha is the era of the first generation invincible ninja, or the second generation of iron-blooded wrists? Even Danzo always feels that even if there is no first generation second generation, Konoha without Senju is still the first ninja village. Why? Is it so difficult to admit that the decline of Senju is the decline of Konoha? Why can't a weak person see himself clearly and admit that he is weak? Orochimaru didn't understand. He only knew that when Danzo saw clearly the reality of the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain, he would find one objective reason after another to conceal his incompetence. Only in this way can he find the meaning of his existence. But then again, Danzo's trouble alleviated the embarrassment left by Fengye's aggressive questioning of Sarutobi. With a cough, Sarutobi finally spoke. As Hokage, the old man admits that everything he has done is inferior to first generation and second generation, but he has been doing his best for many years, and he thinks he is still a bit of credit. Just as Danzo said, the old man needs to stabilize the heart in Konoha, but if one day he needs to stand up to protect the village, the old man will give his life without hesitation like the first generation and second generation. Give your life? Fengye did not refute this time. He believed this sentence. You can suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen's character has a problem. From the standpoint of a bystander, this is a very contradictory person. To give his youth to Konoha, he desperately wanted to govern the village, but he didn't have the ability to kill the donkey while working hard. Isn't this a problem with your head? But when it comes to real crisis, he will also choose to protect this village. For example, the future Chunin exam. Just. Fengye's eyes flashed sharply. This does not mean that Fengye has any good feelings for third generation. Coming across, when he inherited the surname of the Senju clan, and even inherited the position of the head of the patriarch, it has been destined that he will be on the opposite side of Konoha's high levels. Whether he is low-key or high-key Senju Fengye, the enemy is the enemy, and he always makes trouble for himself. This is a contradiction that cannot be resolved, like the issue between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Since it is the enemy, then you don't need to be polite. This is Fengye's mission. In the Hokage office, the game between Fengye and third generation has ended with the arrival of Danzo. Before Danzo went to the battlefield, third generation had to explain some more things. Obviously, those things did not want Fengye and others to know that the short meeting was over. Step out of the Hokage building. Fengye raised his head slightly, enjoying the dazzling sunlight, and the boy looked around at the scene of the Hokage building. Finally, a sigh came. He can't see clearly. It was never the high-ranking Hokage who made up this village, but one group after another. He also doesn't understand that suppressing those ethnic groups and forcing those ethnic groups to weaken, in fact, is essentially Konoha's own weakening. Just like the Senju clan can hold up a piece of sky for Konoha, but when Senju falls, the sky will collapse. This village is no longer the first shinobu village. After picking up the falling leaves in the air and squeezing it to pieces with one hand, Fengye looked at Orochimaru, who was admiring. "Listen, what a good kid," said. At this time, Uncle Snake's heart was full of identity. But what surprised him was that a 10-year-old kid understood the truth, why his teacher didn't understand it at all. Is it an intellectual problem? Orochimaru didn't know. "Talk about the task, Mr. Orochimaru." Blinking at Uncle Snake, Fengye said. "It's a bit complicated." Speaking of the task, Uncle Snake looked solemn. This time Konoha sent a lot of reinforcements to the front. Tsunade and Danzo will lead them directly to the land of rain. And we. Speaking of this, Orochimaru paused and looked complicated. "Are the soldiers split?" "Still say. The revenge came so soon." Fengye remained calm. "I am an S grade, and you are in a grade. According to intelligence, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to use 8 tails as a deadly weapon on the battlefield. My task is to stop them from launching 8 tails. When I returned to the village this time, apart from accepting the 2 of you as disciples, I was also ordered to study the drugs that made Jinshuriki run away. And you two need to help me complete the task." Jinshuriki. 8 tails. Cloud Shinobi Village. When hearing these few messages, Fengye's brain worked wildly. Biola ratio. Formerly known as Fukai, it preceded Killer Bee's previous generation 8 tails Jinshuriki. The information about his death is that Killer Bee, the second ninja war, was killed by Orochimaru when he was still a child. Is it time? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually wants him and Nawaki to participate in this mission? Good boy. There really is you. The mission of a lifetime. Cloud Shinobi Village owns 2 Jinshuriki. It is easy to find the reason why it is not suitable to use the 2 tails. According to the data, the time when Wooden Golem became Jinshuriki was younger than Killer Bee. At the age of 2, she was already sealed with the tail beast. Counting the time, she is only 4 or 5 years old now, and Killer Bee is also a few older than her. Years old. Even if she is very talented, in the future, she can become a master tail animal and use the abilities of the second tail proficiently. Now she is just a child who can't do anything. So only 8 tails can be used. Want to understand this? Fengye already knows what level this character is. In the original book, Orochimaru can do it by himself, but if he and Nawaki are added, there will always be some changes. But Fengye-kun. Orochimaru stared into Fengye's eyes. Please tell me truthfully, are you afraid? Afraid? Fengye stroked her fast-beating heart, and her hand trembling slightly. Am I afraid? No. That is excitement. An excitement of eager to fight. His blood was stirring. Get on the road. The fist below is about to move. Chapter 18. Second brother, why doesn't teacher Orochimaru ask me if I am afraid? On the way, Nawaki asked curiously. You are a reckless man, that's different. Fengye said calmly. What is Mangzi? Nawaki scratched his head for unknown reasons. Isn't it a reckless man? In the original book, the man who ran into the detonating talisman trap the first time he went out on a mission. And since childhood, Nawaki has grown a lot after mixing with him, and at least he still has the courage of a man. This is not Orochimaru's distinction. Fengye's strength Orochimaru knows something about it, and only when Fengye puts down his fear during the mission can he better protect Nawaki. If Fengye is scared, Nawaki is naturally afraid, so there is no need to ask. The scenery along the way of the country of fire is nice. Unfortunately, because it is in a war period, even in places that have not been affected by the war, there will still be a sense of tension. This is the first time Fengye has left Konoha village. The excitement that was originally before stepping out of the village gradually became calm after embarking on the journey. He is not the eldest son of the Senju clan who went out to travel around the mountains. It is the patriarch of the Senju clan who bears responsibility. Orochimaru admired the speed of this adjustment. A child's temperament determines his height in the future, and he still looks forward to Fengye's performance. So, what Nawaki meant was that when you let Eight Tails run away and cause the riots in Cloud Shinobi Village, Nawaki and I need to intrude into the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village to take the files at the right time. The assistance mentioned in the mouth actually has another purpose. About to leave the area of the Land of Fire, the squad was out of rest. Fengye looked at Orochimaru and asked while checking his equipment. It's just a document. Orochimaru shook his head. There is only one target that is truly classified as dangerous. Third Raikage. The battlefield is in a stalemate. According to the intelligence, he has returned to Cloud Shinobi Village. As expected, he has plans to use Jinshuriki. But you can rest assured that when Eight Tails runs away, he will continue to fight Eight Tails to protect Cloud Shinobi Village. As long as the chaos is not calmed down, you are safe. The tail beast runaway is naturally the biggest thing in the village. For example, the chaos of Nine Tails in the future also left tragic memories to Konaha. But, looking at Orochimaru, Fengye wrote with emotion. You have to admit, Uncle Snake is a well-deserved talent. According to the original comic book, it is also from Eight Tails' own memories. In this runaway, Eight Tails was an illusion from beginning to end, and it couldn't even remember what the process was like at the end of the strait. The reason is that the pills developed by Uncle Snake are too powerful. The crazy pill that can make the tail beast fall into the illusion. He can study such things. Unlike Fengye, Orochimaru's scientific research talent is not only limited to ninjutsu, but also very good at other aspects. And this invention is probably one of the reasons that finally forced Orochimaru to defect to Konoha. Is it true that he left the village only because of human exposure? Definitely not. The human experimentation seemed abnormal when so many people disappeared in one breath. That was not Orochimaru's behavior. He would not foolishly use Konoha village children as experiments. Even a normal person would not commit crimes at his door, let alone a scientist like Uncle Snake, a cunning rabbit in the Three Caves. And it's impossible for third generation to know about human experiments. In Konoha village, how can it be so easy to escape Hokage size? It is the real reason for Orochimaru's defection. I am afraid that the high-level leaders are afraid that Orochimaru will fail to compete for the position of Hokage and will retaliate against the village. Kushina is close to giving birth, and the safety of Jinshuriki is above all else. They were afraid that Orochimaru would also use the same drug on Kushina. Probably, that's it. What they didn't expect was that even if Uncle Snake wasn't there, Nine Tails would still run away. In the end, the Uchiha clan carried the scapegoat and moved the family to the clan. What's wrong? Fengye-kun. It seemed that Fengye was distracted, and Orochimaru couldn't help but yelled. If you are worried about the task, Fengye-kun doesn't have to be like that. I will let Eight Tails run away as soon as possible in a short time, and then rush to the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village when we do it together. How can it be that simple? Fengye smiled. He knew Orochimaru was kind. But it's easier said than done, but it's not so easy to do. Time waits for no one. God knows what accidents will happen then. Orochimaru must not be easy, and support may be difficult. And Fengye is certain that if his mission fails this time, he will face the positive pressure of third generation. No, I just want to know what kind of method Orochimaru teacher will use to make Eight Tails run away. That's it. Uncle Snake was stunned, his face suddenly flashed a certain complacency, and he took out a bottle from his arms. The small blue pill inside looked rather strange. Pills? Can you show me? Fengye asked curiously. This. After hesitating, Orochimaru finally opened the bottle and handed the pills to Fengye. It's hard to get the materials. Just one piece has consumed all the reserves in my laboratory. But the effect is also outstanding, not to mention Eight Tails, even Nine Tails. As if quite satisfied with his work, Orochimaru couldn't help but say something extraordinary for a while. But looking at Fengye, Uncle Snake shut up quickly. Nine Tails Jinshuriki is my grandmother. Such remarks seemed to reveal something. Fengye shook his head, not paying attention to Orochimaru's words. Effective for Eight Tails, Nine Tails naturally can't hold it. This is as it should be. But, slowly putting away the pills, Fengye fixed his gaze on the two big trees next to him, and then approached step by step. Su's powerful exploration of nerves has already made him discover the hidden bug. Sugar. So, do you know the medicinal properties of this thing? Huh. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Voice forwarding. Fengye, who was still standing there, turned into an after-image. At the next moment, he rushed to the front of the tree and stabbed it with a long knife. Puff. Different from the crispness of the trees being penetrated, the sound of the sharp weapon being submerged into the body and smashing the bones is creepy. The blood burst suddenly in the shadow of the human figure in front of the big tree and spilled on Fenjai's face. And the teenager remained calm from beginning to end. In the flames of war, we are reborn. Putting out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth, Fenjai showed a weird smile and stretched out his blood-stained hand to take off the forehead protector on the forehead of the corpse that was already in force. He is a Konoha shinobi. The roots, or umbu sent to solid Fenjai and others. Teacher Orochimaru. It seems that your teacher is not very relieved of you. Withdrawing the sword inserted into the corpse, the bloody breath only made Fenjai feel short-term discomfort and quickly adapt. That's it. After setting foot on the battlefield, he was in hell. Not adapting is a dead end. As soon as the voice fell, Fenjai's figure disappeared like a ghost again, a few flashes, and another ninja with a frightened face appeared in his hand. And this time, he carried the man and came to Nawaki's body. After the bloodbath, even the seedlings will grow. Nawaki, my brother. Pick up your Konoha. PK his heart. Chapter 19. The battle ended quickly. Under the horrified gaze of the tales coming out of Konoha, the slaughter was in order. Nawaki hacked someone for the first time, obviously a little uncomfortable. He doesn't have Fenjai's pervert psychological endurance. After all, he is still a child, and has lost the strength to think about life under the tree after he stabbed Kyowu into the enemy's heart. The rain fell at the right time, washing the blood on the ground. Obviously Orochimaru did not expect that the first time he left the village to cache it was not an enemy, but a ninja from the same village. This makes him even more angry. But this kind of anger has no place to vent, it can only turn the anger into the harshness of the attack. Go back to teacher Sarutobi and ask. No. That is very stupid. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can take the lead. He will say that these umbu ninjas were sent to protect Orochimaru and his group. He will also ask why Orochimaru attacked his village partners. This reason makes Orochimaru passivity, so even if he knows that these people are spying on him, he can only pretend not to know. He was suspected. There is no doubt about this. The reason is that a pill that can make the tail beast fall into madness has been researched out. It's more than that simple. I am afraid, it is also related to Fenjai. Orochimaru looked at his disciple in deep thought. In that test, after all, his teacher was not at ease with him, and he had even assumed him to be on Senju's side. Probably, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Allowing the rain to wash his face, there was a certain kind of surprise in his eyes. Senju Fengye. He is his own disciple. But until now, Orochimaru didn't realize that Fengye didn't use his full strength in the graduation exam. At the very least, the speed of that kind of ghost has even surpassed his teacher, and that kind of speed has not been used at all during the assessment. In addition, what shocked Orochimaru was the keen perception. Terrible perception. Even he didn't find these ninjas who followed out. Of course, it's not that Orochimaru's perception is poor, but that the people dispatched by Naruto this time have a problem. He knew these people. From the elite ninjas that Umbu absorbed from Konoha's Moonlight clan. Their master holds the extremely precious escape of that clan. The so-called escape is the ability to completely hide one's breath and make the whole body transparent. This ability can only be achieved by the few talented ninjas of the Moonlight clan. Hidden breath, unable to perceive chakra changes, even so, Fengye could easily discover it. It's like he found himself in the training ground of the Senju clan. How did he discover himself and discover these ninjas who followed behind? Orochimaru was a little confused. Fengye is not simple, he knows this very well. But that sense of mystery. Are you thinking about life? Mr. Orochimaru. Wiping the blood stained on his hands with a smile, Fengye walked to Orochimaru. After witnessing the blood, his mentality has undergone a subtle change. Fengye found out. He is quickly blending into this cruel world, this is the real world. If you don't kill, you will die. Thinking about life? Orochimaru smiled wryly. When you are desperately going to the battlefield to protect the people who, in turn, doubt you, you should really think about life. He couldn't help thinking about the meaning of what he did. Do you think it is easy to dive into Cloud Shinobi Village? Do you think it's easy to risk your life and let Eight Tails run away? That's something that can be done desperately. Watch out for the enemy. Have to watch out for behind yourself? What is the reason for this? I don't know about others. But Orochimaru-sensei, you can rest assured that you can leave it to me. Looking at Orochimaru's appearance, Fengye understood what he was thinking. Others will not feel good when doing this kind of thing. Give your back to your disciple? Orochimaru's eyes were complicated. He remembered his true thoughts when he took over the ninjutsu manual left by Second Hokage from Fengye. Get close to him and get more precious ninjutsu. But now, there seems to be a delicate relationship between the two. Real teachers and students? Also, if one day, Mr. Orochimaru has nowhere to go, Senju's door is always open to you. This is the promise of me, your disciple, as the patriarch of the Senju clan. This time, Orochimaru's eyes finally changed. The Senju family is the patriarch's promise? Thank you. After a long time, Orochimaru, who had recovered his peace, nodded. Maybe there will be that day. Orochimaru didn't know. He also didn't know that at this moment Fengye would say this as the patriarch because of his unintentional benevolence during the graduation assessment. As the first person to lend a helping hand to Fengye, he will never forget. After wiping the pills in his arms, Fengye smiled. With the system, he has spent 20 ability points to copy the pill formula, which means that as long as he has the materials, the pill that can make the tail beast crazy can be mass-produced. He has consulted the system, and it can be regarded as a precious material in the ninja world. There is everything in the system mall, and it is not expensive. In other words, Fengye is considered to have exclusive control of this ability to make the tail beast crazy after Orochimaru. This pill. Very useful. Konoha's watchers have all been killed, and Orochimaru team embarks on the journey again. Experienced Orochimaru used a special method to melt all the corpses into dregs. No one will know that they killed those people. And this incident can only be regarded as an episode for Fengye. After all, he and Sarutobi have reached the critical link of tearing their faces apart, and at this time, there is nothing unreasonable for him to monitor himself. But Fengye also understands. In Orochimaru's heart, the dissatisfaction with the senior and his teacher has taken root. The royal scientific research master of the Senju family is not far away. Thunder Country. As a traditional country that has long believed that force can solve any problem, their village also believes in the strong. As the most prominent martial artist, it is the physical and tyrannical third Raikage. It is said that he can face 8 tails with his body. Unlike Konoha, Cloud Shinobi village is located on a high mountain peak, often reverberating with deafening thunder. 3 days later, somewhere above the mountain peak, the Orochimaru team, ready to go, finally arrived at the designated location. In front of them is the Cloud Shinobi village surrounded by clouds. According to the plan, the action time is set tonight. If I can't reach the intelligence office of Cloud Shinobi village to support you before the storm passes, this will be the last place we meet. With that, Orochimaru drew out Konoha and carved a symbol under the hidden tree next to it. Fengye-kun and Nawaki must remember this symbol. If you cannot wait under special circumstances, this symbol means you are safe and you have already evacuated first. Erasing the mark, Orochimaru's eyes were serious. I will break the barrier of Cloud Shinobi village at the appointed time to attract the attention of those perceiving ninjas. You have plenty of time to go to the information room of Cloud Shinobi village. The specific location has been marked on the map. Remember, before 8 tails rages, you must hide yourself and not expose yourself. Spread. As the team leader, I announce, the mission. Start. Chapter 20. Night fell. Outside the barrier of Cloud Shinobi village, Fengye and Nawaki squatted quietly in the grass, observing the movement in front of them. Are you nervous? Taking a look at Nawaki, who seemed a little uncomfortable next to him, Fengye asked. No. Nawaki squeezed his stomach and pointed, I want to fart, but I'm afraid of getting rid of it. Is your fart so aggressive? Raikage can smell it in the office. Fengye's mouth twitched. Ms. Orochimaru said carefully. Nawaki scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's time to let you go, don't hold back your fart for a long time and become innocent, just jump out of something else. Speechlessly, he just kicked Nawaki's A, and Fengye didn't know what to say. This is the outskirts of Cloud Shinobi village. During the war, although the village will be on guard, Fengye's probe nerves suspiciously and keenly find a nearby ninja. With his radar on, there is no need to be nervous and dare not even fart. But it's not far from the agreed time. Looking at the time, Fenji's eyes flickered. Infiltrating Cloud Shinobi Village is just stealing information according to Third Hokage? Stop kidding. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, how could Fenji honestly be a dog for the third generation? He still has this awareness. So, coming to Cloud Shinobi Village, Fenji has his own ideas. Close your eyes slowly. The probing nerves that inherited Ulquiorra began to extend. After just a few breaths, Fenji seemed to have a huge map of Cloud Shinobi Village in his mind, and on the map, countless points of light suddenly appeared. That is the sole fluctuation of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village. Regardless of whether they are strong or weak, they have nowhere to hide under the strong perception. In this world where no one can hide the breath of the soul, Fenji's probing nerves is the strongest perception technique. The eyebrows are slightly raised. Fenji's probing nerves swept area after area. Raikage Building. Umbu Base. Cloud Shinobi Village Patrol Team. There is also Uncle Snake, who is trying to break the barrier. Soul fluctuations will not deceive. And the strength of a person can also be felt from the soul. The specific performance is that in the Shinigami world, Ryutsu's powerful people can easily suppress Ryutsu's inferior objects to the ground. There is no doubt that the strongest soul power in the entire Cloud Shinobi Village is the third Raikage. And because Jinshuriki is bound to the soul of the tail beast, the soul power will be extremely powerful. 3 very bright beams of light represent Raikage and 8 tails Jinshuriki. And found it. Suddenly opened his eyes, Fenji locked his true goal in Cloud Shinobi Village this time by exploring his nerves. It's time, Nawaki. Fenji's mouth twitched when he waved his hand at the younger brother who lifted his pants in the distance. Did some kind of chemical reaction happen to that fart in the end? In the darkness, 2 figures rushed into Cloud Shinobi Village. At this time, in the Raikage building, the third Raikage was sitting in a chair, looking at the anonymous letter in front of him, lost in thought. The consultants and assistants next to each other dared to step forward and interrupt. This is the biggest difference between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konaha. In Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage has absolute authority. But the same third Raikage never disappoints the villagers who believe in him. Regardless of his 5 big and 3 rough looks, he is delicate in mind, treats the villagers very gently, and is also the most trusted companion on the battlefield. This confirms that sentence. It is not that you can be recognized as a film, but you can be recognized by people to become a film. This sentence was vividly expressed on him. Similarly, in the Third Ninja War in the future, he also voluntarily chose to sacrifice himself for his companions. Real man regrets tens of thousands of Iwagakuer ninja legends have not yet been staged at this time. Is everything arranged in the intelligence room? Finally, Raikage's earned-sounding words broke the silence of Raikage's office. Master Raikage, don't worry, the intelligence personnel inside have been replaced by Umbu's elite ninjas, and there are traps on the periphery to prevent escape. If someone breaks in without authorization, they can definitely be taken. The man next to him answered quickly. Well, not bad. Putting down the letter paper in his hand, Raikage loosened his shoulders that were a little tight because of muscular muscles. For this kind of information, we cannot believe it all, nor can we not believe it. The above said that he wanted to give us a big gift at Cloud Shinobi Village. He fart. In addition to the need to strengthen the security of the intelligence room, the safety of the village must also be guaranteed. I fell down to see, who is so bold on the ground who dared to come to my Cloud Shinobi Village to steal secrets. With sharp eyes, Third Raikage guessed the source of this letter. But if Fenji were there, he would definitely understand something. Raikage's control of the intelligence room has been strengthened. This is enough to show that the content of his mission has been leaked. Master Raikage, there is movement in the barrier. At this moment, a figure rushed into Raikage's office and reported the situation with an anxious look on his face. Are you coming? Raikage squeezed his fist, and just as he wanted to continue to say something, a deafening sound went straight into the sky. Roar. This is 8 Tails. Raikage's expression suddenly changed and stood up instantly. He had only one idea at this moment. I have been toyed with. Second brother, this doesn't seem to be the route to the information room, right? When the huge figure of 8 Tails appeared in the same place, Nawaki, who saw this scene for the first time, swallowed. But after looking around, after comparing the map in his hand, Nawaki noticed something was wrong. It's getting farther and farther from the information room. Yes, Fenji didn't go to the intelligence room. No hurry, grab a little girl first. Looking left and right, the entire Cloud Shinobi village became extremely chaotic after Eight Tails roared. The running villagers, the bewildered ninja, and the trembling buzzing of the earth. This scene is comparable to the Nine Tails chaos in the original book. Little girl. Nawaki was taken aback, looked at Fengye with a strange look, and said that his gaze at Fengye began to slowly downward. Brother, you have grown up. What's in your head? Fengye flipped through helplessly. Byakugan was too lazy to explain anything. After pulling him to a corner of the street, he pointed to the wall in front of him. You wait here, I'll be right back. After speaking, he didn't give Nawaki a chance to talk nonsense, so he went straight up. By wooden golem, today's mood is not very good. It may be the girl's instinct that tells her that it seems that something will happen. So after returning from the ninja school, she returned home early to take a bath and sleep. But while she was enjoying the joy of warm water, the deafening sound forced her to put on her bathrobe and rushed to the window and looked over. The roar was familiar. At least the two in her body are very familiar. It told wooden golem that Eight Tails had gone violently. It seemed to lose its sanity and was quite painful. As Jinshuriki, the kind-hearted wooden golem is like rushing out to help his companion. But just when she wanted to wipe off her wet hair, a silver-haired boy suddenly appeared in front of the window. This boy looks a few years older than himself, looks good, and has a great temperament. He belongs to the kind of little boy who can easily make little women fall in love at first sight. But she is not a small woman by wooden golem. She was sure that she did not know this guy, did not know, and appeared here. Her identity could only be an enemy. Withdrawing Kyowa to protect his chest, wooden golem looked at Fengye vigilantly. But that handsome man's next move was directly stunned by wooden golem. Well, the rice tan is long and straight, lowly, you are right. Fengye smashed the glass with a punch, and Fengye jumped into the room, and then involuntarily snatched Kyowa from her hand. Taking advantage of the trend, she put the prepared handkerchief in her mouth and threw it on the quilt next to her. She skillfully rolled the quilt, and directly lifted it up to her shoulders, which was restrained by the wooden golem and could not move. All day long, the movements are smooth and flowing, as if this is not the first time he has done it. What is he going to do? Flower thief? Beasts? Pervert? The Gagyu wooden golem was full of horror. Over the wall, land safely. Nawaki hurried over when he heard the movement. And when he saw the wooden golem, he drew out Konaha with a grimace. Second brother, why don't you kill this little lady and avenge Jen's hung brother? At this moment, wooden golem was completely desperate. She just wanted to know one thing before she died. Who is the root? Did she mess with him? Chapter 21. This brat. Fengye sighed. Believe it or not, if I put her down, you will not be able to beat her. Is that exaggeration? Nawaki curled his lips. The value of taking her away is far more valuable than killing her. Pinched by wooden golem's chin, Fengye looked calm. If it wasn't for Uncle Snake's too much movement and attracted the ninja guarding you wooden golem, it would take a lot of means for him to catch the opponent. In contrast to taking advantage of the chaos to obtain the secrets of Cloud Shinobi Village, Fengye naturally chose to take away Jinshuriki. Did you know? Lifting up wooden golem's chin, Fengye stared into the little girl's eyes. Tailed beast, once belonged only to Senju. Now I am just carrying out the steps that should be taken to return the property to its original owner. Senju seems to understand something by wooden golem. The Senju family. Konoha shinobi. The identity of the man in front of him seemed to have been revealed. But isn't he afraid that his actions will escalate the Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha war? Fengye is naturally not afraid. He also longed for a decisive battle at Cloud Shinobi Village. Instead, it was Third Hokage Senju Hiruzen that had a headache, and it had nothing to do with him. Once Senju Hashirama sold tail beasts to other villages, and Fengye publicly opposed Senju Hashirama's decision to sell tail beasts when Fengye was in office. Now he is the patriarch of the Senju clan. Fengye thinks he has the right to take back the sold tail beast. It's a big deal to lose you a few money, and he doesn't even want to give it. But no matter what the result is, when he returns to Konoha with wooden golem, he will return with penultimate credit. The great feats of the Senju clan chiefs going deep behind enemy lines will also increase Fengye's prestige to a level, which will be more conducive to controlling the Senju clan in the future. Even his purpose for taking wooden golem away is much more than that. Jinshuriki. Sarutobi, Danzo. You must really want it, right? Unfortunately, this belongs to Senju. Seemingly interested, Fengye's emotions came to the top and confiscated, and he took a bite to Yu Wooden Golem's small face, and then proficiently carried her on his shoulders again. He is declaring sovereignty. Sovereignty of the tail beast. Damn it. I'm afraid it's not my second wife in the future. After seeing this scene, Nawaki finally realized. If it is the second wife. I just said that she is a little BCH, and I want to avenge Jen's hung brother. This. The misunderstanding is a bit big. After recovering, Nawaki quickly approached Yu Wooden Golem and bowed. Sister-in-law, don't take the words to your heart. Sister-in-law? Where does this go? Straight through Byakugan by Wooden Golem. The task continues. Eight Tails is still raging. But when a stalwart man stood in front of Eight Tails, its pace of destruction finally stopped. Third Raikage. There was anger on his face at this time. He feels that he has been played, and it's great for others to play him. Tang Raikage, who was fooled by a letter, put the focus of defense on the intelligence room, but ignored the most important strategic resource of the village. Tailed Beast. When he returned to the village this time, he wanted to have a good chat with Burabi, and use Jinshuriki's power on the battlefield to contribute to Cloud Shinobi Village. After all, Burabi's state is a bit strange recently, so this kind of conversation is still necessary. But now, he has received the news. The 8 tails in Burabi's body was completely removed, and he himself has lost his vitality. What does this mean? In a short time, at least before Wooden Golem and the next generation of 8 tails Jinshuriki grow up, Cloud Shinobi Village will lose an important strategic weapon. It is not easy to train a Jinshuriki, and the most difficult thing is to get the approval of the tail beast. Burabi is so good that even 8 tails is willing to give him chakra. And now, everything is in vain. Seeing the 8 tails who went crazy in front of him, even missing a horn, Raikage's angry teeth were itchy. Who is playing him on Earth? Snee. At the same time, Konoha Village. In Naruto's office. Danzo sneezed out of nowhere, directly aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him and hit it. It just so happened that Sarutobi smoked hard, and his face was blue after a puff. What do you mean? As the commander-in-chief of the front line, I asked you to explain your work ideas. That's how you explained it? Third generation looked at each other with a nasty expression, wishing Danzo to roll to the country of rain immediately. Tsunade has already set off. This is not to say that the commander-in-chief has to plan a tactic, and it will pass a few days later. However, calling him today, there are other things. Count the time, Orochimaru and the others have arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village. Danzo didn't intend to explain the sneeze problem at all, and changed the subject on his own. Anyway, he was about to leave the village for the front line of the rain country, and it was impossible for Sarutobi to wear small shoes for him. He should have seen the news I left for Raikage. Obviously. That letterhead was given to Raikage by him. Are you sure it won't affect Orochimaru's plan? Third generation took a breath and looked solemn. No. Danzo shook his head, and this is my brilliance. Are you smart? Sarutobi shook his head disdainfully. I mentioned the intelligence room deliberately. If I think about it according to normal people's thinking, even if I don't believe it, I will strengthen my defense. But it is inevitable that they ignore other issues. I even said that I helped Orochimaru to get him closer to 8 tails Jinshuriki. What then? Sarutobi is waiting for the following with interest. At that time, 8 tails will run wild, Jinshuriki will die, and Third Raikage will have no place to sneer. But he caught 2 members of the Senju clan, and even one of them was the patriarch of the Senju clan. You said, what would Third Raikage do? Exhale. Sarutobi smiled, took a leisurely pistol and nodded, as expected of Danzo. Enough to damage. What can Third Raikage do? Anyone can guess it, nothing more than 2. 1. Kill Fengye and Nawaki to vent their anger. 2. Catch them and go to Konoha to negotiate for an explanation. Either way, they will permanently solve Fengye's trouble. The first Fengye died directly. And the second, he called the captive return to Konoha, then the so-called genius and the like will all turn into a bubble. Even Fengye, who has lost his aura, wants to control his tribe in the future. The Senju clan don't want a waste to be the head of the patriarch, and will not obey the order of waste. Thinking of this, Sarutobi leaked a satisfied smile. I have to say, This time Danzo calculated it well. But one thing is overlooked. A very critical question. That is whether Fengye stupidly enters the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village and then gets caught honestly. Especially after he has already obtained the second tale that is more meaningful than intelligence. What's wrong, second brother? Cloud Shinobi Village. Only 100 meters away from the information room. Nawaki looked at Fengye, who stopped and looked strange and asked suspiciously. Now that the chaos is not over, it is a great opportunity. No need to go in. Carrying wooden golem, Fengye grinned. His probing nerves have already discovered that this so-called intelligence room is waiting for him to throw himself into the net. Needless to say, his mission on this trip has been exposed. At this moment, all his thoughts were straightened out. Orochimaru's mission was received from third generation and Danzo, and there is no one other than them who can leak information. Want to get rid of me with the help of Cloud Shinobi Village. Sure enough, I knew this task was not easy. It's a pity. Yin is quite overcast, but it's a waste of energy in front of me. With a sigh, Fengye shook his head, and by Yin. I said, I am your ancestor. Sprinkle. 8 Tails ran away. Raikage should be very angry. Let me give you a reason to go wild. He took out Konoha's forehead protector from his arms and threw it on the ground. The boy carried wooden golem and turned around. Forehead protector. This is the most direct evidence. Regardless of whether the bread contains the planting factor, Fengye gave him the opportunity to take revenge on Konoha. Underneath is not only Yin. It's a little bit more cruel than you. Enjoy, the anger from Raikage. Chapter 22. You know what, Nawaki? Where there are people, there will be fights. These are inevitable. Moreover, every village will be dirty and dark under the sun, and people will move forward cautiously, looking for short-term peace. But sometimes, I have to stand up and choose to confront those people head-on. The second brother started again. Outside Cloud Shinobi Village, on the mountain where the first gathering was. Nawaki looked at Fengye next to him in confusion. But this time, he seemed to understand something. Yeah. Looking at the attitude of the second brother from graduation to the present, even he can tell. Brother, a bit high profile. Even if he knew that Musayu Linfang would destroy it, it was impossible for the second brother to not understand. But sometimes in this world, you have no choice. According to the second brother's words, he is not high profile, but unfortunately it is the tribe on the battlefield. Those who want to deal with the Senju clan must have a goal to attract their attention, and the second brother chooses to stand up and bear everything by himself. Wiping a handful of blood from his face, Nawaki shuddered. He even knew that after returning to Konoha this time, the second brother would be more high profile than before. Reminiscing about the crazy appearance of those people when he and his second brother drove out of Cloud Shinobi Village just now, he understood that the identity of the second sister-in-law is not just a little girl. Especially just now, after he learned from the second brother's mouth that the true identity of the second sister-in-law was Jinshuriki, it was completely messed up. Jinshuriki. Same as Grandma Mito. Once the tail beast in their body runs away. Looking at 8 Tails, which was still roaring in the distance, Nawaki couldn't help but swallow. What does it mean for the second brother to bring back Jinshuriki? It's time to go, Nawaki. Picking up wooden golem again, Fengye took a deep breath. His probing nerves have found that many ninjas rushing out of Cloud Shinobi Village are chasing in all directions, and one of the squads is heading for this. Didn't you wait for Uncle Snake after all? After hiding the 2 symbols under the tree, Fengye looked around. Uncle Snake didn't come, but this situation was reasonable. 8 Tails' runaway was unexpected, but Raikage was able to stop 8 Tails, and eventually the storm would subside. But Fengye was certain that AI must have got the news of Wooden Golem's disappearance. Although the entire Cloud Shinobi Village is chaotic, the general order has not collapsed. Raikage is responsible for blocking 8 Tails, and his men have sent a signal to start searching in all directions for the trail of Wooden Golem. Under this circumstance, not only Cloud Shinobi Village, but also the entire Thunder Country has entered a state of combat readiness, and the domestic passages will also be closed. And around Cloud Shinobi Village, which is the closest to the incident, the level of alertness will also increase several levels. Uncle Snake couldn't come here to meet at the stipulated time, so it was easy to explain. Fengye knew that it would be sooner or later to stay here to be exposed, and now he and Nawaki must take advantage of the chaos to leave. Even if you leave this mountain, the way back is probably several times more difficult than when it came. This is a bloody battle. It is also the only way for Fengye to change. Even if you have the nerve to detect, you can avoid fighting as much as possible, but the frontal conflict cannot be avoided under such a tight blockade. But, looking at his system panel, Fengye licked his chapped lips. Just after he came out of Cloud Shinobi Village, he found that his daily practice mission had changed. It seems that because the system can distinguish whether Fengye is in a safe state by itself, the tasks given to people are different. Host, Senju Fengye. First Legacy, Ulquiorra. Unlocking Progress, 7.2%. Ability Master. Ringing, Intermediate, High-Speed Regeneration, Intermediate, Steel Leather, Elementary, Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Exploring Nerves, Intermediate, and Imaginary, Elementary. Ability Points. Daily Mission. Due to insisting on the host environment change, the combat mission template has been opened. Combat Mode. Control yourself and control the enemy in the battle. In this mode, the host gains template progress speed increased by 50%. After each battle, the system will give the host template progress rewards and other rewards according to the combat intensity. This mode will be completely unlocked when the host returns to the safe area. After unlocking, you can freely switch between combat mode and daily mode. Please explore the specific functions yourself. Combat Mode. New features unlocked by the system. But it seems to be temporarily turned on. But when Fengye returns to Konoha, he can freely control whether to turn on the combat mode. Obviously, this mode switching is very convenient. In a safe place, he can improve the template progress through training, and if there is no time to practice on the battlefield, he will use the combat mode to gain the template progress in battles to improve his strength. Both have their own conveniences. But now, there is no doubt that the battle mode is more suitable for Fengye. Looking at the way down the mountain, Fengye drew the Thor's sword and pointed it far away. 3 Chunin, 5 Genin. Nawaki, are you afraid? Am I afraid? Senju Mengzi smiled grimly, and swiped Konaha against the air. My big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Turning over Byakugan, Fengye turned the rope to secure the quilt wrapped in wooden golem tightly on himself. The real test has begun. In the distance, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have appeared. Fengye's eyes are cold. The Thor's sword in his hand seemed to understand the buzzing in his heart. Cloud Shinobi Village, the land of thunder. Its former owner is buried here. Fengye never forgot the death of Senju Tobirama. He and Cloud Shinobi Village are feuds. Kill. Respond to forward movement. The figure of the young man landed in front of the leader Chunin like a ghost, and the Thunder God's sword stabbed into his chest involuntarily. And the emotion on that person's face changed accordingly. Surprised, horrified, and then unwilling to hesitate and hideous. His chest was pierced, but his ferocity aroused. He exhausted his last weapon to stab Kyowa towards Fengye, but the boy's reaction speed was beyond his expectation, and he blocked him with his arm before he finished his action. Puff. Blood flowed slowly from the position where Kyowa was connected to his arm. But the pain made Fengye very awake. Staring at the ninja who seemed to be satisfied with the dying counter-attack in front of him, the young man with blood on his face showed a weird smile. Do you think your desperate counter-attack can really hurt me? Calmly used the other hand to pull out the kunai that was stuck in the arm. The last sight the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja saw was the wound that had healed in just a few seconds. Cancel the iron skin. I just want to see the resilience of the Senju family plus the effect of high-speed regeneration. Since the goal is achieved, then. Abandoning the body of the man, Fengye turned his gaze at the surrounding Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, showing a familiar gentle smile. Please die. Chapter 23. The Country of Fire. Konoha. Inside the Naruto office. At this time, the atmosphere in the room was a bit unpredictable. The old Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette. Orochimaru stood silently below. 2 Naruto consultants sat next to Sarutobi. You did a good job this time. Konoha will remember everything you did for the village. Orochimaru. After a while, Mito Kato Homura spoke slowly. As a Naruto consultant, he is responsible for organizing the task scroll, giving an evaluation and reward for this task. Long before Orochimaru would come, Sarutobi had asked him to pass his breath. As for the rewards given to Orochimaru, they also knew in their hearts. But, squinting his eyes, Mito Kato Homura let out a sigh. Of course, for the deaths of Senju Fengye and Senju Nawaki. They are not dead. Below, after hearing Mito Kato Homura's words, Orochimaru retorted very calmly. 2 of his disciples are not dead. Must not die. Of course, we do not rule out this possibility. Yodaten Koharu also spoke at the right time. But Orochimaru, based on your description in the quest scroll, you can see that Cloud Shinobi village was in chaos after 8 Tails ran away. At the same time, the entire Thunder Country seems to be on full alert. Although we don't know the reason for the alert, it is because of 8 Tails or other reasons, but you have said yourself that it is not easy to cross the cordon of the Land of Thunder and return to the Land of Fire. Even if it's you can hardly return to the village. After a pause, Yodaten Koharu sat up straight. 2 genins who just graduated, why are you so confident? Only those 2 symbols representing safety. Don't be naive. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. The situation in Thunder Country is indeed very special. He doesn't know what happened, which makes Raikage frantic and makes the whole country nervous. Yes, the village suffered a lot of damage from the attack, but 8 Tails has been controlled. Shouldn't they shrink their defenses and rectify the village during the war? Why send countless ninjas outside to block the country? He is back. But he also paid a lot of price, but he discovered another thing along the way in the Kingdom of Thunder. And he didn't mention it to the senior management. 2 Tails. Fengye-kun. Did you do it? Before returning, he went to the mountain to confirm the situation, and he was relieved when he found the 2 symbols. But after returning to the village, Orochimaru did not find Fengye and Nawaki, and quickly came to the Hokage office to confirm the situation. What surprised him was that the 2 consultants seemed to know something in advance, and they also determined that Fengye was dead. This is not in line with common sense. If you can explain it, then there is a problem with the task itself. I seem to be calculated again. The cold color in Orochimaru's eyes became thicker, and the only part of Konoha in his heart was quickly disappearing. The village? Teacher? High level? One is more hypocritical. For the sake of that little benefit, I did everything possible to calculate the 2 children, even if they don't have their faces. You count my disciples, don't blame me for concealing information. Tianli cycle, this is what it should be. You can't say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a cigarette, suddenly spoke. Orochimaru remained silent. He wanted to see what his teacher had said. Senju Fengye and Senju Nawaki may not have been killed, but I think they are more likely to be captured by the enemy. If it's the latter, there is still a chance. The old man promises that if Raikage uses them as a bargaining chip to negotiate, Konoha will do everything possible to protect their safety. This directly made Orochimaru laugh. The hoarse voice never concealed his sarcasm and disdain. Uncle Snake looked directly at his teacher. Ms. Sarutobi. It seems that Fengye-kun and Nawaki will have an accident. Are you doubting me? Orochimaru. Sarutobi shook the soot and remained calm, but both he and Orochimaru knew that Orochimaru's self-assertion during the graduation examinations had already lost the trust between them. I'm just explaining the facts. The mission itself is very dangerous. At first, I didn't want Fengye and Nawaki to go. Yes, the person who graduated Fengye is, in the final analysis, you. Good guys. Going around and pushing the heaviest responsibility on myself. Yeah, Orochimaru, if you use snacks during the assessment and do not say that you recognize his strength as a teacher, we will not make a decision that he can take the risk of this task. I suggest you have this time to discuss with us whether he was killed or not. It's better to think about how to face Tsunade and face Mito-sama. Yodaten Koharu followed. Is she wrong? At least not in the eyes of outsiders. It was Orochimaru who told everyone during the assessment that Fengye's strength can graduate, and it is enough to be his disciple capable of protecting himself. But now there is a problem. This responsibility should be borne by Orochimaru. So, even Uzumaki Mito can't blame them. And Orochimaru will also bear the imprint of unknown people, which will have a great impact in the future. This is the calculation of 3rd generation. From the beginning, Orochimaru has fallen into his trap. Sarutobi Hiruzen tells everyone with practical actions, not to obey his orders and do things according to his thoughts. This is the end. Starting today. Neither Senju nor the disobedient Orochimaru is considered a threat. When I think of this, 3rd generation smiles. Konoha, after all, is not Senju's time. Orochimaru was silent. After tearing off that layer of disguise, he saw clearly the true face of his teacher. This is the real you. The atmosphere in the office began to liven up. Sarutobi and the two Naruto consultants are very satisfied with this result. But this atmosphere changed after a ninja who was in charge of sending orders opened the door. Master Naruto just received the news that Senju Fengye, the patriarch of the Senju clan, and his cousin Senju Nawaki have returned to the village. What did you say? For an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up from his chair with a face full of disbelief. Lord Naruto, according to Fengye's narrative. This time, he still captured Cloud Shinobi Village's strategic weapons. Two-Tail Jinshuriki. Chapter 24. You don't know how rich his face was just now. Senju clan backyard. The afternoon sun makes people feel warm and comfortable. After hearing the news of Fengye's return, Orochimaru came to look for his disciple as soon as possible. Yeah. Fengye-kun is more leisurely and relaxed than he thought. He was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun, while a 7 or 8-year-old girl stood beside him with a fan and fanned him. If nothing else, she would be Jinshuriki. Although I haven't seen it in just a few days. But Uncle Snake keenly discovered that the temperament of his disciple had changed again. A bit more stable and decisive than before. Orochimaru is nothing more than that. Unlike the easy infiltration of going to Thunder Country, when he came back, it took a lot of thought to cross the line of defense. He didn't ask Fengye about the specific process, but he could also think that the road was not easy. It will always grow after the battle. His wind is more enthusiastic than before. Uncle Snake knows this very well. Even if Mr. Orochimaru doesn't say it, I can probably guess what it is like. Fengye grinned. Along the way, he had already thoroughly studied Sarutobi Hiruzen's careful thoughts. Like borrowing the hand of Cloud Shinobi Village to deal with yourself? What a pity. Even if Senju Fengye didn't have the pervert perception of nerves, he wouldn't obediently enter the information room of Cloud Shinobi Village to give someone a head. After all, it was a task given to him by the senior management, and caution was necessary. But, Sarutobi's expression? I'm afraid it's no different from eating shit. The well-planned calculation rushed into the air, and he brought back Jinshuriki and Cloud Shinobi Village in front of everyone. What's wrong with such a feat, even if he didn't obtain the information in the intelligence room? He was not dead, and he was not captured. This is the best excitement for Sarutobi. He said you were dead, and he swore it down. The voice slowed down, and Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Obviously, he wanted to remind Fengye of something in this way, while also expressing his position. There was an ambush in the intelligence room, and he naturally believed that I was dead. Fengye said calmly. There is an ambush? Orochimaru suddenly woke up, and the next moment a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. His IQ is not low, even if he doesn't want to admit that this mission was really leaked, but now the facts are in front of you. I, Orochimaru, was played. But I didn't go in. Fengye gave Orochimaru a relieved look, and I threw the forehead protector at their door. Forehead protector? Uncle Snake was taken aback, and then held out his thumb in admiration. Nice job. If the frustrated Raikage finds the forehead protector, it's certain that Yuki Hikasuke asks the crime. And originally, Cloud Shinobi Village, which can only suffer from dumb losses, will also find a target for venting because of this forehead protector. The so-called confidential tasks have become non-confidential. If the top management leaked Fengye's mission to Cloud Shinobi Village, then Fengye would leak the top secrets to the other party. This is a kind of revenge. Konaha's unbearable revenge. Fengye doesn't care what Raikage will do afterwards. He has his own way of coping. How are you going to deal with her? Taking a look at Wooden Golem, Uncle Snake asked suddenly. The existence of Jinshuriki is sensitive. Orochimaru, who knows Fengye, is certain that he has no plans to hand over the two tails. But in that case, he will directly face the pressure brought by the senior management. And when his voice just fell, his eyes had already seen Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had opened the door of the yard and walked in the distance. And the two Naruto consultants behind him. If it hadn't been for Danzo to have rushed to the front, I am afraid he would be there at this time. I don't know the rules, but Hokage doesn't get up to greet him when he comes. The atmosphere changed instantly. Mito Kato Homura spoke immediately, and the target he pointed at was Fengye. Don't understand the rules? Fengye was still lying on the recliner basking in the sun, but tilted his head to look at Wooden Golem next to him. Did you hear a dog barking just now? Barking? Mito Kato Homura's expression changed and he wanted to speak out, but Fengye didn't give him any chance. The sound retweeted, the ghost-like figure fell in front of him and directly pinched his neck. Presumptuous. Seeing this scene, Yudet and Kohara yelled out 2 words in furious anger, but Fengye grabbed his neck before finishing the words. The ring was launched again. Fengye had already landed at the gate of the small courtyard with 2 consultants. Well, now that the rules are mentioned. Then, as the head of the Senju clan, I will tell you the same, Senju's rules. Bang. Bang. With both hands hard, Fengye didn't even politely hit the 2 people's heads into the door of the small courtyard and hung them on it, but his face still had the familiar gentle smile on his face. Remember, you must knock on the door next time you come in. This is the rule. In Senju's clan, there is no other dog barking. There is only one voice, and that voice belongs only to the patriarch of Senju. Everything happened too fast. After the 2 consultants' heads slammed into the hospital door and groaned in pain, Sarutobi's fists and sharp eyes completely locked Fengye. It seems he will do it at any time. The scene in front of him even surprised Orochimaru next to him. Although he knew that Fengye was here to add blockage to Sarutobi when he came back this time, but he didn't expect it to be so big when he came to play. Shove the heads of 2 consultants into the door in front of Hokage? Tell them to knock on the door next time they come? This is no longer a provocation. It's a stark insult. He is trampling on the dignity of Sarutobi's position as Hokage. Will it fight? Uncle Snake moved slightly to Fengye's side. And this subtle movement made Fengye feel warmer. But fight? No. Uncle Snake thinks too much. Even if he and Sarutobi tear their faces apart, they still don't know how to do it on the surface. Sarutobi, dare not do it. Returning to his recliner, Fengye motioned to Wooden Golem to continue fanning, and finally looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengye said, "It is the enemy, he will not retain any possible reconciliation attitude. Especially the person in front of him just calculated himself. It is Fengye's greatest kindness not to kill the 2 consultants directly. Even if there is no knock on the door, the Senju Patriarch should not attack the consultant. They belong to the high level of the village and have contributed a lot to the village." Sarutobi looked at Fengye calmly, and this time his name was changed to Chief Senju. "Then what?" Fengye raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, the Senju clan is also one of the high-level villagers, and I, the head of the Senju clan, inherited the will of fire of the 1st generation and 2nd generation adults. It's also a high-level Konoha, right? I teach my colleagues how to behave politely. Does Hokage-sama think it's wrong? Is this to bring Senju back to the center of power in the village?" Sarutobi took a deep breath and showed his energy. "It's not impossible. But both 1st generation and 2nd generation made penultimate credit for Konaha. Should you also say something? For example?" When Sarutobi's eyes were fixed on Wooden Golem, the girl instinctively hid behind Fengye. "If I don't give it, what shall you do?" The simple and clear words were directly passed into Sarutobi's ears. "It seems that you, as the patriarch of the Senju clan, don't have the consciousness to contribute to the village." Sarutobi was full of regrets, but just when he wanted to put pressure from the perspective of the village. A figure finally appeared at the door of the room. "Niwei Jinshuriki stays in the Senju clan and is taken care of by the old woman. Naruto. What's your opinion?" "It is Uzumaki Mito. Konoha's 9 tails Jinshuriki. And her existence is the reason and capital for Fengye to dare to be arrogant." Chapter 25. Uzumaki Mito. From the time of Sengoku, she witnessed the rise of Konoha. She is the wife of First Hokage and has been silently guarding the inheritance left by her husband for decades. When she appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew that he couldn't move Jinshuriki no matter what. For decades, she hardly interfered in Konoha's government affairs. But as long as the shot is taken, there is no room for negotiation. She is Konoha's only remaining spiritual symbol. Her words can represent the dead First Hokage to some extent. A cold sweat broke out from behind. Sarutobi raised his head hard to meet Mito's gaze. "With her here, I am uncomfortable as Naruto." "Just now," Hokage said. "The Senju clan didn't have the consciousness to contribute to Konoha. What is the reason for the existence of the old woman?" "Konoha's 9 tails Jinshuriki. 1st generation made his wife Jinshuriki, which has already expressed his attitude." In a few words, Sarutobi was suffocated, but he couldn't find any words to refute this woman. "I'm tired, please come back, Hokage, I will take care of Jinshuriki very well, after all, I am. Don't worry about this igniting shadow. Eviction order? I don't seem to have the right to refuse." Sarutobi smiled wryly. To put it bluntly, he is ashamed of the Uzumaki clan, and the same is true for Senju. And in front of this woman, he felt that his heart was seen clearly, without any secrets. Walking out of the yard embarrassed, Sarutobi asked his subordinates to support the two consultants and finally left the Senju clan. But again, after today, his inner thoughts have become firmer. Senju's remaining power alone will suppress his Naruto. Uzumaki Mito? How long can you live? In other words, how long can you shelter Senju? Even if you are alive, do you really think that the old man can't do anything? In the Naruto office, Sarutobi smokes a cigarette and falls into deep thought. This just needs a small reason. A reason to shut up Uzumaki Mito. The Second Ninja World War is still in a stalemate. And Konoha did not have any special atmosphere because Fengye brought back Jinshuriki. The reason is simple. Third generation has already ordered this matter to be completely blocked. Including this mission, but also all messages from Wooden Golem are blocked. Obviously, he didn't want Cloud Shinobi Village to know that the incidents including Eight Tails Runaway were all made by Konoha. At the same time, Sarutobi didn't want people to know that Fengye made such a contribution at a young age, nor did he want Senju's topic to be discussed in the village too much. That would disrupt his plan. But it's a pity. Even if he blocked the news, Raikage still came. With his negotiating team, he moved to Konoha. Everyone knows that this time the third Raikage came to Konoha absolutely not for negotiation, nor for peace. But blame. But unexpectedly, Raikage just lived in the station under the welcoming of third generation and lost the following. This kind of behavior is a bit confusing. It's night. The figure outside the hall used to receive guests shook, and the heaviest fell on a room outside the door and entered. Is the investigation clear? The third Raikage inside is closing his eyes and resting, his solid muscles rise and fall with his breathing. It is certain that the person brought back by the patriarch of the Senju clan a few days ago was Wooden Golem. Whether it is the appearance or the importance of Hokage, it matches with it. Adding to the Konoha Forward Protector we found at the Cloud Shinobi Village Intelligence Room, all the evidence points to Konoha. The subordinate answered respectfully. Everyone in the world likes to judge a person from his appearance. But Raikage's muscles have just become a disguise. If you evaluate third Raikage according to the standard of evaluating a man, then you are wrong, a big mistake. This is a strong man whose mind is more delicate than ordinary people. Do you think that just a ninja Forward Protector and some information from Konoha can attract him to Konoha? No. Third Raikage and even Cloud Shinobi Village need no reason to retaliate against others. They think you did it, so the fist must respond to you. Senju Fengye. It's really young and promising. AIY side, but this generation of Senju has a decent look. At least he dared to go deep behind enemy lines at this age, which already represented his extraordinary. But it is a pity that they are enemies. What about the last Senju? The Uzumaki family, how is the investigation? The voice became low, Raikage asked. Yes. To attract Raikage to Konoha himself, the Forward Protector is not enough. First, he must determine whether Wooden Golem is in Konoha, and how to bring her back with the least cost. Second, investigate the method Konoha used to make Eight Tails run away, and even make Eight Tails completely ignorant of what happened. The third is the new candidate for Jinshuriki, the thing that has caused him the most headache in recent times. Jinshuriki is precious. The death of Burabi was a big blow to Cloud Shinobi Village. On the other hand, they also understood how important Jinshuriki really fits the tail beast. Biolabai is very good, but he can't get the approval of Eight Tails after all. Then, the Uzumaki clan, as it should be, became his target. Coincidentally, in Konoha village, there is theoretically the last orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Adding 3 points together is enough for him to come to Konoha himself. The work and rest are very regular, during the day some tasks that are not too dangerous are performed, and Konoha Umbu's ninja is behind to protect the whole process. But when she returns to the Senju clan, there is a short distance afterwards, and those who protect her will leave. It seems that those Umbu don't want the Senju clan to know their existence. Furthermore, according to intelligence, the relationship between Hokage and the patriarch of the new generation Senju clan is very delicate. The old conspiracy theory? Raikage shook his head, both as a shadow, but he understood why Senju had become a target of fear from being a hero. After all, if someone presses on his head, he will be equally uncomfortable. However, there can be some articles in it. Maybe it can be brought back by wooden golem without paying any price. Naruto, Senju, Jinshuriki. When the three concepts were intertwined in his mind, a simple and clear plan appeared in Raikage's mind. This is a perfect plan. After he learned about Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and his perfect plan for what he would do in the face of threats. Saying something in the ear of the man, Raikage patted him on the shoulder. Your family, I will take care of it very well. Subordinates understand. Chapter 26. Brother Fengye. Konaha. The family land of the Senju family. It was late at night, but Fengye on the training ground was still sweating. The game with the top management has completely begun. Don't look at him arrogantly beating two consultants, but in the end, if there is no protection from Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely do it directly. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Returning to the village to close the battle mode, Fengye needs to practice harder. He has long been accustomed to night training. But it is a familiar voice. Stop waving the long sword in his hand, the boy wiped his face and walked over. I'm not saying, you are growing up now, there is no need to stay up late with me at night. Squeezing Kushina's face, Fengye said. Cut, don't think so beautiful. Kushina curled her lips and handed the food container over. I learned it with Mikoto this afternoon, you can eat and eat. Is this, rice ball? Opening the box, Fengye looked at the two dark briquettes in deep thought. The heart is good. Kushina is afraid that she will practice hungry at night, but you rice ball, don't you know your parents who really can't pull it after eating it? Do you eat or not? Kushina squinted at Fengye and said. To be reasonable, the rice ball that the girl spent an afternoon to make has already explained her mind. If she is rejected at this time, it will definitely not be good. Alas. Sigh slightly. Kushina finally gave up and opened the middle of the food box wide, and the rice ball that was countless times more delicate than her briquettes was placed in front of Fengye. I knew it. Mikoto made this, but she can't come to Senju at night, you can eat hers. That's how it is said. But Fengye could see the grievance of the little woman. Everyone has what they are good at and what they are not good at, but as long as they work hard and enjoy the process, that is growth. Rubbing Kushina's little head, Fengye stuffed the briquettes into his mouth in one bite, and then took another bite of the rice balls made by Mikoto and swallowed both of them forcibly. Take it for a real man. He ate it. Kushina was full of surprises. Obviously, for her, watching a boy who she liked eating something she made with her hands would always give her an inexplicable sense of happiness. Go back and rest early, I will continue to practice. Nodded to Kushina with a smile, as if he wanted to stand up, but his face turned into a sauce purple just now. Yeah. Kushina, who was immersed in happiness in public, did not notice anything unusual, and finally turned and left. Oh. Finally, when the girl's figure disappeared, the Fengye who was standing still couldn't help but began to spray fiercely. At this moment, someone hiding in the corner slowly walked to his side. Brother, I have worked hard for you. He patted Shadow Clone on the shoulder, and Fengye was full of admiration. To be fair, this is not the first time Kushina has delivered food. In order to practice well to avoid the next situation of fisting and fisting, it is necessary for Shadow Clone to resist a wave of damage. It's no hard work. Now it's up to you. Shadow Clone replied with difficulty while vomiting, and then turned into white smoke with a bang. Good guys. Eat it to death? When chakra returned to her body, Fengye's expression suddenly changed. As we all know, Shadow Clone will return some feelings and pains to the body after they disappear. This is why multiple Shadow Clone is listed as forbidden technique. If you bear too much at once, you will really die. After shook his head and finally adjusted to the power of briquettes, Fengye sighed in relief. Kushina really has no talent for cooking, so he can at best develop a Vajra stomach. Well, when I marry Mikoto and Kushina in the future, it's better to let Mikoto cook. Slowly, Fengye drew out the Thunder God's sword again, intending to continue practicing, but when he just made a move, he suddenly turned and looked at the place where Kushina had left. Good boy, dare to do it. With an angry roar, Fengye's figure disappeared instantly. The Senju clan has a large clan. Although most of the tribe is merging into Konoha, the tribe has also lost its power. But Uzumaki Mito is still alive. In this place, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never dare to move. Even if he was monitoring the next generation of Nine Tails Jinshuriki, he would proceed carefully and try not to touch Master Mito's brow. And Sarutobi knew that as long as Uzumaki Mito was alive, then the Senju clan was the absolutely safe location for Kushina, and that woman's terrifying perception did not dare to be presumptuous. Kushina is in a good mood now. Fengye originally intended to eat the food she cooked, which made her very happy. She knew that the things she made couldn't be compared with Mikoto, and she knew that the things she made were unpalatable. But the more so, the more moved Fengye will be after eating. Because of this, she decided to work hard and must make delicious food for Fengye. Brother Fengye said. The enjoyment process is the most important. Huh? Something is wrong. Raising her head suddenly, a panic gleamed in Kushina's eyes. Just when the girl was distracted, I don't know when there were two more Gundam ninjas with covered faces. Looking behind her in a panic, two ninjas also appeared there to block her retreat. What to do? Kushina gritted her teeth and pulled out Kunao. If others regard her as a little girl who is in a hurry when encountering emergencies, then they are wrong. Even if she died, she would never give in. But even if he is determined in his heart, despair is still spreading in the face of this scene. I'm tired of living. At the critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. A figure fell gently in front of Kushina. It is Fengye. Fortunately, I didn't eat Kushina's briquettes, otherwise the continuous sound and high-speed movement would really pull my pants. Fengye was a little grateful. But more is anger. When did the Senju clan's clanland be broken into by this gang? Ninjutsu broke out, the angry young man stretched out his fingers, and the black and red rays of light burst out instantly. Imaginary. It is much weaker than Zero, but its speed is several times that of Zero. Rumble. The fingers kept shining light, and the enemies who had come were not even able to resist and were drowned by the violent explosion. Suyu's power is not weak, and just when Kushina was afraid of the energy wave invading her, a pair of dark wings wrapped her whole body and flew into the sky. Under the night sky, the girl saw a familiar face. I haven't felt this kind of peace of mind for a long time. Leaning on Fengye's chest, Kushina closed her eyes. For a long time. The blasting caused by the falls subsided. Fengye slowly fell on the ground and looked into the distance. A rickety body was watching him and Kushina there. Uzumaki Mito. She apparently found someone invaded. But she didn't do anything, and gave the opportunity to Fengye. She is so mature, she doesn't want to disturb Fengye heroes to save the United States. But they are from Cloud Shinobi Village. You shouldn't kill them. Mito sighed slightly. Raikage is definitely not that stupid. It is impossible for him not to know that the Senju clan is in charge of her. But it was obvious that he sent someone here. Just let his subordinates die. I know, but Grandma Mito should know. No one can take a shot in front of me and face the people next to me. If you dare to move, you must die. Fengye nodded indifferently. He discovered the identity of the opponent when he took the shot. Thinking carefully about Raikage's plan, he can guess a bit. I still remember the Hyuga clan in the future. It was this same method that caused Hyuga Hisashi to die. What a pity. The Senju clan has never been Hyuga. Never let people have the opportunity to step on their heads and splash dirty water. Even Fengye also wanted to fight against the generals. Come on. Bring the bodies of these people. Follow me to the Hokage office. Chapter 27. And this time, Naruto building, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Looking at the rough man in front of him, third generation really had a headache. To be fair, this is the first time third Raikage came to Konoha to meet him. Before that, he had tried to visit him many times but was refused. Originally, Sarutobi thought that Raikage had finally figured it out. He came to discuss with him about the war and Naiwei's affairs, so that he could even take the opportunity to blackmail a sum. Moreover, as long as Raikage speaks, it gives him a reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen to persecute Uzumaki Mito. From the point of view of righteousness, don't you mean that you have been paying for the village? There shouldn't be any problems with handing over the second tail this time, right? What a pity. His thoughts were very good, but when Raikage walked into the office and said his purpose, third generation was dumbfounded. Just tonight. The negotiating team member of Cloud Shinobi Village has disappeared, and Raikage is here to find his important person. I need a statement. After leaving a sentence, Raikage sat calmly on the sofa next to the office, closing his eyes and rested. It looks like you don't want to get off work if you don't give it to others today. No way, it doesn't matter if third generation is off work. He does have some worries about problems with the negotiating team. This is the most important thing to appease Raikage. Sarutobi doesn't know what Raikage will do if the negotiating team disappears in Konoha. So after getting the news, he immediately asked his subordinate Umbu to go out and investigate, and he would report back as soon as there was news. Don't worry about Raikage. As Hokage, the old man guarantees that your people will never go wrong. Light the pipe, Sarutobi said. I hope so. Raikage nodded, but Sarutobi frowned because of his unhurried appearance. It is not difficult to see from this old boy's attitude that there is definitely a problem in it. But he didn't know where the problem was. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the door of the office was knocked suddenly. Before Sarutobi could respond, a teenager pushed in. Senju Fengye. Third generation frowned. Ever since the kid shot the two consultants in front of him, both of them knew in their hearts that the window paper had been pierced. Fengye knows that third generation is involved in the task, and third generation also knows that Fengye will never live in peace. If it weren't for the Raikage next to him, I'm afraid Sarutobi would yell at the opponent when Fang opened the door and then teach him the rules in front of Hokage. For example, you cannot enter the Hokage office without authorization after knocking on the door. But now third Raikage is right next to him. If you don't have the aura of Hokage, you have to care about it with children, which will make people laugh. Fengye, I'm discussing things with Raikage. If I want to report anything, I'll talk about it later. With a habitually gentle smirk, Sarutobi spoke slowly. Please forgive me for not waiting so long. Fengye arched his hands and said righteously. I'm here to find Master Naruto to call the shots. Call the shots? What do you do? Talking about? Are you worthy? This time Sarutobi was dumbfounded. The relationship between him and Fengye is well known to both of them. When will the other party lower their heads and let them decide? Fengye didn't give Sarutobi a chance to recover, and pointed his finger in the direction of third Raikage. I am going to sue third Raikage for being uneasy and kind, and even sending his subordinates to attack the Senju clan land without authorization. What the hell are you kidding? Sarutobi's eyes widened and looked at Fengye incredulously. Does this kid know what he's talking about? Third Raikage came to Konoha, don't care what purpose he came with, but at least outsiders think this is the attitude of others. No matter what the talk, or the alliance, this will signal other shinobi village Konoha to cooperate with Cloud Shinobi Village. But once Fengye's statement is spread, these signals will become that Raikage is going to Konoha to declare war. At that time, the pressure from the outside world will intensify. Staring at the young man who spoke amazingly, third Raikage had appreciation in his eyes. Angry? No, it is not necessary. He just sighed that a young and promising patriarch appeared in the Senju clan. Senju Fengye's presence here means that his subordinates are dead, and their mission has been completed. But this also means that his next plan has been affected. The reason is simple. His first plan was naturally to let the two hands go to death. At the same time, he will come to Hokage's office to ask Hokage to help find his men. Well, the corpse must be found in the end. When the time comes, it is reasonable for him to use this as a reason for negotiation or persecution. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Konoha's protection is very rough, and even his subordinates directly grabbed Uzumaki Kushina. This result is even more profitable for Raikage. Either way, Raikage will open the situation to intimidate Konoha. But now, the plan has changed. Senju Fengye did not calm down like Konoha's other ethnic groups after the accident. Instead, he took the initiative to come to Hokage's office and countered himself with the reason that Hokage was the master. From this point of view, the young man in front of him has undoubtedly seen through the first two steps of his plan, and even gained the initiative. Senju. Can that clan survive? Raikage knew it, but Sarutobi seemed to remember something, and kept winking at Fengye. He is not stupid. Raikage came over and asked him to find his missing subordinates, and Fengye came over to accuse Raikage of sending someone to attack the Senju family land. Obviously, the missing subordinate is in Senju, and it is very likely that he has been killed. Although he understands that it is impossible to wink Fengye at this time to make him stop talking, because this guy never listens to him, but he still wants to prevent the next confrontation. What a pity. Fengye didn't seem to see Sarutobi's eyes, and shouted to the outside. Come up. The next moment, several servants of the Senju clan carried several corpses and squeezed into the Hokage office. Fengye was not polite, and directly tore off the cloth covering the corpse in front of Sarutobi and Raikage. The corpse had been blown into a human shape, and Raikage couldn't help but squeezed his fist. Iron proof. What else do you have to say? Iron proof. What else do you have to say? Two screaming roars came from Fengye and Raikage's mouths, and their movements were unexpectedly synchronized. Lord Hokage, please call the shots. Please give me an explanation from Hokage. Immediately afterwards, the two unanimously passed the problem and all the trouble to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, who was sitting in the chair, took a melancholy puff of his pipe and let out a sigh. He has been dumbfounded. Chapter 28. Did you discuss it? After a while, Sarutobi looked up at Raikage and then at Fengye. Can the problem be solved by kicking the ball to the old man at the same time? The three people in the office stared wide-eyed. But, after all, this seems like an opportunity. Sarutobi's eyes flashed sharply. All right, Fengye. Squinting, Sarutobi looked at the kid who was causing trouble for him. No matter how you say it, now the messenger of Cloud Shinobi Village is dead, and the old man regards the dead as the greatest. The dead is the big one. Don't you want to use Cloud Shinobi Village to put pressure on Senju? The so-called deceased is a big meaning is obvious. Sarutobi wants to return the initiative to Raikage's hands. Let him speak first. Fengye sneered and waited for Sarutobi's following. His strategy was correct. Different from the Hyuga clan in the future, after being attacked, Hyuga chose to wait quietly for Hokage's reply, and he chose to take the initiative to attack. There is a big difference here. If you were bullied and didn't say anything, but you were treated as a criminal who murdered maliciously, you would have lost your initiative. It's ridiculous. That time Sarutobi Hiruzen actually forced Hyuga Hisashi to death on the grounds that Konoha had no capital to continue fighting. That's right, Konoha at that time was indeed extremely empty. Sunin defected and fled the village. Coupled with the death of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the chaos of Nine Tails, Cloud Shinobi Village has a good timing. But even so, Hokage did nothing, watching the people in his village sacrifice themselves without even showing a little attitude. Is that really what Hokage should do? Saying that sacrificing one person to protect a village is so grandiose that it has stumped Hyuga Hisashi of the Hyuga clan. Isn't he a member of the village? If even the people in the village cannot be protected, what is the significance of the existence of this village? Just like now. Fengye has reason to believe that Sarutobi will definitely stand on Raikage's side and put pressure on Senju in the face of the same coercion. The purpose and reason for pressure is also very simple and clear. They all want two tails. The spoils that Fengye desperately got back. Raikage thought Fengye just guessed his first two-step plan, and that was a big mistake. After seeing the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village appearing in the Senju clan, he already understood what Raikage wanted to do when he came to Konoha this time. Kushina, by Wooden Golem. Regarding Kushina, Cloud Shinobi Village once shot once in the original book. But that time because of the existence of Namikaze Minato, keenly aware of the clues and rescued her. Calculating the time, this attack is not much different from the original work. In conjunction with Orochimaru, the mission of 8 Tails Jinshuriki was killed, and I used my A to figure out that Cloud Shinobi Village now lacks qualified 8 Tails Jinshuriki. He has been seen through by Fengye. No matter how Raikage quibbled or splashed dirty water on Fengye's body, he was not afraid at all. He even waited for Raikage to move. These are indeed my subordinates. With a look of grief, Raikage let out a sigh. It's said not to die on the battlefield, but to die on the road to peace. As their leader, I am sorry for them. Because I didn't expect Cloud Shinobi Village to come to Konoha with sincerity, wanting to truce with Konoha, and forming an ally. In the eyes of others, it turned out to be malicious. After all, Konoha doesn't trust us at Cloud Shinobi Village at all. Alliance? Armistice? Sarutobi's eyes lit up. These are all he wants. Cloud Shinobi Village is very strong. If Konoha can form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village in the battlefield of Rainy Country, the benefits can be imagined. But even if Sarutobi is dull, he understands that this is all nonsense. Cloud Shinobi Village, it is impossible to form an alliance with Konoha. There is still a possibility of a truce. Sigh. Unexpectedly, they would die here. Raikage sighed again. Actually, I came to Konoha this time, this is my intention. Resolve the misunderstanding between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha. Even if we already know that the Eight Tails runaway is related to Konoha, we still want to reach a strategic alliance. Of course, as an alliance, Cloud Shinobi Village will not blame the Eight Tails for the runaway. Konoha should show his sincerity to return to our two-tail Jinshuriki, even if it pays a little price. Right? Hokage. Looking at Sarutobi, Raikage's eyes flickered. This. Sarutobi didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Fengye, but the kid yawned as if he was sleepy. Forget the past? Fool it. Fengye curled his lips and sneered. But. Sure enough, Raikage's momentum changed suddenly. He seemed to be a good-spoken grandfather just now, but now he is full of anger like a scourge. That's just what the old man thought before his subordinates died. Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha with sincerity, but your approach disappointed the old man. Killed the kind ninjas who wished for peace, and now they still slander them as the sinners who attacked Konoha. Old man, never agree. Bang. He smashed a wall of Hokage's office with a fist. Outside, countless Umbu ninjas rushed out in an instant, and when they heard the movement, they looked at Sarutobi for fear of something wrong with Naruto. It's gone. Sarutobi frowned, waved to the Umbu ninja to let them go down first, and then looked at Raikage. That's what Raikage means now. With so much talk, Sarutobi believes that Raikage has his purpose. Since Konoha doesn't understand etiquette, we at Cloud Shinobi Village will naturally have to settle accounts with Konoha. First, according to our information, the runaway of Cloud Shinobi Village Eight Tails has nothing to do with Konoha, and our eyeliner once saw your disciple Orochimaru in Thunder Country. The runaway of Eight Tails has dealt a heavy blow to Cloud Shinobi Village. We need a sufficient amount of materials to rebuild our home. Konoha can't run away. Secondly, given that Konoha dared to attack the messenger group, my subordinates shot and killed my subordinates. Originally, the materials that I wanted to redeem Jinshuriki were invalidated and turned into impermanence to return. And Konoha still needs to give me someone from Cloud Shinobi Village as compensation for the sacrifice of my predecessor, Eight Tails Jinshuriki. I will personally select the candidate. Besides, the culprit of Eight Tails is runaway and the culprit who killed my men, I hope Konoha will hand it over for me to deal with. After speaking in one breath, Raikage's momentum remained undiminished, and his body was even shining with thunder. Originally, we could sit down and have a good chat. But now, if Hokage cannot respond effectively to the above requirements. See you on the battlefield. Battlefield. Third generation took a deep breath. He knew that Raikage was not joking. Chapter 29. Is it threatened by means of war? But your condition. Sarutobi returned to calm. He does want to use Cloud Shinobi Village to put pressure on the Senju clan, but this does not mean that he can tolerate others' shit on his head. Destroying his Hokage office and not letting Umbu members surround Raikage is considered polite. However, Raikage's conditions are not completely unusable. Hand over Orochimaru, Senju Fengye. 2 Jinshuriki and choose one person by himself. Kushina is the best Jinshuriki in Konoha village. It seems that Raikage knew that Konoha was the survivor after the collapse of the Uzumaki clan. Combined with these news, even he knew who Raikage personally picked. These conditions can all be used. He even pushed the rising star Senju Fengye to the forefront of the village, achieving his goal of crushing the Senju clan. But there is one thing Sarutobi doesn't understand. Your Excellency Raikage, please answer me a question. Ignoring Raikage's attitude, third generation straightened up. At this time, he is not the old man in the future, and even resigned from the Hokage position under pressure, completely losing his ambition. What's the problem? Raikage is still calm. Your Excellency said, Eight Tails ran away and the 2 Jinshuriki disappeared. It was made by us Konoha. Do you have any evidence? His eyes gradually sharpened. The momentum of the third generation figure gradually rose. This is his office, and he can only act as if he can. Even if Konoha did those things, it would be framed without evidence. Don't underestimate his Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. If Raikage can't show evidence, he can teach Cloud Shinobi Village a lesson in backhand. Even if Niu is in Konoha now, he can still keep it dripping. Don't underestimate politicians. In the eyes of politicians, other people are his targets. Evidence. Raikage sneered, and slowly pulled out an iron lump from his arms. With a glance, third generation was stunned. That is Konoha's ninja forehead protector. This is the evidence. It appeared in the intelligence room of our Cloud Shinobi village. What else can you quibble about? Forehead protector. Appeared outside the Cloud Shinobi village intelligence room. The corner of Sarutobi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Fengye unnaturally. No wonder. No wonder he didn't die and was not caught by Raikage. They didn't go in. Just stayed outside for a while, and then left Konoha's forehead protector. Good intentions. It's like knowing Danzo's plan to send him into a trap. Open the forehead protector and look inside. The number inside is clearly visible. Ninja number. There were countless ninjas who died on the battlefield during the war, and those who were able to leave a whole body were considered lucky. And this number is the most direct proof of identity. 888,888. 68. Konoha's unique number. He belongs to only one person. Senju Fengye. The old man was calculated by you again. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked directly at Fengye's eyes with anger in his eyes. It's nothing to be calculated. But what he is most embarrassed about now is that he clearly knows that this forehead protector belongs to Fengye, and he has to wipe his butt, and even deny that this forehead protector belongs to Konoha. Otherwise, there is no way to comfort Raikage at all now, if there is a decisive battle. That's not what he wants to see. This is not. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi opened his mouth as if to explain something. But Fengye next to him rushed directly in front of him like a bolt of lightning, and his face was surprised to snatch the forehead protector. Isn't this my forehead protector? Hey, I accidentally lost it when I did the task last time. Thank you, Raikage brother. Thanks, brother Raikage. Pop. Bang bang bang. At this moment, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and third Raikage were blinded. They seemed to feel the teenager slap their faces with a slap. Yeah. The most critical piece of evidence is the evidence that Konoha is the culprit responsible for the runaway of Cloud Shinobi Village 8 Tails, and they are so generous to admit that it is him. Sarutobi wanted to cry without tears. He also wanted to help hide and tuck it, and they just admitted it. He even told Raikage openly that this thing was lost when he was doing the task. What task? He just graduated from Senju Fengye and did a mission. Infiltrate the mission of Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi dumbfounded. Third Raikage laughed. He did not expect that the patriarch of the Senju clan had such a low level of intelligence. Yes. Before, I seemed to look at each other high. What is young and promising? They are all fake. In this case, even if it was his words, he would definitely not admit that the forehead protector belonged to him. Even if it is a fact, it cannot be admitted. But the other party just admitted. Of course. His third Raikage understood very well. Well, the big change is a battle between Senju and Konoha's high-level leaders, which has made them frantically ignore the interests of the village. Yes, it is like this. The result of the battle between the clan and the higher level is the decline of a village. Konoha. It's just a joke. With a satisfied smile, Raikage coughed. So now, what can Hokage have to say? Complete initiative master. Raikage knew that the request he had just made was excessive, and Konoha would not agree to it 99%. He thought he was able to blackmail 1 or 2 compensations, which is already too much. But now he feels that everything seems to be a play. Disagree? Go to war. Then go to war. If the person standing in front of him is First Hokage or Second Hokage, his Raikage does not dare to be so arrogant. But he knows this third Hokage very well. He is strong in the outside world and has great ambitions, but he doesn't have much abilities. Besides consolidating his position, he did not bring any substantial changes to Konoha. This kind of person is a politician in his bones. They like to put the achievements of their ancestors on themselves, and are more inclined to turn big things into small things when facing threats. Raikage thinks he sees people thoroughly. But is the situation really what he thought? Sarutobi was silent. He didn't know how to deal with the situation before him. But besides, Fengye, who put the forehead protector in his pocket again, laughed. The opportunity is here. Give yourself prestige and let the Senju clan's name reappear in the ninja world. The problem that Naruto can't solve. I come from the Senju clan. This is the most critical step in Fengye's plan. Do you really think Fengye's words of returning to Konoha's top management are just a whim? No, he is serious. Walking up to Raikage step by step, Fengye looked at the tall and mighty muscular man. He admitted that third Raikage is better than fourth Raikage. At least he has a good head, unlike fourth generation who only knows how to solve problems with his fists. But, Your Excellency Raikage, you seem to overlook one thing. Fengye's gentle smile made Raikage suddenly feel a creepy feeling. What is he going to say? Chapter 30. What did the old man ignore? Raikage didn't know. He thought he had calculated everything, including people's hearts. But looking at Fengye's calm expression, Raikage instinctively felt that he was not pretending. Natural. Fengye didn't have the thought to put on airs. He was watching Raikage's performance from start to finish. He really admired the delicacy of the other party's mind. But, what age is it now? The Second Ninja World War. He has said that the Senju clan is not Hyuga, and Konoha is not at the moment the precarious bronze rank. It's even the opposite. This time, instead, Cloud Shinobi Village has just experienced the chaos of the Tail Beast. Don't look at Raikage's performance, it was only when he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have the courage to fight a big battle. That's all imaginary. Dead Eight Tails Jinshuriki, Eight Tails has yet to find a new owner. And Niu was taken away directly by Fengye, and Cloud Shinobi Village fell into an unprecedented emptiness at this moment. True, Raikage blocked Eight Tails. But the incident suddenly happened, and the destructive power of Eight Tails must have left Cloud Shinobi Village with a serious damage that was difficult to repair in a short time. It was also because of this that Raikage came directly to Konoha to ask for compensation after confirming the target. They need that compensation too much. The reconstruction of the village and the maintenance of the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village on the front line of the Rain Country all require money. The stronger he is, the more it represents his inner weakness. In this case, the roles should be reversed. Flicking his forehead protector lightly, Fengye spoke slowly. Since everything has been said here, there is nothing to hide underneath. The forehead protector is indeed mine. And I spent a mission next time, even the destination of the mission is Cloud Shinobi Village. Isn't this admitting in disguise? It's also something that I knew just now. Sarutobi frowned, wondering what Fengye meant. Even Eight Tails run wild, just as you guessed it. Orochimaru, the teacher underneath, made a great contribution to this mission. Of course, I am not bad at being his disciple. I robbed you of the second tail Jinshuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village as Mrs. Yazai. UFG admit it all. Sarutobi shivered in anger. You admit it? Raikage's eyes widened, and he looked like he was inquisitive. Yeah, admit it. Fengye shrugged, but so what? So what? Raikage laughed, wishing to slap Fengye directly to let him understand the cost of acknowledging, but he didn't do that after all. This is Konoha. Even if Senju doesn't deal with high-level officials, he can't be presumptuous in Konoha Village. If he does it, he will definitely die here. As Fengye thought, the current Cloud Shinobi Village is unprecedentedly weak. If Raikage dies, the consequences will be disastrous. So regardless of his pretending to be strong, he has no intention of doing anything. But Fengye is not used to him at all with the psychological game. Friends. We are at war. Without flinching, Fengye chose to confront Third Raikage. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, many people from the Senju clan died at the hands of your Cloud Shinobi Village, right? Haha. Since it is the enemy, go down to Cloud Shinobi Village even if you kill your son. What's wrong? Boom. The dazzling lightning flashed from Third Raikage's body instantly. In just an instant he had rushed to Fengye's front, and his fingers were only a few centimeters away from Fengye's glasses. Is it consistent? Is it anxious to hear that your son's life is worrying? Fengye didn't care at all, and even smiled and pushed the opponent's hand in front of her aside. Just like your face now. War is antagonistic. We are enemies from beginning to end. What? The village was destroyed by the enemy, Eight Tails ran away, and was robbed by Wooden Golem. Do you still expect the enemy to apologize for you? Then give you some compensation. What a joke. Go to the battlefield and ask me if Jiro Tong from the Senju clan agrees. Go to the shrine and ask my grandfather Senju Tobirama if he agrees. That's it. Third Raikage suddenly remembered. The man in front of him is the grandson of Senju Tobirama. He once came to Konoha to attend the funeral of Second Hokage. Fortunately, AI, you are still alive, appearing in Konoha as an enemy, and even flaunting your majesty in lightning-style armor but not dead, just because I told Grandma Mito. I want to kill you with my own hands. That's it. Kill me with your own hands? The coldness in Raikage's eyes grew thicker. Want to do it? You can try. But at the same time, please remember that, having inherited my grandfather's unyielding will, I, Senju Fengye, will never apologize to the Cloud Shinobi village who was beaten by him. Never think about it. Some moment. Fengye's silver hair flicked slightly. At this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him felt a bit familiar. Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. He inherited everything from Senju Tobirama. Strength, talent, even will. This was what Orochimaru once told him. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen fully understands the meaning of this sentence. He inherited Senju's pride. Only Senju who died in battle, and no Senju who subdued the enemy. In the past, Senju was invincible and Sengoku, but now, this frightening clan still exists. Just as Fengye said, I do everything, so what? We are the enemy. See you on the battlefield if you refuse to accept it. This is his answer. Huh. For a long while, the thunder light on AI finally dissipated. He didn't do it after all. Kill Senju Fengye, change one's limit, and finally leave behind an extremely weak Cloud Shinobi village? Can't do that, at least before his son has grown up, he can't do that. The old man admits it. The Senju clan, another amazing man appeared. Focusing on Fengye's face, Raikage took a deep breath, treat Senju with insidious ingenuity. The old man admitted that it was the old man's fault. At the same time, I also regret your grandfather's move for the Golden Horn and Silver Horn's rebellion. In fact, I respect Second Hokage and sincerely apologize at his funeral. But, just like you said, Senju Fengye, now we are the enemy. In that case, the old man will be waiting for you on the battlefield. Want to bear Senju's name is not just a mouth. It's over. In the end, Raikage didn't even say anything to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but just said something to Fengye before turning to leave. Senju has its own pride. His Yayu clan also has it. Waiting for Fengye on the battlefield. This is an agreement between men. The broken Hokage office returns to quiet. Sarutobi has a complicated face. Should he be thankful? No, it's definitely not a blessing. When he looked at Fengye, only fear was left in his eyes. Fear of all his. Chapter 31. The Country of Fire. Konoha. The family land of the Senju clan is still that small courtyard. Looking around, Kushina and Nawaki weren't there, they seemed to go out to do the task. Fengye was sitting tightly, and in front of him, Mito sat quietly on the chair, and the two people behind her were rubbing her shoulders by wooden golem. Kitty is very regular now. It's nothing else, even if she was in Cloud Shinobi village before, she had heard some rumors about Uzumaki Mito. At the time, I only knew that she was the wife of First Hokage Senju Hashirama. But after contacting her, she discovered that this old man was the first person in the village who had no harm to her. Although the identity of the hostage. But beside this old man, Wooden Golem knew he was safe. And the kindness that Uzumaki Mito inadvertently leaked made her feel a little more at ease. As for resistance, suddenly attacked and left Konoha? This thought was completely dispelled after only a flash. The reason is simple. The second tail in her body told her that if she did that, she would definitely die. Yeah. Uzumaki Mito's body is 9 tails. Not to mention, Raikage is gone. No one was even sent to find her before leaving. What does Lord Raikage mean? Cloud Shinobi village, don't you need yourself anymore? What is the value and significance of her existence in this world now? Wooden Golem lowered his head in confusion. Fengye, the outside world is talking about you now. After a long time, Mito sighed slightly and looked at the grandson below. It's amazing. When his words in the Hokage building were introduced to Konoha, they should have caused a sensation in the village. Even those tribes who integrated into Konoha are active. The name Senju finally returned to Konoha's sight. Fengye didn't speak, he was waiting for Mito to follow. Today, I want to have a good chat with you. With a slight sigh, Mito didn't intend to let Wooden Golem go down, but Kitty understood that she might not be qualified to listen to the next words, and he bowed to Mito and planned to leave. You go on. But when she was about to leave, Fengye stopped the opponent with his eyes. Worried about her leaking secrets? It's not necessary. She is by Mito's side, so she doesn't have to worry about this. Fengye. In the beginning, I thought you just wanted to reinvigorate the Senju clan, and even rejuvenate the name of Senju to become the well-deserved number one. Looking at what you have done these days, I found that somewhat unpredictable. What exactly are you going to do? Staring at his grandson, Mito uttered the most doubtful place in his heart. Just let Senju cheer up again. There is no need to achieve this level at all, and there is no need to completely oppose Konoha's high levels to become this incompatible situation right now. That's right. Just water and fire are incompatible. Fengye seems very dissatisfied with Sarutobi, and what that dissatisfaction will cause can be imagined. If this development continues, I am afraid that Senju and the senior management will only be able to accommodate the next one. Especially this time the Cloud Shinobi Village incident has completely pushed Fengye to the forefront. The bold words and lofty ambitions from the patriarch of the Senju clan have already been spoken. See you on the battlefield? That's not just talking. Before, if it was said that there was no way to send Fengye to the battlefield on the high-level side, now there is ample reason. You told Raikage to meet him on the battlefield. Your bold ambitions are also based on the situation that Cloud Shinobi Village and Konaha are enemies. No surprises. Soon the high-level resolution will come. Fengye may have been unavoidable on the battlefield. In Mito's view, this is strange. Even if you want to reinvigorate Senju, after having a certain right to speak, ask for resources from the top, and then gather the scattered tribesmen step by step. This is the way to be steady, right? Battlefield. Fengye raised his head and looked to the sky. I must go. Why? Mito frowned. That BD Danzo has gone to the country of rain. And as far as I know, a large number of Senju people have gathered on the battlefield of the rain country. It's the tribesmen who integrated into Konoha after grandfather's order. They were dispatched there for various reasons. Tsunade can't handle it alone. If I don't go, they will die miserably. Clan people on the battlefield. They will die. There is no undead in war, Mito understands this. But she also understands that what Fengye is talking about is not the number of deaths caused by normal wars, but group destruction. Of course, this is not the main reason. Fengye smiled. There are many reasons for him to go to the battlefield. First, giving Danzo a big gift, as I said before, is not just talking. He will step by step to make Danzo be infamy, and he will also accuse Sarutobi Hiruzen of being incompetent. That's what the top owes them. Second, the clansmen on the battlefield need to gather together, and let them see the faces of the high levels clearly, and then follow him firmly. Only in this way can Senju's own problems be completely solved, and the Senju clan will be able to fight in this war. Survived. Neither of these 2 points can be achieved overnight. The Second Ninja War was fought for a long time, and he had plenty of time to complete the real redemption of the Senju clan. As for the third point, it's Fengye's own reason. He needs to fight to temper himself. I also need that kind of tension and depressive atmosphere to force myself to grow rapidly. Beyond First Hokage, Fengye is not just talking. The growth rate in the village is too slow, and the battle mode is Fengye's final destination. That thing is addictive. On the way from Thunder Country back to Konoha, he turned on the combat mode and entered the killing. In just a few days, his template power directly increased to 10%. New breakthroughs brought new power, such as the black wings that took Kushina into the sky that night. Only by going to the battlefield can he transform into a real black-winged monster. I really don't understand the man's style. Mito shook his head. She doesn't understand at all. It is clear that whether it is Fengye's grandfather Senju Hashirama or her pro-grandfather Senju Tobirama, they are all peace lovers. Why did Senju produce a war fanatic? However, go to the battlefield to gain exploits. Mito seemed to think of something surprised and asked. Do you want to be Hokage? Puff. Fengye almost didn't laugh. Why do you say this from Grandma Mito's mouth? Why would I choose the road that Grandpa and Second Grandpa walked? They proved that the establishment of Shinobu Village was wrong. Am I going to continue this mistake? Still, my Senju clan can't live without Konoha. On the contrary, Fengye, you have chosen the road I don't want to see. Mito was silent. I'll talk about this later, maybe I will change my mind in the future. After a pause, Fengye suddenly came to Mito with a sincere face. In order to witness the arrival of that day, I also asked Grandma Mito to wait patiently. Leave the battlefield to me, the people in the village, leave it to you. Mito touched Fengye's head with kindness. Take care of yourself, Grandma can hold this old bone for a while. Even if I'm not here anymore, look at your relationship with Kushina's girl, wait until. Kushina. Mito's words are very vague, Fengye understands what she means. Even if she is not there, as long as Fengye and Kushina have a harmonious relationship and even become a family, then Ninetales is Fengye's greatest help. But Kushina? That girl is pitiful enough. Fengye smiled freely. So Ninetales Jinshuriki, let me do it. When Fengye finished saying this, Mito was completely stunned. And you wooden golem who rubbed Mito's shoulder was also stunned. He actively want to become Jinshuriki? Chapter 32. Jinshuriki. A familiar but daunting existence. Even in the united village of Cloud Shinobi Village, Wooden Golem can feel the jealous gaze of the villagers who don't want to approach. In addition, the 8 tails of Cloud Shinobi Village went wild, making the entire ninja world understand that Jinshuriki is a time bomb. Only Jinshuriki and Jinshuriki will understand the loneliness and pain. But now, you Wooden Golem heard this from Fengye's mouth unexpectedly. Actively become Jinshuriki? For the sake of strength, even if you have been jealous and alienated from now on, you will not hesitate to be alienated? This person must be crazy. Are you, seriously? After a long time, Mito frowned and asked. Naturally be serious. Fengye nodded. The name Jinshuriki is really not that good. But the Jinshuriki that Fengye said is not the same as the real Jinshuriki. If you insist on explaining, similar to the owner and pets, it will not die because the tail beast is pulled away. He has found the answer to this point in the system mall, and only needs enough points to buy it. Of course, if you want to tame Ninetales, make it your own pet and provide energy honestly, and even turn on Ninetales chakra mode requires a process. Fengye is now in the process of training. Grandma Mito, I found that you, including my grandfather, are a bit prejudiced against Ninetales. After sighing, Fengye looked at Mito's lower abdomen and seemed to see Ninetales' stubborn face through the seal. Ninetales is really dumbfounded. His mother, for so many years, there hasn't been anyone who can be fair to it. Now that person seems to have appeared. What a combination of hatred, what a grumpy beast. Ninetales didn't do anything. In my opinion, it is your husband Senju Hashirama that is unreasonable. Good guys. Call your grandpa by name again. The corner of Mito's mouth twitched. Last time you chased your grandfather's spiritual position in front of the tribe's face. Wasn't your grandpa not enough? This is the truth, don't be angry and listen to me. Fengye shrugged. At first, it was Ninetales, which was controlled by Uchiha Madara with pupil skills, so it followed Madara to attack Konaha. From a fair point of view, Ninetales is also innocent. It was beaten by Grandpa's wooden golem for an inexplicable beating without even an apology. Aren't you bullying the tail beast? Folding his hands, Fengye looked helpless. Furthermore, Grandpa clearly pinched the house with wooden golem with one hand, and said that they are too strong to seal them. Is this really good? Speaking of reason, I can't agree with Grandpa's approach when it comes to this. Just catching Ninetales isn't the end. You have to catch all the tail beasts and sell them to other Ninetales. You said that people are living well, and they have to find Jinshuriki one by one and seal them up. Is this really good? Have you tried? Why do you know that you can't get along well with others? With another sigh, Fengye seemed to feel worthless for the tail beasts. In the final analysis, the tail beast is not a life. Grandpa often says to understand each other. He doesn't seem to be able to understand the pain of the tail beast. Isn't this slapped in the face? Well said. Seal the space. Ninetales seemed to remember that scene. The huge wooden golem pressed himself with one hand, and the man who damn it told it that it was too strong and must be sealed. How many years have it been? Someone has finally gotten wronged for this uncle. Yeah. Madara controlled herself at first, so what did it do to destroy Konoha? This uncle is wronged. Taking a humiliating look at the adamantine sealing chains of Uzumaki Mito on his body, Kurama was lost in thought. You can't say that. After holding back for a long time, Mito finally thought of how to refute his grandson's remarks. As you can see, there are many evil people like Madara in the ninja world. If Ninetales is controlled again, it will definitely endanger others. Your grandpa just wants to be safe. Isn't this moral kidnapping? Fengye flipped through Byakugan, then, according to what you said, the kind of righteous person like grandpa, why don't you go to beat Madara and seal people like Madara? You have to seal the tail beast by the tail beast. The tail beast has provoked you. Just because they are powerful, do they have to beat them and seal them? There is no reason to be clear with you. Looking at Fengye's face, Mito finally gave up, and nothing worked in front of his grandson's mouth. Going on, he guesses he will bury his grandfather even worse, right? The Jinshuriki thing, wait until you come back from the battlefield. Even if you agree, there will be a lot of opposition from the village. What's more, if that day comes, you still don't have enough power to protect yourself, this Ninetales will give you, it's also a disaster. At this point, Mito was worried. Jinshuriki replaced. It means that she shelters Fengye last, and the power to shelter Senju will disappear. What will Fengye do then? But she really tried her best. Do your best to protect the inheritance left by your husband. If you die, it will make those with ulterior motives even more unscrupulous. At that time, whoever is Ninetales Jinshuriki will be greatly disturbed and restricted. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. Fengye shook his head and grabbed Mito's old hand. The dry and cracked skin that had lost its vitality made people feel distressed. She is old, and it's time to enjoy her old age. Another reason Fengye wants to become Ninetales Jinshuriki is to reduce Mito's burden. This woman is an elder who loves him from the heart. When the time comes, everything will be left to me. With a firm gaze, Fengye expressed his heart. Even if there is no system, he has many ways to make Mito not die after losing Ninetales, let alone countless kinds of vitality-maintaining items in the system mall. He won't let Mito die, he wants Mito to watch him grow until he reaches the top. That is the most enjoyable process as an elder. Konaha, a family. I owe this woman too much. Not only Senju, but Uzumaki. You will see it one day, trust me. What a strange man. Others stay away from becoming Jinshuriki, but you go up. The gaze of wooden golem next to him flickered, as if he was thinking about something. However, the second tail in her made no secret of her appreciation for Fengye. He has the temperament to be a leader. Better than First Hokage who sold us to other shinobu villages. Crunch. Suddenly, the door of the small courtyard was opened. A servant bowed respectfully. Master Mito. Master Naruto sent someone here, saying that he wanted Master Fengye to go to the Hokage office. Is it coming? Standing up, Fengye took a deep breath. Third generation. Do you think I gave you a chance because of recklessness? You are wrong. Let me go to the country of rain, is your biggest mistake. Battlefield. I am coming. Chapter 33. Naruto office. Sarutobi was sitting in a chair, and in front of him stood the Orochimaru team. The newly renovated office is much larger than before. But Raikage's impressive punch also left a shadow in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. This represents a signal. Not only those people in the village have little respect for his Hokage, I am afraid that the enemies outside also think that his Hokage was picked up. In Raikage's mouth, only the second generation that he respected was mentioned, and his third generation could only watch him smash the wall. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very humiliating. But again, as Fengye said, although this time annoyed Cloud Shinobi Village, it also gave him a chance. Let the Senju clan, the opportunity to completely wipe out the budding that has just emerged. Anyway, the frontline matters are left to you. Danzo, as the commander-in-chief, will give you other tasks. Passing the file to Orochimaru, Sarutobi said lightly. He had confessed it long before Danzo left. This time will be his biggest step to completely rectify Konoha's opposition. When the war is over, he will be the hero who led Konoha to victory, and Danzo will also have a firm foothold in Konoha. Those Senju people who look irritated will only be buried in the country of Bone Rain. This is a kind of cooperation. Danzo and he wanted face. And the country of Rain is the best place to brush up on combat exploits. Didn't you see that Hatake Sakumo can single-handedly kill Cho's son and daughter-in-law in Sand Shinobi Village? A group of mobs. History will remember this war. Understood. After receiving the file, Orochimaru nodded, and left the Hokage office with Fengye and Nawaki. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the two shadows in front beckoned to Fengye. Go, the confrontation on the front line is about to pass, and it should not be possible to return to the village in a short time. Nodded to Fengye, Orochimaru led Nawaki to the entrance of the village first. Fengye-kun. Brother Fengye. The waiting figure is not someone else. Kushina and Mikoto seemed to have negotiated, and they both held a safety charm in their hands and handed them to Fengye. However, compared to Kushina, Mikoto's eyes have more sorrow. After graduation, she also knows a lot of things. Even the old father in the family had a long conversation with her, expressly prohibiting her to stay away from Fengye. Is it because she belongs to Uchiha, and Fengye belongs to Senju? Still say. Other reasons. Mikoto was a little confused. The mother of two sons of destiny. Among other things, when the two of them were leaning on Fengye's side at the same time, the sense of accomplishment made Fengye a little satisfied. After kissing Kushina's forehead, Fengye looked at Mikoto with a smile. I know what you are worried about. When I come back, everything will be resolved. Waiting for you to come back. Mikoto's confused eyes slowly leaned against Fengye's chest. Maybe it was because of Fengye's hegemony, who had been overwhelmed by Fengye during school years, or he had already been in his heart, and Mikoto was willing to believe Fengye's words. Is it just a hug? Fengye smiled slightly, and suddenly leaked a strange look when posting to Mikoto's pretty face, and then said a sentence that puzzled the girl's commission for discipline inspection. Forgive me, Suzuki. This is the last time. Mikoto stared at Fengye, who was close at hand. Who is Suzuki? Well, obviously, she had no chance to ask this question. She didn't know that this was just Fengye's bad taste. It seems that Fengye-kun's marriage is very worrying. In the distance, Orochimaru's rare 8 trigrams took a look. It's more than worrying, it's only one short of one to be able to play mahjong. Nawaki said with emotion. By Wooden Golem's sister-in-law, Mikoto's sister-in-law, and Kushina's sister-in-law. Unknowingly, there are more relatives. I'm not talking about this at all. Who discussed the number of Fengye-kun wives with you? Orochimaru glanced at Nawaki's mouth and twitched. No one stipulates that a ninja can only find a wife. In a world where the strength is supreme, you can find 10 or 8 kidneys. But look, who is Fengye-kun looking for? A 2-tailed Jinshuriki, a prepared 9-tails Jinshuriki, and a Uchiha girl. When they married into Senju, they probably affected the entire situation of Konoha. More importantly, will the Uchiha clan people agree to Mikoto marrying Fengye? Naturally not. I'm afraid it will be another storm at that time. Let's go, teacher Orochimaru. After some warmth, Fengye came to Orochimaru. And there are 2 more cute charms on his neck. Is that okay? As he walked, Orochimaru looked at Fengye. Fengye understood what Orochimaru was referring to. Before leaving, she swaggered to kiss a girl from the Uchiha clan in front of the Naruto office. There are even rumors that this girl will become the wife of the future Uchiha patriarch. The person who kissed this girl was the patriarch of the Senju clan. One is not good, and even because one woman affects the 2 races, there will be friction. Trust me, this is just the beginning. Fengye didn't answer directly, but walked forward with a gentle smile. Orochimaru now can never think of what he is thinking. When I said that sentence, it felt really wonderful. Forgive me, Suzuki. This is definitely not the last time. Needless to say, the environment of the rain country, because of its geographical location, it rains all the year round. What I want to tell you is the rumors about Rain Shinobi Village. As a crevice that has been used as a battlefield by various big countries all the year round, the interior of the rain country is also torn apart, but everything has changed since the emergence of Hanzo of the Salamander. They formed Rain Shinobi Village, and under the leadership of the self-proclaimed demigod, they began to resist. In other words, when stepping out of the border of the land of fire and coming to the land of rain, in addition to the ensuing depressive atmosphere and moist rain, Orochimaru's face became more solemn. Now it is more chaotic in the land of rain. Sand Shinobi Village, Iwagakur, plus the aforementioned Cloud Shinobi Village and Konaha Ninja. Everyone is squeezed in the territory of the country of rain, creating a complicated environment now. Before setting foot on the battlefield, what I want to say is that we must not underestimate Rain Shinobi Village, which is doubled by multiple forces. Rain Shinobi Village? Fengye and Nawaki nodded slowly. A man who cannot be defeated under the double teaming of multiple forces, and even able to counter-attack, naturally cannot be underestimated. There is. Approaching Konoha's camp, Orochimaru's expression suddenly became strange. Don't trust the commander's orders too much, or you will definitely suffer. Sprinkle. Does even Uncle Snake know that Danzo will stumble this time? Fengye grinned. He knew this in his mind, and this time, he did it. Danzo thinks that the battle of the Kingdom of Rain is waiting for him? Want to fart. Master Orochimaru, Master Danzo and a few others are waiting for you in the war room. The ninja who passed the letter respectfully reported the situation. Obviously, Danzo has been waiting for the arrival of Fengye and others for a long time. Chapter 34. Danzo is in a good mood recently. Especially after he revoked the status of Commander Hatake Sakumo in front of everyone, and took that position by himself. The swelling mood made him forget about it. The front of the Rain country is still in confrontation. But as the Commander-in-Chief, he obviously has to do something every day to demonstrate and stabilize his position as the Commander-in-Chief. For example, even if there is no information to share every day, he will hold a meeting and talk about useless nonsense. The same is true today. Looking down at Hatake Sakumo, who was calm, Tsunade who was yawning, and Jiraiya who was obviously distracted, Danzo knocked on the table. How can the Commander-in-Chief speak? He didn't know the others, anyway, he stared at Hatake Sakumo's gaze full of playfulness. Sprinkle. Very upset, right? You show it. As long as you show it, I can collect your dissatisfaction with the village's decisions, and then encourage his old partner to make some plans. Konoha's white fang? That's a joke, do you really think you are Konoha's hero? Feeling Danzo's gaze, Hatake was a little uncomfortable. To be reasonable, although he felt embarrassed about the dismissal of his commander, he did not feel any special feeling after accepting it. As long as Konoha can win this victory, whoever becomes a commander is the same. He didn't like fighting all his life. Even if it is simpler, he knows that too much credit is not good to be dazzling. But what do you mean by this look? Frowning, Hatake said nothing in the end. Hello. If White Fang doesn't speak, it doesn't mean that others will be used to Danzo. The few people present can ignore the authority of the Commander-in-Chief, probably only Tsunade. Looking at Danzo dissatisfied, Tsunade patted the table. I said, do you have nothing to do? Call us to come to the meeting without letting go and sit down. Curse? The remnant of Senju. Danzo looked cold. Senju, you guys won't stay long. This time he came with Sarutobi's orders. The old man is the Commander-in-Chief. If you want you to wait, you have to wait. Tsunade. Call me Senju Tsunade. To interrupt Danzo directly and unceremoniously, Tsunade stared at him coldly. She is no longer the ignorant girl who simply thinks that the village and Senju are friendly. After reading Fengye's statistics and using her eyes to observe the fact that the Senju clan is being consumed on the battlefield, she has already understood that Senju is in a state of opposition to the higher UPS. Senju. Do you really think someone will obey the order that kid gave? Restoring Senju's surname is just a joke. At least in his Danzo's eyes. Similar to him, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, has been suppressed by this surname long enough. Even if I see the emblem of the Senju clan now, I feel uncomfortable. What are you talking about? Danzo's words are already a public refutation of Senju Fengye, their clan chief's order, and the angry Tsunade stood up directly to let Danzo understand the power of the Senju clan. At this moment, the door of the command room was slowly pushed open. Fengye, Orochimaru, and Nawaki appeared in front of everyone. After giving Tsunade a relieved look, Fengye looked at Danzo. Just now, someone doubted the strength of the command of the Patriarch. Really? What about doubting you? Danzo glanced at Fengye disdainfully. A little kid, I really don't know what Sarutobi did on the other side of the village, so he could make this kid go back to the village alive. Of course, he never thought that his perfect plan had failed. That's it. Fengye touched his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. As he said to Uzumaki Mito, it is impossible to protect the Senju tribe on the battlefield with Tsunade alone. Just one of Danzo's aggressive methods made Tsunade almost violent. Unsurprisingly, Danzo was stimulating Tsunade and wanted her to be charged with dissatisfaction with the commander, and even smeared the entire Senju clan. If Tsunade does it, then the Senju clan will be dissatisfied with the commander's decision to hit others in the barracks the next day. Compared to Danzo, Tsunade is still a bit more insidious. But now, Fengye is here. In that case, Tsunade's sister will help me to do things, and we will also show Master Danzo the power of the Senju clan. Sitting in the place where Tsunade was sitting before, Fengye said calmly. Wait. Before Fengye could speak, Danzo waved his hand and looked at him displeasedly. War is not a child's play. Who allows you a genin who has just graduated to sit in the position of assisting command? It's already a gift to you to let you come in and wait for orders. Is it possible that you still want to tell Konoha's front line? Before I am not angry, get out. Kid. Bang. With a loud shout, the table in front of Fengye shattered instantly. Unbearable Tsunade rolled up his sleeves. Old stuff. Who gave you the courage to talk to the patriarch of the Senju clan? Get out. Kid. Grandpa second, if you are still alive, seeing Shimura Danzo's attitude towards your grandson, will you slap him to death? He is now the patriarch of the Senju clan. Regardless of others, Tsunade must stand up and maintain the majesty of the Senju clan. Ahem, alright Tsunade. Seeing that the atmosphere in the command room was not right, Jiraiya seemed to want to stop Tsunade from continuing to go crazy. But Fengye grabbed Tsunade's sleeve first, and slightly comforted him. Leave it to me. Fengye looked at Danzo calmly. As one of the founders of the village, the Senju people enjoy the same treatment with other ethnic groups, and they also have the right to participate in high-level meetings and make decisions about the future of the village. You should know this, Commander-in-Chief. At the time of war, Senju was even more involved in the front line, sending representatives to assist in command like other ethnic groups. This is the order of the Second Hokage. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, I am sitting here in the role of assisting and commanding in place of Tsunade. If you have an opinion on this, do you really mean that the Senju clan is no longer part of Konoha? Answer me, yes or no. This. Pretty. Backhand General. Heitake Shimo, who is next to him, has admiration on his face. Danzo dare to answer this question? Naturally dare not. If the answer is wrong and it is determined that Senju no longer belongs to Konoha, then what awaits him is a storm like a storm. That is an insult to everything about the Senju clan as a whole. Insult First Hokage and Second Hokage. Danzo dare to answer this? Naturally dare not. What a patriarch of the Senju clan. Danzo blushed abruptly, then tell you, your Senju, where is he? A polished commander. Essay, this is the order I just issued, the order of the patriarch of the Senju clan. Fengye sneered and folded his arms. What do you think I am doing here? Seize power. And I, Senju Fengye, as the patriarch of the Senju family, issue patriarch orders. From now on, all the Senju people who have integrated the Konoha shinobi Tibetan surname will restore the Senju surname, and all the Senju people who have come to the front line will be reformed and led by themselves. Lead it yourself. Pop. Danzo stood up suddenly. This kid. He wants military power. Chapter 35. There was silence in the command room. When Fengye's ambitions were initially revealed, they had no other thoughts other than shock. Senju is a well-deserved clan. On the battlefield, even though it has been integrated into other teams, it still plays a significant role. In other words, if they were reintegrated into a team, the number would be amazing. Part of the command was obtained as the head of the Senju clan. Then the backhand was unified, the team was assembled, and the substantive military power was obtained. From these 2 points, no one can see that he was not caught by third generation rashly and came to the front line, but after careful preparation, even after thinking about his future plans, he set off. Such a strategy is admirable. Heitake Sakumo sighed with emotion. After all, that is the Senju clan. The old man never agrees. There is nothing to say. After the initial shock, Danzo retorted directly. It's not just that you are defying First Hokage's orders at this moment, but you are treating war as a trifle. A genin who has just graduated, what right does he have to command the team? Are you responsible for your life? He had to object. To put it bluntly, what he and Sarutobi Hiruzen need is for the Senju family to disappear silently, rather than disappear all at once. Originally, these were all things that came naturally. After the death of second generation, Senju merged into Konoha, and they performed a certain task in a team that placed Senju's people on the front line for various reasons. In this way, whether it is Umbu or the Roots, or if it is killed by other Shinobu people, it will not arouse suspicion. But once the team changes, if the Senju clans gather together, the movement will be great, and I want to kill the entire Senju clans. They can also explain to the villagers. Fengye's layout affected all their plans. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Fengye leaned back indifferently. As I said, whether it's the return of the Senju clan or I let them reform, this is my right as the patriarch. To put it bluntly, this is my family affair. What's wrong with my young age? Senju's family affairs don't say that you, the frontline commander, can't control it. What right does Hokage have to intervene? You can't. Naruto will not work either. This time, Fengye is bound to win. Only if the Senju clan is put on the bright side, even if the high-level people are targeting them, they can't be honest. And is there something wrong with what he said? This is indeed a family affair for the Senju family, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has any right to intervene. Therefore, Danzo is even less qualified. As for what you said, my ability. Fengye looked at Danzo with a strange look. I have passed the special assessment of Hokage, and even Master 3rd Generation defaults to being one of the senior leaders in this village. Why do you object? That's right. In the Senju clan's clanland that day, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to be suppressed by Wooden Golem and then returned by Mito. Fengye said that as the patriarch of the Senju clan, he should have a place in the upper ranks. At that time, Sarutobi didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed, but what about Fengye just as he agreed? Even if someone else tells it, tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about it. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is upset, why should he deny the status of the Senju clan? What's more, Fengye also helped Konaha solve the Raikage who came to the door, and the function of that incident was to block people's mouths. Ability is enough, whether it will bring Senju into the abyss. It was Fengye's own problem, and it was not for outsiders to intervene. Old man, I am not qualified. Danzo clenched his fists tightly. It's this kind of superior tone again. Since Senju Tobirama died, he felt it again. Say it again. Seeing that Danzo had lost the capital to argue, Fengye shrugged his shoulders. I integrated the Senju clan, isn't it just for the sake of war? They are all clansmen who understand each other and can give the back to their companions. It's not that I have integrated the team and stopped following the commander's orders. Why are you nervous? It's better to worry about what comes from behind than when performing a task, right? The sword is not open. If any NT stabbed the knife in the back, wouldn't my tribe be wronged? What does this kid know? Danzo's eyes were even more cold, and Fengye was clearly suggesting something. Oh, that's stupid. You can command the Shimura clan, why can't Fengye command Senju? It was Tsunade, who suddenly said such a sentence very cheerfully. Yes. The Shimura and Sarutobi clan also followed Danzo to the battlefield this time, including the small groups of Mito Kato Homura and Yudatan Koharu, which are now under Danzo's command. It seems. They all regarded this war as an opportunity to gain prestige and gain exploits. I think there is some truth in what the patriarch Fengye said. Hatake, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. He is seeking truth from facts, and he doesn't care about showing good to Fengye, but simply feels that the Senju clan has re-established its name, and it can also allow the enemy to weigh in when he makes a move. After all, they belong to the Senju clan during the Sengoku period, and they can appropriately put pressure on the enemy. Sure enough. Hatake Sakumo has a problem. But the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. When Hatake Shumao just said a word for Fengye, Danzo stared at him instantly. It's just for Konoha to give a little credit. Why don't you pay attention to me, the commander-in-chief? The system is the same as when other ethnic groups came to the battlefield. There is nothing wrong with Senju getting together. Orochimaru followed closely behind. He didn't care about Danzo's vision. After all, he had already made up his mind when he was carrying out the mission. Besides, is there any problem with the united front with his disciples? Good guys. This is not like you. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru strangely and then stroked his chin. Orochimaru has always been low-key and didn't bother to participate in this kind of thing, but now he takes the initiative to stand in line? Is this really good? Looking around, Jiraiya smiled wryly. The war is still going on, and the upper-level command cadres are already torn apart. He didn't want to care about the complicated relationship, but he didn't want to see someone lost their lives for these reasons, nothing more. The meeting is over. Danzo, who was busy sending information to Sarutobi, did not hesitate to continue confronting Fengye. And in Tsunade's tent, Fengye lay lazily on someone who was rapidly expanding. Strategizing? IQ crush? Danzo was speechless in one breath. Huh. Want to do this step, how can it be so easy? Now he just wants to be quiet a little bit before the people gather together, that's all. Of course, there are habitual movements. Hold your hands. Chapter 36. Senju. As a big clan that has been strong from the Sengoku period to the present, just in terms of numbers, it should be ranked in the ninja world. But when Fengye came outside the Konoha shinobi's army, after taking a look at the place dedicated to Senju, he was silent. In fact, it's not just Fengye who is silent. And Tsunade next to him, Nawaki, and even the people in front of him have a confused look on their faces. 2,000, less than. When the statistics are complete. Tsunade came to Fengye with an unbelievable look on his face. This is the real number. That is the status quo of the Senju family. Even if the Senju people who still existed in Konoha were not sent to the battlefield, it was a question of whether they could make up 3,000 together. If this number is not sensitive, then there is an intuitive concept that can be easily understood. In the Fourth Ninja World War in the future, the ninja allied forces, plus the samurai of the Iron Kingdom, totaled about 80,000 ninjas. Konoha will not be less than 15,000 people. And it is Konoha who has been collapsed by Orochimaru once, has experienced the tragic horror of the Third Ninja War, and has been attacked by Nagato once. If it's the peak period, Konoha's number of ninjas that can be invested at one time will not be less than 20,000. Of course, 20,000 are not meant to be fixed on the front line. Including logistics, as well as the number of guards in each base in the country, add up to this number. If this description can't explain how exaggerated the number of Senju clan gathered together at this time is 2,000. Mention one more number. Even if it is the Fourth Ninja War in the future, the Sarutobi clan who died Sarutobi Hiruzen will be able to throw nearly 1,000 people into the battle with 10 tails. This is true for the Mir tribe. Not to mention the number of Uchiha and Hyuga clan at this moment. Having not experienced the tragic Third Ninja World War, it can be said that Konoha is at the pinnacle at this moment. But what about the Senju family? Where are they? Dead. Taking a deep breath, Fengye looked at the tribe in front of him. Dying on a weird mission, even the corpse cannot be sent back to the village. This is the fate of the Senju clan after merging into Konoha. If I come here later, this number will shrink again until it becomes 0. However, in order to maintain the seemingly harmonious scene of Senju being integrated into the village, there will often be people in the village who are not the Senju clan taking the place of Senju's name and doing some decent work. There are some things you can't see on paper. Just like the data Fengye sent to the elders at the clan assembly. When you look at it, you will find that the number of Senju clan is constantly decreasing, but you won't be surprised afterwards. Yeah. How can there be undead in war? It's not surprising that the Senju clan charged forward. It's acceptable to die more. Someone will tell Fengye that this is the purpose of Senju's integration into Konoha. But now, when the tribes gather, everyone was silent. Looking at the few remaining companions around, the familiar faces continued to disappear. They have nothing to say. There is even a feeling of anger that is slowly extending. Because you have to know, how long did Second Hokage die? Before he ordered Senju to integrate into Konoha, the Senju clan was at its peak at that time. And this gap is Fengye's goal. How can the people's thinking change so easily? Fengye is not Senju Hashirama, and he does not have that great appeal. It will take time for the people of the tribe to have a strange feeling about the village where they were born, and even to follow Fengye unscrupulously against the higher UPS in the future. Changing your mind is only the first step. In the next step, Fengye will let the Senju family thoroughly see the true face of the so-called high level. In addition, establish the prestige of being a leader and a patriarch. The prestige is typed out, not spoken out. Even if your speech is inspiring people's hearts, it is impossible to get support after you go to the battlefield to pull your hips. Senju Hashirama believes that the main reason for the success of his mutual understanding theory is that he can't see exactly how strong he is. Your strength is there, even if you say that you are his father, you are justified. If you are a genin yelling all day to let others understand you, that's looking for death. Therefore, Fengye did not intend to make a long discussion about the people in this gathering. In the eyes of the tribe, he was just a talented 10-year-old. Even if he was the patriarch, it would be bullshit. He just wanted to see who the people he protected next and what they looked like. Fengye. At this moment, a dashing silver-haired brother in the distance walked over. He didn't know him clearly, but his familiar face was very puzzling. His name is Kato Dan. The man who wants to make do with Tsunade when he has nothing to do. But obviously, after Fengye told Tsunade about the story of Kato Sakura when he was a child, Tsunade always kept a distance from the Kato family. Therefore, the trajectory of the two has also changed. Now Tsunade tells the other party that Potian is a colleague, and even a colleague is not even considered a colleague. Huh. Want to be in Tsunade? Dare to touch the things of the patriarch? Fengye curled his lips. It's okay for him to be funny, don't blame him if he is not funny. Nothing else. You are not worthy of it, Tsunade, and you are sentenced to death on this one. Please call me Master Fengye, or Patriarch Fengye. It seemed that he leaned in Tsunade's arms as if he declared sovereignty. Fengye reminded him. This is fine. What he said is that he replaced the leadership of Tsunade's commanding position, and Kato Dan is at most a part-time job jonin, so it's right to shout. I thought we don't need to be so productive. Kato Dan was a little embarrassed. He looked at Tsunade. He thought he could say a few words based on the relationship between his colleagues, but Tsunade's vigilant face really puzzled him. The lethality of Kato Sakura's story lies here. There is no way. Lord Danzo let me go there, saying that there is movement in Sand Shinobi Village. The opportunity is here. Fengye's eyes flashed. It's the same as the information said. Sand Shinobi Village was not convinced after being succeeded by Hatake Sakumo last time. Now it has regained its strength and rejoined the Rainy Kingdom battlefield. Looking at their movements, our first goal is Konaha. In the command room, Danzo has a smile on his face. He is very excited. Yes, there is no tension like the coming war, but I feel that Sand Shinobi Village is just a gift. The reason is simple. He can beat an enemy that Hatake Sakumo can beat. Why can he not beat it? Sand Shinobi Village is to give him exploits. And the Senju family. Looking at Fengye, Danzo sneered. You want command, right? But even if you gather together, what about the Senju clan? Still have to obey the command of his commander-in-chief. Sarutobi just sent him back news, and the two people's opinions are surprisingly consistent. Don't give Senju Fengye any chance to gain military exploits. This was a cryptic command from Sarutobi, and Danzo understood it quite well. Ino, Shika, Cho, Hyuga, Uchiha, Shimura, and Sarutobi follow the old man to face the enemy. As for the Senju clan, facing Fengye's position, he stretched out his little finger and shook it. Danzo looked like a clown with teeth and claws. You guys, stay where you are. Take the battle merits, let him go. Send to death, enter Senju. This is his strategy. Chapter 37. Do you like directing? You like high profile, don't you? This is the price to be paid. After the short combat meeting ended, Danzo watched Fengye's back leave, and he was already happy. Even if they formed the Senju clan and Fengye became the squad leader, he still had to obey the orders of his commander-in-chief. As long as he grasps this firmly, Danzo believes that there is nothing wrong with playing a teenage kid with his own ingenuity. Danzo, the commander-in-chief of the Shanghai, now has an unprecedented expansion, but he does not know what is waiting for him in the future. Senju camp. In Fengye's tent. Sitting on the chair, the atmosphere seemed a little dull. After a long time, Tsunade walked to Fengye's side, with comfort and encouragement on his face, as if he wanted to say something. Want to comfort me? Fengye smiled and stretched out his hand to stroke Tsunade's face. In the future, there is always a chance. Tsunade sighed. Coming to the battlefield, there is no chance to shoot, and it is impossible to show the dominance brought by the gathering of the Senju clan. It seems that this is also a drawback brought about by the integration of the Senju family. Without the opportunity to fight, there is no way to gain military exploits. When the Second Ninja War is over, the resources available to the Senju clan will be reduced when the village is distributing benefits. This is the tradition of every village. Victory in war is rewarded by meritorious deeds, and those who did nothing in the war will not be respected. But in this case they can't help it. After all, Danzo is the commander-in-chief of the front line. Although Fengye came to the camp and did everything that seemed exaggerated, it was the name of the Senju clan, and it was the reorganization of Senju to organize the clan. But take a closer look at no place that disobeys the commander's orders. Senju's family affairs and battlefield disobedience are two different things and must be distinguished. During this period of war, the Senju clan could not take advantage of others and leave a handle. Sister Tsunade, you got it wrong. Fengye shook his head. On the contrary, this is exactly what I want. What do you mean? Tsunade was stunned. Don't Fengye know the impact of being low-key on the battlefield in the future? Fengye, don't you think that as long as you don't participate in the battle, the Senju clan will not be in danger? Indeed. It seems that it is safe to stay behind, and it can also achieve the purpose of preserving the power of the Senju clan. But the problem remains, the Senju family cannot defy Danzo's orders. This time it is on standby. What about next time? I'm afraid I went up to die as a cannon fodder. This time it was just a signal. However, Tsunade can see that Danzo's conspiracy has just begun. How could Fengye not know? But he didn't panic at all, he even wanted to laugh a little. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha did not hold any initiative or gain any advantage from beginning to end. In the end, even if I tried my best, I didn't win Rain Shinobi Village. As for Konoha's benefits, apart from the nominal victory, nothing else, but the huge number of dead ninjas. This is the end of the war. In this war, Danzo's incompetence also taught Konoha's old and young men a lesson, and even formed a sharp contrast with Heitake's commanding ability. It was also because of Danzo's failure in the Second Ninja War that even Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned in the future, resulting in a vacant position in Naruto. Danzo still had no possibility of becoming Naruto. With helplessness, he began to train Orochimaru and wanted to cooperate with third generation competes with successors. In the end, he still lost. With these things analyzed from the original work, one thing can already be confirmed. That is, in the Second Ninja World War, Danzo not only didn't get any benefits, but got a lot of trouble. At this point, from the attitude that he didn't put Sand Shinobi Village in his eyes when he had a meeting just now, Fengye had vaguely felt what would happen. Cho of Sand Shinobi Village. He will teach Danzo a good lesson, and all the opportunities he thinks to be able to make combat exploits are all for nothing. Especially since Cho has just died of her son and daughter-in-law at this time, she will definitely attack her when she is angry. So the first war after the stalemate must have ended in Konoha's defeat. Fengye was still thinking about what reason to isolate the Senju family from this failed battle. He didn't expect Danzo to help him instead. As for sticking to your position, you won't be able to gain combat exploits. Naturally not. It is more convenient to do things out of Danzo's vision. Moreover, Fengye has already thought of the next plan in his heart. If the plan goes well, the Senju clan will not be affected, but the Konoha clan except the Sarutobi and Shimura clan groups will be grateful. Tell the people to stand by at any time, ready to take up the defeated army with me at any time. Stop thinking, Fengye directly ordered. Destroyed, a large force. Tsunade was puzzled, and couldn't figure out Fengye's orders. Look at it. Even Tsunade thinks Sand Shinobi Village is a soft persimmon. Fengye waved her hand without explaining, just to prepare her. Danzo's failure is doomed. What Fengye wanted to do was to make Danzo also understand the feeling of his people dying by his side. This is just a small part of the interest that the Senju family asked Konoha. Under an unknown low mountain in the western part of the country of rain, the mighty Sand Shinobi Village ninja is slowly moving forward. As the battlefield commander of Sand Shinobi Village, Cho stood on the mountain and looked up at the gloomy sky. The country of rain is like this all year round. This is not the first time I have come, and I have become accustomed to this kind of scenery. Sister. The deputy commander Ebizo walked behind Cho step by step, seeming to want to put on a raincoat for his sister. But after thinking about it, I gave up. He understands how much his son's death has hit his sister. Especially after returning to Sand Shinobi Village, the crazy sister desperately formed countless resources from the puppet master family to form a new army, and also regained the support of Feng. This war is for revenge. On rainy days, you can weep presumptuously. Cho's eyes were red, and the rain washed her face. Turning her head suddenly, she looked at her brother. How is Konoha? This time Sand Shinobi Village didn't hide its path at all, but told Konoha that they were going to launch a big attack. But if you think that Cho was pierced by anger, you are very wrong. Grief makes people grow, but revenge makes people more tolerant. Cho is surprisingly calm now. Danzo was fooled, and brought a large force to plan a frontal confrontation on our route. Speaking of this, a cruel look appeared on Ebizo's face. They're done. Cho took a deep breath. Notified Tsuchikage. The action begins. Chapter 38. Master Danzo, I think I should. I don't want you to think, but I think. The army moved forward, and in the temporary command post, Danzo directly interrupted Hatake Sakumo. Do you think you are the commander-in-chief of the front line? The man in charge now is the old man. He proudly patted the map in front of him, and Danzo pointed to the route of Sand Shinobi village. This time the Shimura and Sarutobi clan will give you the lead. You only need to follow and organize the battlefield. Danzo said leisurely. I mean, before starting the war, it is necessary for the Hyuga clan to detect nearby. Hatake Sakumo spoke again, looking at the map with a headache. It seems that the route along Sand Shinobi village is the mapping river, but the surrounding dense jungle and the intricate mountain environment are easy to ambush. If you don't investigate in advance. Hatake's keen sense of smell made Hatake feel a little unusual. He had dealt with the enemies of Sand Shinobi village, and knew that Cho would not be so stupid to put a large force in front of everyone to shock others. Such an advance is not in line with Cho's style. Danzo was not even familiar with the terrain of the Rain Country, so he rashly ordered a high risk factor. Don't doubt, Danzo in this period was not as shrewd in the future. He has not experienced the disastrous defeat of the Second Ninja War, and his growth experience is limited to the First Ninja War followed by the Second Hokage as a guard. The turning point that really made Danzo cautious was the failure of the Second Ninja World War, which allowed him to learn forbearance, and in the Third Ninja World War, he led the root members to pretend to be a corpse in the Land of Rain to obtain information. But that is in the future. Now, Sarutobi has only been in the position of Naruto for a few years. After the First Ninja War, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoyed peace and prosperity, and they dealt with the people of his own ninja village. The purpose of the roots is completely different from that of Umbu. Perhaps Umbu will take the initiative to attack other enemies in Shinobu, while the roots only deal with his own people. This is also the reason why the roots are scary. Hatake Sakumo is different. He first set foot on the battlefield of Rain Shinobi village by Danzo. He had a lot of clashes with other ninjas in ninja villages, and he also knew the commanding style of other ninja villages. So at a glance there is a problem. But now Danzo obviously wouldn't let him speak. He thought that what he thought was correct. With a wry smile, Hatake finally closed his mouth. Since he was dismissed, he has understood a lot of things. The merits gained on the battlefield seem to be a kind of glory, but more of it is a burden. Although Hokage praised him on the surface, he was not a fool, and dismissal was a signal. Too many dare to direct things would make outsiders think that he had ulterior motives. That's it. It is a blessing or a curse. See you on the battlefield. The order is issued. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were relieved. To be reasonable, as the eyes of the Konoha shinobi's coalition forces, their pupil skills can give effective information and give Konoha a lot of credit. This is a fact. But similarly, as a detective ninja, their risk factor has also increased exponentially. It is better to save a little effort. Although following the Shimura clan and Sarutobi clan means that the gains will be reduced, but they don't care. The large force continued to advance. Finally, when the two parties began to approach, the ninja's first ninjutsu hit the other side. The flames of war begin to burn. When the first piece of information was sent to Danzo's command post, a smile appeared on his face. Sand Shinobi village is nothing to be afraid of. How can a group of mobs contend with our first ninja village? Did you see it, Hatake Sakumo? They have been defeated by us again and again. This is an unusual place, Lord Danzo. Hatake Sakumo's face was full of solemnity. He had just observed the traces of the opponent being beaten back. Although it looks flustered, there are not many people killed in the battle. They lure the enemy to go deeper. Master Danzo, next suggestion. After seeing the enemy's true purpose, Hatake Sakumo quickly asked to remind him. The whole army strikes. Go up and start a group. Without even waiting for Hatake Sakumo to finish speaking, Danzo directly issued the second order. And his orders also corresponded to the excitement on the faces of the Sarutobi and Shimura clan in front of the battlefield. The enemy in front of them is a lot of exploits. Even the commander-in-chief Danzo put down his identity and rushed forward. But just as the ninjas plunged into a valley savagely, the situation in front of them changed drastically. Something's wrong. Looking at the people around him, and then at the faintly shaking figures on both sides of the valley, Danzo finally recovered. Retreat. Retreat. Unexpectedly, he had a bad feeling, and let him give orders quickly. But things can't be so easy. Cho, who had been waiting for a long time, directly ordered the ambushing ninjas to attack. Ninjutsu, hidden weapon. When the air broke from all directions, those attacks became real raindrops in the eyes of the Shimura and Sarutobi clan at the forefront. Master Danzo is not good. A large number of enemies were found on the retreat route, and we cannot be sure for the time being. Our back road is blocked. The panicked ninjas pinned their last hope on their commander-in-chief, but they couldn't see any light on Danzo's face. Run. I must not die here. The old man's goal is to become Konoha's Hokage. How could he die on this battlefield? Danzo, with red eyes, directly pulled a certain ninja next to him and blocked him on top of his head, and then quickly took his men back and withdrew. Just open a hole and you can kill it back. He doesn't want to die. The battle begins. Danzo's hasty attack caused Konoha's ninjas to pay a heavy price. The groan of wailing and pain became the main theme of this land. And on a mountain not far from the main battlefield, thousands of ninjas in uniform costumes stared at their patriarch. Senju Fengye. Just now, he clearly pointed out the location of the enemy's ambush, and even expected Konoha's ninjas to be trapped in a circle. At first they didn't believe it. But when Fengye brought them to here after gritting his teeth and defying the order to hold the ground, he finally understood that what Fengye said was true. The ninjas of Konoha are now in the most dangerous moment. And this is the chance of the Senju family. Open the encirclement and receive your companions back. They are the heroes of this war and the grateful target. Clan people. Looking down on the battlefield, Fengye waved his eyes with a big hand. Right here, in the country of rain. Tell the world with your fists. Senju, we are back. Chapter 39. His eyes were warm. Countless members of the tribe looked at the figure in front of them and breathed quickly. This is the first time the Senju clan has returned after being integrated into Konoha. It was also the first time a battle was fought in the name of the Senju clan in the Second Ninja War. Senju. How long hasn't anyone mentioned this surname in the ninja world? Even when the Second Hokage was there, the influence of the Senju clan on the ninja world was not so strong. As for the entire Senju clan, Senju Hashirama is probably the only one who can do it. But even a person represents the pinnacle power of the ninja world. Now, Fengye mentioned that surname, which made the blood of the people boil again. In the era of Senju Hashirama, they fought for peace. But after so many years of silence, they suddenly realized that they were born for war. From top to bottom, thousands of ninjas of the Senju clan roared towards the weakest place in their patriarchal circle. From a distance, the unrelenting aura of the ninjas makes people move. The leader of a troop determines the temperament of the troop. When emotions are mobilized, Senju's former glory has become a thing of the past. Now the brilliance will be created by themselves. Honor, why not go to death? This is the first time Fengye has experienced the scene where thousands of people are charging together. Maybe every man has a dream of becoming a general, Fengye is no exception. He has completely integrated into this attitude. Fengye, slow down. And Nawaki, you will follow me in a while. Of course. There will also be concerns from relatives in that atmosphere. Tsunade has not forgotten his responsibilities, only his two younger brothers are in his eyes. Just. Do you follow the woman? During the run, Fengye licked her lips that were chapped with blood. As the patriarch, how can you choose to be cowardly at this time? Yes. He is still young, and because of this, he has not been able to sweep the battlefield like Senju Hashirama in a short time. But this does not mean that he is weak. Fengye said. The real serving of the public does not depend on the mouth. Don't look at the clan people who are now full of excitement and charging behind him, but if he, the clan chief, shows the waist strength that can only be protected by others, he will still be looked down upon. This is after all, the world where power is supreme. Without strong power, how to give the people a firm confidence? However, the tribe, including Tsunade, felt that Fengye was not strong enough. It seems. Except for that time during the graduation exam, Fengye showed his ninjutsu talent, but he didn't show his strength too much in front of people. Even Orochimaru, apart from knowing that Fengye possesses strong perception and speed, he doesn't know much about his true strength. Even if it was how he highlighted the process of being surrounded by Thunder Country and returning to Konoha, he didn't let Nawaki tell anyone. After Wooden Golem became Mito's maid, she mentioned it several times. For this reason, when the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to take Kushina away, there was no reason why Kushina saw Fengye's wings too surprised. I have never forgotten that power is the main reason to dominate this world. I never let go of my practice every night. The running speed suddenly increased. This is not a virtual ringing and speeding up, but pure physical strength. Fengye. Tsunade was stunned. She was a little surprised Fengye's sudden acceleration, and she had never seen the speed and the deep footprints on the ground every time she stepped out. Shouted, she wanted to go to protect her brother. But Nawaki next to him grabbed Tsunade's hand and shook his head. Sister, you underestimated the second brother's strength. He will surprise you. Fengye's strength. Tsunade opened his mouth and finally fixed his gaze on Fengye's figure. Running Fengye did not respond to Tsunade's words. His speed is getting faster and faster. Already surpassed the Senju people at the forefront. The clan member just wanted to say something after seeing the incoming person. After all, the clan leader is still young, so it should be protected by someone. But the next second, his staring boss, the running figure almost staggered and fell to the ground. What did he see? Dark wings, feathers as tough as bone. Huh. When Fengye's speed reached the limit, the huge black wings finally appeared in front of everyone. The change of wings is not over yet, it extends again in front of everyone. The strong wind hits, and a huge force rises into the sky. When the black wing great demon spread its wings and flew high for the first time, this scene was extremely shocking. People rubbed their eyes and finally confirmed that the man who flew into the air was their patriarch. See it. Combined with the blood of Senju, plus the power of virtuality, with chakra and Ryatsu as the dual energy. After reaching 10% of the template power, how strong is the Black Wing Great Demon? 10%, this is the current progress of the inheritance template. But the improvement it comes is a transformation. And that transformation was completed during the return to Konoha from the Kingdom of Thunder. Green gloomy light emerged from his eyes, Fengye clenched his fists, a flash of light flashed in the middle of his palm, and a huge energy body formed by Ryatsu covered the Thor's sword. The next moment the sword of Thor had crazy eyes, and a spear of thunder shining with electric light suddenly appeared. 10% of the transformation not only unlocked the Black Wing after Ulquiorra's return to the blade, but also completely transformed his body. Integrating the physique of the Senju clan, let's talk about the fusion of the power of the soul and the power of the body. The dual amplification mode of Chakra and Ryatsu, this is the strongest energy body in the ninja world. Using this as energy, Fengye's combat effectiveness will be increased terribly. After reaching 10% of the template's power, Fengye found that his first inheritance was not simple. Even said that his inheritance template is stronger than Ulquiorra himself. Ahead. The enemies surrounding the Konoha allied forces are close at hand. Fengye's expression was calm, and the thunder gun buzzed. The blood in his heart has eased, but the desire to fight suddenly rises. But he remained calm. The battle has just begun. And he needs to open a way for the tribes to accept the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes. Yes. The life and death of those two clans has nothing to do with him. The main reason Fengye brought the tribesmen over was to gain the gratitude of other tribes. By the way, let the Black Wing Great Demon spread its wings and fly high for the first time. Let the ninja world know Senju again. Although it can only be used once with the current strength of Ryatsu and Chakra, it is enough. The thunder spear propped forward. The light on the tip of the gun was different from the thunder light on the gun body, instead it turned into a terrifying emerald green. That belongs to the unique zero of the Black Wing Demon. Shake. Wang Xu's Flash. Chapter 40. What power is this? When the Black Wing Great Demon paused in the air, the spear of thunder glowed with emerald green light. The Senju people behind Fengye stopped unknowingly and watched the scene blankly. Including Tsunade, and even Senju Packing, who was worried about Fengye's safety before, swallowed and started. This is. What power is it? He was sure that the wings were real. At this moment, the changes in Thor's sword also made them extremely moved. The oppressive feeling given to them by the weird energy above made them understand that once that power erupts, it is by no means weaker than ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Wings, and the compressed energy body. Is this Fengye's power? But the Senju family has never seen this kind of ability. Tsunade swallowed, and she realized that she didn't seem to know this cousin, the head of the Senju clan at this moment. Does the Senju family have other blood inheritance boundaries besides first generation's wood style? A certain smart tribe suddenly realized, and then said with excitement. The new blood succession boundary. Tsunade suddenly. It seems that before she also had Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan didn't seem to realize that they had wood style's blood inheritance boundary, but is it true that there is a turning point now? This seems to be an opportunity for Senju to rise again. Second brother said that this power is more destructive than wood style. It's not the first time that Nawaki has seen this kind of flash, but naturally explained to Tsunade. That's impossible. Stronger than wood style. Tsunade didn't believe it at all. Grandpa's wood style rules the entire Sengoku, even Uchiha Madara can't do anything about it. And wood style is also Senju's pride. Now that you say that the existence of beyond wood style has appeared, she naturally doesn't believe it. Staring at Fengye's ready figure in the air, Tsunade frowned. That location was already very close to the encirclement in front of her, and she even saw a malicious ninja preparing to attack at Jian. Don't worry, the second brother is very meaty. In this regard, Nawaki still expressed calmness. Unless it is a decent ninjutsu, it will not have much impact on the second brother. You don't know, he was stabbed by someone when he came back from the Kingdom of Thunder. He is like a okay person. Is the resilience of the Senju clan. For example, Grandpa's Muji treatment? Tsunade looked weird and reasonable. She is currently focusing on this direction, and she has already had her eyebrows. And, old sister. Sneaking up to Tsunade's side, Nawaki winked. Seeing the light on the second brother's weapon, the second brother said, in the future, he will let the Senju clan people have the power of master. How is this possible? Tsunade was eclipsed by Fengye's delicate face. But before she could say anything, the sudden change occurred. Ahead. Suddenly, several figures from the enemy ninja who surrounded Konaha rushed under Fengye. At the same time, the ninja in the distance launched an attack instantly. Long-range attacks such as fire style, water style, etc. have already smashed Fengye over, accompanied by the ninjutsu attacks with the huge number of shurikens and detonating talisman. Don't think of ninja fighting as a fierce rivalry. When the ninjas determine the attack plan, they will shoot without warning. Without the magnificent moves, the mission of the ninjas is to harvest the lives of their enemies. They are the assassins in the night. Although I don't understand where Fengye's wings come from, or what the light will bring, but here is the enemy. The attack came outrageously. But Fengye in the air didn't panic at all. He wanted to interrupt his Zero with shuriken and ninjutsu? How could the body of the great black wing demon be so fragile? Even the lowest grade iron sheet can't be pierced by ordinary Konoha. He had already tried this when he was in Thunder Country. And if you think that his black wings are only used for flying, then you are quite wrong. There was no change in expression on his face. Fengye's wings stood in front of him. Ding ding ding. Like a substantial collision of steel, the sound of gold and iron clinking sounded numb to the scalp. At the same time, those low-level ninjutsu were also blocked by wings. There is no way to break the defense. The ninjas in the encirclement looked at each other and began to seal the seal again. The first round of temptation did not work. This time they will launch advanced ninjutsu to fight against the enemy, that is, they choose not to cherish the chakra in the body. What a pity. Fengye didn't give them another chance. He doesn't like others to pollute his wings. Moreover, Zero is already ready. Even if there is only 10% template progress, the Minos Grande of the level of Ulquiorra must be Wang Xu's flash. This trick will make the enemy into despair. It was like the hill that once blocked Fengye from returning to Konoha. It has now been razed to the ground. Of course, the cost of this trick is also very high. It will exhaust chakra and Ryutsu in Fengye at one time, and only the physique of the Senju family can keep up with this consumption. There is no way. The huge consumption of powerful moves is nothing at all. The problem of energy will no longer be a problem after Fengye's age grows and the template is unlocked. After all, Fengye is still growing up. If it is not a special situation, Fengye would not use this trick. Boom. The space shook suddenly. The completely burst of emerald green Zero hit the ground. What is puzzling is that when the light fell on the crowd, the shock of the space disappeared. Just when they felt that Fengye was a moment of pretense. Fear is coming. The great black winged demon who represented nothingness snapped his fingers softly. In an instant, the shock struck again. Countless ninjas at the location that had just been illuminated by the emerald green light instantly shattered. And the swallowing of nothingness is increasing at a weird speed. Death is coming. Those enemies dissipated completely before even screaming. Never let go even with a soul. Yes. The essence of Zero is a dual attack of soul and physics. It will not only annihilate the body, but also devour the soul. People killed by Fengye will never appear in the Pure Land. This is certain. But it does not mean that Zero is invincible. Zero is not slow, but there are many capable people in the ninja world who can transfer themselves at the moment Zero is launched, but this is only temporary. When the power of Fengye's unlocked template is increased to a certain level, even the space will be completely wiped out by Wang Xu's flash. Looking at the air below that turned into nothingness, Fengye took a deep breath and then slowly fell to the ground. This is the first time he has shown his strength. As for the effect, glancing at the shocked people, Fengye nodded in satisfaction. His goal has been achieved. Starting today, he will be the real patriarch whom the people look up to. Strength is the last word, and blindly conservative hiding will only make people feel that you are a waste. Appropriate exposure can deter the enemy. To be high profile to the end. Clan people. With a low drink, the old and young men of the Senju clan regained their senses, and this time, they looked at Fengye with more enthusiasm. He said that he would surpass Senju Hashirama and bring Senju to the top again. He is moving forward. He is working hard. Now, they just want to follow behind the patriarch. Roar. The high-pitched roar went straight into the sky. The invincible clan during the Sengoku period is reawakening. Chapter 41. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for killing cannon fodder Genin in combat mode, and the progress of the first inheritance template has increased by %. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for killing the unqualified Chunin in combat mode. The template progress has increased by 0.004%. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for killing the strong-willed Genin in combat mode. The template progress has increased by 0.002%. The battle continues. A large area in front has been emptied by Fengye's Zero, and the encirclement has been opened. Fengye led the burning Senjus to charge. The location of this encircled circle is the weakest place Fengye has found after probing his nerves. No matter whether it is Cho of Sand Shinobi Village in Onoji, he is not here. So it is appropriate to choose here. He stretched out his fingers and fired a virtual bullet that was much lower in power than Zero, and Fengye heard his favorite voice in his ears. Combat mode, born for war. Different from the training in the daily mode, the combat mode will not only give an evaluation when the enemy is in a regular battle, and then improve the template progress, but also improve the progress when the enemy is killed. This is why Fengye likes to turn on the battle mode the most, and it is also the main reason why he wants to come to the battlefield. He said. Sending him to the battlefield was the biggest mistake Sarutobi Hiruzen made. But this error Sarutobi has no way to avoid it. At the time of graduation, third generation had fallen into Fengye's calculations. It is his layout to irritate Raikage and so on. There is no shortage of people in the ninja world. Fengye would not have any burden or pressure to kill those ninjas who participated in the war. Not killing others means that they will kill your relatives and friends. This world is like this. Everyone has their own justice, but their justice is often not considered justice. When Fengye returns to the village again after experiencing the war, he will let the so-called high-level officials understand that the patriarch of the Senju clan has long been beyond their control. My patriarch, over there I found the Hyuga clan who was trying to break through. Is Hyuga the first to be discovered? This is normal. They have Byakugan and can keenly spot the changes on the battlefield. Fengye should not be able to hide him after opening the encirclement. But only the Hyuga clan proved one thing. That is, Konoha's army was broken up, even in a split situation. Control the breach, and the people who lead Hyuga continue to go deeper. Fengye quietly ordered. He had already sensed that there were other Konoha ninjas ahead. Unexpectedly, it was you who saved us, Fengye. Soon after, when the ninja of the Hyuga clan came to Fengye, the leader surprised Fengye a little. Hyuga Hisashi. He also came to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. But thinking about Fengye is relieved. This is the mission of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Before the branch house is completely lighted up, the Zone family will stay in the village safely. As a new graduate, Hyuga Hisashi has also become the next generation of the patriarch of the branch house. It is right for him to come to the battlefield to experience ups and downs. But looking at him, it seemed uncomfortable. Leave it to us. He patted Hyuga Hisashi on the shoulder, and Fengye smiled gently. Perhaps it is this kind of gap that will make Hyuga Hisashi dissatisfied with the clan in the future, and even in the original book, he was once instigated by Hyuga Hayashi's caged bird because of his murderous intentions against Hinata. And that scene was also seen by Niji. Is the friendship of Hyuga branch house? It will be useful in the future. However, he said that he saved Hyuga Hisashi, and Fengye made it cheaper. The reason is simple: even if he did not participate in this war, Hyuga Hisashi survived in the end. But now it's different. He will summarize the reason for his survival to Fengye. And this is the purpose of Fengye leading Senju to open the encirclement. Let Konoha's other ethnic groups recognize Senju again. Not for the position of Hokage, but for the unbreakable status of the Senju family and the opportunity to truly break into the high-level Konoha. He needs supporters to fight against Hokage. The troops continued to advance. Relying on keen perception, and the pupil technique of the Hyuga clan, Fengye's team grew rapidly. The chaotic situation that was originally surrounded by him and broke through in all directions was finally brought under control. The Uchiha clan, Ino, Shika, Cho, and even those small ethnic groups, eventually merged into Fengye's team. I just checked it out. Except for the Shimura and Sarutobi clan, the other ninjas are almost gathered. The war continues. The battle of the ninjas was hidden from the front in the darkness. Tsunade brought Hatake and Orochimaru with excitement on his face, and Jiraiya, who had just found him, walked over. It was Hatake Sakumo who was speaking, and his eyes were full of appreciation at this moment. He did not expect that this young man had the courage to lead Senju to the rescue. This is defying orders, but no one will blame him for it, not even Danzo. Because Fengye saved the lives of these people. What's the next step? Take someone to kill the ninja in Sand Shinobi village. Tsunade geared up. How to do it? Fengye grinned. My stupid sister, you seem to have forgotten our mission. Our commander-in-chief, he just issued an order not long ago. Order? Tsunade hadn't recovered a bit. Orochimaru, who was next to him, squinted his eyes and took the conversation. So now we should retreat and preserve our vitality. This is obvious. Those are the Shimura and Sarutobi ninjas that have not been found yet, let them go. It doesn't matter whether it is dead or alive. After all, people's order is to hold on to the ground, and coming out to help is already defying the order, isn't it? Isn't it so good? Jiraiya said embarrassedly. In the current situation, rescuing the Shimura and Sarutobi clans that are still under siege is just a matter of piggybacking, and it does not require much effort. After all, they have already opened the breach, and it is not so easy to regroup into an encirclement. What's wrong? If you want to go, just go with a ninja who is willing to follow you. I'm not the commander-in-chief and don't need to ask me. Fengye glanced at Jiraiya calmly. His extra kindness would eventually kill him. Save those two races? Sorry, he can't do it. In the end Danzo was caught or even killed by the people of Sand Shinobi village, and that was the result he wanted. Listen to my orders. With a big wave, Fengye looked at the ninjas around. Obey the commander-in-chief's orders and stand firm. Withdraw. The strength of Senju's first appearance is enough. Hatake Sakumo next to him sighed and stopped Jiraiya from thinking about talking. This is still true on the battlefield. What if it was a peaceful age? Looking at Fengye with complicated eyes, Hatake Shumao understood that he was only doing something for the clansmen as the head of the Senju clan. Because at the moment Senju has only two options. Resistance, or death. Chapter 42. Konoha Camp. The ninjas are counting the list of the dead. Like the previous wars, they did not see the so-called benefits at all. It is lucky to be able to leave a whole body. This is the fate of the ninja. Probably before those people died, they just wanted to go back to their homes and have a look, and only when they saw those relatives did they understand why they died. The loss in this battle was not small. I didn't expect Sand Shinobi village to cooperate with Iwagakure regardless of the consequences. In the temporary command room, Hatake had a headache looking at the post-war statistics in front of him. Although the war must have brought death, Those ninjas who came to the battlefield also understood this. It's okay to die. But the dead must have value. Similar to this battle, completely unnecessary death is the most terrifying, which will make the morale of the ninjas low and feel confused about the future. There is no doubt that this failure was Danzo's dereliction of duty. There was no investigation before the start of the battle, and even a head-on confrontation rushed out. He chose to fight against the ninja. How about Fengye? Looking around, Haitake was a little strange. The captains and commanders of other races are there, but Senju's siblings are the only ones missing. This kind of post-war inventory is indispensable, and Fengye is the only hero in this war. If it were not for the Senju clan, the list of deaths would be far more than that. Let's rest. I heard that it was overdone during the battle. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, and he was not calm at this time. The victory and defeat of this war has nothing to do with him. But he found more interesting things in Fengye. In addition to wood style, the Senju family's blood succession boundary has appeared, and its lethality is comparable to wood style. Emerald light? What the hell is that? Green often represents vitality, which can be placed on Fengye's body, but it becomes a flash that turns everything into nothingness. The new blood continues to limit. Fengye claims to be Zero's ability. All of them here came out of the gap that Fengye opened at the beginning, and they can naturally see the devastating damage caused by Wang Xu's flash. According to rumors, after that light passed, all ninjas turned into nothingness. That kind of straightforward attack left a deep gully in the ground. Orochimaru now wants to talk to Fengye about Zero. For him, this new type of ninjutsu or schedule limit has a fatal temptation. Of course, after seeing Fengye's power, Orochimaru firmly believes that the future of the Senju family lies in him. Beyond Senju Hashirama? Fengye-kun is not just talking. This is the first time Senju Fengye has shown his strength, but it is by no means the last. Is it overconsumed? Understandable. Haitake Shumao nodded. He had heard the rumors about Fengye, and it seemed that Fengye was the one who opened the encirclement. Young people have something to do with it. Worthy of being the patriarch of the Senju clan. Is there any news from Danzo? After thinking about it, Haitake asked a little strangely on his face. Not for the time being, but with Danzo-sama representing the ability, we don't have to worry about it. He will not die, even if he becomes a captive, he will not choose to be brave enough to die. Orochimaru said calmly. He knew Danzo too well. He ruled the darkness of Konaha at the root for the sake of the village. Danzo felt that his life was full of great moments. In other words, he took his life very hard. I'm so sorry that I won't let it go whenever there is a little chance to escape. What you said? White Fang flipped through Byakugan, and he was sure that Orochimaru was definitely not praising his leadership. Next to Konoha camp, in the exclusive area of the Senju clan. At this moment, Fengye looked helpless at Tsunade in front of him. To be reasonable, he said that excessive consumption is just too lazy to attend that boring meeting. Wang Xu's flash is indeed a burden for him now, but it is not so exaggerated. It is enough for 1-0, if Fengye fires 2 consecutive shots without recklessness. That is the real overconsumption. With the physique of the Senju clan, plus inheriting the resilience of Ulquiorra, he has almost recovered after returning from the battlefield to the camp. But Tsunade still let him sit here to undergo all-round inspections. Humph, put it on. Throwing the robe to Fengye, Tsunade's face turned red. The so-called omnidirectional inspection naturally has to inspect all places, so now Fengye is naked. But Tsunade must admit one thing. That's her brother, who has grown up. I said it was okay. Putting on Senju's robe, Fengye languidly fell into Tsunade's arms. The Senju clan fought well in the first battle. Regardless of other villages, the tribes in the camp are now in high spirits, and Konoha's ninjas also show respect to Senju who saved their name. This is what Fengye wants to achieve. Fengye, I have a question. Holding his cousin, Tsunade seemed hesitant. About the wings, and the light. Sure enough, this was the problem, and Fengye didn't have any surprises about it. He showed special abilities, which was used to inspire the Senju family. I also take this opportunity to give new hope to the people of the tribe. After all, starting with Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan has no special blood inheritance limits. In addition to the tenacious vitality and the amazing resilience, only chakra is relatively good. For decades, no one has awakened wood style again. The tribes once attributed this reason to the fact that the younger generations were not as good as first generation. But this is not the case. Wood style is not simply an ordinary blood boundary that combines the water attribute chakra and the earth attribute chakra, but a special ability obtained from first generation Ashura. Even if it is forced to obtain wood style, such as Yamato, but it is just a mere expression. Only the combination of the characteristics of wood style and Ashura is the real wood style. Therefore, it is not surprising that no one from the Senju clan awakened wood style. But now the appearance of Fengye has made the people look at other places. Nawaki secretly told me, "You are sure, let us all use that kind of light." Is this true? With beautiful eyes bright and colorful, Tsunade looked at Fengye with hope. She has seen the power of that light. If all members of the Senju clan had that kind of power, how terrible would it be? Nature. Fengye nodded calmly. He said that the Blackwing Great Demon he inherited was systematically strengthened. Even in the future, he will have the ability to open the Black Tune and summon more emptiness with the posture of Wang Xu. In other words, supporting him behind his back is the whole Hueco Mundo. It's just that the people of Senju are integrated into the virtual physique, which requires a lot of experimentation and the help of the system, plus an item called the semi-finished Hogyaku in the mall. Even if it's just an ordinary imaginary, it can also give the Senju clan people a huge boost. So Orochimaru. This is his first goal. Uncle Snake is longing for immortality. And the virtual life tends to eternity. He could not refuse. Chapter 43. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain is changing rapidly. But Sand Shinobi Village was after Uegakuer united. At the same time Rain Shinobi Village raided the rear of Uegakuer, and Cloud Shinobi Village, which was originally staring at Rain Shinobi Village, did not respond to Rain Shinobi Village's actions. This is the tacit understanding that even exists between enemies on the battlefield. Raikage is not a fool, he doesn't want to see this happen, and in order to combat this behavior, he chooses to let Rain Shinobi Village take the shot. Cloud Shinobi Village just suffered the Eight Tails chaos, but they did not give up the battlefield of the Rain Country. It is the right choice to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. But in comparison, Konoha's side is extremely quiet. No way. The first raid suffered heavy losses, and even the whereabouts of the commander-in-chief were unknown, which made Konoha's ninjas wonder where the future direction was. But just when they were lost, a piece of news suddenly spread through the barracks. Sand Shinobi Village, who attacked them before, sent a representative. People don't know what the purpose of the representative of Sand Shinobi Village is, but this is by no means good news. Temporary command room. The captains of each family were assembled, and Fengye also took Tsunade and Nawaki to wait for the representatives of Sand Shinobi Village to come. I have a bad feeling. Jiraiya sneaked up next to Orochimaru and whispered. Could it be you who got it right? Our commander-in-chief. This is the high probability. Uncle Snake sneered. There has never been Shimura Danzo brave enough in the world, only Shimura Danzo who surrendered and was captured. He definitely doesn't want to die. Heitake Shumo in the distance looked solemn. Even the ominous premonition in his heart is stronger than Jiraiya. It seems that something is about to happen. It didn't take long, and before long, the representative of Sand Shinobi Village had already arrived in front of everyone. The visitor is no stranger, but Cho's younger brother, this time Ebizo, deputy commander of Sand Shinobi Village. Everyone is there, I'm straight to the point. Ebizo looked indifferently at the white Fang ahead. This man killed his relatives. Although in a sense, Sand Shinobi Village's revenge was successful this time, after cooperating with Uegakuer, it directly surrounded all Konoha shinobi. Unfortunately, they killed many fewer people than expected. His eyes fell on Senju Fengye next to him, and Ebizo's face showed a touch of murder. Is it this kid? She had the courage to face the encirclement and even opened the gap with her own power. Young people have something to do with it. Unfortunately, he belongs to the Senju clan and belongs to Konoha. Oh, what kind of look is this? Fengye held his arms and squinted his eyes. You think you are a messenger and no one dares to move you? Move me? Ebizo was full of disdain, and then approached Fengye in an extremely arrogant manner. Haha, do you try to move me? Believe it or not, you move me, your Commander Danzo. Pop. Are you and me polite NM? Fengye smiled slyly, raised his arms and slapped Ebizo's face. Amidst everyone's bewildered eyes, Ebizo's body turned 720 degrees in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. She was sure that Fengye had used Senju's ninjutsu in that slap just now. Obviously, Fengye has never been polite to anyone who dared to show killing intent in front of his face. I heard it all, he let me do it. They are the messengers of Sand Shinobi Village, so I must show Konoha's hospitality. If they let me beat me, I must beat them. What's more, Fengye shrugged innocently and looked around after slapped. Isn't this a strong word? Fengye's meaning is obvious. I hit someone, but it makes sense. Konoha shinobi looked at each other, and no one finally stood up and said a word for Ebizo. Acknowledge that you are the messenger, you are the messenger. But now they are at war. Not long ago, Sand Shinobi Village wrote about killing them all, so why give you a good face? Do you really think you are a messenger and want to show off your might? It's been a long time. Ebizo on the ground finally recovered and sat up slowly. But that face can be said to be completely useless, not to mention the swelling, and the neck is still a bit crooked. Obviously Fengye gave him a good lesson. Do the two armies fight? That's bullshit, who cares about your messenger status if you kill the Red Eye? Good. Good. Konoha's hospitality, the old man knows. Looking around aggrievedly, Ebizo understood that the errands he thought were easy, obviously not so easy. Makes sense. As the party who had just defeated Konoha, he did come here to pretend to be forceful, and by the way, it was a blow to Konoha's morale. But it seemed that he was the one who was hit in the end. Counterattack? Dream, there are Konoha people around here, as long as he does it, he will definitely die. The identity of the messenger does not provide an umbrella at all. Well, messenger of Sand Shinobi Village, what is your purpose in coming here? The scene returned to calm. Haitake, as the temporary commander, frowned and looked at the opponent. He just mentioned Danzo. Your commander-in-chief is in our hands, but our Sand Shinobi Village has a friendly and peaceful foreign policy and does not intend to let him die. After calming down, Ebizo finally said his purpose. Is Danzo really captured? Fengye looked at each other in surprise. To be fair, there is no such thing as Danzo being caught by the enemy in the original work. Although Danzo was a bit wasteful, he still had the ability to save his life. Although he doesn't have so many Sharingan on his arm now, after all, he is an elite who can become the second Hokage guard. But it's no wonder Fengye couldn't figure it out. There was no Fengye's spoiler in this battle in the original book. The besieged Konoha finally merged together, highlighting the siege and killing a bloody road. But because of Fengye's early action, the large group of troops broke out ahead of schedule, leaving only the Shimura and Sarutobi ninjas struggling to support. In addition, Iwagakure saw Konoha leave and rearranged the encirclement circle. How could Danzo escape in this situation? Unless he can fly. Unfortunately, Danzo does not have wings. Therefore, it was also because of Fengye's actions that the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes who were struggling in the end suffered heavy casualties. Faced with the main forces of Iwagakure and Sand Shinobi Village, they had to surrender and become prisoners. To be ashamed is to lose a lot. But he just wants to live, and only if he survives can he regroup. Conditions. Haitake's thinking is very clear. The other party captured Shimura Danzo, the commander-in-chief who didn't directly kill him. He went directly to the Konoha camp to negotiate. Then definitely have their own plans. What does Sand Shinobi Village want? What do we want? Having said that, Ebizo's face suddenly became extremely hideous. Naturally. Konoha's white fang. Your life. Chapter 44. When Ebizo said this, everyone present was shocked. The ninjas of all races looked at each other, and they finally understood what this messenger came to Konoha for. With Danzo, plus the lives of the prisoners of the Shimura and Sarutobi clan, in exchange for the life of Haitake Sakumo. Cho is crazy. In order to avenge her son, she could no longer care about the so-called forbearance. She just wants White Fang to die. Pop. But when people were still in shock, a clear slap made them look at the court again. Fengye slapped Ebizo, who had finally managed to get up, to the ground again. Was beaten again. Ebizo looked at Fengye incomparably aggrieved. To be reasonable, he had just been slapped once, and he was already wary of this young man. What he didn't expect at all was Fengye's speed. With just a flash, he came to him in an instant, and hit his face accurately. Why? I'm clearly on guard. Although the old man is not at the level of his sister, according to the evaluation of the puppet master, how can he be a jonin or even an elite jonin? But 2 consecutive attacks made him lose his temper at all. As for the reason, others don't know, but Hatake Shimo, who was in deep thought, knows it very well. The puppet master comes from among the ninjas, but is different from the ninjas. They rely on their own puppets to fight, and often their strength is not so exaggerated. You can think of the puppet masters as relying on technology, chakras control to eat, and those with exaggerated melee combat capabilities are reckless. A talented person can't beat a soldier. At least before Ebizo uses the puppet, Fengye can freely go in and out of his surroundings, and then hit him in the face. Yeah. Just like when I killed Cho's son and daughter-in-law. Hatake seems to be lost in memory. He was ordered to sneak into the camp of Sand Shinobi village in the dark, and touched the man and woman outside the tent. But it doesn't seem to be the right time for him to go. Cho's son and daughter-in-law are making another younger brother or younger sister for Sasori. So White Fang succeeded. The shot was clean and neat. And Cho's son and daughter-in-law walked decently. In the end, they still have ruddy smiles on their faces, connecting life and life channels. That scene is worth remembering. Yeah. Lost. White Fang just wanted to express that the puppet master was very weak before releasing the puppet. It's like now that Ebizo has been successfully attacked by Fengye continuously. In front of Fengye's ghostly speed, he met the nemesis. Why hit me? Rising hard from the ground, Ebizo was full of hatred. He admitted that he was careless and there was no flash. However, he also couldn't understand why he was beaten. Because you are farting. Fengye said righteously. Master Danzo said long before the expedition, he was willing to give his life first for Konoha. Such a great commander-in-chief already knows the fate of a ninja. Even if he dies, he will not become a prisoner in humiliation. You said that Lord Danzo was captured when he was captured. I don't believe that Lord Danzo is definitely not a person who is greedy for life and fear of death. Before you catch him, he must have chosen to commit suicide according to the Konoha shinobi's perseverance tradition. Good guys. There really is you. Uncle Snake secretly held out his thumb next to him. Danzo gave his life for Konoha? Funny, his life is only fighting for rights. If he is Hokage, he might be able to fight for his old life. But what's the point of being a prisoner if you can live on the battlefield? But in Fengye's mouth, Danzo became a great ninja who did not fear power and would not become a captive even if he died. The meaning is obvious. We firmly do not believe that you captured Danzo, so the condition that Sand Shinobi village wants to exchange Hatake's life for Danzo's life does not exist. Of course. Everyone present knows that what Ebizo said is true. But Fengye's words just wanted to stimulate Ebizo. As for Danzo's safety? It's best to die. You don't believe it. Ebizo was stunned. He did not expect Danzo to have such a high status in Fengye's eyes. But this didn't make him angry or have other ideas. The reason is simple. The commander-in-chief of Danzo, the higher the status in Fengye's eyes, proves that the strategy of him and his sister is correct. When he came, he still wondered what should be done if Danzo's prestige was not enough to change the name of White Fang, but now he has determined. Danzo is the commander-in-chief who is loved by others. Even Konoha's patriarch of the Senju clan has great respect for him. This is easier. As long as he believes that Danzo is in their hands, then he will be able to force White Fang to give his life, and then their goal will be achieved. Although I don't know why Danzo, the failed commander-in-chief, has such a high prestige, but from the first time he played against his sister, it can be seen that Danzo's commanding skills are not that strong. So killing Danzo, Sand Shinobi village will not get much benefit. But killing White Fang is different. After fighting against each other many times, they knew how difficult Hatake Sakumo was. When White Fang died, Konoha would be completely passive. I really don't believe it. Fengye said lightly, want to catch our Lord Danzo? In the next life. Konoha has only Shimura Danzo who died bravely, and there is absolutely no Shimura Danzo who stalked his life. Just waiting for your words. Ebizo struggled to get up from the ground. You waited for me to come back. Don't believe it? The old man has a way. Leaving the Konoha camp in a hurry, Ebizo crawled all the way and finally returned to the temporary base of Sand Shinobi village. What's wrong with you? Inside the camp, Cho looked at his brother's face in surprise. Apparently, her brother was beaten. Could it be that Konoha's people moved their hands? The angry Cho patted the table and got up. No, sister. Ebizo huffed and shook his head. Where is Danzo? Behind, don't you know? Cho frowned. Ebizo didn't explain, and quickly re-entered the next room, and in the room, someone from Tuan was sitting quietly on a chair. He was waiting for Konoha to rescue him back. In terms of his importance in Sarutobi's heart, there is no reason for that guy not to save him. Of course, this is not because of friendship. But Danzo knows a lot of Konoha's secrets, and if they were released to other shinobu villages, the price would be very heavy. Sarutobi will definitely save him. So Danzo didn't panic, even his attitude was a little arrogant. I am a prisoner, but I am different from ordinary prisoners. Got what you want? Let go of the old man. Squinting at Joe, Danzo said in a commanding tone. But the next second, his face changed suddenly. Ebizo grabbed a machete and handed it to his sister. Sister, take off his arm. Give Konoha a lot of memory. Chapter 45. This is Master Danzo's Konoha camp. When Ebizo appeared in front of everyone again, there was a bloody arm in his hand. Fengye walked up to Ebizo suspiciously. Makes sense. He wants to laugh now. In the original work, Danzo's arm was also wounded in the Second Ninja War, so he found Orochimaru, and rebuilt the arm with the cells of Uchiha letter as the foundation and the cells of Senju Hashirama. Most of the Sharingan on his arm came from the night of extermination of the Uchiha clan. However, Fengye didn't expect it at all. This time Danzo broke his arm because of him. Yes, it's Danzo's. Pop. The answer to him was Fengye's slap for no reason. I saw that crazy little devil took his arm, then threw it on the ground and kicked it up. Puff. Ninjutsu broke out in an instant, and the entire command post was trembling under the strange power. When all the dust settles. Ebizo looked at the shattered arm that had been trampled on the ground in horror. What did he do? Your esteemed Lord Danzo's arm is here, is it possible that I have to be tested? No. We don't believe it. Don't believe. The corner of Ebizo's mouth twitched. What do you want? Let me chop off Danzo's head and give it to you? All right, Fengye. Ahead, Hatake Sakuma shook his head and stopped Fengye from continuing to act unreasonably. He knows that Fengye is not dealing with the higher UPS, especially Danzo. But this is not the time for nonsense. The evidence has been brought, and it is almost impossible to expect Ebizo to go back and hack Danzo to death. And what Sand Shinobi village wants is his life. Take him down first, we need to discuss this matter. Orochimaru took the conversation and motioned to his men to take Ebizo to calm down. It is estimated that after a few slaps, Ebizo's thinking is still dazed. What should I do now? Jiraiya looked at Hatake Sakuma with a sad face. To be fair, any ninja on the front line knows that Hatake's existence is more important than Danzo. Danzo used actual behavior to tell everyone how bad his commanding ability is. On the contrary, White Fang, his existence is the main reason why Konoha's ninjas have been able to persist until now. But how to deal with the conditions of Sand Shinobi village? They don't know. Hatake Sakuma did not speak, but stroked his short sword melancholy. Now he is also one of the bargaining chips. There is no say in theory. It's better to report this matter to Master Naruto, let him make a decision. Someone spoke. Up to now, it seems that the only right choice is to hand it over to Hokage for decision making. In that case, there is a high probability that he will let Senior White Fang replace Danzo. Fengye spoke bluntly and calmly looked at White Fang. Even if White Fang's reputation is just beginning to appear, Fengye Mingbyakugan's Sarutobi, who can't put sand in his eyes, will never let go of this opportunity. But again, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fool. He also understands that Konoha is everywhere in this war period. Even if Hatake's existence makes him uncomfortable, he cannot easily exchange his life for Danzo. Don't underestimate Sarutobi. He is not that stupid. Even every time Fengye chooses to face off against Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will consider whether he will make mistakes. So if Fengye is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will pay another price to save Danzo, but he will take this opportunity to make White Fang owe him a favor, and even die to Hokage from then on. After all, in the eyes of White Fang and everyone else, Master Naruto paid a sufficient price to protect him, and it is reasonable to completely sell his life for Hokage. Obviously, this is not what Fengye wants to see. Hatake Shumao's strength is not weak, just like Orochimaru, Fengye has ideas about him. For example, pull him into Senju's camp. Teacher's words, I will never let Senior White Fang die. I am sure of this. Instead, Jiraiya shook his head and denied Fengye's thoughts. The question is, what should Sand Shinobi Village do if it is aggressive? If they don't change the conditions, it's a little difficult. There was silence in the command room. Danzo's capture had already destroyed Konoha's morale. If this time, White Fang, who had just been promoted to the sky as the hero of Konoha, died, then it's not just a morale issue. I'm afraid the ninjas will lose their fighting spirit. Even if Naruto managed to rescue Danzo in the end, the shadow of the commander's capture would limit their performance. This incident has already happened. Konoha was ashamed and thrown into the ninja world. Up to now, only White Fang's own choice can be seen. Someone needs to solve the matter after all. It takes a long time to wait for Naruto-sama's order. Danzo-sama is in danger every minute on Sand Shinobi's side. Leave this to me. Sighing, White Fang slowly got up. After all, you have to pay it back. Sand Shinobi Village's goal is clear, just want his life. But if you want to take it, it depends on whether you have that qualification. With short sword behind his back, White Fang's eyes were determined. There is always a fool who will dedicate his life for honor, and this time, he has no retreat. Fengye raised his eyebrows and understood. This is an intention to enter the enemy and rescue people alone without injuring others. But don't you give someone a head? He sighed helplessly and made sense. Fengye didn't want to care about it. Danzo's life or death has nothing to do with him, nor is it guilty of using brain cells for Danzo. But White Fang is different. In the original book, his death was already embarrassing enough, and the calculated suicide of the dignified cage-level powerhouse is really worthless. He should not die under a conspiracy. Watching him leave the meeting room, Fengye touched his chin and gave Uncle Snake a look, and the two got up and left. Now that White Fang chose this path, then, it seems that the first holo test subject can be determined. Night fell. The Sand Shinobi Village camp is peaceful. Suddenly, a terrible cry of killing came from inside the camp. Chaos broke out. First, the trapped prisoners of the Sarutobi and Shimura clan rushed to the exit in a panic, and then a knife flashed across the door of the room where Danzo was locked. The fighting broke out suddenly, but Cho in the camp did not panic at all. This is what she is waiting for. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. When Cho exchanged Heitake's life for Danzo's life, he already knew what he was going to do next. With White Fang's disposition, the kind of people who value glory don't want to influence others because of themselves. Then he will definitely take this opportunity to come and save people. Regardless of life or death, he gave his life for the glory in his heart. Konoha's people are always so stupid. Even White Fang is the same. As for Danzo? From the beginning, Cho had no intention of letting him go. She hates not only White Fang, but all the ninjas of Konoha. Negotiation? That's just a prerequisite to lure Heitake Sakumo to the door. So Cho has been waiting for him to arrive. Until the figure got into the room where Danzo was tied up, she pointed to the room and spoke slowly. Detonate the detonator. He calmly issued an order to the subordinate next to him, and a touch of excitement appeared in Cho's eyes. She wants to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 46. Am I dead? It should be dead. After all, the detonating talisman in that room exploded together. How could a mortal body hold it? Fortunately, before the explosion, I did what I should do. The power of the detonation talisman should not blow through this pair of skins, and it won't hurt Danzo who is underneath me. There was darkness before his eyes. Confusion. But the sense of freedom that is free from all shackles is very relaxing. No. Something is wrong. In the depths of his soul, Heitake saw a white object with teeth and claws that seemed to attack him. And his soul slowly absorbed the white object in an instant, as if uncontrollable. Hurt. More pain than any injury. What is that? What got into my soul? Ah. A roar. The man opened his eyes suddenly. The scene before him was too late to be surprised, and the heart-piercing pain came again. This time, apart from the pain coming from the soul, there was also the pain and discomfort that seemed not to belong to the body. It's the first time to add a virtual gene to an ordinary person's body. It's a bit unskilled. Please also Senior White Fang be calm and not irritable. The ninja was in severe pain, and Heitake's eyes stubbornly opened up again. He saw a familiar figure. The boy who led the Senju clan into the encirclement to rescue them. Senju Fengye. What is he doing? Moving his head stiffly, looking at himself covered in bandages and countless needles inserted into his body. The creepy feeling made him open his mouth, but after all, he didn't say anything. He was hurt too badly. Ms. Orochimaru, you probably recorded the process, right? Putting down the scalpel, Fengye looked at the man who was also wearing a white coat next to him. At this moment, Uncle Snake's eyes were still very horrified. From the beginning to the end of the experiment, his thoughts were completely blank. He can't forget such a scene. When he and Fengye found the nearly fragmented man who was bombed, Fengye told him that White Fang would not die. He didn't believe it at first. But now, when the completely spliced White Fang wakes up, he is completely shocked. What a noble experiment this is. What is the energy body implanted in Hatake Shumo? He couldn't understand it at all. This method is nothing less than life and death. Actually, I didn't intend to conduct the hollow experiment so early, but unfortunately, he would definitely die if he didn't do it. Fengye shook his hands and expressed helplessness. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. He originally wanted Orochimaru to experience the changes after acquiring the virtual gene. But the death of White Fang was too wasteful, so I might as well try to see if the experiment can be successful. Exchange the virtual soul in the system mall, using Ulquiorra's blood, which is a small part of Fengye's blood, to weaken the virtual soul, and finally let the White Fang absorb it by itself and swallow the virtual power. This is only a theoretical method, and the help provided by the system during the experiment is indispensable. That's the help he spends function points to give. Fortunately, Fengye succeeded. He created the first imaginary in the ninja world. Even if it is an ordinary virtual, the resilience is extremely strong, and in the process of transformation, the recovery of those injuries is not a big problem. Don't look at it now. Hatake Sakumo is very weak, but his potential has been fully exploited. When Fengye's own power grows, the absolute subordinates connected with Fengye will also grow. Hollow, Zanpakuto, return to the edge. These things will appear step by step in Hatake Shumo. The stronger Fengye's strength, the stronger the power acting on Hatake Shumo. Among the virtual species, Fengye is the king, and Hatake Shumo is a soldier, and because of blood, there is an invisible contract between them. That is, the creeps will never be able to defeat their king. Once they resist, Fengye's thought can make the Hatake Shumo in front of him disappear. That was a direct blow to the soul. So Fengye is not worried about loyalty. I have never seen this method before. Orochimaru swallowed. Obviously, his heart was extremely shocked. Why? I don't understand what they are saying. Hatake's eyelids moved slightly. He only knew that he seemed to be different, and the torn-apart body that had been blown up was squirming and seemed to be recovering. He is still alive. Oh, Senior White Fang, you are awake. Smiling gently at Hatake Shumo, Fengye came to him. The experiment was quite successful. And the function points that let the system assist are not too expensive. In Hatake Sakumo, he thoroughly discovered the opportunity to transform the Senju clan. Everyone is hollow. Imagine that when Fengye's strength is strong enough, he swept the ninja world with a bunch of Aaron Carr. That scene is very exciting to think about. This is, where? With a hoarse voice, Hatake asked with difficulty. The cave not far from Konoha camp is more concealed and convenient for treatment. Fengye sighed. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, Senior White Fang, Danzo is not dead. He was no longer there when we passed by. It seems that he thought you were killed, so he ran away first. Ran away by yourself? It really fits his style. White Fang laughed sadly and said nothing. Now he is back in the position of Commander-in-Chief, how about showing off his power? Would you like to go back and have a look? Slowly helping White Fang up, Fengye asked. After seeing Fengye's actions, Orochimaru was stunned. White Fang, who was still fragmented just now, can this move? Although still very stiff, but what a resilience. But before Senior White Fang goes back, I just want to tell you one thing. Touching his chin, Fengye took a deep breath and stared at Hatake Shumo. There is no doubt that he will become one of Fengye's espadas in the future, and as the person who gave him his life again, Fengye wants more than just gratitude. You owe Konaha, higher UPS, and Hokage. After that explosion, it was gone. Think about how to live in the future, for whom, it's good for you. Finally, close to White Fang's ear, Fengye's voice came slowly. Remember, who saved you. For the benefactor, It is natural not to forget. But Hatake Shumao's strange thing is Fenji's tone. Fenji's own temperament at this time is completely different from before. In the eyes of White Fang, he is as noble as a king. Where does this change come from? He didn't know. He didn't even know that what was waiting for him after returning to the camp was the most desperate moment in his life. Sakumo Hatake was unorganized and undisciplined, and arbitrarily dispatched, causing heavy losses to the Sarutobi and Shimura clan who could have been rescued safely. I removed all duties from Hatake Sakumo by the order of the commander-in-chief. Except for the shock of seeing a ghost after seeing White Fang still alive. This is Danzo's gratitude to his savior. Hatake Sakumo. He will be the tragic death of his tribe and the defeat of the war. It was all buckled to White Fang's body. This is Shimura Danzo. Chapter 47. Repaying virtue with grievances is Danzo's norm. In his eyes, he should be rescued. Even if everyone died for him, that is justified. In the command room, the one-armed Danzo has red eyes. His wound is still painful, and this pain makes him angry and makes him lose his mind. This arm was chopped off by Ebizo. Then there must be a problem in the negotiation process that caused Ebizo to vent his anger. But when he came back, no one told him the details of the negotiation. Therefore, he directed all of this to Hatake Sakumo. Also, tell me how you came alive. Otherwise, how do I know if you are Hatake Sakumo himself? What if it is a spy sent by Sand Shinobi Village? Before I can prove my identity, I need to monitor you. Benefactor? Does not exist. Danzo thinks he got up from Hatake Sakumo's body. He doesn't believe that there are still people alive in that situation. Hatake Sakumo's face was pale. On the way back, he never thought that he would be treated like this. He didn't expect Danzo to say thank you. I also didn't expect Danzo to feel good about him because of his behavior. But I never expected that I would become a stepping stone to Danzo's incompetence. Everything I do. What the hell is it for? Is Konoha's hero? White Fang just wanted to laugh. It seemed that the injury had been affected, and Hatake Sakumo, who had been extremely weak, spewed out blood. The ninjas present also felt worthless about what White Fang had suffered. Even said, angry. That is their hero. But there are only a few people who dare to stand up and want to speak for him, and White Fang just shook his head at those people. As of now, he has nothing or anything he wants to argue about. He seemed to understand what Fenji was saying. Yeah. He has done enough for Konoha, and he owes nothing to anyone. It seems that we should also consider how to live in the future. Enough. Only Fenji, he did not remain silent. Looking at Danzo indifferently, Fenji's face was full of anger. But in fact, he felt joy in his heart. Danzo, who wants to find someone to take a back seat, is crazy. But he didn't know that his behavior at this moment was pushing White Fang to Senju's side. With life as a threat, it is not impossible for White Fang to rely on himself. But if it is willing, it can play a bigger role. Senior White Fang was rescued by teacher Orochimaru and I. As for the method, you don't need to know, it's my secret. I can prove the identity, and you have no right to doubt him when this short sword shines again. As for surveillance. Shaking his head, Fenji smiled disdainfully, do you try to monitor it? He helped Hatake Shumao and left the command room step by step. Danzo was full of anger. He wanted to order Fenji to be arrested and killed. But he knew that even if he ordered, these people would not obey the order. It didn't take long for this kid to save their lives. But the more he thought about it, the more angry Danzo became. Senju Fengye, he just saved other people, even if he takes a large force to go deeper, his Shimura and Sarutobi clan will not fall into desperation. And Shimura Danzo will not be a prisoner. Shame has been thrown into the entire ninja world. As the commander-in-chief, he was caught by the enemy and survived. Danzo knows that this is what the enemy ninja will think of him in the future. But even so, he would never allow Konoha's people to mention it. Danzo also knew that he couldn't blame the other party for Fenji's failure to save people, because the order he gave was for Fenji to stand firm. That's hitting one's own face. But this incident must not pass like this. Seeing Fenji and the other ninjas leaving behind, Danzo's eyes flickered. The account between them has to be calculated slowly. The country of rain. On a mountain outside Konoha camp. Hatake Sakumo sat calmly on the wet rock, the rain in the air washed over his scarred body. According to the analysis of ordinary people's bodies, this is completely seeking death. But at this moment, White Fang is accustomed to physical pain. In other words, it is a kind of numbness. He didn't know what he did everything for. He gave his life to rescue his companions, but in the end he faced blame and a scapegoat. Alive. What is it for? He was lost. Under normal circumstances, this kind of confusion will not sweep over the elite Jonin, and will even set foot on the cage-level quasi-cage-level powerhouse. But once it appears, it is difficult to dissipate. That's the demons. Have to think about the problem. Now he just wants to be calm and calm. Even if he was swallowed by the heavy rain in the country of rain, he wanted to sit here quietly. Do you want to kill his impulse? Sitting down beside Haitake Shumao, Fengye sighed. Do you want me to tell the truth? Turning his neck stiffly, White Fang said with a sad laugh. At that moment, there was indeed. But the body doesn't allow it. Education from small to large is not allowed. My son, who is about to be born, is not allowed to have a pregnant wife. Are there too many restrictions? Fengye patted him on the shoulder, and he understood the feeling. The cage-level powerhouse in the original book, if it weren't for the existence of Kakashi, would not commit suicide even if he just made a bloody way to leave when he was framed. Counting the time, Kakashi is indeed about to be born. And when Kakashi's batch all graduated, it was the beginning of the Third Ninja War, and it hasn't really been long since now. It is hard to imagine that the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War erupted after such a short interval. Although it is not appropriate to ask this question now, I still want to say. Do you see the person's true face clearly? Turning his head, Fengye sent out soul torture again. If you can't see clearly, then I'm a blind man. Haitake said quietly. Then if I tell you, Third Hokage, is the same as him, not even as good as him. Do you believe it? Politicians are all carved out of a mold. But obviously, Haitake Sakumo couldn't feel it for a while. But he didn't refute Fengye's words, this represents. He already has his own thinking. Think about why you came down from the position of Commander-in-Chief. Thinking about why Danzo dared to go directly over Hokage, directly dismiss all of his positions, and even became a sinner who lost the war. Inside. The Hokage-sama whom he admired. Is it really innocent? Haitake Sakumo didn't believe it himself. From his expression, Fengye already knew the answer he wanted. Get up, step by step towards the road leading down the mountain. Fengye's voice came to White Fang's mind. Yes. It came out of my mind. I want to find the truth, to live again. Don't sit here like a trash. Follow my steps and start a new life. Chapter 48. You are such a trash. Danzo. Konoha. Naruto office. Looking at the piles of documents in front of the appeal said. Sarutobi gave his own evaluation with a sullen face. Waste. Iron waste. The pig teammates who can't move at all. The above is a summary of all the battles on the front line of the Rain Country. Including Fengye reunited the ninjas of the Senju clan. It also includes the defeat this time, and the Commander-in-Chief Danzo was captured and taken prisoner. Danzo's report clearly stated that Sarutobi didn't know what to say because he left all the problems to Haitake Sakumo. No one knows his partner better than him. No other skills, but the ability to do the job is quite good. Is Haitake really incompetent? If he is really incompetent, I'm afraid Danzo is dead. What happened? Sarutobi knew very well that he also had Umbu ninjas dispatched to the front line in the army. Everything is because Danzo underestimated his opponent. But it was only a loss. Seeing nothing in a short time, he gave Danzo new orders and must win a victory in the next time. The news of the defeat has reached the village, and Konaha needs one victory and one shame. As for the comfort of the people, it is temporarily useless. His Naruto position is still as stable as Mount Tai. However, about Senju. The action has accelerated. I will send Senju Fengye to you, if this can't be handled. Squinting his eyes, Sarutobi looked at another message. That is private information independent of battlefield intelligence. Only one thing is described above, and that is everything about Fengye. For example, he used the new bloodline to help the Konoha shinobi confederate forces to highlight the means of the encirclement. Does the new blood follow the limit? When did the Senju clan have such power? Sarutobi couldn't understand. But he knew that the plan for the Senju family must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The country of rain. The patter of rain still eroded the earth. In a village in the southern part of the land of rain, A tragic massacre seemed to have just passed. There were corpses all over the village inside and outside. Although the rain was heavy, the blood that could not clean the ground in a short period of time was filled with a strong smell of blood in the air. And just as a ninja from Rain Shinobi village was examining the corpse on the ground instantly burst, and the sharp blade in his hand pierced the other's heart. At the same time, countless corpses got up and rushed in front of the panicked Rain Shinobi village ninjas. The new fight began. Outside the village, on a mountain that overlooks the situation in the village. Fengye closed his eyes with his hands behind his back. His probing nerves have seen what happened in the village. Do it. A low drink came from Fengye's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the people of the Senju clan hidden in the mountain moved out, and their targets were those ninjas disguised as corpses, and the Rain Shinobi village ninjas who came to check the situation. Fengye wants to eat all the 2 waves of enemies in front of him. The fighting broke out very suddenly. Fengye danced with pitch-black wings and landed directly in the center of the village. The Thunder God's sword flashed with electricity, and the terrifying speed directly caused the enemy in front of him to splash blood on the spot after the resounding forward. When countless Senju ninjas rushed in outside the village, Fengye knew that the battle was over. And as before, this time, the Senju family's actions were once again successful. They won again. I always feel that you command the team in the right direction every time. Tsunade and Orochimaru sorted the battlefield, and White Fang, who had recovered from his injuries, gave Fengye a thumbs up with surprise and admiration on his face. Direction? Fengye shook his head gently. Detecting nerves has been upgraded to a high level by him. From his perspective, it can effectively filter out those tougher enemies, and then cannibalize the enemy's power step by step. This is a more advanced exploration technique than Byakugan and even Kagura. All the enemies lost their disguise in front of him. If he can predict that the enemy can't win every time, then he is probably even more useless than Danzo. The statistics are complete, and the identity investigation is complete. With blood on Tsunade's small face, he walked to Fengye with a little excitement. Those disguised as corpses are the ninjas of Iwagakure, more than 500 dead in total. The Rain Shinobi village ninja who came to investigate the situation was also wiped out, and more than 300 people died. Fengye remained calm and reached out his hand to wipe the dirt off Tsunade's face. Is the annihilation close to 1,000? What about our people, how many casualties? Death cannot be avoided in war, even if Fengye takes the people with him. 28 killed and 79 injured. Tsunade's expression darkened, and he said in a melancholy voice. But this depression only lasted for a moment. She looked at Fengye encouragingly. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid there will be more deaths. The price we paid is already very small. Fengye naturally understands this truth. After all, their Senju clan under Danzo's wise command, every time they perform a mission very strange. Danzo wished that all of Senju was killed. His emotions had been noticed by the Senju clan. Now, the thinking of the people of the tribe is changing. For example, they will think about why Danzo is so targeting Senju. I will also think tentatively, why Danzo has the courage to calculate his own people. What Tsunade is telling is the truth. If Fengye hadn't had outstanding leadership and strong strength, the Senju family would probably be miserable now. But Fengye is not considering this issue. It is normal for the people of the tribe to change their attitudes. Soon, he will develop a complete change of thinking and is willing to follow him against the loyal subordinates at the top. But when Senju died, one was missing, but the enemies seemed to keep coming. It seems that the progress of reforming the tribe should be accelerated. Let's go back to camp. Konaha camp. When they saw the familiar figure, they instinctively showed respect to the people of the Senju clan and Fengye. For a month, the Senju clan used actions to tell them who is the strongest in the ninja world. No matter what kind of enemy, no matter what kind of task it is, every time the Senju clan returns, it means they will win again. In contrast, Danzo. Crazy, what brings is a reckless onslaught. And losing the ability to think means that it can only lead the team to the abyss. In the past month, Fengye has led Senju to charge several times, and each time he has been fruitful. His prestige is steadily increasing, and everyone remembers the patriarch of the Senju clan. People even saw the shadow of First Hokage in him, and it has become the norm to discuss the great achievements of the Senju clan secretly. But Danzo can only be described as bleak for a month. Anyone who followed him, without exception, lost the battle. There is no harm if there is no contrast. When the emotions of the ninjas are mobilized, surprising things will happen. For example, Master Fengye, please take the position of Commander-in-Chief. I am willing to join my brothers to give opinions to Master Naruto. When a sincere-faced Konoha shinobi walked over and knelt in front of Fengye, he smiled. Everything. All under control. Chapter 49. Then boy, where did you find it? Inside Senju's camp. Fengye returned to his tent, looking at Nawaki with a little surprise on his face. What he asked was naturally the ninja who begged himself to be the commander-in-chief before. One thing to say, Danzo is still the commander-in-chief. Fengye still needs some time to gain real command. Of course, this does not prevent him from finding a few Danzo to drag his nausea, and by the way, gather people's hearts, let the ninjas see what is going on, and who is keeping the situation of the ninja coalition on Konoha's side stable. So, the man was found by Nawaki and did not speak voluntarily. This is just an inducement, the inducement that made the ninjas suddenly realize. It is also a necessary process to completely overhead Danzo. His name is Ryo Sakazaki, and his ancestors followed our Senju clan. There will be no problem. Nawaki said vowedly. I mean, protect him. He patted Nawaki on the shoulder, and Fengye said calmly. Someone mentioned Senju. Danzo didn't dare to kill them all, but he would use some methods to target the early birds. And the person who does it must be the root ninja controlled by Danzo. If someone does it, it's better to catch those people and throw them in front of everyone. You should know what to do later. Second brother is so calculating. Nawaki admiredly stretched out his thumb. 1 month's experience, although not able to make a genin completely grow into a wise leader, but with Fengye's side, Nawaki has matured a lot, from being a brash man to knowing how to think. Fengye didn't say clearly, but Nawaki knew what to do later. Secretly protect Sakazaki Ryo and catch those who want to do something with Sakazaki Ryo. Then he threw it in front of everyone, letting Ryo Sakazaki cry miserably and mobilize everyone's emotions. At that time, it was a great opportunity for everyone to berate Danzo and let the second brother go to the position of commander-in-chief. So whether it is the appearance of Ryo Sakazaki now, or Fengye doesn't care about it. These are all conditions that induce Danzo to make mistakes. But second brother, I have something I don't understand. Scratching his head, Nawaki had some doubts on his face. When Danzo was captured before, I think we have a better chance of gaining command, right? And even at your speed, it's probably faster than Senior White Fang sneaking into Sound Shinobi. Why didn't you just kill Danzo at that time? Probably, this is also a question in many people's minds. After all, Fengye and Orochimaru can rescue Hatake Sakumo, so he must also take the opportunity to kill Danzo. Nawaki has also grown up. Touching his head, Fengye smiled slightly. He shouldn't understand. In fact, I'm afraid Tsunade doesn't know why. After all, leaving Danzo, a disgusting guy, makes people incomprehensible. But Fengye has his own considerations. First, the death of Danzo cannot solve the problems within the Senju clan. The clan people still cannot see the true face of the high-level people. I will use him to unite Senju thoroughly, otherwise I will lead a weak-willed trash. Capital confronts those with ulterior motives. Second, I hope that it is him who is in the commander's position for the time being, not Hatake Sakumo. He also needs to make mistakes in that position, such as losing streak. Only with his losing streak, can I highlight how difficult it is for me to lead the Senju clan to win a streak, and people will be grateful and cherish. This is a great opportunity to make achievements. As for why I am sure that he will continue to fail, this is very simple. Some simple inducing intelligence will make him feel that he can succeed in the raid, but that is all his illusion. That's it. Nawaki nodded seemingly. Of course, the above 2 points are not the main reason. Fengye sighed slightly. You also know that the Senju clan on the battlefield are not all members of the clan. Many of our clans are still in the village. They belong to the old, weak, sick, and disabled members who cannot fight. Those people are the families of the frontline people. If Danzo dies, the account will be settled on our heads. Think about what Sarutobi Hiruzen would do. Grandma Mito is indeed also in Konoha, but she is getting older and I don't want to burden her. Even if Danzo is dead, he is very clean, and other commanders will be sent from the top level. If the person sent is not familiar to me, the situation will be messed up by then. All in all, Danzo must die, but not now, nor very far away. It is Fengye's idea to use Danzo's remaining life for profit and squeeze his remaining value. He has never regarded Danzo as a threat. He was not worthy before, and now he is even less worthy. From the beginning, he has calculated Konoha and the high-level people to death. Understand? Seeing Nawaka's bewildered look, Fengye nodded in satisfaction. I don't understand at all, but still that sentence, what the second brother said is correct, and the second brother does what he wants to do. Nawaki patted his chest and said, this is Mango's Shindo. As for the dream of being Hokage? He had long lost his mind about that position. If you understand, just work hard, and I'm optimistic about Ryoshi Sakazaki. Fengye gasped. Speaking Kung Fu Hatake Sakumo has walked in, and from his expression, he clearly has something to ask. After watching Nawaki leave, White Fang did it in front of Fengye strangely. Want to ask about your body? Body? Hatake Sakumo looked solemn. This month, he realized that he was different. After the injury is completely healed, whether it is speed, strength, or intuitive response, etc., all are rapidly improving. Even the palm that was accidentally cut yesterday completely recovered after a short while. The scary thing is that sometimes he will have strange dreams. Is about. Looking at the White Fang short sword in his own hand, Hatake was lost in thought. He always feels that the knife is not right. The specific performance is probably that this thing seems to have its own ideas. This change makes Hatake Sakumo somewhat incomprehensible. Suga, is this time already? Glancing at White Fang in Hatake Shumao's hand, Fengye smiled. The soul fluctuations on the knife can't deceive people. If nothing else, one day in the future, Hatake Sakumo will have his own Zanpakuto. Like Shinigami, Su also owns Zanpakuto. And their liberation of Zanpakuto is called Gibeon. Slowly drew out his Thunder God's sword, and the lightning flashed on it. It's just that in the eyes of Hatake Sakumo, the thunder light seemed to have life. This is the relic of the second master, but I have added my own soul. It is about to awaken and become my exclusive weapon. You can call it Zanpakuto. Chapter 50. Zanpakuto. This is a vocabulary that White Fang has never heard before. He looked at his White Fang and Fengye's Thor sword. He didn't notice the difference between the two knives. The thunder light of Thor's sword is everyday. It is said that the stronger the user of this sword, the more terrifying the power it exerts. Just look at it. Fengye calmly carried the Thor's sword and pointed it forward. Hum. The thunder broke out. The creaking noise caused White Fang to faint. Then in his shocked gaze, the thunder light of the Thunder God's sword suddenly stretched forward. Boom. A whole thunderstorm shook the earth, and a golden lightning pierced the sky and fell on the spot Fengye pointed. Outside, the ninjas of the Senju clan panicked. They thought someone had attacked the camp. However, he was soothed by Nawaki in the distance. Calm down, second brother is practicing, don't disturb him. As expected of the patriarch. The tribesmen left the scene piously. Inside the tent, Fengye calmly looked at Hatake Shumao. This is just a simple way to use it, not really liberating Zanpakuto. Your White Fang has not been liberated yet, but it has been strengthened in all aspects. Even the lowest level battle sword can cause damage to the soul. In other words, now that you have been chopped by your knife, it is not just the flesh that is injured. It's not just the flesh. Hatake Sakumo swallowed, and he found himself in touch with a whole new field. As a ninja with a sword, this shock was too great for him. However, Fengye understood that White Fang could not be liberated in a short time. His abilities were given by Fengye. As long as Fengye did not reach the state of returning to the edge, at least it was a period of returning to the edge, otherwise White Fang would never be able to keep up with himself. This is the potential contract between the king and the soldier. As for your body, you can treat it as an evolution, if you want to continue exploring. Be patient. He patted Hatake Shumao on the shoulder, and Fengye walked away. Looking at the young man's back, Hatake Sakumo had anticipation and fear on his face, but in the end he became calm again. He has experienced all things like resurrection from the dead, and there is nothing unacceptable. Is it a deeper sword? After touching White Fang, Hatake Shumao returned to peace. He knew what Fengye wanted. Holding his chest, feeling the beating heart, he smiled. Faithful? You will see. Similar to Fengye's guess. When rumors arose in Konoha's barracks, Danzo couldn't sit still after all. The losing streak all the way made him completely lose the hearts of the people, and made Konoha's ninjas no longer believe in him. On the contrary, there are more and more voices supporting Fengye as the commander-in-chief. Danzo knew that he had to do something, otherwise it would be a matter of time for him to lose control. As Fengye said, he dared not kill all the people who expressed his opinions, but he could touch one of the most powerful people. Call Sakazaki Ryo. In the command room, Danzo pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind. The atmosphere in the barracks is not right, he must kill the chickens and curse the monkeys. Commander Danzo. Soon after, Sakazaki Ryo came to the command room nervously. He knew what was going to happen next. From the very beginning, Nawaki knew his fate after contacting him. I may be afraid, but I will never back down. The Konaha stronghold in the north was attacked. Take someone to check it out. He threw the map to Sakazaki Ryo, and Danzo closed his eyes. After hearing the opponent leave the command room, he spoke again. Make it cleaner. Yes, Lord Danzo. Several dark shadows rushed out of the command room and disappeared into the patter of rain following Sakazaki's figure. There are always people who think that Konoha is still living on Senju. Stupid. Let's take a look, this is the end of the wrong team. Second brother, Danzo has done it. Night. Fengye was enjoying Tsunade's massage, and Nawaki rushed in violently. But seeing the scene in front of him, he was suddenly a little embarrassed. He didn't seem to come in at the right time. Go to Senior White Fang and let him follow you. Fengye waved lazily. This month, although White Fang did not show his determination, his actions have shown that he has become a supporter of Senju. Especially now that White Fang does not have any position, it is more convenient to stay under Fengye. Like Orochimaru, they are Fengye's subordinates. After White Fang passed through Hollow, his strength has officially entered cage level, and there is no big problem with dealing with a few root thieves. After tonight, you should be a veritable commander-in-chief, right? After Nawaki left, Tsunade leaned close to Fengye's face and asked in a low voice. No. Fengye shook his head. What's the point of asking for a fake name? And it always feels uncomfortable for a teenager to become the commander-in-chief, right? What I want is real power. As for the position of commander-in-chief, you need to stand up to it. What is different about that? Tsunade flipped through Byakugan. She shouldn't listen to this BD yet? It's all a family, what are you polite? The actors are already in place, right? After rubbing into Tsunade's arms, Fengye said with enjoyment. To be fair, Tsunade's swelling was very sudden. Only a few years ago, she could still park the plane on her chest. Now. Tisk. Something. Everything is ready, as long as Nawaki and the others bring everyone back, everything will come naturally. Danzo's losing streak, Fengye's winning streak. Lost support, lost support. Even the only remaining Sarutobi and Shimura clan are doubting Danzo's abilities. All basic conditions are ready. Fengye only needs to come step by step. This is the Konoha front line of the Second Ninja World War, he has the final say. Sarutobi never imagined that he sent Fengye to the battlefield to die. In the end, this was the end. Taking control of the actual military power, Sarutobi has to think about the consequences no matter how much he wants to do it. At that time, it was the chance for Senju to rise completely. Fengye will not be subject to any restrictions. No one can do it. The layout has been officially completed and it is time to close the network. When the cluttered sound came from the camp, Fengye got up from Tsunade's arms, put on the exclusive robes of the patriarch of the Senju clan, and walked out. Master Danzo. Master Danzo. Please give me an explanation. Why did you let me go out on a mission, but let the people at the root kill me? What the hell do you mean? Question after question, all the attention of the people in the camp was attracted to the past. Tsunade next to Fengye was embarrassed. This kid's play is so awkward. No, what I want is this effect. His scenes are true. How can I highlight my performance as an actor? Fengye shook his head, and in an instant his expression became extremely concerned and worried and walked over. Sakazaki Ryo-kun, what happened? This sudden change caused Tsunade to turn Byakugan straight. But she knows. A good show has already begun. Chapter 51. It's on the shelves. To be honest, all the performance of this book since it was put into the library indicates that it will be on the street. But still bite the bullet and wrote to the shelves. Nothing else, The young author wants to try a more alternative way to put it on the Hokage type. Are there any readers who would like to read it? The young author has no confidence in his own heart. Everything depends on the reader. It will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. As long as you can eat a meal, the young author will not sleep crazy tonight. How much can be more or less? Thanks for your support. Dear parents, eat food and drink. Thank you so much. Chapter 52. Master Danzo is going to kill me. Sakazaki Ryo let out a mournful cry, then ran to Fengye and knelt down. This is no small matter. Fengye was full of seriousness, and our Lord Danzo is definitely not the kind of person who stabbed a knife in the back. Puff. Orochimaru in the distance almost couldn't help laughing. Sorry. I couldn't help it. No way. Stabbing a knife in the back? Danzo is too. And the Roots are doing this kind of activity. After he became Danzo's subordinate, Orochimaru was not less involved in that kind of thing. But now Fengye is trying to defend Danzo, and it is full of joy. The subordinates don't believe that Lord Danzo would do such a thing, but it is the case. Sakazaki burst into tears. Today, Master Danzo asked his subordinates to go to the northern base to check the situation. But not long after they left the camp, the subordinate felt that someone was following behind. The subordinate thought it was an enemy, but they saw it clearly when they took action. They are wearing the mask of the Roots. The surrounding ninjas were in an uproar. They didn't understand this farce. Lord Danzo asks Ryo Sakazaki to investigate others, and then kill him? Why on earth? How do you know that you are at the Root? You have never been at the Root. Fengye asked without delay. He believed that this is also a point of curiosity for many people. Sakazaki Ryo is just a Konoha Chunin. How can he know so much about the secret place at the Root? The subordinate has been invited by the Roots, but the subordinates did not agree. Lord Danzo also let the Roots hit the next meal. At that time, my subordinates had seen the mask at the Root, and the lines were deeper than Umbu's mask. And 9, 2, 3, and this is definitely not a subordinate nonsense. When Danzo-sama became the commander-in-chief, the person who followed was a ninja with that mask. A voice accusation came from Sakazaki Ryo's mouth, but Fengye remained unmoved. This is just your side words. I can't assume that Lord Danzo wants to kill you just because of what you said. After all, Master Danzo has worked hard for Konoha, and we can no longer frame him with insufficient evidence. Fengye sighed. Sakazaki Ryo, now is the time of war. Lord Danzo is still our commander. You have to know, we still want to defeat the enemy under the wise leadership of Lord Danzo. Wise leader? The ninjas around were finally not calm. After a month of defeat, do you call this a wise leader? I'm afraid Master Fengye is confused, right? Konoha can persist until now, isn't it the result of you taking the Senju clan to fight in all directions? A ninja who couldn't sit still asked. Hey, this is a bad remark. It is all the credit of Lord Danzo. Didn't you see that Lord Naruto's commendation all said Lord Danzo has meritorious leadership? Never mentioned it before. Fengye said very modestly. But this was humble and sold all Hokage directly. Yes. Over the past month, news of Hokage has often spread to the front lines. But for the victories that Fengye brought, they all turned into him Danzo's leadership. He has never mentioned Senju or Fengye. This is to tell the big guy that Hokage is partial to Danzo. Orochimaru suddenly realized. I know you don't believe it, but your subordinates have evidence. This injury was done by the Root Ninja. If it wasn't for Senior White Fang passing by accidentally, Zaciya would have died. Sakazaki spoke again, and this time, he mentioned the evidence. Apart from the injury. Fengye squinted his eyes. Master Fengye, please wait a moment. Sakazaki dragged his heavy body and waved to his companion behind him. Immediately afterwards, the three bodies were carried up. This is indeed a ninja at the Root. I saw it next to Master Danzo that day. A certain ninja's face changed suddenly, and he spoke his thoughts openly. If Fengye-sama still doesn't believe it, let Orochimaru-sama take a look. Orochimaru-sama has been at the Root, and you must know their identities. Here comes the killer. Fengye nodded in satisfaction. When all the loopholes in a scene are filled, it is the time to go straight to the subject. What others don't know is that all those who speak in the audience are the actors he invited. It was Orochimaru's turn to play. Uncle Snake coughed and walked over, and went straight to the two corpses. What is noisy? It's not plausible. At this moment, someone who could not sit still finally appeared. To be reasonable, Danzo has been watching for a long time, just because everyone's attention is in the front, and there is no weak commander behind. However, Fengye had already noticed Danzo's arrival. He was waiting for this old guy to stand up. Master Danzo is here. With a gentle smile, Fengye looked at the other protagonist of the scene. I already know about this, so it's all gone. Once he opened his mouth, Danzo only wanted to do one thing, and that was to minimize the impact of this event. Otherwise, if his charge of stabbing a knife at his own person is taken seriously, I am afraid that it will be more difficult for him to use it in the future. Originally now, except for the title of a commander-in-chief, no one was willing to sacrifice his life for him willingly, and he was able to give the commander's orders only the commander-in-chief. It's gone. Is Lord Danzo guilty? When Danzo came, Fengye instantly put away the face he had used to defend Danzo, and his expression became cold. What is the old man's guilty conscience? Don't talk nonsense. Danzo was furious and scolded on the spot. Then why don't you dare to let teacher Orochimaru verify if the body is a member of the root? Fengye hugged his shoulders and said calmly. Today, he completely tore off Danzo's old face and showed it to others, and he must completely vacate Danzo and make himself a veritable commander-in-chief. There is no need to verify, that is the root member. Danzo knew that if Orochimaru was asked to go up and see people, he would be able to recognize them, and there was no need to hide their identities. Why? Lord Danzo. Why are you killing me? Ryo Sakazaki shouted in sorrow with a hoarse voice. Presumptuous. Who allowed you to yell at the camp? Look at how much trouble you cause. The old man sent the root ninja to protect you. You actually beat them up and said they did it to you. You even killed them. The proof is like a mountain, the corpse is here, Sakazaki Ryo. What else do you have to say? Killing compatriots in the same village, and framed the frontline commander. Are you afraid that it is not a spy who sneaked in from other villages? With a big wave, Danzo ordered directly. Come here. Grab him for me, hang him up and beat him. Be sure to get useful information from his mouth. Good guys. This guy is completely shameless. The ninjas around were completely silent. The situation seemed clear, but they didn't expect Danzo to say such a thing. It is clear that you sent someone to kill someone, who is the one who beat him down. But they couldn't speak, because Danzo's words didn't leak. After all, it is the people at the root that are dead now, not Sakazaki Ryo. As expected of Danzo. You can say that he is incompetent in battlefield command. However, his methods of framing others and dealing with his own people are as endless as Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was sending someone to deal with Sakazaki Ryo, and he also wanted to kill the chickens, so that those who talked about the Senju clan and talked about themselves shut up. But what if it is discovered? He sent someone to protect him, but now the person is still dead. That's your responsibility, Sakazaki Ryo. Danzo sneered and looked at Fengye. He knew that Fengye did it all. But in the final analysis, this kid is still too tender. Playing tricks? Danzo is really not afraid. But in fact, is this really the case? Leaving Danzo with an unpredictable smile, Fengye looked into the distance. Hey, take Sakumo, there should be ready. It is not easy to get people at the roots to speak. The first thing I faced was Danzo's sealing technique, called the seal of the tongue's despair. As long as that thing exists, when members of the root want to leak news about Danzo, they will become paralyzed and unable to move. This is easy to solve. That kind of sealing technique is useless to Orochimaru. And the second point is the key. The members of the roots received Danzo's brainwashing since childhood, turning them into emotionless killing machines. Sai in the future will be a living example. These members often have no relatives, and they can't do it through threats from relatives. They are loyal to Danzo. But this is not difficult to solve. A person's body is numb, but the soul does not. No matter what kind of pain it is, it cannot be compared with the burning of the soul. After Fengye told Hatake about Zanpakuto, he discovered the cruel punishment. Cut the soul. Let them feel the fear from the soul, and remember that they are still a living person, not a tool. Here comes. When Hatake Shumao appeared holding two people one by one, Fengye knew that everything was over. Those corpses on the ground are just bait to cover Danzo's last chance. They are not the people at the root. The true root members have long been taken away by Hatake Sakumo for friendly discussion, and by the way, Orochimaru freed them from their shackles. Master Danzo, you can admit it. With pain on his face, the root member who had been ordered before took a look at Hatake Sakumo in fear, and then knelt down on the ground. Then, in front of everyone, he said something that made Danzo desperate. It was Danzo-sama who gave orders to his subordinates, "Let us follow Sakazaki Ryo, and let us do it cleanly." This is not the first time a subordinate has done this kind of thing, before. Touch. Just as the root ninja said energetically, and finally got rid of the seal technique and wanted to pour out, Danzo finally couldn't help but take it. Angrily, he had no idea that he was being played. He didn't know why this kid could ignore his seal. Besides, isn't he dead? It's a pity, but when he kicked his men violently, Hatake stood calmly in front of Danzo and blocked the attack lightly. "Master Danzo, you don't seem to be calm. Why not let him finish?" At this time, Hatake Shumao had only the word caring in his heart. For the first time, he was able to refute Danzo openly and even let Danzo understand the feeling of being framed. Is this how it feels to start a new life? Thank you, Fengye. Have you heard? This is the truth. Ryo Sakazaki struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of anger when he was completely involved in the scene. Look at everyone, if it wasn't for Master White Fang, I was calculated by him again. Does everyone still work for him in this situation? I'm afraid I don't know how I will die in the future. We worked so hard for the village and for Danzo to fight and kill the enemy. We all lost our lives. This is what we got in return. These words seemed to be a signal. Hidden in the crowd, the actors that Tsunade found at the beginning gave their full strength. Damn. Danzo is really shameless. Master Fengye still trusts him so much because he stabbed the knife in the back. Yes, my friend died on a mission a few days ago. It is probably Danzo who did it. Crass, why should he be the commander-in-chief? If one day we are all calculated and killed by him, who should we go to make sense? Today is Ryo Sakazaki, and I am afraid it will be us tomorrow. Dog Day, Danzo is the spy sent by other villages. Danzo! Get out! I don't know which actor is too deep into the play, and in the end there is a direct statement to let Danzo get out. The first layer is extremely mellow waves. The ninja who had been a little skeptical about this incident also scolded. No way. When the evidences are there, Danzo has become the enemy of the whole people. The curse of unity is terrible. Even in the future, he will be able to scold the cage-level powerhouse Hatake Sakumo alive. Danzo wanted to control this situation and opened his mouth angrily to confront those who scolded him. But obviously, one's power is limited. When an indignant actor called Hitui, the filthy thing was sprayed directly on Danzo's face. Immediately after countless throwing objects poured out, in this Konoha camp, everyone launched a resistance to the commander-in-chief. They were fed up with losing streak, fed up with Danzo's face that didn't know how to pretend to understand. He was clearly unable to command, and kept on other people's opinions. It can be said that the people who died on Konoha's side could be piled up into hills. The scene has gotten out of control. Fengye sighed as he watched the man facing the crowd. He is done. No one can save it. Mutiny in the army is something that cannot be suppressed. Especially the target is the commander-in-chief. But Danzo didn't seem to give up. When countless root ninjas landed around Danzo from the sky, the ninjas backed away. That is the elite of the roots. It is also Danzo's last hole card. People can't help but look at Fengye. Master Danzo, do you want to stop violence with violence, or kill all of us who know the truth? As soon as he opened his mouth, Fengye pushed Danzo into the abyss. Kill everyone? Does he dare to Danzo? Fengye sneered and gently stretched out his little finger and shook it in front of the opponent. Just now, I heard you say. The person who stabbed the knife in the back may be a spy sent by other Shinobu village. Essay. The Senju clan listens to orders. Get rid of the people who impersonate the root ninja who came in from the hostile ninja village, and grab Danzo. Hang Danzo up and fight, be sure to break his most useful information. Do it. Chapter 53. The Country of Rain. Konoha Camp. An accident suddenly appeared. Danzo, the former frontline commander, was hung from a tree in the center of the camp because of his murder. But the situation that should have been chaotic soon settled down. The new interim commander appeared. Regrettably, it is not Fengye that Konoha shinobi believers trust, but Fengye's cousin, which is Senju Tsunade. This is nothing, Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Tsunade listens to Fengye. Whether to become the real commander-in-chief makes little difference. Be harder and don't let him talk. Not far from the place where Danzo was tied up, Fengye represented something to Sakazaki Ryo. They succeeded. In front of everyone, Danzo's reputation was discredited, and he was no longer qualified to be the commander-in-chief. Subordinates understand. Ryo Sakazaki smiled sternly and walked over with the whip in his hand. Soon after, screams came after another, but Fengye no longer had the intention to listen. The new commander won't take long to take office. Fengye understands this very well. When the news goes back to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will respond as quickly as possible. So before that, he must implement the next plan to stabilize his position. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing, he cannot make Tsunade withdraw from the position of commander-in-chief. This requires the cooperation of other shinobu villages. Back to the command room. The room was a lot brighter without Danzo. The leaders of all races looked at Fengye with anticipation. They want to know the new combat content. Previously, when Danzo was in power, all tasks were boring. For example, when investigating the distribution of the frontal troops, they also wished to send a small number of ninjas to make a sneak attack, and then failed. He seems unable to learn from his failure. Senju Fengye is the opposite of Danzo. He returns victorious every time. Although young, the ability to command the troops has been initially revealed. In front of everyone, Fengye sat calmly in the position of commander-in-chief and looked down. The eyes of these people were unobstructed. Responsible for the fire support of the Uchiha clan, the name of the person in charge of them is Uchiha Yu, who is not very oriented, and does not catch Fengye sitting in the commander's position. But they are also not interested in this position. This generation of Uchiha patriarchs and the next generation of Uchiha patriarchs Uchiha Fugaku are all conservatives. They just want to be human with their tails. And in front of the Senju clan, Uchiha will never get up. The representative of the Hyuga clan is Hyuga Hisashi's second uncle. He is kind to Fengye's superiors. After all, Fengye saved the next generation of branch house patriarch Hyuga Hisashi, and he still has a good opinion of this. In addition, there is a new generation of Ino, Shika, Cho. They are about the same age as Fengye, but they also came to meet the world under the leadership of their parents. These three people are familiar with Fengye. Naralu, Konoha's dog-head sergeant in the future. Yamanaka Heiki, director of the intelligence department. Akamika Dingza. Meat shield. War will kill people, but these people will not die. They are only experienced to perform some tasks in the rear. The reason why they can come to Fengye is because it seems that Hokage has explained something. In addition, there is also a familiar figure beside Jiraiya. It was Namikaze Minato, the same group of teenagers as Fengye. Now he seems to have become a disciple of Jiraiya. Konoha's future mainstay is here. They are the successors of those families in the future. Based on this information, Fengye analyzed one thing. That is, Sarutobi's movements are faster than he thought. Only one day later, it seems that Sarutobi has received news from Tsunade's superiors, but this is also normal. Sarutobi is Naruto, and there are many people in this team who are loyal to Naruto. For example, Kato Dan, who kept sending information to Konoha. But Fengye was a little surprised why Sarutobi didn't make a statement, and still let Fengye Master have substantive command. However, when he saw the teenagers who graduated with him set foot on the battlefield, he understood the other party's intentions. Just think about it. If these Xiaoqiangs scratch some skin on the battlefield, or die unexpectedly, who is the responsibility? Naturally Fengye. Send some heirs to find me something to do. Fengye smiled. This is Sarutobi's stinky move. Sarutobi thinks that these drags will make Fengye follow in Danzo's footsteps. This is a joke. They will not die. Don't underestimate Konoha's vitality, even if this is their father. He was also laughing. Sarutobi was unclear about the situation on the front line and underestimated Fengye's courage. If you give it to me, I will dare to use it. When the news of Lin Chan and Lin Ji reaches Konoha, I don't think you can sit still. Everyone. With a low drink, Fengye attracted everyone's attention. His finger pointed to the Rain Country map in front of him. I have a question. What's the problem? The people below all swept their eyes on the map. Why hasn't the Second Ninja World War started so long? We Konoha are still standing still. It's hard to imagine that with all the strength of the village, we are just standing at the junction of the country of rain and the country of fire, and even geographically, there is no threat to Rain Shinobi Village. This is why. Embarrassed. Isn't this saying that they are waste? The ninjas looked at each other. To be reasonable, this is indeed a problem. Except for Kirigakura of the water country, which did not participate in the war due to geographic location, other places where Shinobu entered the rain country are marked on the map. The above fact is, Konaha, in the outermost position, does not pose any threat to Rain Shinobi Village, even other Shinobi villages. This question is very embarrassing. It was Orochimaru who stood up bluntly. Because Danzo is too wasteful, Senior White Fang had already led the troops deep into a certain distance before, but Danzo retracted back after he took office, and lost all those places. This is a naked whip corpse. Jiraiya next to him turned Byakugan straight, but Orochimaru was telling the truth, and he had nothing to refute. He is also very dissatisfied with Danzo's approach. So from start to finish, he didn't say a word for Danzo. So, we have to get these places back. After finishing the next battle plan concisely, Fengye missed his attention. I already have a preliminary plan for this. Teacher Orochimaru, please spread this information secretly to Rain Shinobi Village. Pulling out a superstition and throwing it at Uncle Snake, Fengye has confidence on his face. This is a tough battle. But I, Senju Fengye, promise to complete the first phase goal with minimal loss. Zukun. Starting from the chair, Fengye drew the Thor's sword and pointed it far away. Go to war. Rain Shinobi Village. As an active united with the ninja of Rainy Country, it is used to be below the leader of the organization in the field. Hanzo of the Salamander has a high status in the land of rain. It is even said that many people regard Hanzo as the savior of the land of rain. This is what Hanzo is doing now. As the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, he relied on his own strength to force back the attacks of other shinobi villages. Demigod. This is what people in the land of rain say about him. Sitting in Rain Shinobi Village, he built a room with outstanding defensive capabilities for himself. He silently looked at the intelligence in his hand. This is something that his subordinates snatched from the Konoha shinobi, and can be trusted. He is very interested in the above content. But he was cautious and did not rush out. Konoha's commander has changed. It seems that the Tsunade is in charge, but it is a teenager who actually controls the army. Hanzo smiled. He really didn't know what Konoha thought. Isn't it a disease to change coaches on the battlefield? Although Danzo has been failing, he won't let a teenager control the army, right? That is looking for death. A child, no matter how good he is, even if he is outstanding. In terms of experience, it cannot be compared with adults. He even believed that the Senju clan that was rumored some time ago suddenly emerged and was led to complete many difficult tasks. He must be lucky to make credit for this kind of thing. The kid is always not a concern. And the troops controlled by the imps are not a concern. Konoha has lost its strategic position in the country of rain. After reading the information, Hanzo gave his own analysis. This is good news for him. With one less enemy in the kingdom of rain, he can concentrate on dealing with others. He is a demigod. Senju Hashirama was a well-deserved strong man after his death. It's a pity that what Hanzo didn't know was that the information he got was just what Fengye sent to him with a little trick. Paralyze the opponent's nerves before the battle, and then a fatal blow. This is Fengye's first plan. Hanzo will understand how stupid his decision is after he leads people into the hinterland of the rain country. The enemy he thought was not worth mentioning had already begun action. The northern part of the country of rain. In the area leading to the country of fire, the Hyuga and Senju clans, who are marching quickly, are advancing in the dark. The Rain nightclub provides natural cover for the invaders. But the country of rain at night can hardly move even if it is an enemy. No one would believe that the thousands of Konoha shinobi forces led by Fengye dared to dispatch at night. Because even the Hyuga clan will lose their sense of direction in this kind of night. Byakugan is very strong, but Byakugan's penetration is white and black. There is no moon at night in the country of rain, and using Byakugan when the light is dim, you can't see the situation clearly. But when it shocked the Konoha shinobi. Every time Fengye moves forward, he will give the right direction. They were convinced that they had touched the Rain Shinobi village defensive line closest to them, and the enemy in front was close at hand. Rainy night will affect the line of sight, but it is relative at that time. Fengye was not affected at all in this environment. Even during the time when the system was activated, he had already adapted to the darkness. Dark Kun main system is tailored for him. Inheriting the special physique of Ulquiorra, no one can block his vision when he spreads his black wings. On the contrary, even the Rain Shinobi village ninja who has adapted to the environment of the Rain country will weaken both in defense and combat effectiveness at night. Second brother, the other teams are already in place. After struggling to get to Fengye's side, Nawaki whispered. Tonight is a big deal, much more exciting than fighting with the second brother before. There are many enemies, but Konoha's ninjas are more numerous. Don't worry. Fengye nodded, and looked at Yamanaka Kiki who was curious. As Fengye's official communications liaison, the Yamanaka family's skills have not yet been brought into play in this battle. Contact all the troops. Here comes the task. Yamanaka nodded nervously, then closed his eyes, and nodded hard after 2 blood bursts from his nostrils. Obviously, as genin who has just graduated, it is not easy to be able to contact others at this level. But he also regarded this as his own experience and Fengye's trust. Given the task of Ino, Shika, Cho, Fengye has his own ideas. Friendship is an unbreakable bond after experiencing the war together. Even if Ino, Shika, Cho is a strong supporter of Hokage, the friendship exists. They are the supporters of Naruto 923. Don't forget that the Senju clan had 2 Hokages. Even during the Sengoku period, the Ino, Shika, Cho tribes were the followers of Senju. Fengye will rekindle this emotion. They are already in place, waiting for your signal from Fengye. 2 blood sprays from the nostrils again, Yamanaka Kiki gave effective information. Signal? Fengye nodded and took a deep breath. First put some water on this bunch of chopsticks. Release water? Nawaki's eyes lit up and opened the Shikai belt. This is not what Laozi said. Fengye's mouth twitched, and the wings on his back suddenly opened and flew forward. The rainy night is not calm. But with a violent drink, the Rain Shinobi village ninjas below suddenly woke up. 100 healings mark. Solution. Water style. Who repairs the dam? Boom. When the Senju clan's terrifying chakra volume, coupled with the humid environment of Rain Shinobi village, and Fengye's chakra control that was so precise that it couldn't be more precise. Countless turbulent waters are advancing. Fengye is certain that even Hoshiga Kiki Same, who wears same hado with a big knife, will never be shocked by this big burst of water. The mark on the forehead slowly extended, accompanied by Fengye's roar. A disaster struck suddenly. It's reasonable. After Grandma Mito told me to stay away, it was the first one I would use in in-depth research. After watching the scene of countless seawater washing forward from a distance, he pointed to the mark on his forehead with some dissatisfaction. She invented Baihao technique, but 100 healings marks distance comes from Uzumaki Mito. But the location where Tsunade stores chakra is a bit weird, it's her rapidly expanding place. But she didn't expect that, just after mentioning it with Fengye before, he unexpectedly mastered this trick in a short time, and he could do it freely. As now, he unlocked the 100 healings mark to strengthen water style. Do it. When the water curtain submerged the Rain Shinobi village camp in front of you, Yamanaka, who was in charge of communications, squirted 2 blood out of the nostrils again and let out a violent drink. Then the Konoha shinobi, who had already surrounded the area in all directions, rushed forward like a mad dog. They need a victory. And now, that victory is close at hand. Pouch. As a commander, Fengye did not choose to stand behind Danzo like Danzo, but rushed forward. When the sharp Thor's sword plunged into the enemy in front of him, the melodious reminder sounded again. But unlike the previous use of water style to get rid of a lot of offal, this time the prompt sound is even more pleasant. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for beating a special Jonin who barely passed the battle mode, and the progress of the first inheritance template has been improved. Ding. Test Host Orochimaru Lucifer template inheritance reached 20%, start the new template power. Congratulations, Master Host, for a good time. Please keep working hard. Chapter 54. Victory in the first battle. After Konoha's ninja coalition killed the last ninja who resisted Rain Shinobi village. Their hearts are extremely excited. I'm afraid those enemies will be a little daunted before they die. Why, Konoha's people can touch their stronghold silently. Why, their guards would be suddenly attacked without even seeing the fire. They can't figure it out. In fact, the ninjas on Konoha's side were also a little daunted. Under Fengye's command, they silently killed all the enemy's eyes along the way, without letting any information leak out. This command ability can only be described as unpredictable. What method did he use? Is it possible that the Senju clan has stronger perception abilities than the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hisashi looked at himself and then at Fengye in the distance. He always felt that when the Senju clan were there, their Hyuga would not be effective. No. Not Senju. It's Fengye. Even the Inoshikacho tribes showed their faces in this battle, but Hyuga, who was good at close combat, finally killed quite a few enemies. Don't think about it, let's go. Second brother said, the time to use the Hyuga clan hasn't arrived yet, why are you disappointed? Nawaki patted him on the shoulder casually, and pulled him toward the front. Everyone. This is just the beginning. In the temporary command post, Fengye looked down calmly. To be reasonable, this level of victory simply cannot satisfy him. He wants everyone to know the horror of Senju, and he wants to make the name of the Senju clan thoroughly. It's not enough to just take a step into the hinterland of the Rain Country. There was a lot of movement. You have to react in Hanzo of the Salamander and continue to go deeper. And the merits he gained, Sarutobi Hiruzen has nothing to say, and there is no reason to even remove Tsunade's commander-in-chief position. Military power must be master in his own hands. But having said that, Fengye understands that he has made great contributions to the victory of this battle, but there are some scenes that must be said. Victory is achieved by everyone's hard work. I will let Senior White Fang record it in detail and send the fairest credit to Hokage. This is the real commander-in-chief. The ninjas held out their thumbs admiringly, and Fengye's non-greedy behavior made them extremely admired. Okay, tell the troops to continue deepening after the rectification is complete. Retake a single-handed shot on the map, Fengye points to the marked location. From here. All the way to Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village. Inside a heavily guarded house. Hanzo of the Salamander was walking around inside. I don't know why, he always has a bad feeling. And when he was gathering the information, after reading the information about Konoha again, that kind of hunch became stronger. Especially. It's already noon. The guard camp that was originally located in front of the Konoha shinobi has not sent a message. The demigod could not sit still. Check the intelligence in the rainy country every day to control the overall situation. This is what Hanzo of the Salamander does every day. He doesn't believe in others, only his own eyes. Still no news. Pushing the door open, Hanzo looked at his men. No, the subordinates have sent someone to urge them, but there is still no news. The ninja replied nervously. The man in front of him is the demigod of shinobi, and he is also the pillar that the kingdom of rain can hold on to the present. To be reasonable, if the demigod as the leader can't hold back his breath, he can't stand it either. Master Chief. At this moment, a ninja rushed in and half-kneeled on the ground. The Konoha shinobi's coalition forces have broken through 3 lines of defense, and they are now attacking us Rain Shinobi Village. What are you talking about? Grabbing his own hand with one hand, the pipe on Hanzo of the Salamander's face was gasping with purple gas. He didn't believe that, in just one night, his 3 lines of defense were all breached. The most terrifying thing is that there is no news. This is impossible. This is true, the leader, cough cough. The ninja of Rain Shinobi Village who was pinched looked terrified. He understood how terrifying the leader was. It was an existence that could poison people by breathing. Waste. Squinting his eyes, Hanzo of the Salamander put an antidote in his mouth and threw him on the ground, looking at his men who were almost urinating. This man did not lie. You have to take action. But how did Konoha's ninja come here? Frowning, Hanzo waved his big hand and gave the order. Order the gathering, I will go there in person. Don't you attack Rain Shinobi Village directly. At a mountain col not far from Rain Shinobi Village, Tsunade looked at Fengye next to him with some doubts. 3 lines of defense were breached in one night. This is an unprecedented feat for Konoha. The ninjas are in a state of excitement, but Fengye also knows that the real test has just begun. No, that's a lot of risk. Shaking his head, the boy stood with his hand and looked forward. Moreover, I have already given the combat mission. There is no need to take risks. But what if Hanzo of the Salamander can't stand it? Tsunade frowned. Fengye's battle plan is very simple, that is to lead the opponent from the front, and then let the Konoha shinobi on the flanking attack on both sides and directly attack Rain Shinobi village. But there is a loophole in this plan. That is, what should I do if the other party does not come out and choose to stick to it? Fengye said in a meeting before that this battle must be ended as quickly as possible, otherwise, once other Shinin villages react, they will join forces to put pressure on Konoha. This is inevitable. Everyone is an intruder in the country of Rain. Why did you eat Rain Shinobi village alone? Konoha's approach will break the balance of the Rain country, which is unacceptable to other Shinobu villages. Therefore, Hanzo of the Salamander only needs to stick to it, and it can be dragged on. As long as other Shinobu villages take action, Konoha will be passive and face the double team of other Shinobu villages. This is the real war. Enemies will not talk about humanity and morality with you, and the same is true for fighting between ninjas. He will come out. Fengye said calmly. This is his understanding of Hanzo of the Salamander. It is also Fengye's biggest advantage in the world. He knows all the people who appeared in the original book, their related habits and styles of doing things. The Hanzo of the Salamander during the early years was a personal thing. Use Rain Shinobi village as a base to compete with major Shinobi villages. But also, when facing juniors, he likes to comment on the status of seniors. To put it simply, I like to stand at a high place and give evaluations to each other, thinking that I am very compelling. This is the origin of the name Sunin in the original book. That's the name Hanzo gave. But, is he worthy? Fengye sneered. Really think you are a respected senior? He knows this kind of person very well. Once things go beyond his control, and even be turned away by the junior, he will be very upset, quite upset. The demigod at this moment must be full of doubts about how Konoha broke through the line of defense and came here. There was also curiosity about Fengye's existence. This is the real reason Fengye asked Orochimaru to send out the information. Demigods are not gods, but they also have their own pride. He will definitely come to see Fengye himself, and then educate him as a predecessor and give an evaluation. Even, something like forbearance. To be fair, Fengye is quite cold about this. A self-proclaimed demigod gave the title of the granddaughter of the true god of ninjas, and then this title was given back to his mother for a lifetime. This is simply humiliation. Come. Suddenly looking in one direction, Fengye has already sensed that a large number of Rain Shinobi village ninjas are coming quickly, and one of them's soul fluctuates very strangely. It seems that he has been infected with other things. Think about it carefully, Fengye suddenly. Hanzo of the Salamander has been implanted in the venom sac of the Sanshou fish since childhood. Such strange soul fluctuations are also normal. Yamanaka Kiki? Yes. Puff. It seems that because every time Fengye instructs to contact others, the spirit is exhausted. At this time, Yamanaka High has a habitual nosebleed. Of course, he is proud of it. After all, he has done a lot in the process of the Konoha Shinobi's coalition breaking through the 3 lines of defense in a row. That is the glory of the Yamanaka clan. Tell the other squad leaders in the ambush to attack Rain Shinobi village directly after we attract attention. Move fast. The others, follow me. There was a gleam in the eyes, and Fengye's figure sprang out first. This time his mission is nothing but to attract the frontal fire power of Rain Shinobi village to the maximum. And what he brought with him were all elite ninjas from Konoha's side. Sunin, Ino, Shika, Cho and Senju. On the other hand, Heitake Sakumo leads other ethnic groups in charge of side attacks. Fengye didn't mean to underestimate Rain Shinobi village. In the original book, Konoha exhausted everything, Sunin fought to exhaustion, and the ninjas around him were killed and injured, but they did not win Rain Shinobi village. Fengye knows why. That is the ability of Hanzo of the Salamander. A man with a poisonous body can accentuate the poisonous gas in his breath, and the Sanshou fish from summoning can produce a wide range of poisonous gas. There is only one focus in this battle, that is, in the face of his poison, whether he can hold it and defeat the opponent. If Hanzo of the Salamander loses, Rain Shinobi village will lose. Fengye, as the absolute project of this battle, will transmit the heat wave of the Senju clan to the entire ninja world. This is an opportunity for Senju to truly rise, and it is also an important moment for everyone in the ninja world to know that the Senju clan is still alive. When Hanzo of the Salamander showed up in front of Fengye with the ninja from Rain Shinobi village, the atmosphere around Rain Shinobi village has completely changed. The atmosphere of war is always ever changing, but it cannot be separated from blood and death. This battle is not exactly the same as the battle between ninjas, it is more like a game between samurai. In order to cover the raid troops on the flanks, Fengye and his men must stand in the open. Hanzo of the Salamander has no idea of hiding himself. He is a senior, he is very strong. He is a demigod. The new patriarch of the Senju family. The old man admits that you have attracted my attention. Holding his shoulders, an aura of a peerless expert spread from Hanzo of the Salamander. But, do you really think the old man didn't notice the people over there who wanted to sneak attack on my rain shinobi village? But his next sentence changed the expression of young Sunin suddenly. For the first time, it seemed that Fengye's arrangement was seen through. Want to know the reason? Hanzo of the Salamander seemed satisfied with Tsunade's reaction, and smiled very calmly. The arrangement is good, but the old man can tell at a glance that you can't break through the 3 lines of defense arranged by the old man. So, you want them to sneak attack while we are at war with you. This is not good, there is no samurai spirit. Shook his head, Hanzo seemed a little emotional. This reminds the old man of Senju Hashirama, who is your grandfather. That person is much more upright than you. He has the same samurai spirit as mine. Fengye smiled when Hanzo said this. He knew that he hadn't made a mistake in analyzing what kind of person Hanzo of the Salamander was. Samurai spirit? You say Senju Hashirama? I just want to raise myself to the same height as first generation. He really thought he was called a demigod, and he would be able to compete with First Hokage if he took one step forward? Dream it. However, Hanzo saw through Fengye's arrangement, which surprised him a bit. But the reason is far-fetched. Even if there is only the Senju clan, he can bring people to kill, but that clan will suffer more serious losses. But what about seeing through? Fengye stepped slowly and gave Tsunade a look. He gave it to me, as the head of the Senju clan, I must hit his face. Fengye. Tsunade was a little eager to stop, but the boy just shook his head at him. His poison, I know. It's not a big problem. Besides, if you are together, it will affect my performance, so I haven't gotten a master in this, good promise, posture. Moving on, Fengye slowly drew the Thor's sword and pointed it at Hanzo of the Salamander. Since you are a demigod, and you just mentioned the samurai spirit. Then, I will use the samurai spirit to defeat you upright. You are a demigod, and I am the grandson of the younger brother of the ninja god. Fight me. What did the old man hear? When Fengye's words came into Hanzo of the Salamander's ears, the mindset of the peerless masters changed slightly. What did you just say? He suspected that he had heard it wrong. A teenage kid, he wants to single himself out? The battle between the samurai is naturally heads up. Don't dare. Why not dare? Then stop talking nonsense. Fengye's breath suddenly changed, and the original gray sky continued to darken, even dyeing the pure rain black. To be honest, I haven't used this form yet. A piece of homework. Suddenly raising his head, Fengye's entire body has undergone tremendous changes. That pair of huge black wings stretched out again at this moment. The real black wing demon revealed his face. The white robe has 2 huge horns extending from his head. And his sharp claws and wildly extending long hair, when everything is combined. That terrifying violent energy swept through Fengye's body. Roar. Block it. Blackwing Great Demon. A roar that didn't look like a human came from Fengye's mouth, and his body instantly disappeared in the next moment. Appeared again, already squeezing Hanzo of the Salamander's head. Push hard with one hand. Boom. There was a loud noise from the earth. The entire area collapses down. Power, a complete burst. Chapter 55. When the shock passes. People looked at the surrounding earth in horror. Since Fengye's position on the ground is the center, all collapsed within a radius of tens of meters. Although the scope of the collapse is not very large, the depth is not so exaggerated. But this shows that Fengye's power is strong enough to affect the entire area. If you look closely, you will find that the area is just raining in darkness. The rain is obviously not easy. There is also a certain kind of special energy in it. Draw. The huge wings danced again. Fengye stepped on the air and flew into the air. The true posture of the Blackwing Great Demon is undoubtedly revealed at this moment, although his degree at this time is far less than that of Ulquiorra, but the full expansion is already extremely exaggerated. Come out, demigod. The vocal cords seemed to have changed. Fenji's original tone became a little low and full of murderous intent. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze somewhere below. Hanzo of the Salamander is not that easy to die. In fact, when Fenji touched him, he felt something was wrong. This is not him, just shadow clone. Fenji was not surprised by this. In the original book, Hanzo of the Salamander was an overly cautious guy. He didn't trust even the guards around him, and he had to change a batch every time. As expected of the Senju family, young and promising. The figure flashed, and Hanzo appeared below. And his iconic sickle appeared in his hand, and the purple liquid on it looked extraordinarily permeable. Is Sancho fish poisonous? It seems that this demigod is finally serious. Fenji still analyzed calmly, even saying that he was calmer than ever. When he turned on the return edge, the restless fighting intent in his body was suppressed instead, and he transformed into nothingness and became a real black-winged demon. Using poison can't get my approval. Holding his arms, Fenji has a playful look on his face. At this moment, his expression is very similar to when Hanzo of the Salamander first arrived. Pretend to be a master. Who can't? But your poison is not so invincible. Fenji said that he knew everything about Hanzo of the Salamander. So naturally he also understands his shortcomings. It takes 5 minutes to replenish the poison of Sanjiao fish every time it is used, and even Cho in the original work can crack his toxin. As long as Tsunade is given time, she can also crack this poison. But for Fenji, this kind of poison is really useless. Fenji's words clearly stung Hanzo of the Salamander's nerves. He found himself in front of this young man as transparent, the look in his eyes, as if he knew everything about him. Looking at the surrounding earth with fear in his eyes, Hanzo's eyes were shocked. Is this really made by that kid? If he hadn't been habitually cautious and used Shadow Clone for probing, he really didn't know whether he could escape such an attack. Is the Senju clan? The patriarchs of each generation are so surprising. Are those wings the weird power that has been rumored in the outside world? To break the encirclement of Uegakur, it is correct to use this new blood inheritance boundary. The battle between ninjas is to kill the enemy, and the means are part of the strength. A dignified look flashed in his eyes, and Hanzo of the Salamander had to admit one thing. Although he was angry, this young man should not be underestimated. If he continues to deal with him with the mentality of treating younger generations, he may be in danger. It's the belief of the samurai again, and the will of the ninja? In what capacity do you exist in this world? Fenji calmly raised his own question. But this time, he didn't plan to wait for Hanzo of the Salamander's answer. But whatever it is, it will eventually become nothingness, and it seems to me that your will is not as firm on the surface. Half-god? If you really saw Senju Hashirama, if my grandfather took action, you wouldn't feel like a half-god. What kind of posture do you live in this world? Let you see clearly now. For the first time using a piece of the blade, Fenji seems to have a thorough understanding of his level of strength with limited time. Orochimaru, 20% strengthened by the system. How powerful is the Blackwing Great Demon? Fenji wanted to try. Hanzo of the Salamander is strong in swordsmanship and poison. To some extent Fenji has an advantage. He is not afraid of poison, and after the virtual physique merges with him, he can't think of anything that can make him poisoned. That kind of high-speed regeneration can effectively prevent the toxin from spreading, and even the toxin will be excreted without waiting for the toxin to corrode his body. So the poison is not enough. As for the sword. Whoosh. When Hanzo of the Salamander habitually threw his sickle into Fenji in the air, he did not hide. Even spread his wings, for fear that the opponent's sickle would not be able to touch him. Ding! Extending the sharp claws of his hand, he stood in front of everyone's horrified eyes. The sound of the golden and iron mingling is the effect of the sickle touching Fenji's claws. Is this your strength? With a light push with one hand, he sent the sickle back in the air. After feeling the rapid consumption of Ryatsu and chakra in his body, Fenji was suddenly stunned. It seems that because of the existence of the system, Fenji will consume his own energy to maintain this state after inheriting the return of the Blackwing Great Demon. And every time you attack or be attacked, the combination of chakra and Ryatsu will be consumed. According to the extent of each attack, the rate of consumption also varies. A very scientific calculation method will also intuitively understand how long this state can be maintained. According to the available information, Fenji can affirm that Hanzo of the Salamander's sword skills are not as good as Fenji after the return state is turned on. He couldn't hurt him, but it does not rule out that the lethality of this long-range scythe was not as strong as he was swung by himself. My strength, you have seen it. Let me test your level, demigod. The wings moved slightly, and Fengye slowly fell to the ground. With the tears of Ulquiorra on his face that looked extremely shocking, his green eyes gleamed, and then he hooked his finger at Hanzo. This is simply humiliation. The disguise was torn, the angry Hanzo rushed up with his sickle. But at the same time, he also got the information he wanted. The opponent's paw must not be touched. That thing couldn't even be destroyed by its own sickle. The battle between ninjas is information warfare. It is different from the real swordsman's big opening and closing, and even fights for several days. Ordinary ninjas only need to know the opponent's means to effectively fight back and kill. Of course, the strong like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can be excluded. That is a real war of attrition. Flash. Without any hesitation, Hanzo, who came up to cut into the serious mode, launched his strongest attack. He didn't want others to see through his previous sense of superiority and pretense. If he can, he wants to kill this young Senju clan to maintain his title of demigod. Hanzo understands very well that if he loses this battle, Rain Shinobi Village will also lose, and all the auras on him will disappear. That's not the life he wants. Swordsmanship. Flash. This is the move he defeated the Iron Country samurai Mifune not long ago. But he recognized Mifune's will and gave the other an antidote. Not for anything else, just to maintain his pride, he is a proud samurai. Kang. As if slashing on steel, when the light of the knife dissipated, the scene in front of him made Hanzo's pupils widen. The sickle got stuck. And the blade of the card's sickle was a feather on the young man's wing in front of him. Is this your strength? Yes, but my strength is above you. In the state of returning to the blade, Fengye's strength will be doubled. Just blocking the consumption of the sickle has made Fengye understand how lethal this man's stunt is on him. The black wings trembled slightly, and fierce power attacked all directions. The power of Hanzo of the Salamander had no room for resistance under Fengye's Ryotsu explosion. This is the power of Gibeon. Perhaps Fengye would be suppressed in all directions when facing Hanzo of the Salamander before returning to the sword, then the increase of the Black Wing Great Demon after returning to the sword would be extremely terrifying. The Black Wing Great Demon has no other means, his goal is to improve himself in all aspects. Speed, strength, reaction. Even zero. But this state will not last long. After all, this is the inherited power, and only when Fengye's Zanpakuto is completely awakened and then merged with the Black Wing Great Demon, will it be the perfect homecoming. And when Fengye's Zanpakuto Bankai, he can reach Erden Gibeon. Fengye at that time will be promoted again. There is no doubt that Hanzo is not weak. But his difficult place is poison and swordsmanship. But on these 2 points, he is not as good as Fengye. In the Shinigami world, Hanzo's swordsmanship is full of loopholes. After all, this world is ultimately fed by blood and ninjutsu. The main reason why Sunin could not beat Hanzo in the original work is probably the poison of Sansho fish. In front of him, Hanzo's next move also confirmed Fengye's thoughts. Summoning technique. Pat the ground with one hand. There is no such thing as the normal summoning technique to make the Sansho fish appear in front of people. His unique commanding technique can hide the Sansho fish in the ground anytime and anywhere. Just. Sansho fish? Fengye determined the location of the underground thing in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Thor's sword fell into his hand. After returning to the blade, Fengye found that the Thor's sword he had infused with his soul had a stronger reaction, and it was more handy to use. Fengye is sure. It is calling itself, but its name is by no means simply called Thor's sword. Thunderstorm Purgatory. Exploring the nerves has found traces of Sansho fish. After Fengye gave Hanzo a playful smile, he gently released his hand holding the Thor's sword. And the weapon that had followed the second master all his life flew into the air as if possessing spirituality. Immediately afterwards, an anomaly occurred. Boom. The originally dark sky cut through a thunderbolt and plunged directly into the Thor's sword. Immediately after the electric masterpiece, Thor's sword instantly swelled and extended as if it had been hit with chicken blood. Boom. There was another thunder, and a few rays of thunder from the tip of the sword directly hit the ground. And that location is the depths of the ground where the Sansho fish is located. Lei Guang sank into the ground, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The dark rain seemed to stagnate for a while, and the thunder light smashed into the lower part for a while twisted. Then the harsh thunder sounded again, and the ground that had just returned to stability trembled again. Even the lightning that bursts underground can see the golden color that penetrates from the outside world. The power of terror blooms completely, when everything returns to peace. Fengye stretched out his hand, and the Thor's sword returned to his hand. This knife. The stronger the user, the stronger its power. Fengye is also very satisfied with his new moves. Of course, if it is placed on a flat ground, the scene should be even more shocking. Thunderstorm Purgatory. This is Fengye's own move. Far from being similar to the lightning style created by Sasuke in the future, Kylin, no, it is a unicorn. It is all based on the power of nature, especially on rainy days. With the help of natural thunder and lightning, Chakra, who has imported himself, is using Thor's sword to increase again. Lethality is stronger than Kirin. Don't look, demigod. Lifting his head, Fengye looked at the man who was already stunned. He knew what this guy was shocking. He must be wondering why the connection between himself and the Sancho fish has disappeared. There will be no Hanzo of the salamander anymore, just pure Hanzo. Your pet is dead. Even without time to escape, the soul was obliterated. After all, this knife is slashing the soul. Zanpakuto. It hurts the body, but also hurts the soul. I killed you. With red eyes, Hanzo was angry. Sancho fish is just a summoning beast, but he represents his own glory. But this man killed his summoning beast. He is sure of this, because the connection between him and the Sancho fish has disappeared. No, you didn't kill me. Fengye fell on the ground and shook his head gently. You have already lost. It doesn't matter if you don't abide by the spirit of the samurai, I have to follow it. The following battle has nothing to do with me. Slowly turning his head back, Fengye looked back at the shocked Konoha shinobi and young Sunin. Without Sancho Fish's Hanzo, are you his opponents? Friendly reminder, his own poison sac takes 5 minutes to prepare, and without the summoning beast, the poison gas he can affect is limited. Leave it to you. Without even looking at Hanzo again, Fengye had already exited the return mode. A section of the sword still puts a heavy load on his body, and if he doesn't withdraw, he promises to fall into an empty blue state in a short time. As a ninja, discomfort without chakra is a trivial matter, and even a coma is possible. He needs time to recover. He is in a strong state of return. In the battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, he has already figured out if the master is such a power. He has also mastered how long the current physical quality can be activated for a period of time. As long as the fight continues, Fengye will become stronger. However, Hanzo lost the Sancho fish and Fengye's weakness was revealed by Fengye. He was not destined to be Sunin's opponent. Fengye did everything he could. Rain Shinobi village will be completely conquered by Senju. Remember, it's Senju, not Konaha. Staring at Fengye's back, Hanzo's eyes no longer had the color that he had just arrived here. The battle officially began. And in the end, when Sunin joined forces to knock down Hanzo, the once demigod's eyes were muddy, and he finally understood how far he was from the true ninja god. Yeah. He couldn't even beat his grandson. Demigods. Just a joke. But as he died, he still maintained his pride as a warrior and senior, exhausted his last strength and raised his head to look at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. You have been approved by the old man. It can be called Konoha. Sunin. The voice fell. His hand finally fell to the ground. The name of a demigod. Today fell completely, and defeated his young man. Known as the Black Wing Demon. To be reasonable, under the premise that poison and sword techniques are not effective, 20% of Xiao will kill Hanzo, is it normal? After all, it was Xiao after a period of homecoming. Chapter 56. Victory. After losing the powerful poison gas of Hanzo of the Salamander, the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village could not stop the Med Konoha dogs. Only within 3 days of Danzo's resignation, Fengye gave them a hearty combat experience. This is the taste of a big victory. Occupying Rain Shinobi village, and opening up the route between the country of fire and Rain Shinobi village. Starting today, Konoha's situation in Rain Shinobi village has changed drastically. There is no doubt that they have an absolute advantage in initiative. As long as they guard the route that connects Rain Shinobi village from the Land of Fire, they are not afraid even if it is a protracted battle. No one knows what the war will be like in the future. When the other villages recovered, they were shocked and their jaw dropped. A teenage child, when he carried the blood of the Senju clan on his back, he had the momentum to lead Senju back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The name of the Black Wing Great Demon became a symbol of the Senju clan at that time. This is what Fengye wants to see. When everyone is talking about the Black Winged Demon, Senju Hashirama's shadow will also be lifted out. As long as Fengye works hard to make his light more dazzling, he is the new spiritual symbol of the Senju family. But now, Fengye still has something to do. The tribal people's sense of belonging to Konoha has not disappeared. As long as this sense of belonging does not disappear, then the next level of change cannot be started, and even these tribesmen will become stupid people who have been sold for money. Fortunately, Fengye is in Senju. He is waiting for a critical opportunity. The country of fire. Konoha. Years of warfare made this first ninja village a little tired. Especially in the previous month, it was a great torment for them. For a whole month, the news of continuous defeats on the front line left the villagers listless. They even doubted Hokage's thinking ability. The reason is simple. Defeat means no benefit. The reason for the defeat was that their Hokage-sama removed the status of Commander White Fang, instead he replaced him with Shimura Danzo, who was not very familiar but was able to pretend to be. Sure enough. The kid had nothing to learn, and the information about the defeat for a month made the villagers' scalp numb. Fortunately, I heard that Lin Chan, the young patriarch of the Senju clan, kept the last fig leaf for Konoha. But that was just a fig leaf. The failure of the main force still hurt morale. They don't understand their own Hokage-sama, what's the point of such a failed war? As for Danzo, it has long been a target for the villagers to vent their anger. They dare not scold Hokage, and dare not scold Danzo? Anyway, he couldn't hear it on the front line, so he could just shut up when he came back. But it failed and it was not normal to be sprayed. And this kind of war is meaningless. Rain Shinobi Village declared war on Konoha after Konoha's invasion. From their perspective, this war is completely avoidable. After all, Kirigakure of the Water Country did not respond, and they did not participate in the Second Ninja World War. Questions come and go. Hokage knows people's unknown existence objectively. But for this, their Hokage-sama never responded. But just today, Konoha's atmosphere suddenly changed. The dull air disappeared instantly. A piece of news completely caused the village to boil. Big win. And it's a winning streak. Danzo was forcibly dismissed due to the attempted murder of his companion, and Senju Fengye led the team straight into the hinterland of the Land of Rain, breaking through 3 lines of defense in a row. This exciting news made Konoha's villagers shout Fengye's name. Although the victory was not announced from the bulletin board next to the Naruto building, it was also the unmistakable news from the ninja who passed the order. People are in excitement. But before they recovered, another blockbuster exploded in the village. Master Fengye once again led the team into the hinterland of the Kingdom of Rain and defeated the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander with his own hands. Master Fengye kept dripping, and led the Konoha Shinobi Coalition forces to directly occupy Rain Shinobi Village. Great victory! Great victory! It was another ninja who had passed on at the entrance of the village, with blood on his excited face. It was obvious that he had experienced a more cruel war than the previous ninja. But fortunately, what he brought was news of victory. Senju Fengye, all you can do. He won Rain Shinobi Village in one breath. Even in the process, defeated the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. For a while, the atmosphere in the village boiled again, and people rushed to tell each other. It is precisely because the man who has achieved this level is Senju Fengye. He belongs to Senju. And that clan is Konoha's pride. Fengye told them with practical actions that Senju has not fallen, and that the clan that was in the Sengoku period has risen again. Without Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the Senju family has not lost the man carrying the flag. He appeared. Senju Fengye. Grandma Mito. In the Senju clan, Kushina rushed to Mito's bedroom excitedly, telling the old man lying on the steps what happened. Brother Fengye will always be my pride. It's also Senju's pride. Stroking Kushina's red hair, Uzumaki Mito's face was a touch of worry. Her body has become weaker recently. Originally, this world probably Nine Tails would keep tossing itself. But when she was puzzled, it just gave up struggling after humming proudly. Mito doesn't know what Nine Tails thinks, but this is a good thing. She will stay alive with her last strength for Fengye. Alive, She is a nail, and those with ulterior motives have to weigh before moving. This is what she promised Fengye. In the Uchiha clan, Mikoto, who heard the news, just came to the ancestral hall silently, praying piously and earnestly to his ancestors. Uchiha's ancestors are the ancestors. Mikoto doesn't ask him to make contributions, but just wants Fengye-kun to be safe and sound. Please bless. However, her face suddenly became weird after half talking. Let the ancestors of Uchiha bless the patriarch of the Senju clan. If Uchiha Madara was there, he would have cursed the younger generation for incompetence, right? Standing awkwardly, Mikoto bowed to the ancestors and turned away. Sure enough, he still had to go to the Consolation Monument to pray for the former heroes of the Senju clan, and the clever Mikoto turned and left. Only when she left, a figure in the ancestral hall came out with an iron expression. Uchiha Fugaku. The next generation of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He was very angry, but did not attack on the spot. No one can doubt how much a man who has clearly opened Mangekyo, but can hold back his own use, can tolerate it. Fengye is in the limelight, and Senju is in the limelight. The front line is still fighting. Although Senju Fengye is not a nominal commander, Tsunade is completely obedient to his orders. He moved Mikoto. It is equivalent to telling Fengye to harm his people casually. He has to bear it. He must bear it. He inherited his father's will, and patience is the norm. But just when there was a lot of discussion in the village, Naruto's office was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking a cigarette. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu sat down with solemn expressions, and even said they were a little angry. It's hard to believe that they were the last to know the news of this victory. The person who sent the order also broke the unwritten rule and directly spoke the news in front of everyone. But they have no way to blame each other. After all, it's the news of victory, and it's normal for people not to hold back under excitement. They have no reason. Compared with the ninjas in the second phase, the content of the news is what they should consider most. That kid Senju Fengye. Some famous people really got mixed up. Even if they send Danzo over to sabotage, they even make those young ninjas a burden. He still succeeded. Is Danzo old? How does it feel a little bit more useless than before? After holding back for a long time, Mito Kato Homura couldn't help but speak. When they were both Second Hokage escorts, Danzo had a clear idea. Why can't even one kid be cleaned up? I'm thinking, who gave him the courage to let him lead the troops directly into Rain Shinobi village? Yuditen Koharu frowned, he couldn't figure it out at all. Is he not afraid of death? It is Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the existence of a demigod. Anything wrong will lead the troops to the abyss. Is it possible that Rain Shinobi village has someone to provide information? The protagonist of the discussion is naturally Fengye. This is reasonable. No matter how they analyze, the conclusions they get are the same. That kid has already risen. A careless effort is out of their control. If he is allowed to stay on the battlefield again, he will not only pay for the military spirit of the army, but also the people's spirit of Konaha village. At that time, even under pressure, Senju Fengye will be the candidate for Fourth Hokage, and he will also be the chief candidate. No one can threaten his status. Senju Fengye is still young now, and maybe third generation can use this kind of rhetoric to get through, but once the kid grows up, he will inevitably lead someone to the palace. By that time, everything will be difficult to handle. I don't know if there is anyone from Rain Shinobi village. I only know that he succeeded. He was not a commander but did the commander's business. Moreover, defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod. Find flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Those who can be defeated are not considered gods. There is only one true god, Senju Hashirama, but he is dead. We cannot allow the second god of the Senju clan to appear. Sarutobi, what can you do about it? It's better to let him have no way to get out of our sight, and he can't let him continue to gain exploits. Mito Kato Homura asked solemnly. Nature. Looking at the order letter on the table, Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe. He will come back, there is a reason, he can't refuse. The country of Rain. Rain Shinobi village. At this time Rain Shinobi village has been occupied by Konaha. Fengye issued a death order, no matter what the price is, he must protect the passage connecting the country of fire here in the future. If the passage breaks, these guards at Rain Shinobi village will become a lone army. Everyone can see the consequences. But Jiraiya gave different opinions on this. The reason is very simple. Behind is the country of fire, few people dare to stop there blatantly. The road seemed dangerous, but whoever dared to cut it off, as long as Konoha sent reinforcements to attack both sides of the Konoha shinobi of Rain Shinobi village, then everyone would die. But there is a key point that Jiraiya never understands. That's it. He didn't believe that the senior management would really be indifferent at that time. Some people there are eager to let them die, especially Fengye. Refreshed. Rain Shinobi village, in a certain room. After a long sleep, Fengye stretched out, and all the consumption of Gibeon has been completely replenished, and Fengye found that his overall strength has been greatly improved after experiencing a return. But he glanced helplessly next to Tsunade, who was awkwardly sleeping. They all said that he was okay and had to guard him. But the feeling of being cared about, not bad. Jumping out of the bed gently, Fengye took a deep breath and left the room. Rain Shinobi village, once Hanzo's exclusive Zen room, has been transformed into Konoha's command room. Today, it is the first official meeting after occupying Rain Shinobi village. Fengye-kun, there is new information from the village. As soon as I came in, I met Orochimaru, who came to send information. From Uncle Snake's dim look, after having his own laboratory, he studied Hatake Sakumo's body until midnight. What's the content? Fengye asked playfully. I haven't read it yet, but I don't think it will be too good news. Orochimaru has a keen intuition. He understands the relationship between Fengye and the higher UPS, and even now he is the target of the higher UPS. Fengye didn't open it in a hurry, but looked at each other with a grin. Uncle Snake, how about Konoha Sunin's title? I don't know if it is the fate of the ninja or the path of history. Before Hanzo died, he still said that. It is a pity that neither the environment nor the atmosphere at the time, the so-called Sunin call, did not make them feel excited. If you can be defeated, you can't be regarded as a god. Although his strength is strong, he is not better than Fengye-kun, and Fengye-kun is my disciple. Orochimaru shook his head. The title given by someone defeated by my disciple is not shameful, but it's nothing to show off. Is that so? Fengye nodded. Call everyone else for me. 10 minutes later. Everyone in the meeting room has assembled, and the young and old people below have expectations on their faces. They are waiting for Fengye's orders to sweep other shinobu villages. Tsunade seemed to realize that Fengye had gotten up and appeared in the meeting room with dim sleepy eyes. But Fengye's expression was a little weird after reading Konoha's new command. Sorry everyone. With a gentle apology on his face, Fengye waved to the ninjas. I know what you guys want to say, and I really want to continue to lead the team to fight. But no way. I'm going back to the village. Putting the file on the table, the helplessness on Fengye's face disappeared instantly, instead it was full of sarcasm and indifference. Let me go back on the pretext that Grandma Mito is unwell? The reason is good. But sorry, I am waiting for this opportunity. Sarutobi never thought of it. When Fengye went back. 9 tails. From that moment on, he will be officially surnamed Senju. Even the Senju clan will complete the final transformation. Chapter 57. Fengye is going back to the village? After the boy sitting in front of the commander-in-chief said these words, the ninjas below had different expressions. But most of them are puzzled and resentful. What is puzzled is why Fengye was asked to go back at this time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a high level deliberately targeting Fengye and Senju. Konoha has just won a big win. At this time, whether it is pursuing victory or building a defensive line, this is not a lot of sober commanders. And Senju Fengye is the best candidate. They don't understand third generation's approach. If the next commander-in-chief is like Danzo, isn't this ruining the good situation? Is it Mito-sama? After thinking about it, Orochimaru tentatively asked his own question. He knows Fengye. At least understand the disciple from graduation to the present. On the surface, Fengye, who has always had a stiff attitude towards the top, can completely refuse to accept such orders to continue to maintain his record on the front line, and even lead Konoha to attack other shinobu villages. Rain Shinobi village is destroyed, but the war is far from over, and the situation in the land of rain is still very complicated. The country of the earth, the country of thunder and the country of the wind, their ninjas are still here, and they have not given up on the battlefield. Konoha's actions opened up a situation, and the real second ninja war might have just begun. Then there is only one reason for Fengye to go back. Uzumaki Mito. This is not difficult to analyze. After Orochimaru said the name, the ninjas below were silent. If Uzumaki Mito's physical condition is the premise, Fengye has no reason to refuse to return to the village. The reasons for this are complicated. Although they didn't understand Fengye's ambitions in depth, they could still see that September 27th came to 1 or 2. Uzumaki Mito is Nine Tails Jinshuriki, and the pillar of the Senju clan. She has no worries in Fengye, and the high levels dare not act blatantly. But if something goes wrong with her, the top umbrella will disappear. Grandma Mito is not in good health. Hokage meant to let Tsunade and I go back. Looking down calmly, Fengye wanted to laugh inwardly. This is probably the true status of Konoha. What the higher UPS need is a civilian ninja with no background similar to Namikaze Minato. In addition to being strong, he must also have a clear attitude towards the village and Hokage. We have all gone back, what should the tribe do? Tsunade frowned. All Fengye had done before showed that those people wanted to destroy the Senju clan. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Fengye smiled and grabbed her hand and soothed. This is the opportunity he is waiting for. If he doesn't leave, the senior leaders will never have a chance to deal with Senju, and the people will not despair of Konoha. But this does not mean that Fengye wants to awaken some of his tribesmen at the expense of them. Although the method is simple and clear, every Senju tribe is extremely precious. Will experience despair, but not many people will die. When everything is over, the Senju clan undergoes transformation and truly awakens. They will understand that Senju's strength is not brought out by Konoha, but its own strength. Even without Konoha, they are still the most well-deserved family. This is Fengye's ideal change. Do you really think he can't control the whole situation in Konoha? Joke. Asking him to return to Konoha was the biggest mistake. The country of fire. Leaving the gloomy rainy day of the country of rain, enjoying the sunshine that has not been felt for a long time. A man and a woman walked side by side on the road leading to Konoha. Such a pleasant afternoon is always extra warm. Even the mood will become a lot easier. Do you know? Tsunade. Stopping, the boy looked at the pink flowers blooming on the side of the road. What? Tsunade looked at Fengye strangely. In his eyes, she also saw the flower, but the perspective was different, which meant that the scenery she saw was different. Walking on the road peacefully like this, without fighting with the world. It's also the life I've longed to live. Withdrawing his gaze, Fengye took Tsunade and sat under the tree. The long silver hair that had not been taken care of for a long time was scattered on his shoulders, shaking with the wind with Tsunade's pale blonde hair, and then intertwined, just like the fate of the two intertwined. As for Fengye's words, Tsunade seemed to understand something. She understands this feeling. Just like when they were young, they were carefree under the second grandfather's knee. But they couldn't do anything at that time. He may be tired. Tsunade knew that his mouth was dumb, and he would not say those comforting words, and could only hold Fengye's hand firmly. Think carefully. The patriarch who was fighting on the battlefield and planning the future for the family. At this moment, I have just graduated, and I have to bear this burden when I am a teenager. This road is not easy. And all she can do is help him share this burden. For this, I am willing to give everything. From now on, wait for everything to settle down. You, me, and Kushina are taking Mikoto. Everyone travels in this world together, there is a sense of expectation inexplicably. With a gentle smile on Tsunade's shoulders, Fengye expressed his great wish. Just forget it, it will be treated as a light bulb. Tsunade flipped through Byakugan's disagreement. I guess they will think the same way, and think of themselves as light bulbs. Fengye didn't hide his aggressive eyes in the slightest. The woman stayed for a while, finally her face flushed without refuting. The meaning of this is already obvious. By the way, Grandma Mito's sighed. A look of sadness flashed across his face. Tsunade was a little worried. Regardless of whether Mito's body is as ill as in Hokage's words, she is already very old. Waiting for her body can't bear it. All the burden of Senju is entrusted to Fengye, and the pressure can be imagined. And Nine Tails. Kushina will be terrified too. Family members have passed away one after another, and she is only left with Fengye, Nawaki, and Mito. Life and death is the normal state of ninjas, but when that moment comes, they still can't bear the erosion of grief. Relax. Hugging Tsunade in his arms, Fengye spit out two words calmly. He will not forget his promise. He told Mito that he wanted her to see the re-emergence of the Senju clan, and promised Mito to avenge the Uzumaki clan. Mito didn't say it though. But Fengye knew very well that that was the biggest knot in her life. After all, in order to protect Senju, she gave up her family. Even after she died, she would not have the face to face her former relatives. This knot must be untied. And the best way to untie the knot is to destroy all the families who attacked the Uzumaki clan. It's the fairest way to return to the other body by the other way. To paraphrase Nagato's sentence, people who have not personally understood that kind of pain are not worthy to say that they understand others. Let's go, speed up. The gentle gaze gradually narrowed, and Fengye's black wings slowly extended. Embracing Tsunade straight into the sky, the scenery below is panoramic. Is this how it feels to fly to the sky? Even Tsunade is yearning for romance during this period. Looking down, she was excited like a child. No, it's not. Fengye gave a weird smile. From now on, I will let you know what flying to the sky is, and flying from the sky to the sky. What does this mean? Tsunade was puzzled. Obviously, she had just exploded at the airport, and she was still in a daze. The country of fire. Konoha. The enthusiasm for the victory remains unabated. In order to commemorate the hard-won victory, many villagers even organized a celebration ceremony spontaneously. But their jubilation felt a little weird. After all, the heroes haven't returned to Konoha, who are they showing their enthusiasm for? But this does not stop the joy in their hearts. Konoha's victory means that the villagers' efforts have not been in vain. They contributed a lot to the consumption during the war. And just as people were celebrating, a figure suddenly appeared above the village. Dark wings, long silver hair, the iconic Senju clan emblem. The young man flew in the air, holding in his arms Tsunade, who was once given the title of princess by the name of the country of fire. He is Senju Fengye. He is back. People rushed to tell each other, and then ran out of the house, raising their heads and looking up. The patriarch of the Senju clan defeated the existence of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander and led Konoha to reappear brilliantly as a well-deserved hero. The figure flying in the air was shrouded in sunlight, as if the light radiated from Fengye. At this moment, he is deservedly the most dazzling existence. The villagers didn't know why their hero suddenly returned to Konoha, but those who were grateful to Fengye from the bottom of their hearts bowed reverently. From the letters of the frontline family members, they knew that if it weren't for this man, they would have died on the battlefield. This is pure gratitude. In the air, Fengye embraced Tsunade for a while with emotion. Sometimes he was telling, including Hatake Sakumo, who was scolded to death in the future, and Naruto was not seen by the villagers since he was a child. But sometimes these people are just being used as guns. They only know to follow the goal in their hearts, nothing more. Enjoy the atmosphere. Konoha's hero. The woman in her arms raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in a teasing tone. I never wanted to be a hero, and I don't like this title. Fengye shook his head. What are the end of the heroes? Crumb hero. Whoever loves to be whoever is. He just did what he wanted to do. Senju's name. Looking at Hokage Yanyan in the distance, Fengye's gaze swept across his grandfather, and finally fell on Senju Hashirama. He was taking back the glory that this man had left behind. Naruto building. Through the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure in the sky with a tangled face. Seeing this scene warmly greeted by the villagers, as Hokage, he admitted that it was sour. He is Hokage. Even at a certain moment, he regretted letting Senju Fengye go back to the village. Even if he fails once, just once, there will be no such enthusiastic cheers. Villagers are the best weapon to use, Sarutobi knew it early on. It seems that it is not time to get him back. Just after the big victory, the villagers would love to see their hero say that they have worked hard. However, these are not important. Frowning, he watched Fengye land in the direction of the Senju clan in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his place. Go and call Senju Fengye, I have something to find him. Mature a lot. Senju family land. Inside Mito's room. As she grew older, she stretched out her hand and stroked Fengye's face. There was nothing wrong with her, but she couldn't handle those things well. The occasional scene of sitting down and resting when I went out, it spread to Hokage's ears and turned into a bodily ailment, and he called Fengye back directly. Mito sighed. Has he become the thing for third generation to use Fengye? Or does he really think he is old? The battlefield scenery is good, mature, and reasonable. Fengye smiled and grabbed the hand of Mito's grandma, dragging her blessing. In the days he left, the people of the Senju clan in the village slowly returned to the clan's land, and they were no longer unexplained. And the clan land of the clan has gradually become lively. His patriarch finally looked like a patriarch. You shouldn't come back, grandma is fine. Mito shook his head. Take good care of the clansmen on the front line and bring them back alive. That's what you should do. Does Grandma Mito think I was fooled? Fengye smiled freely. Mito was worried about himself, he knew everything. The reason why I came back was not Sarutobi's order, but I wanted to come back. No one can force me to do anything, no one can. The master had no choice but to return home and the people's minds of the army. Even if Fengye didn't come back, Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless. He came back naturally with his own purpose. It's time to truly take control of yourself. Kurama. Looking at Mito's lower abdomen, Fengye took a deep breath. Mito's body can no longer bear the burden of Jinshuriki, he needs to have a good chat with Nine Tails. As for Mito's body after losing the tail beast, Fengye has his own way. Su never lacks vitality. Stimulating the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the virtual, allowing the two to merge, will make Mito stand up again. Even if you don't stay young forever, you can be a lot younger. You only need to change a little bit of what Heitake Sakumo did to achieve the goal. He didn't want Mito to die. This is serious. Lord Patriarch, Lord Mito. Master Naruto sent someone to inform that he wanted the Patriarch to come over. A member of the tribe knocked on the door respectfully, and then said. This time, he was the first to call Fengye, not Mito. This is very particular. The people representing the tribe have already recognized their patriarch. Fengye hadn't spoken yet. Mito's expression suddenly turned dark with anger in his voice. Tell Sarutobi, my grandson has been tired on the battlefield for too long, and there is no time to go back to life these few days. In an emergency, let him do it himself. Mito was indeed angry. Using himself as a threat, let Fengye return to the village. Does he Sarutobi Hiruzen want to go to heaven? Don't be angry with irrelevant people. Fengye patted Mito's younger generation to calm her down, and his expression gradually became serious after the tribe left. Grandma Mito, please help me with one thing. Nine Tails. Please take me to see it. Chapter 58. Chakra is a magical thing. In the world of ninjas, as long as the way is clear, chakra can create everything. As Jinshuriki, there are many ways for the tail beast in his body to communicate with others. Just like Jinshuriki allows the tail beast to control his body, and then the tail beast can talk to others, just like Naruto. But this prerequisite is that Jinshuriki and the tail beast trust each other, otherwise the tail beast will take the opportunity to do something that is not easy to control. And second, Naruto is also used as an analogy. Once practiced separately with Sasuke and Naruto, and reunited 3 years later, Sasuke used Sharingan's pupil power to let her spirit enter the sealed space without Naruto's defense. The principle is not complicated. Uzumaki Mito uses this method. Let Tsunade go out first. Mito grabbed Fengye's hand, and the two slowly closed their eyes. Chakra, who had separated himself, followed Mito's lead. After a period of darkness, Fengye opened his eyes. In front of me, there is the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The body of Nine Tails in the cage is wrapped with thick chains. This treatment is much worse than when Kushina and Naruto were in their bodies. The big reason why Mito can use Nine Tails chakra proficiently is probably the chains on Nine Tails. Fengye shook his head and walked towards the cage step by step. As he said, in fact, in essence, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Nine Tails. He is just a fox, he likes to sleep, and he also likes to run freely in the world of shinobu facing the sun. Is it wrong? The wrong thing is the people who use it. Whether it's the summoning beast of Madara during the battle with Senju Hashirama, or the Nine Tails chaos in the future. That was not voluntary by Nine Tails. Even said that it disgusts the feeling of being manipulated. Of course. Fengye didn't treat the tail beasts as pure innocent existences. They were powerful, and existence was a threat. But on the other hand, if it truly trusts you, you will be the most trustworthy companions to each other. Nine Tails. Passing through the 16th entrance of the cage, Fengye walked straight to Nine Tails and stroked the chain on its body. Human. Nine Tails squinted her eyes, neither grinning like facing others nor expressing too closeness. It is nine tails and has its own pride. Even if the man didn't have any malice in his body, and he had spoken for himself as a tail beast before, he still didn't trust Fengye. Trust is mutual, and the treatment it has been treated as evil by humans for a long time makes it less trusting in humans. No, it's Kurama. But when he turned around, Fengye smiled and called out Nine Tails' nickname. Kurama. The name Sage of Six Paths gave it. Where did this kid hear it? Looking at each other strangely, Nine Tails still did not speak. Grandma Mito, can you open the chain on her body? This chain is a medium that binds Nine Tails and facilitates the absorption of Nine Tails' chakra. But this is Mito's biggest burden. If Nine Tails is tossing, Mito must use his chakra to strengthen the imprisonment, which is a kind of consumption and torture. The chain opens, which is good for Nine Tails and Mito. Uzumaki Mito in the distance nodded and slightly raised his hand. To put it bluntly, Fengye's chakra is only close to Nine Tails, a part of the will. Even if Nine Tails suddenly moves, it will not hurt Fengye's body. And she is here, able to bind Nine Tails again at any time. Although she is old, she is still the top powerhouse of the Uzumaki clan, which is still achievable. Mito didn't know what Fengye was going to say to Nine Tails, but when he came in before, his grandson mentioned that if Nine Tails is willing to cooperate, then even if he loses the tail beast, he will not die. That was his promise. He wanted to let himself live to see the day when Senju emerged. Sit down. In the distance, Fengye seemed to have come to his own home, cross-legged very politely. To be reasonable, he doesn't like to sit on his knees. But these words are quite awkward in Nine Tails' ears. Although this is a sealed space, in theory it is also its chassis. After hesitating, Kurama stretched his arms and legs. It feels very uncomfortable to be bound all the time. It doesn't matter if this kid is helping to unlock the chains. This uncle is very reasonable. Squatting on the ground, Kurama at this moment, from Fengye's perspective, looks very much like the husky he raised in his previous life. Except that the hair is different and the ears are sharper, there is no big difference. Of course. There is still a head. Can it be made smaller? It feels awkward to look up at others, and Fengye, who is used to flying in the sky and being seen by others, feels a little disgusted with this. Boy, don't go too far. Kurama snorted, seeming to resist Fengye's orders. But after a while, although he didn't listen to Fengye as he was when he was a child, he lowered his head and fell on the ground. What a fox of Tsundere. Fengye smiled. He said that he understands everything about the world of Naruto, as well as the nature and truth of this world. He knew exactly what Kurama was like. Lonely beast. It also hopes someone will understand. And this kind of simple cell that goes straight, doesn't like talking and hiding. So. I'm straight to the point. Fengye looked straight into Nine Tails' eyes. First of all, on behalf of Grandma Mito, I want to apologize to you. As Jinshuriki, sometimes there is a lot of helplessness. I believe you have seen it in Grandma Mito. Helpless? The Uzumaki Mitoff's Senju Hashirama.rmvb recorded in my uncle's head doesn't say that. Kurama sneered. Wasn't she smiling happily at that time? But from my uncle's perspective, every time I saw Senju Hashirama's face, I wanted to slap him. The expected result. Fengye's sneer from Nine Tails has a panoramic view. If you want it to completely change the view of mankind, it will not be achieved with a slap in the face. He wants all the power of Nine Tails, not just chakra. For example, the real Nine Tails chakra mode. In the original book, even if Naruto turned it on, it was only half of Nine Tails chakra mode. The other half is on Minato. It is a powerful boost, and Fengye needs its power. Cooperate. I need your strength and your cooperation. You will be detached from Grandma Mito's body in a few days, but it is not the kind of detachment that reseals into other people's bodies. In a way, you can expose your body to the outside world, but my eyelids must be lowered. A contract will be built between you and me. The contract period is 10 years. 10 years later, I will give you your freedom. Without hiding it, Fengye spoke directly, and then calmly chose to face each other with Nine Tails. The calm eyes did not hide his desire for the power of Nine Tails, but still did not carry any selfishness or malice. The tail beast has its own intuition. Even if Naruto had the ability to perceive malice in the Fourth Ninja War, it was actually Nine Tails' ability. But, little devil, Why do you think this uncle can be more detailed about you? Ninetales finally spoke. The tone was full of doubt and distrust. It's not stupid, Fengye's meaning is obvious. In 10 years, he will be a dog for Fengye, and in the process of being a dog, he needs to listen to Fengye's words, and he will give himself a part of freedom, and wait 10 years for him to be truly free. This is completely foolish. Not to mention what the contract is, 10 years is nothing for it, but it has never heard that it can be restrained without Jinshuriki. The power to gain it must become Jinshuriki. And free? That is exactly what it wants. But even it itself thinks that is basically impossible. Why? Fengye smiled and stood up slowly. If you walk in the ninja world in the future, others will have to honor you as Lord Ninetales. Just because you are my Senju Fengye, Blackwing Great Demon's partner. Even if you return to freedom in the future, which grandson dared to touch you? I dared to beat him to death. From the establishment of the contract, you are my Senju Fengye person. A word. Ninetales was stunned. This kid. It's very capable of pretending to be coercion, then the uncle can pretend to be coercive. But to be reasonable, his words are very contagious, and they are also very attractive to myself. Trust is mutual. I don't force you to unblock you in 3 days. I won't let Grandma Mito restrain you in these 3 days. I believe you won't disrupt you then. This is my sincerity. All that should be said has been said. Fengye is not good at mouth shooting, and only this can be done. Just do your best. If Ninetales doesn't cooperate by that time, he will have no psychological burden if he insists on it. How to choose depends on its own. Turning around, Fengye and Mito finally left the sealed space. And Ninetales in the space paused, looking at the chains around him, lost in thought. The chain was not tied back to it, the man just fulfilled a simple promise. But should I try to believe in humans once? Lying on the ground, Ninetales' ears trembled slightly. It's also very lonely. In Mito's room, the old woman sighed slightly. She can feel the thoughts of Ninetales. Perhaps, before Fengye said that to herself, she also had a distrust and dislike for Ninetales. But she is Jinshuriki and has no choice. But now, she felt that Ninetales was really pitiful. It didn't do anything, it was marked by others as the abhorrent aggregate, and it became a target that people wanted to use. But Fengye, what are you going to do? You should know that if you use your life. Mito finally asked his deepest doubts. Let Jinshuriki get rid of the tail beast and keep Jinshuriki immortal. Tobirama has studied this method, but it is only a theory. There is even only one way, and that is to transfer the same vitality, but no matter who transfers it, it would be extremely harmful. It has nothing to do with that, it's a real new life. Fengye stretched out his hand, and the white coat was already on him. The process will be a bit painful, but after going through it, it will be a transformation. I call it evolution. Is it painful? How can it hurt? Mito shook her head. She didn't care about that. She had been through ups and downs for so many years. I am afraid that the so-called pain has long been numb. But when Fengye dragged her to the prepared room next door, and punched a strange brand into his body, the pain of tearing each other's souls completely made her feel the meaning of Fengye's words. That hurts. 3 days, Sarutobi. Konaha. It is still the Hokage office. At this time, the room was filled with smoke. Since Fengye came back, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoke has become more frequent. The heavy smoke choked Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu almost nauseous, but they have been used to them for so many years. If you want to beat Sarutobi Hiruzen's second-hand smoke, you can only join his camp and smoke together. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will also feel the power of second-hand smoke. Yuditen Koharu is speaking. 3 days. Nothing happened to Senju Fengye. He did not appear in Konoha within 3 days, nor did he continue to agitate the villagers. This is a good thing. If the kid continues to exercise prestige in the village, they will probably be even more uncomfortable. At a high level, they are very reluctant to see such things happen. But again, they really want to know what Senju Fengye is doing in the Senju clan. Ignore Hokage's call, I am bold enough. Mito Kato Homura coughed, and he felt the smell of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his lungs. He has that qualification now, let's take a moment. When the front line settles down, the villagers' attention will shift. Sarutobi finally spoke. Tsunade and Fengye left the front line. The position of commander-in-chief was naturally vacant. This time, he directly appointed Jiraiya as the interim commander. As for Danzo, he is on his way back to Konoha. It is said that his old partner was not lightly tortured, not to mention his skin and flesh, and his arm was broken. Only know how to forbearance can accumulate. Sarutobi is not in a hurry. The higher Fengye's voice is now, the worse he will fall in the future. Actually, the old man has a question. Mito Kato Homura frowned. According to the character of that kid, he was suddenly dismissed from the front line and returned to the village. There will be a big disturbance, and you even gave him the opportunity to come to the Hokage office. But he won't come. What the hell is it? How do I know? Sarutobi shook his head. If he knew, he wouldn't have to smoke so often. There was silence in the office, and only the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen clicking the cigarette holder, mouth after mouth. You can't have lung cancer, really, FG fate. Yudin Koharu couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up to go out and breathe. But when she just moved, the three of them all looked at the same place. The violent fluctuations directly overturned Konoha's barrier, and then the scarlet chakra rose to the sky. There. It is the land of the Senju clan. 9 Tails. That is 9 Tails. For an instant, countless ninjas raised their heads and looked far away in horror. A huge phantom is slowly rising. It seems to have broken free from the shackles in a substantial way. Roar. The violent roar swept in all directions. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rushed to the Senju clan with people. 9 Tails has a problem. That is the last thing they want to see. Now they finally understood what Fengye was doing in the clan. 9 Tails. Out of the basket. Chapter 59. When the huge 9 Tails phantom roared, people fell into despair. Most of the elites in the village are basically on the front lines. 9 Tails, who can resist? The 8 Tails chaos in Cloud Shinobi village had a great impact. Many people also know what Raikage did when he came to Konoha last time. 8 Tails can squeeze Cloud Shinobi village, but what about 9 Tails? People can't imagine it. Despair began to spread. But after a while, the villagers were puzzled that the shadow of 9 Tails came and went quickly, and the violent chakra soon returned to calm. It seems the riot at 9 Tails was suppressed before it even started. Yes, that is the land of the Senju clan. A clear-headed ninja suddenly realized. The surrounding villagers also realized what they were instantly relieved. Senju's family land. Know that their hero is there. Senju Fengye, the new patriarch of the Senju clan. That was the man who defeated the demigod. With him, it seems not surprising that 9 Tails can be suppressed. People breathed a sigh of relief, and their original worries disappeared after trying to understand everything. As for Naruto, when disaster strikes, people don't seem to call his name. It's Fengye. The Senju clan is outside the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato Homura quickly. At this time, third generation looked solemn. He knows 9 Tails better than the villagers. Once 9 Tails chakra leaked, it was when Uzumaki Mito was in labor. The leak of the Jinshuriki childbirth seal is as it should be. But this time, for what? Is it really the same as he said? Mito's body has a problem? In any case, he must know what happened. Get out of the way. Frowning, just when they wanted to go in, the clansman at the door of Senju clan stood in front of them. Yudin Koharu directly yelled with anger on his face. This is Konoha. Standing in front of them is Hokage. How dare these people stop them? The patriarch has an order. Even if Hokage-sama comes over, you have to notify it in advance. It is Fengye's capable confidant who guards the gate, Senju Taizu, a subordinate that Fengye has recently trained, and he has another identity, that is, the root father. Senju Genshung, who was calculated to die on the battlefield at the beginning, is a good friend of Nawaki. After contacting Fengye, he understood something. That was what made him hate Konoha's senior management, and it involved the death of his son. So at this moment, he doesn't have any good feelings about third generation. One more sentence. Mito Kato Homura also yelled at him, and if Taizu didn't give way, he would definitely do it. There is no need to report. If the incident happens suddenly, you just go with us. After confirming that it is okay, if the noble chief is still busy, we will visit the other day. Sarutobi frowned. It's not that he has a good temper. But when he came here, he suddenly had an unknown premonition. It's about 9 Tails. If Uzumaki Mito is dead, Who is the new Jinshuriki? Uzumaki Kushina? That was the first candidate. If it is her, it is not a big problem, a little girl with no ambitions. He has the means to control the other party after Uzumaki Mito's death, even if Senju Fengye can't protect him. But no matter who Jinshuriki is. The thing Sarutobi wants to determine is whether Uzumaki Mito is killed. Don't look at his tone, still polite now, but if he gets the result he wants, then Senju Fengye, his end will begin. Without Uzumaki Mito's Senju clan, even if Fengye is rumored to have the power to defeat the demigod, there is nothing that cannot be dealt with. In the light, in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid of either way. But until it was confirmed whether Mito died because of leaving Nine Tails, he could not speak up. So he came up with a compromise. Follow this Senju's tribe. As long as he gets news from Mito, he will proceed to the next step. First, Nine Tails. Second, the Senju clan will disperse again, and as Hokage, he will help a favor the Senju clan into Konoha again. Rebelling, they were charged with rebellion. In addition, those Senju clan ninjas on the battlefield, Sarutobi have countless ways to prevent them from coming back. Just got Rain Shinobi village. Then the pursuit of victory is certain, and people will naturally die in the fierce war. When the war is over, he will be the great Hokage who leads Konoha to victory. The Senju clan formally merged into Konoha and became Konoha's nutrients to continue to nourish the land. All this was originally all his Sarutobi Hiruzen plan. If it weren't for Senju Fengye's sudden rise, I'm afraid this plan has been more than half completed. It's all that Kid Hokage's words have already been said for this purpose, and there is no reason to continue to stop. Taizu nodded and led the three of them to the backyard. In fact, this is what Fengye explained. Sarutobi can come. But he shouldn't be allowed to come in easily, and even create a sense of urgency for him. People make mistakes only when they are in a hurry. Before releasing Nine Tails, Fengye arranged everything in order. Even the actors also used Tsunade, who had just won the Best Melon-Eating Crowd Award on the front line. Go all the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everything around him with his eyes. He found one thing that made him gratify. The people of Senju were all depressed, and even sighed sadly. This is a good sign. Everything shows that there is something wrong with Uzumaki Mito. Third generation didn't ask directly, but still followed Senju Taizu and continued to move forward. When stepping into the courtyard, he finally saw a key figure. Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of First Hokage. At this moment, she was sitting on her knees at the door of the room, her face full of pain and sorrow. At first glance, the red eyes and the rainy face of Iwa show one thing. Nine Tails. No, his beloved Mito-sama, something happened to the iron. As the enlightenment teacher of Tsunade, he knows this first-generation granddaughter very well. Not weak on the outside, but strong on the inside. If there is anything that can make her cry secretly, there is only one reason. Her family is dead. S.A., my dear disciple. Why are you crying? Sarutobi was a little excited in his heart, but with doubts and concerns on his face, he asked Tsunade. Ah. Suddenly raising his head, Tsunade cried a little intently and looked at Sarutobi in confusion. Then he got up in a moment of uncertainty and quickly wiped the tears from his face. Sarutobi, teacher. Why are you here? Ha ha, have all the titles changed? Third generation nodded in satisfaction, remembering that I am your teacher? Want to get close this time? The wind just lost my eyes, who said I was crying? I'm not crying, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Denying sadly and quickly, Tsunade squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. The play is too fake. The kid Senju Fengye asked you to act, right? Sarutobi smiled. He understood that Uzumaki Mito must be gone. People. Sure enough, he couldn't help but wondering before, he was still wondering whether to make another pill that would make the tail beast crazy in the same way as Orochimaru experiment, and then unconsciously give it to Uzumaki Mito. But now. It doesn't seem to be needed anymore. She died herself. Being old is really people's greatest enemy. Even the god of ninja will die. He is dead, then it is not a god. Grandma Mito. And at this moment, a familiar figure ran in from the gate of the yard. Kushina was full of tears, as if she couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart, rushed in and threw herself directly into Tsunade's arms. What's wrong with you, little guy? Uzumaki Kushina seems. It's okay. She didn't feel the breath of Nine Tails either. And she didn't have the fear that was left behind just after being sealed. This shows that Nine Tails Jinshuriki is another person. Who is it? Is it Senju Fengye himself? Is he crazy? Hiding his doubts, third generation, who pretended not to know what was happening, looked at Kushina kindly. Why are you crying? I'm not crying, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Kushina said with tears on her face, I just ran too fast, and the wind squinted. The reason is the same. But what do you mean by tears? And the old man is not deaf, you clearly called Uzumaki Mito when you just came in. This acting is like a curse to the old man. You see how realistic the old man's acting skills are, I'm looking at you guys. Sarutobi sneered in his heart. Now he is more convinced that something must have happened to Uzumaki Mito. Since Kushina is not Jinshuriki, the candidate for Jinshuriki can be determined to be Senju Fengye with a high probability. Although a little surprised in Senju Fengye's courage, but that thing never belonged to Senju. Nine Tails must be in your own hands. He probably understood Fengye's thoughts. Is it possible that he thought he became Jinshuriki, and as Hokage, he couldn't do it? Naive. Jinshuriki is a bondage to Senju Fengye. He even gave him a reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen to shoot. After all, he is young and can't hold his breath. In this matchup, Senju Fengye has already failed. He recruited him to return to the village, and he eagerly wanted to become Jinshuriki to counter himself. But Senju Fengye was wrong. He didn't know the reason he had been forbearing, it was Uzumaki Mito. Even if Uzumaki Mito is not Jinshuriki, the appeal of Konoha as she is just the wife of the first generation is unimaginable. So when Mito is alive, he will be honest and forbearing. Mito is dead, he will definitely do it. But that kid turned out to be Jinshuriki. Stupid. From the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is Fengye's idea. He has seen through what Senju Fengye has done. What is so noisy? Creak. The door of the room was finally pushed open. The teenager with a ugly face appeared in front of third generation and his two consultants. This is the face. The corners of Sarutobi's mouth raised slightly, and he even lit his pipe and took a sip. The pinnacle is absolutely pre-comfort, he wants to enjoy it. Pretending to be confused, Nine Tails Chakra ran away. We, the high-level Konoha, come over and see how long it took you to come out. Don't you put us in your eyes. Yuditen Koharu said angrily. Fengye raised her eyebrows and looked at the woman. The middle-aged Yuditen Koharu has lost the taste of his youth, but his temper is getting bigger and bigger. And she seems to have forgotten how she and Mito Kato Homura came for the first time and Fengye hung them directly on the door. We are asking you something. Seeing Fengye didn't respond, Mito Kato Homura shouted. SHHH. Putting his finger to his lips, Fengye hissed lightly. You, and you. Pointing to these two noisy things again, the boy spoke again. If you let me hear your movements again. Be careful of your heads. This is an honest threat. As if remembering the first scene, the two consultants looked at each other and closed their mouths humiliatingly. But at the same time, they met Sarutobi's eyes again. Naruto's eyes are sending a signal. You have the breath of Nine Tails. Sarutobi squinted his eyes. Cage-level powerhouses are still very sensitive to chakra. And Fengye did not hide the amount of violence brought by Nine Tails. Then what? Fengye hugged his arms, his eyes playful. Nine Tails Jinshuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. So what? Fengye didn't back down at all, and even admitted it generously. What I want is this answer. Sarutobi's spirit came instantly. Everyone knows the replacement of Jinshuriki, the previous generation Jinshuriki will undoubtedly die. What if he actually said yes? Sarutobi smiled. Nine Tails feels tossing in the body, isn't it uncomfortable? He even thought of something. Just becoming Jinshuriki, even with Uzumaki Mito's dying seal, Nine Tails is definitely not honest. The outbreak of Nine Tails chakra has said everything. This is also a brief, no good, proof that at this time Senju Fengye not only cannot use the power of Nine Tails, but also has to use additional chakra to suppress Nine Tails. It seems that everything is clear. Humans are terrible. The dim thing is very dim to others, and even more cruel to yourself. Uzumaki Mito is a woman who can withstand the toss of Senju Hashirama, what a dim bravery. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the room was opened again. A mini-fat and bloated little fox appeared there cursingly. Both ears drooped, and the hairy body, with the big eyes and plump face of Kazillan, made the eyes of Tsunade and Kushina who were acting next to him shine instantly. This the FK is Nine Tails? Are you sure it's not a plush toy? Women are always interested in furry things, which is normal and understandable. Who asked you to come out? Fengye lowered his head helplessly and looked at his dog. The contract has been established, and now Nine Tails is his pet. It is absolutely no problem to look after the nursing home. The unique contract allows the two to have a special connection. Nine Tails can provide Fengye with a steady stream of chakra without needing to be in his body. Even, turn on Nine Tails chakra mode. Didn't someone call this uncle just now? Kurama looked suspiciously at the few people below. What do these goods do? Why is this fox cursing? Wait a minute. Nine Tails. Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Why does it appear here? Did the seal fail? Does my uncle know you so well? Don't yell in front of my uncle. Kurama curled his mouth, squatted on the ground and pointed at himself with his paw. There are still stalks. From now on, I will call my uncle Nine Tails, or my uncle's name. Senju Kurama. Chapter 60. It turns out, Nine Tails is not that difficult to get along with. Knowing what it likes and what it wants, people and beasts can also communicate. What's more, it is a tail beast with its own thinking ability. At the beginning it did not believe Fengye. But when it watched Fengye rescue Uzumaki Mito, even after the woman was more terrifying. Nine Tails calmed down. From start to finish, it didn't mess around, and even waited quietly for everything to be completed. But that voice before, really screamed very enjoyable. The man kept his promise and didn't seal it up again. And when the contract was established, the information was also passed into its mind. Master-servant contract. It means to be a dog. The duration is 10 years. Senju Fengye still didn't lie to himself on this point. 10 years as a dog is nothing more than a few decades of sealing. Its life is close to infinity, and there is nothing dissatisfied with it. Again, Senju Fengye kept the promise, and Nine Tails will show his sincerity. Just be a dog. Nothing great. It's better than being locked up. As for the extra word Senju in the prefix of the name, the kid said that after 10 years, it would keep it if it wanted to keep it, and erase it if it didn't want to keep it. The initial trust of the two has been established. The next one is only a matter of time. What it doesn't know is that when the contract is established, Fengye has many ways to keep Nine Tails 10 years later. Even said that it is reluctant to leave. The contract can be renewed. In this regard, the system has already given a clear answer. And 10 years later, even if Nine Tails wants to go out and play around, Fengye of that period does not need its power. 10 years is enough. Even a little too much. He took the ears of Kurama who was on the ground and put it into his arms. Fengye looked forward. Sarutobi is here. With 2 consultants, and his inner excitement. He saw these in his eyes. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that when Nine Tails chakra broke out, he had fallen into his own calculations. I said it before. At this moment Senju needs to solve 2 problems. First, the external cause is the fear of Konoha's senior management and the endless conspiracy. After Fengye obtained Nine Tails, he no longer had to worry about this. Just got Nine Tails and can't use the power of Nine Tails? What a joke. Do you consider the contract of the system to be furnishings? Even the nine-tailed chakra mode in perfect condition is not far away from Fengye. In terms of strength levels, after turning on the blade and turning on the Nine Tails chakra mode, no one in this village can restrict themselves. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only thing that Naruto can do right now is that the Grandmaster of the 5-line ninjutsu and the Killer Ghoul are all sealed. Fengye is not afraid of ninjutsu at all. Nine Tails chakra mode is not a problem to take it with bare hands. As for the ghoul sealing, instead, he wanted to use the Zanpakuto he was carrying to ask Shinigami in this world, if it was thrown into the Shinigami world, would it be considered Shinigami at all? Zanpakuto can attack the soul. Sarutobi's trick still didn't work, but he didn't know it at this moment. The second point is the internal problems of the family. Although the Senju clan is reborn here, the ninjas in the clan still regard Konoha as their home. This is not a problem in itself, but they can't be used as guns if they lose their wits. They must see the true face of Konoha's high-level leaders before they can completely change from the mentality of believing in Senju Hashirama to themselves. This also requires 2 processes. In the first process, Fengye has made arrangements after leaving the front line. Danzo, who seemed to be ordered to return to the village, has been led by Fengye to take the Senju family he stolen for the next secret mission to other shinobi village. In the second process, Fengye wants to show his strength again, not the kind of power that just defeats Hanzo of the Salamander, but the kind of light that sweeps all directions with an invincible posture and successfully promoted to the god of ninja. Danzo will set up this stage for him himself. Fengye knows Danzo. How could a person like him return to the village when he has suffered a great humiliation? Danzo will retaliate and go back. And the target must be the Senju family, plus Fengye asked Orochimaru to give him the message, maybe the stage is already being established. Finally, Fengye even needs this action to completely kill all the dogs in the Senju clan. Senju has dogs. Don't think that this race is so united. Even those who gathered together, many of them were brainwashed by third generation and became his people. The betrayer must die. 2 plans, 2 processes. It's not perfect, but to deal with these people, you don't need a perfect plan. They are not worthy, and there is no need for it. Taking a step forward, Fengye hugged Kurama and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you want it? Huh? Hearing this, Kurama was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely. Does this old thing want this, uncle? What are you? But the way it looks at this moment with a grinning grin is quite cute, and it doesn't seem threatening at all. 9 Tails belongs to the village, not to you, Senju Fengye. That was the last barrier left by first generation to Konoha, and you are not the ideal Jinshuriki. The old man believes that for the village to hand over 9 Tails, it will be good for you and the village. Sarutobi said calmly. Sujie. What First Hokage said? Fengye looked at Grandpa's face at Hokage Yanyan in the distance. That patriarch is in front of you today, re-announce one thing. Calmly facing the distance, Wooden Golem hooked her finger, the girl walked over without knowing it, and was instantly hugged in Fengye's arms. This man is so domineering. Wooden Golem flipped through Byakugan, but to be reasonable, she didn't dare to resist. The other one in his arms is 9 Tails. Who can stand this? The 2 tails in her body are dumbfounded, let alone her. From now on, the head of the clan will take back all the tail beasts that Senju Hashirama once sold. As for the penalty, the head of the clan will not give it. The tail beast has been in their village for many years and has provided them with far more money. Protection value outside. The recovery process will begin in the future, but from today. With both hands hard, Kurama was rubbed into a ball by Fengye and he was squeezed in his arms, while Wooden Golem leaned harder on Fengye's shoulder. 9 Tails, no longer Konoha's strategic weapon. It's my tool fox, Senju Fengye, who fought side by side. No. A companion who fought side by side. Bai was moved. In his arms, Kurama sighed. You just talk about your companions, even if it's a pet, you can be happy, you have to say what the tool fox is doing? Turning over Byakugan, Kurama looked at Fengye strangely. Makes sense. Although he said that, he seems to. Not angry. Forget it, the tool man is the tool man, there is nothing unacceptable, at least you can still see the scenery like this. 10 years, just a short time. It's Senju Hashirama. My uncle never expected that it was your grandson who saved my uncle in the end. Looking at Hokage Yanyan together, Kurama was a little emotional. You are talking about mutual understanding, and what you can do is not mutual understanding. Even, I don't know how to really use the power of the tail beast. Strategic weapon? What chakra can do at that point? This result is satisfactory. Looking at third generation, Fengye let go of the real tool man airway Wooden Golem, and then touched his chin. What he said is very clear. Let 9 Tails guard Konoha means first generation. As the patriarch of this generation of Senju clan, he naturally has the right to withdraw this order. 9 Tails were obtained by the Senju clan. Is there any question about the ownership? From now on, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no reason to care about 9 Tails. Of course Fengye understands. This guy won't give up, so what he just did was just angering each other by the way. Sure enough. When Fengye's voice just fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed completely. He determined that Mito was dead. He wanted to put pressure on Fengye, but was turned into an army. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi spoke again. Yes, you are the head of the Senju clan, so naturally you have the right to do this. But you also overlooked one point, that is, Senju Hashirama is also Konoha's first Hokage, and the old man is third Hokage. The old man only obeys his orders and doesn't care about your so-called regulations. And now, the Senju clan is part of the village. Then we must contribute to the village. The look was cold. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his true face. As Hokage, the old man orders you to hand over 9 tails. This is the village's ultimatum to you. Otherwise, it is considered that Senju has betrayed us and betrayed Konoha. Will he hand over my uncle? In the arms. 9 Tails slowly raised her head and glanced at her theoretical master. The contract has just been established, and he still doesn't know Fengye very well. Did not say anything, did not force Sarutobi Hiruzen to shut up and spray each other. 9 Tails seemed to want to know Fengye's choice and answer. Didn't you hear it? Hokage asked you to hand over 9. Touch. Touch. As if something stuck in his throat, an unusually unpleasant voice came from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. But they haven't finished speaking yet. 2 explosions came, and all the muddy things were spilled on Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. In just an instant, the heads of Yutaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura had completely exploded. Sorry, I just said it. I told them not to make any noise, or be careful of their heads. Withdrawing his finger, Fengye sighed with regret. Unfortunately, they are too careless. Look at it, are you dead? More than dead. The brains are scattered all over the old man. The angry Sarutobi has red eyes, just like Fengye's relationship with his companions. These 2 Naruto consultants were like him during the First Ninja World War. They were both guards of Second Hokage. For many years, that is his companion. And Fengye had them headshot just because the other party spoke. Senju Fengye. Who gave your courageous hands? Who is it that asked you to kill the counselor in the village in front of the old man? The momentum of the cage-level powerhouse burst out. But Fengye in front of him was completely indifferent and even wanted to laugh a little. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew, his rage was also in Fengye's design. How would he feel? There is no fluctuation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is allowed to rush forward. Fengye was just waiting patiently. But the 9 tails in his arms suddenly became calm. It seemed that at the moment Fengye took the shot, it had already recognized its owner. Dare to do it in front of my uncle. Do you really think that Uncle Ben is so small now that he is bullied? Opening his mouth, chakra of yin and yang attributes gathered in his mouth, and the surrounding fluctuations even made the air begin to compress. It guarantees that this mouthful of phlegm is necessary for the old man's life in front of him. But at this moment, the door behind Fengye was pushed open again. A figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The old and tarnished skin was tightened and elastic again, and the beautiful hair that had lost its color returned to its fiery red and curled up high. The iconic bald head and that face that has been younger than 20 years suddenly appeared. Uzumaki Mito. She is still alive. Naruto. It's so majestic. The chains behind him extended in an instant, entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted to attack in less than a second. Sealing, adamantine sealing chains. She has already practiced this trick to ultimate, and there is no possibility for the tied person to get out of trouble. Water. Mito. Your lord. You're not dead. Sarutobi was stupid. He was tied up and looked at the woman who had been younger for decades. The loss of 9 tails is not only not dead. And why is the strength of adamantine sealing chains so high? Her strength seems. Are you more diligent? Do you really want me to die? At Fenghua Genmao's age with grace and nobility, Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. No. I didn't mean that. I just. Yes, it's Senju Fengye, he killed the Naruto advisor, I just want to punish it. Sarutobi quickly defended. You just asked who made Fengye do it. I can tell you, it's me. The patriarch of the Senju clan, to help his grandfather clean up his leftovers. Do I need your consent? With a big wave of Mito's hand, the chain poured out in front of Sarutobi's face and directly penetrated the 2 corpses, and then lifted it high, just in time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be caught in the middle. The 2 headless corpses look very permeating, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner fear at the moment only comes from Uzumaki Mito. Waste. Frowning his eyebrows slightly, Mito glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was frightened by his aura. Naruto consultants can't do their job well, and they haven't asked you to do more business as Naruto. This is their negligence. But you yourself think about whether you are a Naruto. Whoosh. The chain was thrown. The two corpses and Sarutobi Hiruzen flew into the air fiercely and smashed into the distance. Before the new consultant takes office, give me a good reflection in the Hokage building. Go. Konoha's roar resounded like thunder. And when everything subsided, Fengye swallowed and silently stretched out a thumb to his grandmother. Damn hacky. Grandma. Chapter 61. Konoha has something big. A major event that made all the villagers confounded collectively. First, Nine Tails broke out, and the stunned roar finally brought the villagers back to their senses. Immediately afterwards, Hokage-sama was directly thrown out of the Senju clan. This has made them very confused. Especially when they learned that it was Uzumaki Mito who gave the order, they couldn't turn their heads completely. At the same time, the land of the Senju clan. Mito regained his youth and sat on the bed. Fengye, who was not far away, rested on Tsunade's thigh. Kushina stood by the wall, looking at Kurama on the ground curiously. At this time, Kurama was holding a strange plastic box on his paws, and the strips of food inside were exuding a strange aroma. Spicy strips. This is Fengye's snack for his pet. Of course, the current Kurama hasn't fully adapted to the excitement brought by Coke, but has a soft spot for spicy food. To raise a dog, you have to look like raising a dog. Fengye said he was very responsible for this. On the contrary, Yu Wooden Golem, who was watering the flowers in the pot, had a fierce exchange with Yu Wooden Golem in his body. Are you sure it is really Nine Tails, isn't it a dog? If Kurama hears this, it will definitely hit you. But it really doesn't look like. I know it's not like it, but it must be. Okay. Turned over by Wooden Golem, Byakugan continued to work. To be honest, she is used to this kind of life by staying with Uzumaki Mito every day. What if she is Jinshuriki? There are still dogs on the ground. This day is also very good. Grandma Mito still didn't get down. After a gasp, Fengye nuzzled in Tsunade's arms lazily. After all. Mito sighed slightly. Fengye didn't say anything, he understood what Mito was thinking. But that doesn't matter. Now that his strength has increased, only the Senju clan has not dealt with it. What's the point of the so-called Hokage after all the dust settles? Go bigger. What's the meaning of this village? Senju would have lived better without Konoha. But I respect your choice. In the end, Senju, or Senju, I don't know if Konoha is the same. There are many excellent ninjas at the same time as me, and they are enough. And Mito. Grandma. To be reasonable, Fengye's grandma's call is a bit strange. No way, the regaining young Mito made him a little uncomfortable. You have done enough for Grandpa. The current situation is, this village and the man above, they owe you. Mito was silent. After a long while, he nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. I understand, you are the patriarch of Senju, do whatever you want. As before, I will support you without hesitation. Mito is still the same Mito. Fengye smiled. On Hokage's side, the news didn't leak out, right? Naturally not. A fly can't fly in or get out, including the root ninjas and Umbu ninjas who stayed in the village to send messages to Danzo. Don't worry, just follow your plan. Mito said calmly. He said that before the new consultant took office, Sarutobi had to reflect in the office, then he had to reflect there. Regained youth. But her temper rose too, even said. There are not so many scruples. The process of Jinshuriki's rebirth continued, and during the period, Fengye and Mito talked a lot. At this time, the two are more in harmony. The plan just mentioned is what Fengye will do next. The situation in the village needs to be kept confidential to some extent, which can ensure the implementation of the plan. When I come back, I will take you personally to avenge the Uzumaki clan. Slowly sat up from Tsunade's arms, Fengye said seriously. Do you have eyebrows? Mito frowned, and Kushina came and raised her ears. At first, she did not investigate. But that group of people did a great job, and there were very few clues that could be used. Uzumaki is near the country of thunder and the country of water. Rai no Kuni was planning the second ninja war, and the manpower that could support was limited, but it did not rule out the possibility of participating in the Uzumaki clan. But the biggest suspicion is the nation of water. They did not participate in the Second Ninja World War and accumulated power in the dark. After a pause, Fengye let out a sigh. But The power of Wuchao village is not as weak as imagined. Even if the country of water and the kingdom of thunder sent a large number of elites, it would not be eliminated so quickly in a short period of time. Even if you want to take down the Uzumaki clan head-on, I'm afraid they will pay a heavy price. One person and one ghoul is enough for the enemy to have a headache, even if the limit is changed by one. So I infer that the method of attack may be different. Looking at Kushina, Fengye showed encouraging eyes. I told you about these conditions before, but now I want to know more details. First, did the Wuchao village ever visit before its destruction? Second, when were you discovered by Konaha and brought back to the village? Have you been here? Kushina was lost in confusion. There should be no guests. But it seems that there are many more merchants. I remember my mother bought me a marshmallow at the time. There was some pain on her face, but Kushina gritted her teeth firmly and did not cry. What's the use of crying? It's better to become a powerhouse like Fengye's brother and Mito's grandma. After calming down, Kushina spoke again. As for when I was rescued, there were not many enemies in the village at that time, but I accidentally made a movement and thought I would die. But Konoha's ninja appeared, saved me, and brought me back to Konoha. It's that simple. Fengye stroked his chin. Do you pretend to be a caravan? Do you know who introduced that caravan? No need to ask. Mito shook his head slightly, took out a letter and threw it to Fengye. Judging from the yellowed material above, this letter has been around for some years. After a brief glance, Fengye smiled. This letter was sent by the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan at that time. About greeting words. However, the last part of the letter mentioned that it seems that Konoha, in order to show friendship, took the initiative to match and help develop trade in Uzumaki. This is a good thing, so the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan agreed. So, Grandma Mito has the answer in her heart, right? The caravan before the country was destroyed, the time of the destruction of Wuchao village was extremely accurate and saved Kushina. This is a joint attack. There is even his person in the frontal role of the enemy. Pointing to the conspicuous building in the distance, Fengye said calmly. Even Kirigakure was only used as a gunman, and in the end he didn't even get a member of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha is the biggest winner. Of course, the country of water is not innocent. As your grandson, I will take the people and you to the Senju clan after I settle the matter. After speaking in one breath, Fengye watched Uzumaki Mito's expression. She is not surprised. Obviously, she already knew the answer. Even with some emotion, he slowly spit out a word. Unloading the mill to kill the donkey, I see a lot. After seeing the world, Fengye nodded and stood up. In that case, I already know it in my heart. Sometimes, a cloud of fog is not as complicated as it seems. And if you want revenge, you don't need too much evidence. Just like the real awakening of the Senju clan. If you don't have a chance, create your own chance. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Fengye looked into the distance. He is waiting for the signal. I'm back. The country of rain. The weather is still gloomy. In the occupied Rain Shinobi village, Haitake came to Orochimaru's exclusive laboratory. What's the situation? Stopping the research at hand, Uncle Snake looked at each other. As Fengye expected, Danzo did not return to the village after receiving the news. Instead, he killed the two ninjas who escorted him back. Haitake said. Where did he go? Orochimaru's eyes are clear, which is very important. After being reborn, White Fang's perception ability is not as good as Fengye, but it is also extremely strong, so Danzo, who followed all the way, is only coming back now. Cloud Shinobi Village, Sand Shinobi Village, and Uegakure Camp. All gone. Really decisive. The corners of Uncle Snake's mouth twitched, which is really afraid that the Senju family will die. Hey, it's a real loss to Fengye's good intentions. But White Fang was a little emotional. Fengye is not Madara, he has the temperament of Madara, but he has never abandoned the people around him. Orochimaru smiled, even if the Senju people know the truth one day, they will still be grateful to him. Yeah, after all, we have all removed that layer of disguise to see everything clearly, and they will too. Haitake nodded. Let's start, the redemption that Fengye-kun said is time to come. When the two went out, suddenly there was movement in the camp where there had been no new action for a long time. If you look closely, Orochimaru and Haitake Sakumo are leading the Senju clan and are getting ready to go, and Senju Nawaki is also on the list. After Jiraiya and the two confirmed the mission, they nodded and left. The task this time is very simple. The logistics channel connecting Rain Shinobi Village from the Fire Country has a problem recently. It seems that in a certain valley, there are a large number of Rain Shinobi Village ninjas hidden. The previous batch of supplies has been taken away by them, and the supply of the army is now a bit difficult. Naturally, this kind of thing needs to be solved. As an interim commander, Jiraiya knew how to do this. After Orochimaru took the initiative to request his order, he asked Uncle Snake to take the Senju clan to investigate. To be safe, Uncle Snake took all Senju with him. In everyone's eyes, this task is not difficult. After all, the appearance of the Senju clan who followed Fengye's heroic battles before is still fresh in everyone's memory. Embark on the journey. The people of Senju did not find any danger or difficulty along the way, and easily came to the valley marked on the map. But as soon as they entered, they felt something was wrong. It's too quiet. Even if it is rainy, it is impossible for there to be no other sound at all. With doubts and caution, they launched an investigation. And when all of them entered the valley, the surrounding sounds finally appeared. Countless ninjas in all directions surrounded the entire valley completely, and what made people desperate. At the forefront of the ninja troops in every position, they are familiar characters. In the north, Iwagaku Tsuchikage 2 Libra Onoji. In the west, the elder of Sand Shinobi Village also serves as the commander-in-chief of Cho. East, Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Raikage. Find flowers. And the only place that could break through was the southern entrance, when a large number of masked ninjas appeared. They are familiar with the pattern. After all, they had seen it not long ago. Shimura Danzo. The leader of the Roots. When he appeared, everyone in the Senju clan understood what had happened. The stabbing in the back happened again, and this time, the purpose was to completely destroy the Senju clan. Danzo! Are you crazy? A member of the Senju clan yelled at Danzo angrily. In exchange, it was Danzo's merciless mockery. Senju! Does it show up without that kid? Your existence is the greatest threat to existence. No one is arrogant and proud. This is the normal state of your Senju clan. So, for the village. You must die. After you die, the next one is Senju Fengye. Good guys. Below, Orochimaru was speechless. To be reasonable, when Danzo just appeared, he was still thinking about how to get out Danzo's truth. But this guy seemed to think that the Senju clan was bound to die, so he said everything he wanted to say. Senju is the biggest threat to the village? When Orochimaru looked at the Senju ninjas around him, he smiled. These people are undergoing the fiercest psychological struggle in their lives. First generation founded Konoha, and Konoha doesn't want them now. That kind of taste should be uncomfortable. You fart. We are the creators of Konoha. Usarutobi Hiruzen is just the guard of the second generation lord, you are still his disciple. The disciple wants to take action against the teacher's family? Do you still need a face? A certain Senju clan swears loudly. 0. Face? What is that? Danzo seemed very excited. Even if it was an illegal act to ask other shinobu people to take action this time, even if Konoha would pay a great price for it, he still did it. He knew that Sarutobi would agree. It's a big deal afterwards that he comes back to back the pot. The Senju family must die. That kid is not here, this is the only chance. That's right. The so-called secret he got was the movement of the Senju clan. He rushed to the west and gathered most of the roots by the way, just to kill all the Senju clan. The process went smoothly unexpectedly. After hearing the plan, other shinobu villages were very willing to do this business except seeing his eyes full of contempt. Danzo also knows the reason. Konoha is now in the most favorable side of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, and they must find a way to break the deadlock. And Danzo's act of giving the head away made them appreciate it, and cooperation is inevitable. Ah, Lord Danzo. At this moment, a lot of people who didn't panic came out of the Senju clan's camp. Judging from their appearance, it seemed that they had already fallen to the top. Against the village, it will not end well. Master Patriarch is too stupid, I still think Master First Generation's strategy is better. What's so bad about blending into Konoha? As he said, he raised his arms to greet those of the same kind who are also dogs towards Danzo. But he thought Danzo would let him go. But the next moment, they were greeted by the sky full of shurikens and detonating talisman. It doesn't take us to do it. Orochimaru shook his head. It is impossible to avoid dogs in any ethnic group. Even the Uchiha clan will appear Uchiha Kagami, not to mention Senju. It's almost brewing. Heitake sighed. To be honest, he looked a bit uncomfortable in this kind of scene, but he also understood that this is an indispensable process for a group to move toward a stronger road. Take a step forward slowly. Heitake Sakumo knelt down on one knee with a pious expression, and he watched the gray raindrops in the sky emit a light of Ryatsu. The place where you are is, Hueco Mundo. Initiated a signal to you for help. Come on. King. The golden light rose from the ground to the sky. And something that shocked everyone present happened. The gray sky seemed to be torn apart, and a huge black crack was expanding. This moment. The negation used by Minos Grande to rescue his companions is officially here. But the man who didn't intend to be at ease went through the cracks, revealing his extremely handsome face. Dark wings, familiar face. When he appeared, Danzo's expression changed suddenly. A lot of people. Looking around, Fengye narrowed his eyes. Raikage, Tsuchikage, Cho, and Danzo. The last one may not count as a person. Essay. Kurama. Come and make a big fuss. Block it, Blackwing Demon. The dark wings cover the sky, and the black raindrops that make people panic fall from the sky. But this is just the beginning. Clenching a fist with one hand, the demon with two huge horns let out a grin. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Chapter 62. Negation. This thing exists in the Shinigami world. When Minos Grande's companion is in danger, this light can welcome his companion back to Hueco Mundo. But this kind of thing has another usage. That is, after the reverse use, you can summon the virtual companion to yourself. At the upper level, the space is torn apart to build a black cavity, and the imaginary emerges from the black cavity for rescue in an instant. Fengye chose the second method. Using Heitake Sakumo, the modified imaginary can be summoned remotely to the battlefield directly. This is the connection between him and Heitake Sakumo. He is the king. And Heitake Sakumo is a soldier. So it seems that he is in Konoha village, but as long as there is a problem on the front line, he will appear on the battlefield through Heitake's call. Everything is Fengye's calculation. Danzo didn't know that Fengye still had this hand. I am afraid Sarutobi also thinks that after Fengye leaves the front line, it is the easiest time for them to do it. They are all wrong. Including 3rd Raikage and 3rd Tsuchikage below, and Cho. These people were all within Fengye's calculations at the beginning. They are doomed to fail. This campaign to encircle Senju will also lead their village to disaster. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch is here to save us. Master Patriarch. When Fengye appeared, the Senju clan seemed to have found their soul. The ninjas were not shaking with Kyowa's hands, and at that moment they found their own direction. It's not that I saved you. After you see exactly what the village you are guarding is really like, point your knife at the person and ask for justice. This is a clan's own salvation, to save itself. 930. In the air, Fengye's voice floated downward. The home state made him look like a demon, but after the Nine Tails chakra mode was turned on, the golden soft and warm chakra swept all over his body. The original black wings are also wrapped with weird six paths patterns. Behind him, the cloak swaying in the wind looked extremely domineering, and even Fengye's claws changed from jet black to gold, and they looked sharper. This is the complete Nine Tails chakra mode. But Kurama, who joined Fengye for the first time, was a little confused. To be reasonable, in terms of its chakra amount, the improvement brought by the combination is huge. But the rate of consumption of chakra surprised it. What is this state in the end? Why does the uncle feel a palpitating power in the boss's body? Different from Senju Hashirama and the pure cold chakra of Uchiha Madara, this energy is full of death and nothingness, and even inadvertently erodes the surrounding world. Just look at the dark raindrops in the sky. It is not simply the change that the transparent rain looks like because the sky becomes black, but the real black. Black full of dead silence. It is also the representative of Ulquiorra itself. He has been searching for his own heart, and his power represents nothingness. After all, chakra's power is different from Ryatsu. The difference in level is normal when Nine Tails chakra mode is turned on. It consumes a lot of money. If it is half of Nine Tails, it is absolutely impossible to activate this mode regardless of yin or yang, but Nine Tails in a complete state can barely keep up. Senju's kid. Below. After Fengye appeared, Onaki floated to Raikage's side, and there were thousands of generations who came together. All three of them came here because of the benefits given by Danzo, but this did not affect their mentality of wanting to watch a good show. To put it bluntly, it is not uncommon in the world of four barons to kill in the same village. The dirtiness of the high-level villages does not only belong to Konoha. But like Danzo, Konoha is the first one to directly mention this contradiction. Even if the Senju clan is really gone, after this news is passed to the ninja world, people will laugh out loud. See? The Senju clan that founded Konoha was finally destroyed by Konoha. People will say this. But there is a cruel fact that people can understand. The word benefit, how many people have been harmed? What about an extra kid? Cho snorted and didn't catch a cold. If the Senju clan has this kind of transmission method, she thinks it would be better to save some of these clan members, even if the Senju clan continues to pass on in the ninja world. But what if it's just a patriarch? The ending is the same. Boring political means. Onaki shook his head. But I have to admit that Third Hokage's face is much thicker than that of the old man. Even in Iwagakure's respected Onaki, he would not be so blatant when dealing with his political opponents. Don't underestimate Senju Fengye. Third Raikage is much more sober than the two next to him. He has dealt with Fengye, and this time he suffered a lot. But at that time, it was not a level of strength discussion. It was only in the mind that he admitted that he was not as good as Fengye, and led the people to move to Konoha, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. It seemed that he had calculated it to get the kid on the battlefield successfully. Konoha's Black Wing Demon? That kid seemed to have gained his reputation. The god of ninja Senju Hashirama, the speed ninja Senju Tobirama, the Black Wing Demon Senju Fengye. Looking at the three patriarchs of the Senju clan, none of them is simple. Don't you think he can beat Hanzo of the Salamander, so he can really compare with us? Even if it is rumored that Senju Fengye possesses the unique blood inheritance boundary of the Senju clan, even if he has wings, he is just a kid. Onaki sneered. Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have never dealt with each other, and he is dissatisfied with Raikage's act of upsetting him and destroying his prestige. What is the situation right now? Raikage can't see clearly. Wind, thunder, and earth are teamed up to double team, plus many root ninjas led by Shimura Danzo on the other side. Why can the Senju family survive? Just rely on that little demon Senju Fengye. The reason why Hanzo of the Salamander can be called a demigod, we all know what's going on in our hearts. But I am not referring to this. Raikage said calmly. Rain Shinobi Village seems very strong. But apart from Konoha, no one wanted to take down Rain Shinobi Village in the first place, which led to Hanzo being able to stabilize the situation in Rain Shinobi Village. Because if someone takes the lead, the situation will be like Konoha now and become the enemy of other Shinobu villages. They will naturally unite to attack the one occupying Rain Shinobi Village. This is the tacit understanding between the enemy and the enemy in war. Otherwise, you think Danzo's lobbying can get them over? Their real purpose is to weaken Konoha's power, and then launch a general attack. In this way, both Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha will completely withdraw from the battlefield, and they will earn even 1/3 of the benefits of the Kingdom of Rain. Hanzo is very strong. But his methods are more of the poison gas and sword skills of Sanjiao Fish, far from reaching the level of a demigod. Talking more is not helpful. As a shadow, he thinks completely differently from Third Hokage and Third Tsuchikage Onaki. Although it is an enemy, he still admires Fengye very much. Just as he respects Senju Tobirama. Taking a deep breath, Raikage thundered over. The lightning-style armor instantly covered the whole body, and then turned into an electric light and rushed below Fengye. Senju Fengye. Can you remember the man's agreement that day? Man's promise. In Konoha village, the two once said. See you on the battlefield someday. Now seems to have reached that moment. Fengye's wings danced and lightly landed on the ground to look at Raikage. Probably this is the favorite part of the ninja world. Almost everyone has their own dreams and beliefs, and they have worked hard for their goals throughout their lives and never gave up. Naruto in the original book is just a microcosm, but what he interprets is all the charm of the Naruto world. Naturally remember. But wait a minute. Fengye nodded, then fixed his eyes on the exit, Shimura Danzo, and his root ninja, who looked ugly. It's time. Completely reunite him with his old partner Sarutobi Hiruzen. Throwing him to Konoha for public execution, I am afraid it will be worse than killing him. How long? Raikage asked in a violent voice. For an instant. Lightly underfoot, there is only Fengye's after image left in place. In the next moment, he has appeared in front of Danzo. The return blade originated from the liberation of Zanpakuto by Orochimaru. Although it is still unable to show the real black-winged demon posture of the second stage return blade, under the increase of Nine Tails Chakra, Fengye's power and speed are compared. Even better when playing against Hanzo. Even if Danzo was already preparing for Fengye's attack, and even let his subordinates get close to him, he still didn't stop Fengye's footsteps. Came to him in an instant and squeezed his head lightly. The cold and sharp claws were close to Danzo's face, and at that moment there was nothing but despair in his heart. Around Root's subordinates were confidants who had been brainwashed by Danzo. Seeing this scene, they attacked Fengye without hesitation. Shuriken and ninjutsu slammed behind Fengye, without exception. The huge wings directly blocked all attacks outside. It's not as good as me. Slowly turning his head back, Fengye looked at the ninjas who attacked him blankly. You were wrong from the beginning. I'm not a mere ninja. Even at the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I can't compare with me. They can easily destroy a mountain, but they will also be killed with a single knife when they are exhausted. But I won't. Ryotsu broke out. Within tens of meters around Fengye, the confused Ryotsu stance made the members at the roots dull for an instant, and then, for example, they were hammered on the shoulders and fell to the ground. From Wang's contempt. These people are not qualified to let him shoot in this mode. Ninjas have high offense and low defense, Fengye can resist and fight. This is the essential difference. What do you want to do? Being single-handed in the air by Fengye, Danzo was full of horror. Don't be nervous, you won't die in a short time. Fengye's tone was calm, without even any mood swings. But the more he was like this, the greater the fear in Danzo's heart. This reaction often occurs when people are extremely angry. After all, I haven't let you watch the Shimura clan die one after another. There is no anger, and the originally calm face still has a soft smile. Glancing at Fengye's face that was even more eerie than a demon, Danzo trembled all over. After a pause, Fengye's paw has touched Danzo's arm. Then gradually exert force. Master Danzo. Have you ever heard of Renai, this term? This word comes from the ancient East, first of all. Gaba. With a crisp sound, Danzo's only remaining arm was directly out of the control of his shoulder. Ah! There was a scream, and the intense pain made him almost faint. The pain is much stronger than cutting off the arm straightforwardly. Relax, calm down. It's not that cruel to start, after all, the ancestors' punishment was too cruel, they would even cut off the prisoner's nose, tongue, and vocal cords. But I won't. Torn Danzo's arm, and then tore with the fragile flesh and blood, the overwhelmed hand finally fell off. After all, if you destroy your vocal cords, you will hear your screams. Then there will always be something less. Opening his paws, this time, the sharp point aimed at Danzo's thigh like scissors. Strength from shallow to deep. When everything passed, Danzo seemed to have experienced the most terrifying moment of his life. Unable to move. But the thoughts are still there. He is not dead, but life is better than death. Don't let him die. Fly back to Senju's side and threw the painful Danzo to Orochimaru. Fengye shook the blood from his paw. You should be good at this, Mr. Orochimaru. I am really good at it. After swallowing, Orochimaru quickly took out the medicine to plug Danzo's limb wounds. The old and new accounts will be carefully calculated next. Those root members will hand you over, don't let me down. With his back facing the Senju clan, Fengye issued orders and walked towards Raikage in the distance step by step. Those enemies will be eaten up in front of the angry Senju people, and they will have to deal with it next. Is the real enemy. It is also the best subject for Fengye to test his strength. Let you watch a joke. It seemed that Danzo's blood made Fengye feel dirty, and after shaking it off, he took out a tissue and wiped his paws. Do you still think he is a teenage kid? Glancing at Tsuchikage and Cho who were obviously sluggish in the distance, Raikage took a deep breath and re-examined Fengye. Compared with the immature Konoha before, he now has a touch of maturity and iron blood. And, cruel. What are you, Senju? Raikage didn't know why, and suddenly said such a sentence. But it is true. The Senju family seems to have that kind of infectious power, and this one is full of the opposite temperament. Like a demon. If you are simply referring to ability, then I'm sorry, wood style and Xianshu are topics that I want homework in the future, and it shouldn't be far away. But if it's something else, I will tell you. Smile and kindness will never save the Senju family. After dropping the tissue, Fengye and Raikage disappeared instantly and attacked each other. Let's start our fight. Chapter 63. Fengye has never underestimated Raikage. Whether it was in the Hokage office before, or now his power has made a leap. But he still didn't underestimate each other. The Yayu clan inherited the lightning-style armor, which is very different from the Senju clan's ninjutsu, but they tempered their strength and made their flesh so powerful that it can be compared with the tail beast. AI is a physical ninja, but combines ninjutsu with physical skills. His speed and lightning-style chakra mode is exaggerated. And the powerful speed brings the terrifying power increase. Even the son of Third Raikage, using only the increase in speed, can surprise Tsunade in the process of breaking his wrists. It's not that Tsunade is weak, but Raikage's speed has the upper hand. There is no doubt that Third Raikage has a much higher understanding of ninjutsu than Fourth Raikage. Speed is power. Sometimes it can be understood this way. But if you can't keep up with your physical fitness, your strong speed will make you overwhelmed. At this point, Raikage did a great job. He keeps training his body and even uses lightning style to temper his muscles. He is well deserved of the Iron King of the ninja world. Boom. When the two bodies collided together, a turbulent wave spread in all directions. The soft ground that had been eroded by the weird weather in the country of rain sank directly underneath, and the terrifying air wave crushed the extremely hard rock next to it. The ninjas watched this scene in horror. Is this the power that humans should have? They affirmed that this was just a collision of the two men's pure powers. Without using that terrifying ninjutsu, it still brought an incomprehensible visual impact. I take back what I just said. Flicking his arm, Fengye looked at Raikage. Ninjas will be killed by swords, you won't. This is an opponent worthy of recognition. After all, not everyone is able to fight tens of thousands of ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights, only to be taken after the final exhaustion. Does it come from the recognition of the opponent? Although the subject was a teenage kid, there was some excitement. Rubbing his numb arm, AI looked solemn. He had already experienced Fengye's strength that was even stronger than him just now. It's very difficult to imagine why I would do this when I was just a teenager. In addition to wood style, the Senju clan's blood inheritance boundary. This person is more difficult than Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Different from Second Hokage's so-called super speed, which relies on Flying Thunder God to carry out rapid transfer operations, this is pure physical speed. Deal with Senju Fengye, never careless. Although you may have an excessive burden on your body, there is no way. This is the respect given by the old man as an opponent. Write down the iron ring on the wrist, and the lightning-style armor on Raikage has become more unstable. The creaking thunder and lightning became extremely violent, and at the same time, his pale yellow hair seemed to be affected. Fight with all your strength. This is the strongest spear and the strongest shield of the old man. Stretch out your finger. He didn't even use the 4 fingers for probing. The remaining 3 fingers have all been put away. Hellstab, a consistent hand. This is the strongest spear of Third Raikage. And his body is the strongest shield. As an Iron Man, he has his own pride. Full force mode? Similar to the state shown by Fourth Raikage. Fengye waved his hand, and the Thunder God's sword fell into his hand, and the lightning stretched for a moment, and the Thunder God's sword became a thunder spear that was more suitable for Fengye's body shape at the moment. I didn't expect that Second Hokage's sword could still be used like this. Raikage has a solemn expression, he will not leave any hands in his full power. That is an insult to the enemy, and also an insult to yourself. The battle officially began. When the lightning flashed, the two turned into after images and rushed towards each other. The speed-type ninja battle is an instant decision, but when the speed of the two is too strong, this kind of battle will become pleasing to the eye. Kang. The piercing sound spread to all directions. When people see the action of the duo clearly, they have fallen into the center of the court. Fengye held the gun in front of his chest with one hand, and Raikage's hell thrust was consistently caught by him with the thunder spear. But when you look closely, Fengye's wings are shaking slightly, and the soil under his feet has collapsed again, and his feet have already stepped on the ground. Half as if it were a beast, Raikage let out a roar again, his fingers were almost bent under the frenzied consumption of chakra. But this is the case, Fengye is still standing there unmoved as if Tarzan. A strong force. Fengye, who is holding a gun, gave his own evaluation. From his chakra consumption, he can clearly feel that the pure level of strength Raikage is better than Hanzo. But, it's not enough. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, Fengye's arm flicked forward and Raikage seemed to have encountered a heavy blow that was comparable to a tail beast and flew out directly. Although it is a gun, I still have to say it. If this thing is used with two hands, it is stronger than one-handed. With the thunder spear in his other hand, Fengye's momentum rose again. Blackwing stirred, and his body jumped out of the collapsed mud and landed on the ground next to it. Stomping his feet, the dirt on it fell on the ground, and the boy stared at Raikage's position in front of him. This time, it's me. Is this the power of the great Blackwing demon? The rumor has even surpassed the destructive power of Senju Hashirama wood style. Far away. The expressions of Cho and Onaki, who were not cold about Fengye's arrival, suddenly became serious. They know the strength of Raikage very well, and even say they are ashamed of it in some respects. But now Fengye's pure power level has been equal to Raikage, and even said that it has suppressed the speed and power of third Raikage, which is almost the pinnacle of the ninja world. This is not good news for them. The Senju clan. Onaki squinted his eyes, which reminded him of Senju Hashirama. Maybe if he followed Master Second Hokage to Konaha and the person receiving them was not Uchiha Madara but that one, then their alliance with Konaha would be very reliable, right? Can't wait any longer. Cho frowned and said. If Raikage loses, we will be passive. It's better to take advantage of Raikage to contain Senju Fengye, and act first. She is very clear about her strength, relying on puppetry to become a cage level, but the same puppetry is useless to face such a reckless man. People can kick your puppet with one punch and kick, but you still have no temper. This is where the puppet master has the most headaches when facing ninjas, and the sword of Thor left by the Second Hokage also made Cho extremely jealous. She knows that even the hardest material can't stop the sword. To deal with such an enemy, she can't handle it unless Third Hokage is asked to come in person. Unfortunately, Third Hokage is busy negotiating with the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, and has no time to come to the battlefield in person. It has not been a day or two that the daimyo of the Wind Kingdom and Sand Shinobi Village have not dealt with each other, and the matter is not resolved so quickly. Onaki glanced at the root members who had been completely cleaned up there, and then nodded. Danzo's position is the exit of the valley. If the Senju clan chooses to break through at this time, the situation will be very troublesome. Do it. After the signal was given, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village in Uegakure rushed down without hesitation after receiving orders. The expressions of the Senju people who were dealing with the root members changed. But when Fengye appeared and said that, they understood. Panic will never solve the problem. The patriarch is fighting, why should they give up? Damn. Fight with these grandsons. A clan member rolled up his sleeves and his eyes were red. This is the battle for the rectification of the Senju clan. As a descendant of the Senju clan, how could he fall on the way to the front line? It's over. A bunch of bastards who only know calculations, and Konoha's high-level gang of wastes have the same virtue, and the FK knows the sneak attack. Come on, brothers. I didn't say it. The mobilization of emotions on the battlefield often only takes a moment. Yeah. The patriarch is still fighting, they must not give up. As the patriarch said, the Senju family wants to complete the redemption by themselves. Even if they have little left after the war, that is something to be proud of. This transformation is already inevitable. What I want is this momentum. Fengye, who was fighting with Raikage, smiled. Finally, this time the Senju clan members did not live up to his determination. To some extent, he already has the power to break the pattern, and there is no need to let the tribes realize the true face of the high-level group of cattle before doing it. But what's the point of standing alone at the top? After stepping through the pinnacle of the ninja world, he didn't even have a person who could tell everything, so what's the meaning of his existence? Keep fighting? That was indeed a goal, but what he wanted to see was that behind him was a group of reckless men who were yelling in their arms. Please wait a minute. Boom. Grabbing Raikage's wrist with one hand, the earth trembled. Fengye blocked Raikage's attack with sheer strength. At this time Raikage is close at hand. But Fengye didn't attack, just smiled at him. This guy. What is he going to do? Silently glanced at his tightly pinched wrist, he tried to struggle. Good boy. Did you just play a game with me? This power. Raikage didn't speak in the end, but the gaze looking at Fengye became a little strange. True Cage level peak strength. Even, in a super shadow state. He didn't doubt it. Don't doubt, the master's abilities have not yet been fully adapted. It takes one battle after another to perfect himself, absorb all the skills and combat experience, and make his abilities obedient. That's it. Fengye glanced at Raikage and said calmly. He needs a hearty battle. Raikage is very suitable for this juncture, he is the best candidate. Please. Raikage gave a wry smile. What else can he say? The strength that I am proud of, is this the grindstone of others? The ambition of the other party is probably not just a small Konoha high level. So, who made you move? Who gave you the courage? Fengye slowly stretched out his thunder spear and pointed it at the enemy of the Senju family of ninjas. Just a word from Onaki and Cho. Grinned grinningly. The energy in Fengye's body became extremely unstable. A touch of light that was completely different from the previous light began to converge in front of the thunder spear. And Kurama, who was merging with Fengye, had heart palpitations for an instant, and the power it gave Fengye was almost taken away in an instant. What kind of trick is this? Kurama quickly added chakra in fright. The contract is here. Within 10 years, it will be Fengye's power bank. It recognizes this. But not only because of the contract, but also Fengye's words. This uncle is Senju Fengye's exclusive tool fox. This uncle is not a beast nor your strategic weapon. That's enough. This light is different. Orochimaru in the distance seemed a little surprised. Before I heard Fengye opened the gap, the flash was pure green. But this time, the edge of the light turned dark green, and the middle position was full of deadly black. Black Zero. When Ulquiorra returned to the sword, his Zero's destructive power increased again, and even fully released the space that would be distorted. Even the King Zero light used by Grimmjow and Shinigami can distort the space of the void night sky. But now Fengye is only in a state of homecoming, much weaker than the peak King Zero. But that's just relative, it's enough to deal with these enemies. Just like a substantial missile launch, when the black light and the dark green light are intertwined, Wang Xu's flash shines on the earth again. Sliding down the ground silently. The silence began to spread. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The world seemed to stagnate. When people's vision was connected again, the scene before them changed drastically. The harsh Wangming caused the entire valley to collapse, and the people who wanted to attack the Senju clan turned into nothingness. Wang Xu's flash. This is the second time Fengye has used it, but it is more powerful than the first time. When the light passed, the ninjas looked dull. What are they fighting with? Where did such an attack come from? Even the ninjas of Iwagakure have heard of this light, but after seeing it with their own eyes, they know how far they are from Senju Fengye. The patriarch is great. Brothers charge. Get rid of the gangsters. Fengye's help boosted the morale of the ninjas of the Senju clan, and the next moment they rushed to the ninja coalition that had lost their fighting spirit like a mad dog. Onaki and Cho's plan just started and ended. After retracting the thunder gun, Fengye exhaled. Even if the King Zero Guang who has not reached the peak power, he still consumes a lot of money. Kurama in his body has already entered a state of protest, saying that after going back this time, I am afraid that he will lose weight several times. If it weren't for Nine Tails, I'm afraid I can't handle so many enemies. Fengye smiled, his choice was right. Turning his gaze on Raikage again, the boy slowly let go of his hand grasping the opponent's wrist. The state of the blade is limited for a limited time. Every time he uses it, he is comprehending the reaction brought by this ultra-high-speed movement. He is adapting, and he is getting stronger. Let's continue. Chapter 64. Sudden changes made the atmosphere on the battlefield strange. When Onoki and Cho recovered, the mad dogs of the Senju clan had already rushed over. Wang Xu's flash wiped out most of the enemies in an instant, and Fengye didn't take action for those who had lost fighting spirit. He said that this is the transformation and growth of a clan. That being the case, how can it be transformed without going through battle? What kind of power is that? Cho opened his mouth and asked with horror on his face. This is the first time she has seen that kind of light in her life. Could it be Guangdong? Is the Senju family other than wood style? Onaki's expression solemnly said words he hadn't heard of himself, but the anger in his eyes was also extremely obvious. At that moment, Iwagakuer lost at least a few hundred elites. Because the enemy is the Senju clan, the ninjas brought by the cautious Onoji this time are also elite forces in the village. And the number of ninjas that need to bypass Konoha's line of defense must be limited. 1,000–5,000 for a village is the limit, but it also shows that they attach great importance to the Senju clan. The three villages united by a coalition of nearly 5,000 ninjas, plus Danzo's root ninja, they didn't want the Senju clan to survive in the first place. But now just a single light has caused their ninja to suffer heavy casualties. The number of people has decreased, which is nothing. It is normal to die in war. But Onaki could see that his ninjas had lost their fighting spirit. That is a flash of light. Who knows how many times can Senju Fengye use that kind of light? Don't panic. The more powerful ninjutsu is, the more it consumes itself. The old man is convinced that he absolutely can't use that kind of trick continuously, reorganizing and revitalizing them will destroy them. As expected of Onogi. After the defeat, the stability of the mentality and the organizational ability are indeed good. It fell lightly in front of Onoki. Hatake stroked his white fang short sword with appreciation in his eyes. Soldiers against soldiers and generals. The people of Senju fight against other ninjas. The role of him and Orochimaru is to block Tsuchikage and Cho. Killing his own son is right in front of you. Cho seemed crazy and wanted to attack, but Orochimaru stood in front of her and pointed at herself. Your opponent is me? This distribution is very reasonable. Uncle Snake was never an arrogant person, at least not now. He understands that his strength is still far behind Tsuchikage. At least before accepting Fengye's transformation, he was definitely not as good as Tsuchikage. In essence, Hatake's strength cannot be compared with Tsuchikage. Even a master swordsman who can fly will have a headache for Onoji. It is enough to extend the distance, and then use dust escape to perform long-range attacks. But that was before. Orochimaru looked at Hatake Sakumo with a look of envy. This man, who had been reborn once, gained the ability he dreamed of. Konoha's white fang. Do you think you can stop the old man? Onaki slowly floated, looking at Hatake Sakumo calmly. Never underestimate Tsuchikage. Even if it's you, it won't work. If you treat the old man as the trash son of Cho, you are very wrong. Waste son. Old stuff. Who are you scolding? Cho threw a shuriken cursing at Onaki with a face full of anger. Is the old man wrong? Was rushed to the camp by a junior and then killed. Isn't this waste? What is it? Kuma was knocked aside lightly, and Onaki smiled disdainfully. Don't swear, go to war. Orochimaru frowned. This is the quality of the elders of Sand Shinobi Village? Hit NM. Cho pulled out the scroll and threw a group of 10 people near Matsu on the spot to force Hatake Sakumo, ignoring Orochimaru. Look down on me. The angry Uncle Snake was not polite with him either, but blocked the seal quickly in front of Hatake Sakumo. Triple Rashomon. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive walls stood in front of Cho, and the angry Uncle Snake flicked his hair. If you don't break this door today, don't think about passing it. What a kid. Cho's anger broke out, and the road to revenge was right in front of her, and she would never give up. Their battle began. Onaki looked up and down Hatake Sakumo and nodded. Good young man, if you dare to stand in front of the old man, you are considered a little courageous. No nonsense, Senju in the distance has already fought against the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village in Iwagakuer. As Tsuchikage, he must join the war as early as possible to improve everyone's morale, otherwise the Senju clan killed him if the Red Eyes were killed. A matter of time. Hatake Shimo is called Konoha's White Fang. But in reality, White Fang is just a knife in his hand. What is impressive is the knife in his hand. This shows that he is naturally at the forefront of the shinobi world in terms of swordsmanship. The battle between the ninjas is an intelligence battle, and no one will talk to you about boring issues such as martial arts. Floating slowly into the air, Onogi had already thought about making a quick battle. His Chendun ninja world knew it, and there was no need to hide it. But just as he was about to accumulate energy, Hatake's figure slowly floated in front of him. Virtual flight ability. The essence of emptiness is the soul body. However, after a systematic transformation, the soul body and the body are fused with each other, and the ability to fly into the air can also be realized. This is not conflicting. Otherwise, he would not be able to use negation, which can only be used in the void, to summon Fengye. Unlike you, I don't need to fight quickly with you. Hold you and wait for Master Fengye to arrive. But again, I also have my own pride. If the opponent is Tsuchikage, it is worth all the effort. Strange lines appeared on the face, and at the same time a hideous horn extended from Heitake Sakumo's forehead. He is imaginary. He is also a monster. A monster that has come back to life. This power was created by Master Fengye. Feeling a steady flow of power erupting from his body, Heitake Sakumo could no longer help but rush White Fang with the battle intent in his heart. Under the all-round increase, his speed completely exceeded Tsuchikage's expectations. It's too late to escape. Although Oyemu can make his body float and move quickly, he knows that facing people who are faster than himself, he can't avoid him, he must catch his movements. Earth Style. Rock Fist Technique. Earth Style. Heavy Rock Technique. His arm became a hard rock fist. With years of experience in combat, he caught the movement of White Fang and stretched out his fist. This is a fist strengthened by the augmented rock technique. He is confident that he can easily smash the weapon in the opponent's hand. Want to grab my knife? White Fang sneered and speed increased again, and instead of avoiding Ohamu's awaken, he slashed it fiercely. This is no ordinary knife. Boom. With a crisp sound, Onogi's confident smile disappeared instantly. His rock fist lasted only a second with White Fang and completely collapsed, and the knife was dangerously pressed against his scalp and skipped it. White Fang is short sword after all. Otherwise, this one is enough to make Onoki hit hard. This is the power Fengye bestows on him. Standing up straight again, Heitake Sakumo's body was also covered with white skeletal armor. Even the lowest imaginary can be familiar with this kind of power. Konoha's White Fang has a well-deserved reputation. Onoki looked solemn and entered the serious mode completely. Konoha's White Fang. Heitake Sakumo shook his head. That was the old name, but now it looks more like an insult. Insult? Tsuchikage was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant. But after he suddenly remembered Danzo, he seemed to understand something. One of the King Espada. Espada. The specific number is undecided. Please enlighten me. Phew. The battle continues. The main battlefield. Raikage in front of Fengye panted heavily, his chest undulating. His consumption in the full force mode is amazing, no matter whether it is speed or strength, it can't be compared with before. Below, the lunatics of the Senju clan relentlessly harvested the enemies that surrounded them. After killing all Uegaku, they killed Sand Shinobi Village. Finally, they set their sights on Cloud Shinobi Village, and now they have reached the last moment. The ninja under him is dying. And the enemy in front of him, this young man, was still in high spirits. However, it is not without good news. The consumption is equal. The strange lines on Senju Fengye's body also disappeared. Nine Tails Chakra Mode? It's a bit similar to the perfect Jinshuriki that Eight Tails once said. No wonder he dared to come here alone. Glancing at the little fox sitting on the boy's shoulders, Raikage swallowed. This guy is Nine Tails. Do you dare to believe it? Sitting on Senju Fengye's shoulders and nibbling on unknown food, something like a dog is Nine Tails. When was the tail beast so docile? Why doesn't he know? Look at what the uncle is doing, hitting you. Holding the spicy stick, Kurama glanced suspiciously at Raikage and said. Nine Tails Chakra Mode has a limited connection time for the first time, and now Raikage has no strength anymore, and Fengye does not need to continue to maintain the home state to consume himself. Looking around, the battle to ambush Senju is over. The army was defeated like a mountain. Those who are left can't stop the Senju clan's pace. As for Onoki and Cho, both met their nemesis. Chendun is very strong, but the swing is a bit long before casting, so it is not so difficult to avoid it. As for Cho, Orochimaru never confronted her puppet head-on. The formation of 10,000 snakes, the triple Rashomon used it over and over again. He didn't think that he could kill Cho solo. The purpose is to anger the opponent. On the other hand, the Senju people still have a lot of people left, roughly estimated to be close to 1,000 or so. They are clearing the final battlefield. This valley has been abandoned. Under the corpse all over the field, a bloody breath came to his face. There is no need to fight anymore. Chakra was completely consumed and could not maintain the lightning-style armor. Raikage trembled. He was extremely weak and was suffering from the side effects of excessive use of his full strength. Yeah. There is no need to fight anymore. Fengye retracted the Thor's sword and fixed his eyes on Third Raikage. Leave something and get out. Don't kill me. AI was stunned, he was a little confused. Keeping your life temporarily is not to spare you, nor is it because I have so-called sympathy. My grandpa's grudges must be reported. Even if Kakuzu is killed by you, it is still not enough. The black wing retracted, and Fengye looked towards the sky blankly. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama died in the Land of Thunder, which he never forgot. But what if he kills Third Raikage now? The reunited Cloud Shinobi village will not give Fengye any benefits unless they are destroyed again. People, he can kill. But Senju now looks high-spirited, and it doesn't have the strength to conquer Cloud Shinobi village without correcting it. Even if the conquest is successful, it will take a lot of time to sort out the materials or money. And in the process, temporarily put Third Raikage back, he knew what to do. Cloud Shinobi village lost to Senju, not Konaha. Gaba. With a distorted expression, Third Raikage broke his arm abruptly and threw it to the ground. The defeated materials will be sent to Senju's clan land by a certain person. He is a wise man. Fengye nodded, and put Raikage's arm away in the air. It's appropriate to use this thing to pay homage to Grandpa. Fengye understands. The death of the second master has nothing to do with Cloud Shinobi village. It is the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who is not satisfied with the truce, but he still won't let go of this hatred easily. If it hadn't been for Third Raikage to kill the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in the end, Fengye could not even help but shoot now. Raise pigs first and squeeze out the final benefits. That's the time to get started. The same is true. In the distance, Cho and Onaki, he would not directly kill. Pouch. It just so happened that White Fang finally found the flaw in Ohiki. White Fang inserted Ohiki's shoulder. Although White Fang himself was also hit by Ohiki's rock boxing, it was just some skin wounds. From Onaki's painful face, he could see that even he couldn't accept the pain that his soul was being cut. And Cho, too, was consumed by Orochimaru and lost his strength. It's over. Fengye has already explained how to communicate with Cho and Onoji. The agreement at this time is verbal, but if they are not as smart as Raikage, they will meet Fengye's real anger. Second brother. A figure ran from a distance. The murderous face was full of blood, matched with Meng's hideous eyes. It can be seen that Nawaki has experienced a lot and has grown a lot. I've fed about 20. He patted his chest, as if he wanted to claim credit, the boy said excitedly. But Fengye just took out the tissue and wiped the blood on his face. This is the last time, Nawaki. Even if there is a complete plan, for Senju, for Nawaki, there is a part of danger. But if Nawaki is not in the team, maybe Danzo will not choose to do it because of a disease outbreak. Nawaki may not understand the meaning of this sentence, but Fengye has decided in his heart. No matter when. No longer will anyone around you take any risks. Second brother. What do you do next? Scratching his head, Mengzi showed hopeful eyes. He always feels that something big will happen. And it's quite exciting. That's just enough. With a sneer, Fengye looked towards Rain Shinobi village. Go to the camp first and kill the Shimura and Sarutobi clan. Then kill Konoha with me. Calculate the old and new enemies together. Chapter 65. What happened? Rain Shinobi village. When the interim commander saw the murderous aura and blood of the Senju clan, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. And that kind of ominous premonition became stronger when he saw Fengye, who was at the forefront of the Senju family of ninjas. Fengye. Didn't you go back to visit Mito-sama? Why is he here? And it's obviously a very simple task, why did the Senju clan lose so much? After the bloodbath, his vigor remained unabated, especially his eyes were red as if he had awakened something. What have they experienced? Jiraiya didn't know, and didn't have the mind to think so much, and led the captains of each team to greet him quickly. Get out of the way. No more nonsense, Fengye looked at Jiraiya calmly. This kid has a bad tone, what happened? Jiraiya's face was dumbfounded, and even the captains behind him couldn't figure it out. Minato, the new generation of Ino, Shika, Cho, Hyuga Hisashi looked at each other. Danzo revealed the mission of the Senju clan, and united with the enemy ninja village to ambush in that valley. Orochimaru explained coldly. At this time, the attitude must be able to withstand, Uncle Snake is an old actor. Although he knew everything, he said the same as the truth. United hostile ninja village. Jiraiya was stunned, which Shinobu village? To be fair, the situation in the Kingdom of Rain is under control. Who can bypass the line of defense to attack Senju? 3. Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakur, and Sand Shinobi Village. If Fengye didn't come in time, Senju, take us both. All will die. Haitake said calmly. This is too big. Upon hearing this, a wisp of sweat oozes from Jiraya's forehead. Danzo. Is this really fatal? Jiraiya knew that Danzo and Fengye had a contradiction, and was even arrested by Fengye, hung from a tree and beaten. But, to put it bluntly, it is the problem of your own village, why let other villages intervene in your own affairs? And also to encircle the Senju clan. This behavior is no different from betraying the village. Where is Danzo? Looking at Orochimaru seriously, Jiraiya asked quickly. What can be done now seems to be the only way to catch Danzo, and then take Konoha back to Hokage for trial. You didn't recognize it? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, and pointed to the man who was half alive, who had lost his limbs but was still stubbornly alive. Is that a person? Jiraiya's hair was horrified. A closer look at the face is really Danzo. But the contradiction has reached this level, and there is nothing to say about abolishing him. Jiraiya sighed. To put it bluntly, he has no right to interfere in this matter. Last time, Shimura and Sarutobi, how many people were saved by me? On the contrary, the White Fang next to him suddenly raised his arms and asked softly. Senior White Fang, what are you going to do? The creepy feeling struck again, and Jiraiya finally found something wrong. The man he respected, Konoha's White Fang, the man known as a hero, no longer has that free and easy temperament at this moment, but has a strong indifference in his eyes. What to do? I let them live so long, and now I personally send them to hell. Danzo killed Senju and killed me and Orochimaru by the way. Naturally let him see the death of his tribe. Him. It's blackened. Honor? Hero? Forget it. Being a hero is really tiring. He has to bear the infamy, and if something goes wrong, he has to be in the dark. Have to endure the calculations behind it. He has had enough of these days. Now his identity is no longer Konoha's White Fang, but one of Fengye's Espada. His sword, his soldier. Senior White Fang, please calm down. Jiraiya was sweating profusely and shook her head. Indeed. The Sarutobi and Shimura clan who survived by chance were all released by White Fang who risked his life to go to Sand Shinobi village. Otherwise, relying on the temper of that crazy old lady Incho, it is very possible to kill them all. Didn't you even dare to put the detonation charm near Danzo without seeing her? That meant that people didn't take Konoha's captive seriously at all. But that's how it is said. Things are not so determined. Jiraiya. Instead, Uncle Snake walked up to him, and then sighed slightly. Did you know? If it weren't for Fengye, I would die there. If it weren't for Fengye, Orochimaru will die too. Jiraiya was silent for a while. He thought Orochimaru would calmly help persuade, but that's actually not the case. Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility for this matter. Seeing his sorrowful look, Orochimaru smiled. No one understood this heroic man better than him. In essence, he dislikes war. It's not that you can't see what those high-level people are like. But he didn't want to believe in cruel facts, and he was also looking for ways to change. But I went the wrong way. Looking for the son of prophecy to change the world. Then why don't you join the camp that changes the world down to earth? Just rely on a word from Toad Sage. If it were really that powerful, this troubled world would have ended long ago. The son of prophecy may make a little change, but the whole world that really needs to change, not someone. For example, Orochimaru has become one of the supporters behind Fengye. He believed that following Fengye, he would see the scenery he wanted to see. Even if he can't do it, the journey along the way will make him feel. Fengye is that kind of person. Not a responsibility. I can't wait to do it myself. You are angry, am I not angry? But Orochimaru, Fengye, killing will not solve the problem. Jiraiya said firmly. He cherishes the friendship of his companions very much, but even if so, he has his own principles of life. If Fengye's expectations are correct, then he will definitely move out that people should understand each other so that they can reach the theories of peace. Shaking his head, Fengye walked straight to Jiraiya. Then lightly stretched out his hand to pinch his collar, and the other finger pointed to the Senju family behind him. Do you understand them? Clearly fighting in the blood, but the people behind them kept aiming at them. Do you know Senju? What qualifications do you have to stop them? The kind of being betrayed by the people you protect, do you really understand that feeling? It's like inserting a knife into the heart, but you can't die. You need to continue to bear it, because you know that even if the blood bleeds, even if the blood is not dry, you must move forward. Mutual understanding? Looking into the distance, those who supported each other, like old and young men returning from the land of life and death. Jiraiya opened his mouth and found that he had nothing to refute Fengye. He patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, and Fengye sighed. I firmly believe that my beliefs are right, and I also admire your perseverance. But we must remember that everyone has a path to peace in their hearts, but you can't force your beliefs on others. You have to let your disciples learn to think for themselves. Taking a deep look at Jiraiya last, Fengye felt that he had enough to say. Let your disciples think. Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. If the time is not wrong, they will soon become Jiraiya's disciples. But this time, if Jiraiya does not understand what he teaches, he comes to teach himself. Nagato is a paranoid, understands the nature of pain, but there is nothing wrong with it, but the way is off. Fengye doesn't mind calculating Madara, so that he understands that in addition to the stubborn grandfather, the Senju clan also has a sober powerhouse. Carrying Danzo, the Senju family moved on. This time, no one stood up to stop them. Jiraiya stood beside him in silence, thinking about Fengye's words. Learn to think. This is the right way to be a qualified ninja. Minato, who was at the same time as Fengye, stood behind Jiraiya thoughtfully. The concept of mutual understanding, Jiraiya just talked to him. He respects teacher Jiraiya, but he has also thought about the problems in this concept. Fengye. You gave me a lot of inspiration. Bowing to the boy in the distance, little son stretched out his hand to feel the rain in the country of rain, and then set his sights on the Senju family who was walking forward. They are all with blood. And he and Konaha's little friends can live a good life. It was these people's lives in exchange for it. Be a man. Don't forget your roots. Minato silently remembered this saying in his heart. The pain hits. When Danzo slowly opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. The logos of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan were engraved on their bodies. But at this moment, they all knelt on the ground shivering. What happened? Danzo wanted to struggle, but after losing his limbs, he couldn't even turn over at the very least. With his face on the ground, the first thing he saw was Fengye's figure. Boy! What are you going to do? Do you know the consequences of doing this? I will kill you. Sarutobi will kill you too. You traitor! Traitor? Do you deserve to say this too? Fengye raised his eyebrows and gave Nawaki a look. Nawaki, who knew what the second brother meant, sneered and grabbed Danzo's clothes, letting him see everything in front of him. Chop! There is nothing to say. Blood rose to the sky, and with screams and wailing, the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura clan heads fell to the ground. I know they are innocent. But, it's cool to kill. Fengye smiled softly and walked to Danzo and patted his face. Go, brother, let's go back to the village and tell Master Naruto of this news, which makes him happy too. These words. It's purely angry Danzo's. But the young and old of the Senju clan are not used to him at all. Kill Konaha according to the command of the patriarch, and ask their Hokage-sama for an explanation. That's what they want to do. Senju has protected Konaha for decades. After today, don't owe each other. Looking in the direction of the country of fire, Fengye took a deep breath and stepped forward, and they were greeted there. It's a new world. Konoha. The country of fire. Naruto building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been banned for a long time, now wants to take a bite to relieve his heart. But the woman in front of him made him completely afraid to make a mistake. Uzumaki Mito. That one is old but not dead. No, or a woman who was completely reborn from the inside out, she was sitting where she belonged to him, looking at him calmly. The threat to her is far greater than that from the lack of liberation from the addiction to cigarettes. Forbidden Naruto. This kind of rebellious thing is especially suitable for him to do. No one in the village dared to oppose Mito's decision. Status, she is much higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the Sengoku period, the Sarutobi clan was a dog of the Senju clan. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a big kid, he can't match Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. But now, that big child has grown up. I always think my wings are very hard, even. I want to bite my master. Why? Quietly flipping through the information on the desk, Mito looked behind him. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina. Two teenage girls are learning something. Statistics and screening, analysis of important documents, this is what you should do as a Naruto consultant. Don't feel tired, because you control everything in the village. It is worth ridiculing. Two new Naruto consultants, one from the Uchiha clan and one from the Uzumaki clan. Of course, it is said to be from the Uzumaki clan. Everyone knows that the woman in the future will be the woman of Senju Fengye. So you can think of this as Senju and Uchiha, they are controlling Konoha's affairs. According to the grapevine, Uchiha Mikoto didn't even bother to mix things with the so-called family. She also liked Senju Fengye. What makes Sarutobi Hiruzen unacceptable is that, under the guidance of Uzumaki Mito, it didn't take long for them to enter the state. They have adapted to the work of Naruto consultants and even made their own judgments. The efficiency is also scary. So, the previous Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu, what are they doing? Okay, come here today and go home. Glancing appreciatively at the two girls, Mito nodded. To be honest, they are all excellent. Even better than Mito expected. It is indeed the person Fengye is fond of. After saluting Mito, Kushina and Mikoto left the office. It's almost there. Putting down the file, Mito checked the time. What's almost there? Sarutobi frowned, he was banned, and now he knows nothing, and there is no way to pass the message. No? Third generation. With mixed emotions on his face, Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You shouldn't do it that way. Here comes. Is this to interrogate me? Is it my last chance to resist? What did Mito-sama say? I don't understand. Yes. The way he came up with was to pretend to be stupid. This trick works very well. You have no evidence anyway. Still installing. Mito shook his head. I don't say something, doesn't mean I don't know. The new Naruto leader doesn't trust those ethnic groups, nor Senju, it's okay. After a pause, Mito's eyes suddenly cold. But you shouldn't do too much. Don't forget that this village was originally made up of countless ethnic groups. You suppressed this and suppressed that. In the end, it was Konoha who was weak. I thought you learned everything about Tobirama, but I didn't expect that you and Danzo only learned half. You learned hypocritical kindness, Danzo learned real cruelty. Do you really think that together is Tobirama? Chapter 66. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He led Konoha to the true prosperity. Establish Konoha, assist Senju Hashirama, establish Umbu, set up a guard, and lead a new generation with the last life. His deeds are countless. If Senju Hashirama is the hero who established Konoha, then he is the hero who made Konoha secure the title of #1 ninja village. Under his leadership, Konoha developed rapidly like a speeding missile. But Sarutobi Hiruzen. He ignited the missile, and instead of jumping to others, he exploded himself. Yuditen Koharu used these words to evaluate the monkey Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. But that's just farting. She said that Danzo is like the darkness under the sun, and Sarutobi is the bright place the sun. Their cooperation has made Konoha flourish and flourish. But now, Uzumaki Mito sees it very thoroughly. One Sunshine did not learn to understand, the other learned too much. The two got together and Konoha didn't win the Second Ninja World War. If it weren't for Fengye, they might not even be able to attack the projectile land of Rain Shinobi village. So why do you even pretend when you are in front of me? Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. She analyzed the third Hokage in front of her too thoroughly. As she said, she didn't know some things. I just pretended not to see it. Suppress the ethnic group and strengthen the power in the hands of Hokage. These are no problem from the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Konoha's ethnic group will understand to make concessions to a certain extent. But look, what did he do? Cultivate Danzo, who is defeated everywhere, suppress Senju, even stabbing a knife in the back. In order not to let the blood of the Uzumaki clan be occupied by other villages, he would rather sit idly by. These are still very small. For example, take Shumao. It's just that his name resounded through the shinobi world, and he couldn't sit still, and even removed his position from others. Naruto, can't be so impotent. Your stinginess reflects your weakness and low self-esteem. Alas. With a long sigh, Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the look in her eyes, Sarutobi seemed to find something silent. After a while, he asked tentatively. I will die, right? Danzo has not returned to the village for a long time. Naturally, something went wrong here. And all things Uzumaki Mito did was to prevent him from getting certain news. Prepare for the worst. She wants to secretly execute herself, Third Hokage. So far he has nothing to refute. Blame, it's just that I was not cautious enough to act without confirming that Uzumaki Mito was truly dead. Impatient. In the past, he often commented that Senju Fengye was young and that he couldn't calm down. But now the situation is reversed. The ambition was exposed too early and Uzumaki Mito saw everything. Dead? Not really. The disdain in Mito's eyes flashed past. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face has a touch of joy. Immortal? There is a chance. But Mito's next words made him desperate. You will lose everything. Power, status, reputation, and your family. Closing his eyes, Mito's face remained calm. She knows too well what Sarutobi Hiruzen likes. What she said just now is what Sarutobi wants. Take all those away, and then save his life to accept people's scolding. That is dozens of times more cruel than killing him. Please give me a happy one. For the sake of Mrs. Tobirama. Sarutobi, whose face was pale, seemed to have lost his strength and stretched out on the ground and pleaded. For Tobirama's sake. You still have the face to say this. I remind you, don't presume Tobirama in front of Fengye, or you will be worse than what I just said. Mito almost laughed. How shameless is this? For Tobirama's sake. For Tobirama's temperament, if he sees his own people become like this, I am afraid he will directly kill people, right? Master Mito, trust me. If Senju Fengye becomes Hokage, Konoha will be destroyed. The foundation of the Senju clan you guarded, and the village built by Master First Generation, must not be ruined in his hands. When the plea failed, Sarutobi became serious in an instant, telling his thoughts in a positive tone. Go on. Mito paused, frowned, and then two words stood out. Sure enough. Speaking of First Generation, mentioning the village. Mito-sama is willing to listen. Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief inside, and then spoke out his own analysis. From the perspective of the old man, although Fengye is your grandson, the blood of the Senju clan still flows in his body, and even the grandson of teacher Tobirama, he has not inherited the will of fire he should. On the front line, he shot his companions several times, even calculating his companions in order to be famous. Being irritable, and killing people at will, this kind of person will definitely declare war directly on the other 4 ninja villages after becoming Hokage, and then make Konoha, who is already in the war, even worse. The final consequence is Konoha's decline, completely losing his position in the ninja world. The current Konoha absolutely cannot withstand such a blow. It will be a matter of time before people's hearts are unstable and fall apart. Instead of inheriting the will of Master First Generation to understand each other, he worships Uchiha Madara's violent thinking. All his analyses are facts. It's hard to imagine that such a person will appear in the Senju clan, but his appearance means destruction. Even with deep doubts and incomprehension in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said something that shocked him. He is not from the Senju clan at all. Judging from the power he showed, that's not what Senju has at all. It's not good to say it, but I feel like the daughter-in-law of Master Second Generation. I'm afraid there is a problem. He dare not talk about his son. In that case, it is equivalent to saying that he is putting a green hat on Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. But the daughter-in-law is different. In case, the Senju clan has someone else's seed. Pop. Unbearable, no need to bear. Mito really didn't know what to say, so he went up and slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen on the face. It's a shame that Sarutobi can figure it out. Even Fengye is not the seed of Second Generation. Makes sense. Fengye's soul is indeed not. But the first thing he saw after he was born was his grandpa. It was also the man who supported the sky when Fengye hadn't grown up. Came through, born as Senju. Fengye decided to do something for this family. If it were not for the blood flowing in the body, who would care whether the Senju clan was dead or alive? He has feelings for the family that gave birth to him. Mito knows this better than anyone else. Sarutobi's words are simply insulting. And anyone with eyes can tell that Fengye's appearance and his grandfather's appearance are almost carved out of the same mold. Now he still slanders people who are not from the Senju clan. Where's the face? The angry Mito slapped, and the rhythmic sound in Hokage's office spread far and wide. As if still puzzled, Mito summoning produced a box with countless golden needles lying quietly inside. Whoosh whoosh. When the golden needle fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression suddenly changed. Who was clamoring just now? This is. No one knows seal art better than Uzumaki, and no one knows better than Uzumaki how to completely dissipate chakra from you, or even make you a waste. Everything about you is from Tobirama, in other words from Senju. To be honest, this kind of thing should have been done by the patriarch of Fengye's clan, but I can't help it. The golden needle sank into Sarutobi's body. With Mito's chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shaking and trying to say something. The sounds that can be made are indistinguishable at all except for a baba. You deserve it. Following Fengye's appearance, Mito smiled softly and moved closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen to lower his tone. Also, the Hokage you just said. You don't know, Fengye, he? Not interested at all? Suddenly sluggish. Sarutobi sat weakly on the ground. What did he hear just now? That little devil was thinking about it for so long. You told me it wasn't for Hokage's location? Isn't it for me to step down? Is it uncomfortable? The depression in Mito's heart slowly dissipated. Yeah. It is Sarutobi who should be angry. How can I be fooled? Then, what does he want? With heavy breathing, Sarutobi trembled and asked with all his strength. What do you want? Go ask him yourself. Mito shook his head, without any thoughts of answering his question. Fengye only knows what Fengye wants. Look at the entrance of Konaha village. She already felt the familiar breath. As the once highly talented princess of Uzumaki village, her Kagura heart and eyes have long been trained. Fengye is back. Take the Senju clan. Mito breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that the final stage had come to an end. And the last thing to do. It is to make public what these two wastes have done. With Sarutobi Hiruzen dragging his face to death, Mito took a deep breath and opened the door of the Hokage office. Find flowers. Doorway. The two Umbu ninjas are dumbfounded at this moment. To be reasonable, the words inside did not deliberately hide the voice. As Umbu, he should protect Hokage when he encounters difficulties. But those words. They heard clearly. Even some Hokage-sama who could not accept their protection turned out to be such a person. When they saw Sarutobi being dragged out, an angry young Umbu ninja next to him lifted his mask and then spit on Sarutobi on the ground. Damn, it's much more fun. Master Mito did a good job. This guy is also worthy of being Hokage. Seemingly puzzled, the young ninja wanted to go and kick his feet. But Sarutobi raised his head instantly, and for a while, he seemed to hesitate. Kick if you want, he is a useless person now. Put 2 feet in front of his face. After a while, it is estimated that there are too many people, and it will be your turn. Mito said calmly. Damn it. Why are you polite? The brother gave a smirk and kicked Sarutobi's face. Unfortunately, his idol is Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. And Sarutobi Hiruzen actually just said that second generation's daughter-in-law has turned her own man. Curse. Oh beating. See if you dare to insult Master Second Generation. Konoha was still calm. But the next moment, shock struck. There are 2 shocking locations. First, at the entrance of the village, countless ninjas of the Senju clan with blood on their bodies are approaching fiercely under the leadership of their hero, the Blackwing Great Demon. This is a good thing. After all, the Senju family has made outstanding achievements on the battlefield, and they are all excellent fighters. A hero worthy of being remembered by the people of Konoha village. But after they approached, they didn't say anything to the villagers who came forward, and there was no result that the villagers gave gifts to express their gratitude. They just looked at this direction and kept silent. The sharp-eyed villagers looked in the direction. There is the Hokage building where Hokage is located, and above the Hokage building is the Hokage Yanyan, with statues of First Hokage and Second Hokage carved. And the second shocking place is outside the Hokage building. Uzumaki Mito, the woman whom they respect, dragged their Hokage-sama with a calm expression, and walked towards the entrance of the village step by step. Every step she took, there were more villagers watching the lively behind her. Obviously, everyone knows the news. It seems that something is going to happen. The villagers looked at each other, and many ninjas and patriarchs of the clan followed with a solemn look of younger generations. But no one stopped Mito. She is the wife of first generation and the grandmother of the Black Wing Demon. Her identity is there. Although people don't know why she lost 9 tails and she has returned to her youthful appearance, but they also believe that Uzumaki Mito has a sense of measure. Following Uzumaki Mito silently, they knew that what happened next would affect the future of the village. Finally, the two sides met at the entrance of Konoha's village. Silent Mito spoke slowly. Sorry Fengye, I didn't hold it back for a while. I abolished him. Scrapped. The people around looked surprised at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked sad. No wonder Hokage is like a dead dog as if he lost his bones. Normal. Fengye shook his head. It doesn't matter. Turned his head to look at Nawaki. Danzo, who was carried by him, passed out again after watching his tribe die. Now, it's time to wake him up. Pop. An unceremonious slap slapped Danzo's face, and the violent shock made Danzo woke up leisurely. At first glance, he saw Sarutobi in front of him. Even if he lost his limbs, he still wanted to struggle through. Fengye helped him kick it out. Now, they are reunited. Sarutobi. Kill them. These traitors. They treat your people, my people. All killed. Until now, no one in the crowd recognized who this man whose limbs had been cut off was. A certain ninja suddenly spoke. It's Shimura Danzo. The Iron Waist who lost the battle on the front line for a month. Damn it. Who scolded me? Danzo was furious, and seemed to want to kill the person who just said he was trash. But now he can't do anything. Can't you see the situation clearly? Sarutobi's face was as gray as death, and he shook his head at Danzo, and finally said a word weakly. Konaha, the sky has changed. Chapter 67. The Country of Fire. Konaha village entrance. It was sunny weather but there was a trace of depression. People silently looked at everything in front of them. The ninjas in the village, the patriarchs of all tribes are all in the queue, no one makes a sound. They stared at Fengye, the ashes-faced third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the non-human-shaped Shimura Danzo, and Uzumaki Mito, who had returned to peace. Some people seem to know what happened, while others look puzzled. But no matter who it is, he knows that something big is about to happen to Konoha. Step by step, he walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengye at this time did not have that kind of eager and questioning thoughts on the way back. He originally thought that when he came back, he would go up with an angry face and beat him up, but at this moment he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had lost everything on the ground, and Shimura Danzo, who was not human. Fengye was a little confused instead. In less than a year, he has experienced a lot. Almost with his own power, the Senju clan was pulled back from the cliff. The culprit was right in front of him, but Fengye didn't know what he should say. It seems the current Sarutobi is not worth his anger. One village, one clan. The pattern of people changes in an instant. Konoha is just a small microcosm. Compared with the ninja world, Konoha was nothing compared to everything outside the ninja world. Is there any smoke? Elder in the wall. Looking at the old Senju wall in the distance, Fengye stretched out his hand. The old guy was a little dazed, and hurried over after he got the news. But just now, he already knew what happened from his younger generation. In addition to respecting and approving Fengye, he now only obeys. I vaguely remember that this young patriarch held Senju Hashirama's spiritual throne in front of everyone, and then vowed to tell them. Even First Hokage will make mistakes. 933. Such great rebellion made them extremely horrified. But it turns out that Master First Generation. It's really wrong. Lighting the cigarette, Fengye took a hard sip. This was the first time he felt the power of this thing when he traveled to this world. Hope is the last time. Sitting in melancholy in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fengye huffed and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to be much older. The eyes are facing each other. In addition to being speechless, the atmosphere is even more embarrassing. Fengye knows Sarutobi, and Sarutobi also knows Fengye's ambitions. A winner and a loser are in sharp contrast at this time. You said? You are for the village. Smoke spit on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Fengye was a little emotional. Naturally it is for the village. Sarutobi's voice was a little hoarse, he failed, there was nothing to say. He was just desperate for the days to come. What is he who has lost everything? Naruto? It was just a joke, the man in front of him didn't care about the position. Being dragged all the way to the entrance of the village, he suffered all those gazes. And he was thinking about the last words Uzumaki Mito said. Fengye doesn't want the position of Hokage, what does he want? It seems. I want a statement. What do you mean? Naturally, the Senju clan worked hard for Konoha, but they had to do all sorts of calculations themselves. Probably that's it. And now, Sarutobi gave his own answer. For the village. It seems that Senju Fengye also knows this. So, what is a village? Another puff of smoke sprayed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The old guy coughed. Now he finally knows what it's like to forcibly smoke second-hand smoke. What is a village? This question is deep enough, but also very superficial. Pointing behind him, Sarutobi didn't speak, but his meaning was obvious. This is the village. What is the purpose of the village? It is another problem, accompanied by second-hand smoke. Sarutobi's original weak body continued to twitch. Protect the village, everyone. Then Senju, isn't it? Fengye raised his eyebrows with another heavy second-hand smoke. What kind of comprehension is this? One bite for the village, one punch for each member of the village. This is to protect everyone? What a joke. It seems that you, Hokage, are completely in vain. Probably in your eyes, only civilians are the key to Konoha. Of course, because they are so foolish, you can control their direction at will. After sighing, Fengye suddenly felt that all the questions she asked were wasting her tongue. He does not understand the meaning of existence. I don't even know what the village is. That being the case. You don't know what a village is. I don't know what Hokage is, let alone the meaning of the existence of the village. I don't know how it feels to be a broken family, and I don't even understand the word family. Standing up, dropping the cigarette butt, Fengye looked at Konoha behind. Grandpa and Grandpa Second are clearly visible on Hokage Yin-Yan. Then feel it for yourself. In summer, use your body to feel the heat of the land every time. In winter, the cold stroking the walls and snowflakes. Experience this village with your own body, and feel what family is. You will be cast aside, and then reflect on. Until death. Go, carry a broom, and do the most basic things in this village. That should be done. Naruto is not good, so I should be able to sweep the street, right? Don't let me down. Let me sweep the street. Sarutobi trembled. He couldn't believe that this was the end of his fall. He could not think of this at all. Why not let him die? Why don't you give me a good time? Fengye ignored him, but instead turned his gaze to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is reserved for scolding, but Danzo is completely unnecessary. At least in the original book, third generation has the belief in dying for the village. His will to fire is not big, but he has a little bit. He is hypocritical, but he also wants face. Let him be reduced to the bottom and lose everything, that is the cruelest way. Killing him makes him cheaper. But Danzo didn't need to keep it. He never did it for Konoha, everything was for his own rights. Counting the entire ninja world, he was probably the only one who couldn't clean it in the washing machine over and over again. Look around. Fengye took a deep breath. Everyone. You may not know what happened yet. But as the patriarch of the Senju clan, I can assure that what follows is true. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen betrayed Konoha, betrayed their own beliefs, betrayed their own will to fire, and frequently shot against the Senju clan, and even united with other villages in an attempt to destroy the Senju clan. They are sorry for the former Inshi Senju Tobirama, and also the Senju clan who founded Konoha and let Konoha flourish, and I am even more sorry for supporting them to become Konoha's high-level people and trusting them. Is this true? Konoha's villagers were in an uproar. How is this possible? Their Hokage-sama, unexpectedly united with the people in the outer village to attack the Konoha hero? The noisy crowd finally calmed down, but their eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo changed dramatically. It turns out that this is the reason why Master Fengye did all this. Comparing your heart to your heart, if it were them, I'm afraid it would be even more angry, right? Even go up and kill them without hesitation. Other than that, calculating the Uzumaki clan led to the destruction of the Uzumaki kingdom. Leaders are incompetent, they count their subordinates everywhere, and they are narrow. In order to prevent others from gaining fame, Konoha has suffered heavy losses. The corpse on the hill in the land of rain is ironclad proof. Tsuchikage, Cho, and Raikage can all prove their wolf ambition. What I want to do today is to conduct a public trial of what they did. Let you see the truth. Also let you re-recognize the once so respectful Hokage in your heart. With a big wave, Fengye glared at Danzo. To be fair, he calculated that Danzo would find other shinobu people to encircle Senju, but he didn't expect that he would look for all the hostile shinobu villages in the battlefield of Rainy Kingdom. He must die. Reaching out his hand to pinch Danzo's neck and lift him into the air, Fengye's tremendous power burst out instantly. Gappa! The man who had suffered immensely did not even have any strength to wailing, his consciousness plunged into darkness. But this did not alleviate Fengye's anger. Aiming at the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the Hokage Yanyan in Konoha village, he smashed it fiercely. Death throw! Boom! The entire Hokage Yanyan trembled, and as Danzo's body turned into a pool of blood, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was completely shattered. This strength, he grasped quite well. Hokage Yanyan was destroyed. But at this moment, Konoha's villagers were extremely happy in their hearts. No one is wronged for Danzo. He deserved it. Looking at the blood-stained Senju people in front of them, they can understand the pressure and pain Fengye has suffered. Even if he directly killed Hokage on the ground now, they all agreed. After a long while, a certain ninja seemed to pluck up the courage to stand up boldly, and then knelt on one knee in front of everyone. Senior Senju Fengye is the master of Konoha. You are the grandson of Second Hokage. Please take over as Fourth Hokage and lead Konoha back to glory. Senior Senju Fengye, please succeed Hokage. Yes. Master Fengye, if it were you, you would definitely be able to lead us out of the misunderstanding. By now, almost everyone thinks that Fengye will become Konoha's new Hokage as it should be. Sarutobi is completely finished. What awaits him in the future is endless insults, and it feels more uncomfortable than killing him. Suicide? Fengye would not give him this opportunity. The discerning person knows that from now on, he must stand in line immediately. Fengye's achievements and identity still have the strength, enough to serve as Konoha's Hokage position. He defeated the demigods and captured Fengye in Rain Shinobi village for Konoha. It also exposed a high-level conspiracy to reduce Konoha's losses. This Hokage, who should he be wrong? The lonely Sarutobi next to him raised his head slightly. Uzumaki Mito said that Fengye didn't want to be Hokage. Is that true? Someone will keep their heart in front of power? He doesn't believe it. Becoming a Hokage representative of 10,000 people, the feeling is that no one will refuse. But Fengye looked at the surrounding villagers and did not wave his hand. Instead, he shook his head gently. Naruto? Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fengye smiled. You don't really think I still want to be Hokage, do you? To tell you the truth, that position doesn't matter to me at all. When you put all your life's goals on Konoha, you have the highest achievement in your life. What I want is not just a Konoha. Puff. Fengye's words directly sprayed out blood from Sarutobi Hiruzen's internal injuries. What he valued. In the eyes of others, it is nothing. Everyone. With a big wave, Fengye stopped these people's behavior. Senju has protected Konoha for decades. Senju is tired, and I am tired too. The position of Hokage, forget it. Bare teeth, both the ninja and the villagers were shocked. Isn't he to become Hokage? Master Fengye doesn't want Konoha. Senju doesn't want Konoha. A certain villager struck with grief. As you can see, Fengye said calmly. From then on, Konoha is Konoha, and Senju is Senju. But Konoha was founded by Senju. Some of the Senju family's industries need to be recovered. In addition to all the resources of Rain Shinobi village, Senju is part of it, and the rest belong to Konoha. Reach out his hand to a clearing outside the village. There will be an independent position for the Senju clan, and I will ask the daimyo directly for half of the resources of the Fire Country. Senju needs to recuperate and doesn't want others to disturb. That's it. As soon as this remark came out, not only the villagers fell into despair. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned not far away. Looking at the old father next to him in confusion, Fugaku was a little unbelievable. Father, I don't understand. Why didn't he choose to become Hokage? This is a great opportunity, and he is still from the Senju clan. After becoming Hokage, his status will rise sharply and become more stable. Can't figure it out? The head of the Uchiha clan shook his head. At that moment, he couldn't understand why. But then I thought about it as if I saw something again. Do you think it makes a difference whether he becomes Hokage or not? Two Naruto consultants, one seems to be from the Uchiha clan, and the other is from the Uzumaki clan. But those two people know that he will be his wife in the future. The old patriarch sneered, "Don't hit Mikoto's idea, and the idea of Hokage's position in the future. She can ensure Uchiha's safety in that position, and the Senju Fengye clan will also die. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who fell today, will be us tomorrow. Yeah. Does it make a difference whether he is Hokage or not? Both consultants are his women, dealing with Konoha's government affairs. This is equivalent to Konoha under his control. When it comes to reclaiming Konoha's industry, to put it bluntly, I want Konoha's resources, but it seems to draw a clear line, but it is still using this village for profit. This trick is beautiful. We will wait. When you come back to become Hokage, we will always support you." Sure enough, even Fengye had refused. What the villagers said is still the same. Hokage is not Hokage. That's what I mean. He will control everything in the Land of Fire in the future. People even look forward to a certain talk, this man will come back to save them. Senju can do without Konoha. But now it seems that Konoha must not lose Senju. Senju Fengye. He succeeded. Second brother, what are we going to do next? The grievance was avenged, and Nawaki cautiously approached Fengye and confessed his problem. What should Senju do in the future? Kill the ninja world? Slaughtered him one by one? Or do you want to find more sister-in-laws? Nawaki waited for Fengye's instructions. But the young man had his own thoughts after only a moment of contemplation. He has planned everything. The first step. Point to the clearing he just said. Build the Senjusui Palace, cultivate Espada, and transform the family. With a playful look on his face, Fengye narrowed his eyes. Otsutsuki is 6 paths per capita. I have to tell them, Earthlings. It's not that easy to mess with. Chapter 68. The Konoha turmoil hasn't completely subsided yet. The villagers and the ninjas are in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, the Senju family suddenly moved collectively. The location is not far away. A scenic area tens of meters away from Mu has been set up by Uzumaki Mito and Fengye. Construction has not yet started directly. The Senju clan went through the war and needed a good rest. But other places can be omitted. Fengye's residence and the ancestral hall of the Senju clan cannot be sloppy. Night falls. The young and old of the Senju clan let go of their tight nerves. Starting from today, they can get a good night's sleep. In the past, this was a luxury for them. And the central location of the new family land. Fengye has not rested yet. Taking advantage of today, he wants to explain clearly some things that should be explained. There are many things that need to be done. Dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at the entrance of the village was just the beginning. The Second Ninja World War is not over yet. How Konoha wants to deal with it is their business, and it has nothing to do with Fengye. But there is one thing. The resources obtained by occupying Rain Shinobi Village should be given to the Senju clan. The front line of the Rain country once again fell into a stalemate. Sand Shinobi Village, Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakuer were all hit to varying degrees after the attempted siege of Senju. The stalemate this time is not expected to be short. What should Fengye do? In the shortest time, the Senju clan was transformed. This requires huge resources. In addition to these, Fengye's promise to Uzumaki Mito has not been forgotten. Now that Kirigakuer has been determined to be the culprit in the alliance with Konoha, it will be a matter of time beforehand. Second brother, it has been notified. It is estimated that the elders will come over soon. After a gasp, Nawaki leaned against Fengye. He is a little tired. After all, the physique is not as perverted as Fengye. Go and rest. Rubbing his hair, Fengye said. No, I have to be with my second brother. Nawaki chuckled. I told myself that I would go wherever my second brother went, and I would beat anyone who asked me to go. Do whatever you want. 16 Fengye nodded. Nawaki has grown up. I also learned a lot from a genin who just graduated with me. In the future, he will manage the affairs of the Senju clan. He doesn't want to do everything himself like Hokage. Otherwise, what's the point of cultivating your own subordinates? Whether it is Nawaki or Tsunade. Even Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo, they are their own right-hand men. In the above, the existence of Uzumaki Mito will also stabilize the mentality of the family. Senju is still the Senju. But Konoha who left Senju is the one to be tested next. Before long, people came one after another. Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade sat next to Fengye. And below, are the elders of the family and some important personnel of Senju. This is the second meeting of the Senju clan. It is also the first speech after the family has regained its strength and has been thoroughly recognized. This is even more important than the last clan meeting. Orochimaru and Haitake know well. Although they had already assumed that they belonged to the Senju clan, in the final analysis, they were outsiders. Even if Fengye doesn't treat them as outsiders, in order not to embarrass Fengye, they choose to stand behind the man and act as a guard. This is what sensible men should do. In Konoha village, Orochimaru is Fengye's teacher. But now Senju has become independent, although the title of teacher is still retained, but this kind of meeting Orochimaru spontaneously wants to play his role. Senju, it's different. Fengye's respect is one thing, self-knowledge is another. And their behavior will be appreciated. Don't ask for anything else, just to follow Fengye and do something truly meaningful in the future. For example, Orochimaru will have its own laboratory. He can freely engage in scientific research experiments in a transparent state. And Haitake Sakumo also concentrates on practicing his sword skills and communicates with White Fang every day to find a higher level of himself. Everyone is here. When the slim Mikoto and Kushina entered Fengye's embrace, the second clan meeting of the Senju family officially began. Although Mikoto's appearance is surprising, the relationship between the two is already in a default state, and no one has said anything. The most important thing is that these two girls, they are the Naruto consultants of the Konoha village next door, and they are now in charge of all affairs of that village. I won't say more nonsense. Now, the clan has been separated from Konoha. I know what you are thinking, it is nothing more than whether Senju can stand firm and survive without Konoha. After a pause, a look of confidence flashed across Fengye's face. It's for sure, I promise. Senju without Konoha has lost its drag from now on, but will be better and more brilliant, even stronger than the original Sengoku period. The elders below looked at each other. The three masters seemed to hesitate, but he was concerned about Fengye's majesty, and finally abruptly held back his words. Elder in the wall, if you have something to say, it doesn't matter. Senju doesn't engage in Konoha's set. I will listen to good suggestions. I know if your words are useful. Fengye said calmly. After all, one's thinking is limited. This is why he didn't directly abolish these respected elders and regard the Senju clan as his own words. His power is destined that no one dares to betray him. And before returning, the traitor had been completely killed. The current Senju clan is extremely united. Although the elder in the Senju wall was a bit broken, he was still very concerned about the management of the Senju clan. Moreover, at the critical moment of the clan, he did not become a high-level dog. He appreciates this. Stupid, but also useful. That, Lord Patriarch. I admit that you can carry forward the Senju clan to a period comparable to Sengoku. But there is one thing I don't quite understand. The elder on the wall frowned. Yi clan has a large population now, claiming to have separated from Konoha. How to solve our resource problem? Although the clan still has some wealth, and the Konoha industry has been recovered, these are not enough. His words also expressed the aspirations of many people. As we all know, the so-called resources and benefits of the ninja world are derived from the ninja's mission and the distribution of family properties. There are a lot of ninjas in the clan, but now they have taken off Konoha's forehead protector. It takes a long time to develop credit for obtaining quests and money, even for Senju. For the same price, people will definitely choose the powerful ninja village first, rather than a small ethnic group. Of course, it does not rule out that you can accept those black market tasks to make money in the future. But that way is extremely risky. Is it a black market trading center? I'm familiar with that place, but Fengye-kun doesn't seem to plan to do that. Orochimaru said calmly behind him. But if you need it, I will count all the underground trading locations in the Land of Fire. On the road. This kid is a talent. The elder in the wall nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time admired Fengye's ability to recognize people. I didn't plan to take the task. Fengye shook his head. Take the task for money? I don't know why, as a ninja, it feels very FG to give ordinary people their lives for a little money. That. The elder in the wall was even more puzzled. Konoha, Rain Shinobi Village, and Cloud Shinobi Village will send resources one after another. If nothing else, the conditions promised by Uegakure and Sand Shinobi Village on the battlefield before will not be fulfilled, but these alone are enough. Sand Shinobi Village and Uegakure owe us slowly. Only strength is the guarantee of status. Although resources are limited, they will certainly not be lacking in a short period of time. In the next period of time, I will greatly improve the overall strength of the Senju clan. The enchantment, Grandma Mito, has been set up and will not be disturbed. And this is the new structure drawing of the Senju clan. Reaching out, Fenji's heart was surging, and the improved version of the Suya Palace exchanged from the system mall was displayed on the ground. He wants to build Hueco Mundo, belonging to the Senju family, and build his own throne. Konoha Hokage? More than 10,000 people? What's the point of that? If you want to be the king of the whole world. Train Espada, train Hollow's super powerful Senju troops, that's what Fenji wants to do. 10 years. No, it may not take more than 10 years for Fenji to accomplish his goal. At least Espada can be made. And his strength will also complete a huge transformation. He wants to supplement the number of Espadas under him, at least the current Espada position. In addition, they need to reach the level of return. Who can stop the Senju Legion at that time? Neither can Uchiha Madara. When the time is almost the same, Fenji will surprise the entire ninja world. Oniki Ensho didn't fulfill the contract to give the Senju family supplies, and that gave him a reason to shoot. After Dormant, the Third Ninja World War was the turning point Fenji most anticipated. The Third World War is not long before the Second World War, but this is enough Fenji to arrange everything properly. Everything, follow the arrangements of the Patriarch. The elder in the wall nodded. Now that Fenji is ready, he has nothing to say. He sees the changes in Senju this year, and now the family has no other choice. Follow Fenji and walk your own way. When the people left, Fenji glanced at Nawaki, who was sleeping next to him, a little bit dumbfounded. I told him to go back to sleep, but he fell asleep after a meeting. He is very tired. Fenji understood. After covering his Senju clan's robe on him, Fenji took Tsunade to a small hill outside the clan's territory. The stars are beautiful at night. The two of them leaned together and looked at the stars, and the comfortable feeling made them completely relax. Senju's dust settled. Konoha next to them, they have no sense of belonging. All that is needed is the benefits created by that village. Go and see Grandpa and Second Grandpa. Suddenly, Tsunade said softly. Thought of going together. Fenji smiled and nodded. Naturally, this time I was not going to the ancestral hall of the Senju clan, but the place where the bones were buried, the sacred memorial monument. Fenji didn't move their corpses. Konoha was what they paid for all their lives, and it would be better if they didn't move. They don't want this to happen after they die. Without disturbing the souls of the dead, the two stood silently at the graves of first generation and second generation. Senju is bound to rise. This is my promise. Putting a bunch of flowers on the head of the grave, Fenji toasted a glass of wine to the second master. Tsunade scholar's actions also handed Senju Hashirama a glass of wine. However, it almost meant it. Looking thoughtfully at Senju Hashirama's grave, Fenji stroked his chin. Makes sense. According to the description in the original book, the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra will only begin after the death of the previous generation. This is why Senju Hashirama has been dead for so many years and there is still no reincarnation of Ashura. And when Uchiha Madara broke away from the outer demon heart in the Third Ninja War, the two souls were finally liberated. What a pity. At that time, Ashura discovered that the Senju clan was dead and clean, and there was no new generation. In desperation, I can only choose the Uzumaki family, Senju's distant relatives. So, Naruto and Sasuke were born. This also means that at this moment, Ashura's soul and chakra are still wandering in the world waiting for Indra's death. This is a struggle that has been intertwined for thousands of years. Indra said in the original work. Even if he dies, his soul will be reincarnated and fight Ninzang. When Ashura heard this, she also said, let her soul continue to reincarnate to protect Ninzu. Then, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Are they still who they are? Is their soul pure? Is it still mixed with the will of Indra and Ashura? Fenji frowned. But no matter what kind of guess, one thing is certain. Ashura's soul and chakra at this time have not yet reincarnated. So can you find some traces, and then find that energy body as your own? Obliterate Ashura's will and simply absorb his chakra. Sage body, sage art, wood style. Sure enough. As the Senju family, these things are indispensable. Even if you do a little bit more, study Ashura's chakra, so as to boldly experiment with the Senju family and realize. Everyone would style. This is just a guess. But Ashura's chakra, you can't avoid it. Now Fengye's energy to maintain his home state comes from Nine Tails and himself, and the effect of chakra is obvious. Senju Hashirama once said, Nine Tails' chakra volume is as good as his 50 to 50. That is the power of sage body. Ashura's chakra. Where are you? Fengye smiled slightly. This problem may be difficult for others to solve. But he is not a simple human being. Huh. At this moment, Fengye raised her eyebrows and looked outside the comforting garden. Someone is coming. Still an acquaintance. You go back first, I'll talk to him. After thinking about it, Fengye winked at Tsunade and walked straight over. Chapter 69. The Country of Fire. Konaha. On the Hokage Yanyan. The breeze at night is very comfortable. At least Fengye thinks so. Taking a look at Minato, whose face was flushed with cold, Fengye stretched out his hand and threw him a robe. Thank you. Fengye-kun. Minato took the robe a little embarrassedly. He has returned to the village. The front line is still stable for the time being, and these new generations of them do not have the need to continue to be on the battlefield. After all, the initial role they played was to burden Fengye. What a pity. Third generation was wrong. Not only did those people not become a burden, they performed their duties under Fengye's command, and they also cultivated a friendship on the battlefield. Just ask what you want. Leaning on the stone, and glanced at the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen that had been cleared below, Fengye curled his lips. The wall fell down and everyone pushed, and just now he saw the tired and choking third generation holding a broom and picking up fallen leaves. He deserves it. No one will sympathize with him. Fengye also had his intention to do that. Since you can't understand what a village is, start from the most basics. I'm just a little surprised, I didn't expect things to become like this. Minato said with emotion. Next to this is a classmate who graduated in the same period as him. He once had the goal of surpassing Fengye and wanted to set a plan for himself. It makes sense. Now Fengye's great achievements, how he has surpassed. On the way back, he already knew what had happened in the village. At the same time, he fell into extreme confusion. Naruto? Not Naruto. This had a great impact on him. After all, he used to make himself progress with the concept of becoming Hokage and benefiting Konoha. But, is this only possible by becoming Hokage? No, it must not be. He seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Fengye. For a long time, Minato looked at Fengye earnestly. Narashika Isa, Yamanaka Kiyaki, Akamika Dinza. And our fellows in the first issue, including Hyuga Hisashi, asked me to talk to you. In the future, no matter what happens, they will stand on your side without hesitation, including me. The friendship on the battlefield worked. Fengye smiled freely. Those people are all important figures in Konoha village in the future. And I also want to say that we don't recognize Hokage's position except you. Minato patted his chest seriously. What about you? I remember when you first went to school, you said that your future goal was to become Hokage. Fengye asked curiously. He had never thought that his behavior would affect little son. It is not that you can become Hokage to be recognized, but that you can become Hokage. I have figured it out. Even if you don't become Hokage, should you stop taking care of everyone? Minato smiled like a son. I have read the latest Konoha management regulations issued by Mikoto and Kushina. They said they would screen out the backbone of Konoha in the future. I want to work hard to become one of them, and I don't need the identity of Hokage to contribute my own strength. Namikaze Minato. This is probably the biggest difference between you and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengye's heart was slightly fluctuating. Don't become Hokage, but have the faith to work hard to protect everyone like Hokage. He doesn't care about power or status. I just want to contribute my own strength. Looking down, Fengye fell into thought. After a long while, he took a deep breath and took out a scroll and handed it to the other party. The golden glitter of Flying Thunder God technique is missing. What is missing after all? Take it. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to the Senju clan to find me. It's late at night, rest early. Standing up and leaping up, Fengye glanced at Minato and the two statues below him one last time. It is worth training. Maybe he can be absorbed as one of Espada in the future. But that is something in the future, and now Namikaze Minato is almost meaningless. This is. After Fengye left. Shocked by Fengye's weird flying ability, Minato just recovered. After slowly opening the scroll. He is in awe. This is, Flying Thunder God technique. Second Hokage's famous space ninjutsu. With a strong premonition, Minato looked over with a little trembling. For an instant, he was completely attracted. But the wind blew on him that night and finally made him look back at Fengye's departure and bowed deeply. I know. Senju did not give up Konoha, nor did you give up. Thank you. Fengye-kun. The northern part of Yonokuni. It is still the familiar and eerie cave. Madara closed her eyes in an old age. Not far away, Black Zetsu seemed to hesitate, stepping forward and then letting go. Now, his heart is struggling. Makes sense. Last time I was talking to Madara-sama about the Senju family. Madara warned him not to mention those two words in front of him in the future. But this time. It doesn't seem to work if you don't mention it. The movement this time is a bit big. The entire ninja world was in shock. What makes Black Zetsu hesitate the most is that the Second Ninja War seems to have a stalemate for a long time. This is not in line with their expectations. If those people don't toss, how can Nagato in the country of rain feel the despair and helplessness of childhood? This will not work. Need to add fire. But regarding the Senju family, I have to say something. No way, just take the slap. Anyway, Madara doesn't hurt her face at her current age. The big deal is to not mention those two words at all. Say if you have anything. When Black Zetsu hesitated, Madara suddenly opened her eyes. The two pairs of Sharingan do not belong to Madara, they are just substitutes, but they still make Black Zetsu nervous. That, Madara-sama. Taking small steps, Black Zetsu leaned to Madara's side. Stay away from me. Frowning, Madara seemed a little disgusted with Black Zetsu. Although it was a product of his own will, this guy's appearance was really not to his appetite. Stay far away. Black Zetsu was happy in his heart. He was afraid that Madara would slap him with two slaps. Master Madara, this is how it is. Because of that kid's spoiler, there seems to be something wrong with the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain. Even Konoha has gained a lot of advantages in Rain Shinobi Village. Who is that kid? Madara raised her head and interrupted Black Zetsu's desire to continue speaking with her eyes. The battlefield is ever-changing, but everything is under control. Disrupting the situation? Does not exist. Besides, something big happened to Konoha. Black Zetsu continued to talk about what he saw and heard endlessly. The kid dragged Third Hokage down from Hokage's position, and he took the kid's clan to announce their separation from Konoha. Then, before Black Zetsu finished speaking, a stone hit him in the face. Madara, panting in the chair, dragged the pipe of the Gedo statue to Black Zetsu. That kid, who is it? Senju Fengye. Pop. A slap was slapped on Black Zetsu's face. Madara's face was angry. Didn't I tell you not to mention the word Senju? Are you FG dementia? Black Zetsu was aggrieved. You asked me and beat me. Stupid Madara, you wait for me. Rubbing his face angrily, Black Zetsu decided to step up his efforts when he digs his heart out in the future. With a slap in the face of Black Zetsu, Madara regained her calm and sat back in her chair. Black Zetsu's information is important. But the little ghosts of the Senju clan announced that they had led the Senju clan out of Konoha after gaining a decent combat exploits. Madara's face was surprised. This is something he couldn't think of. But to a certain extent, he somewhat appreciates Fengye's approach. He has stayed in Konoha. Senju was in power at that time, and Uchiha was targeted. However, when Konoha does not belong to Senju, others will deal with Senju like Uchiha. Even worse. I'm a smart man, who can't play with Konoha's dirty assholes, and it makes sense to choose to evacuate. It's ridiculous that the people I once refused to follow me. Madara snorted. Master Madara, please pay attention. Black Zetsu shook his head quickly. As far as I know, the situation is not that simple. It's not that he can't play with the senior Konoha, the situation is just the opposite. He was playing with Shimura Danzo, who wanted to take a shot against the Senju clan. He also chopped off his limbs. By the way, he and the third Hokage threw them to the entrance of Konoha's village for trial. That scene was almost complete. When he left Konoha, he unilaterally announced that Senju would no longer want Konoha, and it has nothing to do with Konoha not wanting Senju. And I heard that he also defeated third Raikage on the court, the demigod of Rain Shinobi village. His strength should not be underestimated. In order to plan, we must touch. With a punch smashing the armrest of the next chair, Madara interrupted Black Zetsu directly. The Senju family. Out of a fight? Fart. After Hashirama, there is no Senju. I told you this before. Is it bad to recognize reality? Black Zetsu sighed helplessly. Master Madara, this is true. The outside world is rumoring that he is the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama, even better than Senju Hashirama. In addition to strong leadership skills, he also subdued Nine Tails. I heard that Nine Tails is as good as a dog in his arms. Nine Tails? Isn't it Jinshuriki Uzumaki Mito? Is it possible that it is now a free beast? Madara frowned. It's okay for Black Zetsu not to mention this, but he does. Looked at the Gedo statue behind him. Madara seemed to think of something. Master Madara, I advise you not to do that. Black Zetsu said solemnly. Your successor has not been found, so you must never reveal your plan. And that kid is really strong. I heard that you have taken a girl from your clan as a wife. Pop. There is nothing that puts Madara on the head more than praising the Senju clan in front of Madara's presence. And the person you are boasting about is his grandson Senju Tobirama. His grandfather killed my brother. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu coldly. Feeling the fierce gaze of the other party, Black Zetsu closed his mouth with interest. He pretends to be Madara's will, and sometimes it is not very convenient. Too much persuasion will cause suspicion. Don't worry, there will be no flaws. After a long time, Madara spoke. He knows what Black Zetsu means. For him, hold on and find an heir. Then let the heirs guide Nagato to resurrect himself to collect the tail beasts. That is what should be done now. With Senju, it's just a private enmity when it gets bigger. But Izuna. That person is so much like Senju Tobirama. Now the Senju clan has broken away from Konoha, which is much more convenient than it was in Konoha village. The double temptation of hatred between Nine Tails and her younger brother made Madara a little unbearable with her body. The old eyes gradually sharpened, as if a beast was awakening, Madara's heart beating violently. The Gedo statue behind it suddenly increased its vitality. Suddenly a piece of wood appeared on Madara's body, and the wood began to extend. A few seconds later, a young version of Uchiha Madara that was not proportional to the old Madara suddenly appeared on the side. Wood style. This is the ability he acquired after absorbing Hashirama Chakra. Wood style clone. Once in a decisive battle with Senju Hashirama, even his main Jikyo Sharingan barely saw this trick. Yes. He saw through the wood style clone and used as an Aki to pretend to be dead. It's just that Hashirama thought he couldn't see through. But the people of the Senju clan, why can you see through? Based on the wood style clone, we are adding vitality into the Gedo statue. The new wood style clone is completed. Just the Senju clan. I'm a wood style clone is enough. Back in the chair proudly, Madara's face was extremely pale. To be honest, although the pipe is connected, his body is already under load at this time, and it is extremely difficult to achieve this step. But he is confident. Good promise, Senju Tobirama's grandson, why can he beat him? It is indeed a wise move to leave Konoha. But I also lost the most basic protection. After all, not everyone is me, Uchiha Madara, and I have the confidence to protect the family with my own strength. Go, if you can, kill Senju, don't show the flaws. Slowly closing her eyes, Madara entered a state of rest. And the wood style clone nodded and rushed out of the cave. Everything, Black Zetsu was watching, but he was really speechless, but he didn't know how to persuade Madara. To be honest, he also wants to slap himself now. I skipped the matter of Senju Fengye and said how could other information be so troublesome? However, the problem is not very big. Madara is safe to hide here, no one can find it. Even if the plan fails, it is just a wooden clone. The entire ninja world knows that only Senju Hashirama can use wood style. Let them spin around like headless flies. The country of fire. Next to Konoha. The Sui Palace is under construction. And on the hillside outside the Senju clan's new clan, a cute big fat fox is drinking coke. To be reasonable, my uncle needs to know that it's so cool to be a dog for the boss. He didn't have any restraint at the beginning. After taking a bite of the remaining coke in the bottle, Kurama took out the spicy stick and took a big bite. It's really comfortable now. At least, Jinshuriki came here much faster than Tenten's maid who warmed Fenjai's bed. Yeah. After the clan had no threat, the boss seemed to have begun to corrupt. There is no way, after all, before this place was built, it was not very convenient to want to do anything. Thinking about life. Suddenly, Kurama pricked his ears and looked at the distance warily. And a figure that slowly appeared there directly caused anger to flash in the eyes of the originally elated Kurama. Motor. Chapter 70. The preparatory work has been completed. About the Senju family who are suitable for Hollow, I understand it here. The core position of the Suya Palace is not on the ground. The first step Fenjai took was underground work, at least to get Orochimaru's laboratory out. The plan to transform the Senju family must be on the agenda. As long as Orochimaru Master has the core technology, Fenjai doesn't have to do it by himself. Taking a look at the list, Fenjai nodded. The statistics in this area were done with the help of Mito. After all, although there are many members of the clans, Fenjai is considering the elite route. The combat effectiveness after Hollow has a lot to do with his own quality. In any case, he needs to take the lead in creating a group of viable forces. But Fenjai-kun. Orochimaru's face was tangled. This technology is currently only available to you. If you let me get involved. In the last Hollow experiment of Heitake Sakumo, Orochimaru was involved, but he didn't understand it at that time. I don't know that the soul can still be transformed in this way. Now he is far away from knowing the procedure of the experiment. Fenjai still let him participate. This is great trust. Orochimaru was moved in his heart, but he felt that he had to remind Fenjai. He, after all, is an outsider. I don't want to say anything suspicious. Fenjai shook his head. Orochimaru's words were kind and the intention was obvious. He wanted Fenjai to hide his hand. Probably as a teacher, Orochimaru is telling Fenjai that he can't fully trust others. Fenjai naturally understands this truth. But what Orochimaru saw was just the tip of the iceberg. And the subject of Hollow below is Orochimaru himself. When the connection between the king and the soldiers is established, Orochimaru cannot betray even if he is betrayed. There is no need to worry about this. Just do it with confidence, you will always be my Orochimaru teacher. Patting the opponent on the shoulder, Fenjai gave him a profound look. He knew exactly what Orochimaru wanted. After letting him have a virtual physique in the future, he will pursue higher levels. He can never do without himself. Teacher forever? Orochimaru swallowed and made sense. Being Fenjai's teacher was quite stressful. It is estimated that many teachers feel a little uncomfortable just to be surpassed by the apprentice repeatedly. But other than that, as a teacher, he would take the initiative to whip his corpse. Ask again and again if you are worthy? How many to match yourself? But now, in Uncle Snake's heart, Fenjai is grateful for his trust. He really wants to participate in this kind of scientific research project. The feeling of exploring the unknown world and the unknown power made his life quite fulfilling every day. What can I say? Come on. Let Fenjai get away and do other things. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru began to familiarize himself with the transformation, for fear of any mistakes. The materials are all given by Fenjai, he only needs to follow the steps step by step. Don't worry, I will watch you next to you during the process. Encouraging Orochimaru, Fenjai sighed slightly. The construction speed of the Suya Palace is a bit slow. His original intention was to find Ashura's chakra first during the construction process. Yes, Mrs. Orochimaru. After stopping his actions, Fenjai seemed to think of something. What's wrong, Fenjai-kun? Uncle Snake turned his head suspiciously. Have you dug the grave of my grandfather, First Hokage Senju Hashirama? Fenjai blinked and asked innocently. Puff. One slumped in a chair, Orochimaru flushed. That, cough cough. Well, it's actually Konaha who did it. You should know it too. Master second generation also ordered a study. I really don't blame me. And studying the above things, how can you say digging the ancestral grave? That's scientific research. Yes, yes. Humiliating gentleness. Fenjai flipped through Byakugan. But Uncle Snake, is your expression serious? It's almost twitching. I'm not asking for a crime. I know, don't blame you, Danzo must have done it. He patted Uncle Snake on the shoulder, and Fenjai sighed. I need, you do it once, or the leftovers of the previous experimental materials, such as cells, prepare some for me. A little bit is enough. The ready-made Ashura is reincarnated. Almost forgot Senju Hashirama. Even if he is dead, he must still carry the breath of Ashura and Chakra. He didn't even think about experimenting with his grandfather's corpse. Fenjai wanted the entire Ashura's Chakra. Using Senju Hashirama's participating Ashura breath to find the real Ashura soul is the right approach. At that time, wood style, sage body, as well as the power of Yang that appeared in the later period of the Naruto ninja world, the full version of Ashura power will be his. Wood style. A weapon to build a house. Fenjai thought with emotion. If others knew what Fenjai wanted to do most after getting wood style, it turned out to be building a house. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of commotion, right? Is it just to point cells? Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. To be fair, he did participate in the digging of first generation's grave before. But that can't be helped, because the experiment requested above is not. Moreover, the plan was dead before it even started, and it was not completely implemented, and it was disrupted by the arrival of the Second Ninja World War. If Orochimaru expected it well, Danzo will restart the project after the war. Of course, it is done without hiding from others. But what does Fenjai want the cells of first generation to do? Orochimaru was puzzled. Even the information left by Senju Tobirama shows that First Hokage cell erosive power is too strong, and basically no one can withstand that power. He once thought of overcoming this problem, such as implanting a little strength from a little child, and then slowly increasing it. Whether this can really complete the reproduction of wood style. But now he doesn't have that thought. Boom. Roar. Just when Fenjai and Orochimaru were studying in the laboratory, a violent explosion and a terrifying roar suddenly came. It's Nine Tails. Konaha, together with the ninjas of the Senju clan, looked far away. This roar can't be wrong. After all, Konaha had experienced it once before. The huge body of Nine Tails is flying backwards. Nine Tails run away? Or is it another reason? Fenjai frowned. His connection with Nine Tails came from a systematic contract. Under the blessing of the contract, Nine Tails will not listen to anyone except his orders. Even the influence of Sharinan from the Uchiha clan on Nine Tails will be minimal under this effect. The contract is more than everything. It does not belong to the category of the ninja world, and is higher than all Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil skills, so it is impossible for others to make Nine Tails run away with an illusion. The probe nerves stretched in an instant, and when he opened his eyes, it suddenly became strange. Is it him? Teacher Orochimaru, you continue to study. I'll be back when I go. The figure flashed. Fenjai had disappeared in the laboratory, and at the same time his voice covered the entire Senju clan. Don't panic, each perform its duties. It's the voice of the patriarch. The tribesmen suddenly realized, and finally withdrew their sight. The patriarch has taken action, even if Nine Tails runs away. They didn't panic at all. Although the ninjas on Konoha's side were aroused by curiosity, they apparently did not dare to explore the Senju clan privately. That would trigger great malice from the Senju clan who were originally unhappy with Konoha. After all now, Senju is Senju, and Konoha is Konoha. Unfolding the black wings, Fenjai's speed soars. He arrived at the explosion site in just a few breaths. In the distance, Nine Tails fell on the ground with four claws facing the sky, seeming to be choked by anger. From the posture, it is below and Madara is above. The boss is here. As if being bullied, Kurama had tears of excitement on his face, and then quickly shrank in the dumbstruck of Madara Wood Styles' clone. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Kurama staggered to come to Fenjai and fell to the ground. Old. Big. Wiping the nose and tears from his face, Kurama's face was gone and pointed to Uchiha Madara. He hit me. You are a tail beast anyway. Fenjai flipped through Byakugan. This is not the real Madara. The wood-style clone is really good, but it's worse than the original one. I don't know how many times it is. Even if Madara is awesome, the clone can use Susanoo. So what? A clone is a clone. Madara in the distance was also dazed at this time. Although he was a clone, he still had ontological consciousness. To be fair, he just had a trick with Nine Tails. Even saying that the warm-up exercise hasn't finished yet, Nine Tails has given up pride and stopped playing? Is this still the Nine Tails who scolded me when I saw myself? Anyway, he was the summoning beast he used to be. It turned out to be looking for someone else to back it like a dog. This guy just didn't fight himself seriously. Frowning, Madara bit her finger and experimented on the spot. Unfortunately, when summoning technique was shot on the ground, nothing happened. Impossible. Why did the summoning contract of the tail beast expire? Madara didn't know. Is it because I didn't get the seal? This time, Madara's wood-style clone did not pretend. But after making an honest Jaiin, he shouted loudly. Summoning technique. Bang. Nine Tails was still there, even looking at Madara's clone with disdain. Summoning is invalid. Madara looked cold, and the lines in her eyes slowly changed. Although the eyes of others are used, it is only Mangekyo, and there are many clansmen who started Mangekyo among the subordinates who have followed him. Don't think that Uchiha has only seen a few Mangekyo, even the Mangekyo people who died in that battle because of Izunaki's existence in the early days of Konoha's establishment can't count them with one hand. For example, Uchiha's Hirei. The pupil technique is the biggest nemesis of the tail beast. Madara understands this. At the beginning, he forced Nine Tails to sign a contract with his pupil technique, and also used his power to cover Susanoo to confront Senju Hashirama's top Buddha. Even if it fails, it proves that pupil surgery is the father of Nine Tails. What a pity. When Mangekyo appeared, Nine Tails wagged its tail arrogantly, and took a bite with the spicy stick in disdain. You kid. What the hell did you do? At this moment, Madara was shocked when she saw everything out of her control. His plan is perfect, using Sharingan's pupil technique to control Nine Tails, and then controlling the opponent to attract fire power as the main force, and then sneak into the Senju clan to kill or grab Fengye and take it away. But the plan just failed at the first step. Even if he knows that his clone's strength is not crushing everything, he can use Nine Tails to make good use of it, and there is no difficulty in destroying Senju. One shot of Tailed Beast Bomb will kill a lot of people at least. As for the rumored restoration of the young Uzumaki Mito, Madara only needs to hide Nine Tails summoning somewhere else. But after this man appeared, everything changed. The plan also fell through. I don't want to talk to a mere clone. Fengye hugged Nine Tails, put him on his shoulders, and then stared at Madara's clone. As for if you don't understand, let the body think about it. Whoosh. The after image is skipped. Fengye has fallen behind the avatar of Uchiha Madara. And his Thor's sword penetrated into the opponent's chest without any hindrance. Madara, do you underestimate Senju? Underestimated me? You would style clone, it's too bad. This is not Fengye telling lies. Madara is naturally not weak. But that depends on what period. The current Madara, without Rinnegan, lives on the power of the Gedo statue, even if it borrows someone else's Sharingan to open Mangekyo. A man in the realm of Mangekyo, who knows how to use ninjutsu, is not enough in front of Fengye. Maybe it can be bullied by dealing with ordinary cage level. For Fengye, there is no chance. Is it an enhanced clone created using the vitality of Gedo statue? But you. Silently watching the clone turn into wood, Fengye was a little speechless. Go talk to him. Holding Nine Tails, Fengye's black wings spread out and flew into the air. Others don't know where Madara is hiding, but he knows it very well. It is speculated that Obito was rushed to Kakashi at the time. That place is not far from the country of soil, and there is only one place where it is easiest to hide. Mountain Cemetery. At this time. Below that deserted cemetery. Madara suddenly opened her eyes and looked away. What's wrong, Lord Madara? Black Zetsu squatted beside Madara and shuddered. Too alike. Her hand squeezed the armrest hard. Madara's eyes were filled with endless anger. He never forgot that face. The plan failed. The clone was killed and the news was also passed on at the same time. He admitted that he underestimated the man. But what is even more puzzled is why Nine Tails is not controlled by illusion and can ignore summoning technique. Why? What happened? That kid. Click. Boom. But when Madara was angry, the sound of the cave entrance suddenly came. The door connecting the passage was directly smashed, and two figures walked in leisurely. He unexpectedly found this place. Madara's eyes were cold. This kid really thought he could beat him by defeating his own wood-style clone. This is looking for death. 9 tails are also included. Finally, that face approached Madara. The boy frowned when he looked at the environment in the cave, then held his arms and met Madara's eyes. You. With confusion and doubts on his face, Fengye tilted his head. Just when Madara thought he was going to say something like who you are, Fengye spoke again. You are sick. Chapter 71. The Huge Cave. In the front is Uchiha Madara and the Gedo statue behind him. And standing next to him is Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. At this time the two were already stupid. Or rather confused. They calculated what the man would say after all the meetings. It's a pity that the other party never expected to spray directly. Are you sick? Looking at Madara's body, Black Zetsu was lost in thought. Madara's body does look like it is sick. But he didn't think that this sentence came from Senju Fengye's condolences. Madara. Your lord. He scolds you. After a long time, Black Zetsu seemed to want to remind his master, who was still in shock, and whispered in Madara's ear. But in exchange, Madara's murderous eyes. Jokes. I don't know, he is scolding me? But he was thinking about the reason. Is it because of the grudge between Senju and Uchiha? Not so much. Even if this kid recognizes himself, there is no need to stimulate him with such words, right? What is he thinking? Is it possible that he deliberately angered himself, or said he knew something? Glancing at the Gedo statue, Madara suddenly became cautious. He felt that he could not be fooled. Hey, it's the motor. There was a moment of silence, but Kurama on Fengye's shoulder was unhappy. He jumped down Fengye's shoulder and came to Madara's face, and sat on the ground with a puzzled look. My uncle's boss scolds you, give me a reaction. Good guys. Are you here to remind Lord Madara too? Black Zetsu smiled. When did the tail beast dare to talk to Madara like this? Sure enough. He is here to provoke me to anger. Madara sneered, this time he was absolutely sure. He cursed himself first, and then asked Nine Tails to provoke him. What is this kid doing? Knowing that if you use the power of the Gedo statue forcibly in anger, it will consume your own power, resulting in less time to survive? Why don't you know? Madara sneered. Uchiha Madara never feared threats throughout his life. The game has been set, even if there is a battle worthy of his action before death. What about death? He is Uchiha Madara. Not afraid of everything. To fight, I don't mind one more Senju's soul under my men. After all, I have killed too many Senju in this life. It doesn't make any sense to provoke me. Madara recovered her composure and looked at Fengye. At this moment, Fengye seemed to see the strong man who singled out tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces in the future. But you can be arrogant, but acting forcefully with me is completely unnecessary. Fengye shook his head disdainfully. It's true. After all, Senju killed a lot of Uchiha, especially my grandfather also killed your brother Uchiha Izuna. That kid died miserably, right? Did you get revenge before you died? Eyebrows jumped straight, Fengye attacked Madara's heart mercilessly. He even saw the anger on Madara's aged face and the violent veins. Sighed, Fengye was too lazy to talk nonsense. But think about it, your Uchihas will also kill my third and fourth grandfathers. What does the older generation's grievances have to do with me? My grandfather has reported the grievances of the 3 big masters and the 4 big masters, and I have never seen them. Walking up to Madara step by step, Fengye hugged Nine Tails and looked directly at him. Madara was puzzled. Fengye could see this. Probably feel dazed by what he said. After all, as the patriarch of the Senju clan, after seeing Madara, he said things like the grievances of the older generation. In the final analysis, it is the world's fault. After saying the words that surprised Madara again, Fengye calmly patted Madara on the shoulder. But if I scold you, there is naturally my reason. Come on, let's talk. This press. Madara frowned instantly. He felt an irresistible force from Fengye's hands. Is it the weird power of the Senju clan? There seemed to be only 2 choices before him. First, to forcibly absorb the power of the Gedo statue, and then fight to destroy the body by himself, and fight Senju Fengye. Second, sit down and have a good chat with him. This. While thinking about it, Madara had already sat down. Okay, then pick the second one. Madara narrowed her eyes to look at Fengye. Do you know why I scold you? Staring at Madara, Fengye is not afraid of Madara's use of illusions to disturb her mind. He can't do it. Not even Mangekyo. No matter how strong the pupil technique is, it is all run by chakra, and its effect on others is just to set the chakra root in a reverse direction. But inside him, it was not just chakra. Infinite Tsukuyomi almost wanted him to be an illusion. Madara squinted her eyes and didn't answer Fengye's question. Instead, she turned her head and glanced at Fengye's hand on his shoulder. The meaning is obvious. You are not qualified to sit on an equal footing with me, let alone put your hands on your shoulders. But Fengye didn't take his hand away. On the contrary, it increased the strength of his pressing on Madara. I don't know, then I will tell you that. The expression was cold, Fengye's gentle appearance disappeared instantly, and the other hand held Nine Tails by the ear and held it in the air. Why move, my pet? You don't know, is his last name Senju? Then I'll tell you again. Turning his head to give Nine Tails a look, knowing everyone, Kurama cleared his throat and patted his belly angrily. My uncle's name Senju Kurama. Can you touch the pet of the patriarch of the Senju clan? Huh. Good guys. It's so FG cool. Since being controlled by Uchiha Madara, Kurama has imagined countless times that one day, it will find Madara openly, and then let out a bad breath. Now that swollen mood is finally satisfied. Senju Fengye is indeed a person recognized by my uncle, he even knows the little juju in my uncle's heart. A beast. A Senju kid. Is it overpowering the old man now? How dare you yell at me, Uchiha Madara? An angry Madara was holding the chair trembling wildly, and the pipe connecting the Gedo statue behind him began to wriggle wildly. He is going crazy. This feeling of being bullied by a junior of the Senju clan is really unbearable for him. But now think of it, to absorb the vitality of Gedo statue? Why didn't I absorb it when I was not close? Fengye smiled and cut the pipe behind Madara cleanly with a knife in his hand. And this scene completely made Black Zetsu in the distance nervous. There is no Rinnegan in Madara now. The Gedo statue was sleeping, but he would never listen to him. So, can you just listen to me quietly? With the pipe in hand, Fengye calmly opened and closed the two pipes, making Madara's breath larger and smaller. Fengye's anger on his face were quite happy. He is playing Uchiha Madara. Fools can see it. On the contrary, Black Zetsu saw that something was wrong and approached Fengye vigilantly. Makes sense. Madara must not die now. Mr. Ju, if you go one step further, I'll take the tail beasts from the 5 ninja villages, except for the one in my house and my pet. Kill all. And after they are resurrected, I will kill more than 10 or 20 times. I think about how long it took for the tail beast to be resurrected. Tisk, maybe Nagato will be dead by then. Who do you want to inherit Madara's eyes? For an instant, Black Zetsu backed away as frightened as a dog. Madara's sharp eyes officially locked Fengye. Obviously. What does this kid know? Nagato's eyes, the tail beasts of the 5 ninja village. Now? Can you have a good chat? Reconnecting Madara's pipeline, Fengye returned to him. Makes sense. An elderly Madara, no matter what power he bursts out, Fengye is fearless. His eyes belonged to others, not even as powerful as the special sacrifices of impure world reincarnation. Fengye promised that even if it is a mature Susanoo, Madara is a miracle, let alone a complete body. It is not difficult for Fengye to kill Madara. But after killing Madara? Fengye shook his head. Without Madara, who will launch Infinite Tsukuyomi in the future? Without Infinite Tsukuyomi, a Tsutsuki Kagaya cannot appear. Of course, Fengye is not greedy for Kagayaji's body. He wants to do something when his strength reaches in the future and he can penetrate the moon and go directly in to do it. But if you don't follow the script, the time when the Atsutsuki clan came to Earth will become uncertain. Without finding those 3 people, Fengye couldn't follow the path to find the real Atsutsuki family, nor could he predict when other people on the planet Atsutsuki would come over. Madara is really dead, so the greatest advantage of Fengye's original master's plot will disappear later. This is the reason why Fengye didn't do it. Madara's role is bigger than imagined. Moreover, a poor child who is lost in the pursuit of peace in the future, although a bit naive, does not need to actually do it. On the contrary. Unlike his grandfather Senju Tobirama, who did not trust Madara at all, Fengye admired Madara's character very much. At the very least, they didn't say that they understood each other like the grandfather did, and then punched out. The piece was only halfway through and then stopped. He has been looking for ways to make the world truly peaceful. Find flowers. From this point, Madara is worthy of respect. But this does not mean that Fengye will get used to him. This is the first time. There was a second time. No matter what else, Fengye would clear the threat without hesitation and launch Infinite Tsukuyomi as a villain. That's okay, the Senju in the future will definitely be more reliable than the Xia organization. So Fengye came. He wants to warn the other party. Don't hit Ninetales' idea, and don't hit Senju's idea. Otherwise, you will really die. And slowly getting up, Fengye looked at her pet with a weird smile. Didn't you just be bullied? Go, slap him twice. Good guys. What is this kid talking about? Wait. What are you doing, Ninetales? Black Zetsu's flaws were cracking, and he watched as Ninetales turned his fists and threw it over. Although it is a reduced version, looking at the fat and outrageous body of Ninetales, it is obvious that this slap was done with the strength of feeding. Dare you? Madara's angry eyes have turned into Mangekyo, and she kept moving her pupils to control Ninetales, but with the existence of the contract, Madara did not feel the slightest connection between herself and Ninetales. No way. Under the endless anger, the azure blue Susanoo stretched out from his body, seeming to want to stop the beast from attacking him. With this body, opening Susanoo's arms is already laborious enough. Susanoo? Fengye calmly shook his figure, and the state of returning to the blade was turned on instantly. The huge wings directly engulfed Susanoo's arm, and with the green sound of GABA, the azure blue body shattered directly. If it's a perfect body, I would like to see it, but this semi-mature body Susanoo. You are too embarrassed to use it. Just bully you old. Fengye arrogantly controlled Madara and watched as Kurama slapped Madara's face with his slap. Pop. It doesn't seem to be satisfying. Turning the other paw and slapped it. Pop. With two combos, Kurama seemed addicted, spitting on his paws and planning to make another combination punch. Unfortunately, Fengye stopped its behavior with his eyes. Can play. But you can't overdo it. Although Fengye is not afraid, the Senju family needs closed management. He doesn't care too much about Madara's problems. The strength of the family and his strength are the most important. If the force is too strong, Madara will find a way to get her eyes back, and let Black Zetsu control someone to directly release the revolving heaven technique. At that time, a recovering young Madara started the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan ahead of time, which was very troublesome. I also find myself uncomfortable. So Fengye had already planned and sent someone to monitor Nagato. If Madara has any action to kill the opponent first, to avoid trouble. He is not afraid, but Senju's next plan has already begun. I am a reasonable person, Mr. Madara. Stopped Ninetales and met Madara again, Fengye looked sincere. You do your Infinite Tsukuyomi, I will be my infrastructure madman. We are not related to each other, don't mess with me, and I won't bother you. Maybe I will be in a good mood in the future and I will borrow Ninetales from you, but you have to pay me back when you run out. Forget it this time. You move my pet, and I let it slap you twice. This is what you deserve. Don't feel wronged. That's it. Standing up, Fengye hugged Ninetales and walked out of the cave. But just after 2 steps, the boy suddenly turned his head and smiled at Madara. Anyone who has the courage to pursue peace will be appreciated. But be careful, don't get sucked up. The sound of footsteps drifted away. Black Zetsu looked at Madara in a cold sweat. That kid from the Senju clan. He heard the last words he said clearly. Sure enough. He knows everything. Including the true face of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara. Lord Madara. Looking at Madara short of breath, Black Zetsu thought he should say something. But when he saw Madara's distorted face and the blood vomiting to his mouth because of anger, he shut up quickly. Ah. The empty cave, accompanied by Madara's angry roar, the surrounding rocks quickly rolled down. Angrily. His roar directly shook his hometown. Tisk, it's terrible. Shaking his head, Fengye outside the cave sighed with emotion. And then it won't fly to the sky. Go home infrastructure. What are you talking about? Chapter 72. Mountain Cemetery. When the roar passed far, the collapsed cave finally returned to calm. The difference is that this area has collapsed a lot, and the poor mice living underground rushed around and finally chose to change to a safe place. Probably, Black Zetsu also thinks this way. Wow. The stone was lifted, and Black Zetsu looked down and shouted nervously. Master Madara. Master Madara, are you okay? Madara is naturally fine. He is Uchiha Madara, and he has seen more winds and waves throughout his life. It was just a small collapse. When Black Zetsu ordered White Zetsu to dig through the obstacles below, he finally saw him. Madara was not injured. Even if Susanoo only reveals his mature body, that kind of defensive power is beyond the reach. But from his red eyes and trembling body, it is not difficult to tell that he has reached the brink of running away. Black Zetsu. The atmosphere is a little weird. Madara suddenly looked at her will. Could it be that he found something? Atsutsuki Black Zetsu was nervous. To be honest, Fengye left the heart-wrenching he said before, that must be what he wants to do in the future. He didn't know why Fengye knew so many things. But if Madara is really suspicious, his plan will be ruined. Master Madara. Cautiously approaching Madara's side, Black Zetsu pricked his ears. His brain is thinking fast. He is thinking, if Senju Fengye makes Madara vigilant, how should he explain it? You know, after today, when I die. When I saw Senju Tobirama in the Pure Land, what would he say? Staring into Black Zetsu's eyes, Madara's teeth creaked. Black Zetsu was confused. How the FK do I know? He will say that I was beaten by his grandson. Also slapped by his grandson's dog. This. Black Zetsu opened his mouth. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort the current Madara. Go. Let Nagato give birth to Revolving Heaven, right away. Right away. Madara shouted angrily. He couldn't bear this kind of humiliation and torture anymore. It was the first time in his life that he was ridiculed by a junior on top of his head. Even if the Uchiha clan lost to Senju during the Sengoku period, they have never received such treatment. Why? Senju, grandson of Senju Tobirama. Master Madara, aren't you embarrassing Nagato? The Revolving Heaven health technique is so simple that it can be released. The current Nagato probably doesn't even know how to use Rinnegan. At best, it is true to summon the Gedo statue in extreme anger. But at his age, can he really release Revolving Heaven? Naturally it can't. Otherwise, he and Madara would not have to work so hard to select a qualified one that can be fitted with Rinnegan's substitute. That thing, not everyone can inherit. Rinnegan represents the pinnacle of known pupil surgery, as if people are only transplanted, they will be affected by that power. Also, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu seemed helpless. The situation in the country of rain is not so easy. White Zetsu came with information. Now you have to be cautious if you want to get close to Nagato. Konoha named Jiraiya has recently started contacting Nagato. Jiraiya? Madara sneered. Who is that? It doesn't matter who he is, the important thing is that he and Orochimaru are very familiar with each other and are considered the same. And Orochimaru is the teacher of the kid just now, so he can move his whole body. Black Zetsu felt bitter. He never expected that a kid would know all their plans. This is not the point. The key is that this kid belongs to the Senju clan, and came to stimulate Madara. If Madara cannot be stabilized now, all plans will fall apart. Madara-sama, the top priority now is to shift the position and find a way to figure out what happened to the Senju clan. Why is our plan exposed? If Senju Fengye knows the plan, does it mean that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama knew about it? Think of the worst, is Senju Fengye the backhand that Senju Hashirama left behind to hinder your world peace? Backhand. Madara was stunned suddenly. Hashirama and that head? It's hard to say, after all, soldiers are not tired of fraud. Frowning, Madara's sulky breath could not be evacuated. But what Black Zetsu said is not without reason. The plan was leaked, which is about world peace. Madara is not a person who is easily dazzled by anger. You must know that at the beginning of Konoha's establishment, he believes in Hashirama and that the establishment of the village will bring peace, so for the sake of world peace, even if Senju Tobirama's enemy who killed his brother is in front of him, he can choose to endure. Yes. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the most critical. After the resurrection, collect the tail beasts and absorb 10 tails. At that time, no one can stop him. But why does that kid know his plan? Madara was puzzled. I do my infinite Tsukuyomi, he is his infrastructure madman? It's a shame that the kid can say this kind of thing comfortably. Now that you know infinite Tsukuyomi, you must also know the role of infinite Tsukuyomi. But he actually let himself be left alone? What is that kid thinking? He is the head of the Senju clan. If Infinite Tsukuyomi comes, what will his clan do? Madara is lost in thought, which is not his thinking for Senju. It's just Fengye's behavior that makes him completely ignorant. Moreover, what does infrastructure madness mean? Go, investigate what Senju has gone through over the years. I want all the detailed information to analyze the problem from the source. Taking a deep breath, Madara glanced at the messy base and shook her head. Anger will not solve the problem. Nagato can't move for now. He can only choose patience, but this patience has time. He is willing to do so for Infinite Tsukuyomi. He admits that his own pattern has long surpassed everyone. But while Fengye's appearance made him vigilant, there were also some ways of thinking that admired that man. People who seek peace. Are you one of them? To be honest, this uncle is not an unreasonable person. Right, boss. On the way back, in the air, the black wings schemed across the sky, and Kurama and Fengye's arms took a dull sip of coke, drunk and dim-eyed. To be fair, Fengye didn't know that coke can be drunk if he drinks too much. Probably it was installed. But looking at Kurama's pretending expression, Fengye has a headache. Its own advantage is that it hasn't learned it, and its ability to pretend to be stinky has been completely learned by it. As the boss said, well, why does he have to mess with this uncle? Even Uchiha Madara has to slap him down. No, he bowed his head to admit his mistake. After a hiccup, Kurama seemed a little inflated. Being a dog also has the benefits of being a dog. It can be regarded as a real experience. Unexpectedly, Madara was still alive, and it was shocked. And the appearance of Madara also made Kurama understand one thing. That's me 10 years later, if I meet Madara. What will happen? Trapped by illusion, do you go back to the old days? Never. After taking another sip, Kurama suddenly pressed against Fengye's face. Boss, renew the contract. It is longing for freedom, but it is found. Staying with Fengye is more pleasant and comfortable than imagined. The ninjas of the Senju clan call it Nine Tails Lord. Following the boss, it seems that the whole ninja world is very relaxed, and Fengye's future is boundless. As long as they follow, it is estimated that those people will give themselves a bit of face. It longed for that kind of life. It is also inseparable from the temptation of spicy bars and cola. Just after breaking away from the seal of Uzumaki Mito, you can tell by looking at the posture of a circle of fat. It has a pretty good life. Nine Tails is not just a collection of chakra. It also has flesh and blood and emotions. For example, the old golden horn and silver horn were eaten a lot in its stomach. Renew? Fengye glanced at this guy strangely. When it signed a 10-year contract before, it was still upset. I didn't expect it to change so quickly. But this change is not unabrupt. At least from Nine Tails' point of view, Fengye took the risk to face Uchiha Madara to give it a head start. That was the treatment it had never had before for being alone. It's as long as you want. After smiling, Fengye hugged Nine Tails tightly and the speed increased again. Madara's matter is temporarily over. Nagato will find someone to watch. Jiraiya is the best candidate. In the original book, the guy had been a teacher for the three of Nagato for 3 years before leaving. In 3 years, enough Fengye's forces developed to be fearless. He himself will also be greatly improved. Fengye-kun. Senju family land. The tribes are still building their homes. The concept and design of the Sui Palace is completely different from this world, and they need a lot of time to explore. But the tribe's growth plan is also in full swing. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, Orochimaru found Fengye, and from the jar he was holding, Fengye already felt a special force. Gentleness brings great vitality. You can't go wrong. This is Senju Hashirama's cell. Orochimaru's speed is very fast, but in broad daylight he went directly to the comforting garden and through the grave of first generation. Is this all right? Fengye's mouth twitched. It was not taken from the corpse. Uncle Snake explained embarrassingly, I'm familiar with Konoha's root laboratory. According to Danzo's personality, I will hide some of the previous experiments. So I looked for it at the root base, and I found it. Roots. Danzo. Fengye suddenly. It's normal to do this kind of thing with Danzo's character. But what about Hashirama's cells? He took the vessel in his hand and started searching carefully with his own Ryutsu. He wants to remember Ashira's breath, and then catch him at the overlap between the huge ninja world and Pure Land, find him, and then devour him. Ryotsu was released from the soul. Fengye seems to have entered a mysterious and magical state. He seemed to feel everything, the fluctuation of all souls more. The hard work of the Senju clan is the worry of the villagers in Konaha village next door. All emotions come together. And at this moment, the Thunder God sword, which seemed to have been silent for a long time, spontaneously flew in front of Fengye, sending out a burst of Wang Ming. Harsh, noisy. This is, what sound? Fengye didn't open his eyes, he seemed to hear someone calling him. The voice sounded very familiar, as if it were a part of myself. What Fengye didn't know at this time was. When he closed his eyes, Orochimaru was shocked. In front of him, Fengye exudes a strange energy full of dead silence and nothingness, and that energy slowly converges into black, entwining Fengye. What happened? Orochimaru took a few steps back and looked surprised and solemn. He understands that Fengye seems to be going through a certain critical moment, but unfortunately he can't help it all. Master Fengye. At the same time, Haitake Shimo, who was screening the Grandmaster Kendo in the Senju clan, suddenly raised his head. Others may not understand what it means, but he feels it clearly. The black Ryotsu rising up into the sky already made his body tremble. The essential difference between the king and the soldier made him kneel on the ground inadvertently, waiting with enthusiasm and expectation in his eyes. Finally, in the laboratory, Fengye, with his eyes still closed, stretched out his hand slowly. Without looking for the position of the hilt, with a simple grab, the end of the Thor's sword was already in his hands. In an instant, the style of the world completely changed. The original gentleness disappeared, and the blackness of the torrential rain enveloped directly above the Senju clan's clan land. The black thunder was condensed in the air, and a weird light soon fell below and merged with the Thor's sword. Fame carries joy. The Thor's sword itself has also undergone tremendous changes. The original golden thunder and lightning turned black and purple, and at the same time more violent than before. There was a chain around Fengye's arm that stretched out from that end. It seems that it never wants to leave again. Has been integrated with Fengye. The change has just begun. From the end of Thor's sword, Fengye's clothing began to slowly change. The beige robes of the Senju clan had turned black, while Fengye's silver hair grew rapidly. The black wing behind suddenly appeared. The violent Ryotsu broke through the clouds again, directly destroying and invisible the weird thunder cloud in the sky. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and Fengye's through-hole seemed to emit a sharp electric light. Orochimaru was in front, and he only heard a few words in the man's mouth. Just a few minutes away, people are all enemies. I am their worst enemy. This is your way. No, it's my way. Muttered, Fengye seemed to understand. We are invincible ahead of us. Wake up. The sword of the end. Boom. Destroying everything, Ryotsu directly broke through everything in the underground laboratory. At this moment, whether it was Haitake Sakumo or others, they felt the aura of destruction. But only Haitake Shimo knows. The king's sword has completely awakened. That is the huge impact brought by Zanpakuto in the legend to liberate oneself. Ryotsu broke out. The legendary Shikai? Haitake swallowed and stroked his white fang. He felt the throb of white fang. It seems that the road is not far from him. Finally. It's all over. Orochimaru gave a wry smile and glanced at the laboratory that he would completely destroy. He decided that next time he showed Fengye something, he must choose a safe place. Don't worry. His appearance has not changed, but his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. Fengye held the vessel containing the first-generation cells in one hand, and smiled slightly while holding the completely transformed Thor sword in the other hand. Wait for me to squeeze Ashura's soul, let you feel the horrible speed of wood-style building a house. Chapter 73. In theory, Shikai needs a pure soul body. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, the protagonist of the Shinigami world, can't do Shikai under normal circumstances. He needs to use the righteous soul to complete the transformation of the soul state and take out his own Zanpakuto. But Fengye is different. He already has the imaginary gene in his body, and his soul has accepted the inheritance of Ulquiorra. It is unique, beyond the inheritance of the upper limit of the template power. After systematic transformation and fusion, his body is extremely special and does not belong to the Shinigami category, but he can still use the abilities of the Shinigami world, and he can also use ninjutsu. This is the benefit of the coexistence of chakra and ryotsu. It has nothing to do with the number of skills and the lack of pressure, the two energies are a mixture of different world systems. In the future, Fengye will completely control the power of Ulquiorra, and will try to add another energy in the Naruto world. That is natural energy. Unlike the Shinigami world, which is composed of spiritual children, the power of that world is pure. But the ninja world has other powers besides chakra. Natural energy is called Zyenshu, but in Fengye's view, it can no longer be called chakra, but the original power of this world. What the Otsutsuki clan wants to do is to convert the original energy of the world into the nutrients of the sacred tree to nourish the sacred tree, and to produce fruit for them to use. And when the sacred tree completely absorbs all the power of this world, the earth will also be destroyed. This is what Fengye didn't want to see. Ninja world is not beautiful, but it is also the foundation of his life. Transform Senju and strengthen Senju. Not to be a hero for the so-called guardian of the homeland. Purely looking at the Otsutsuki family, the mentality of treating the earth as a nursery is extremely uncomfortable. After flying the knife in the air and awakening his Zanpakuto, Fengye found that the world in his eyes had changed. Various energies can be felt easily, and the range of perception has been strengthened again. Fengye is more familiar with and more sensitive to all kinds of erratic soul bodies. In this case, it is not difficult to capture the existence of Ashura. But again, after Zanpakuto awakens, he has a clearer view of his future path. The Black Wing Demon represents nothingness, and his Zanpakuto represents destruction. The two forces are not in conflict 16, but only when they are combined can they move towards a new area. He has consulted the system just now. The explanation given by the system is that it takes a process for pure template power to merge with its own power. And when Fengye can skillfully use Zanpakuto that Shikai has already used, that is, the Sword of the End, he can try to increase himself again in the state of returning to the blade. The back edge is already a imaginary Shikai. As for the second stage, it is the second increase of the Black Wing Demon, and according to Shinigami's plan, it is the Bankai level. In order to reach the second guild edge, Fengye needs to increase the strength of his own Zanpakuto on the first guild edge. When the two merge into one, then the second guild edge will be a matter of course. Simply put, what Fengye needs to do below is to completely absorb the power of the template as his own power. Here is what Fengye said, the reason why he inherited the Great Black Wing Demon, but he was stronger than the Great Black Wing Demon. It's not just mere template power. Taking a deep breath, Fengye has already felt the agitation of the energy in Senju Hashirama's cells. As he guessed. After the death of the previous generation of Ashura, the soul of Senju Hashirama has gone to the Pure Land. But the real Ashura's soul is still wandering in the world. The Pure Land is not the Yellow Spring of the East, and there is no reincarnation in this world. Only Ashura and Indra can be reincarnated in the entire ninja world. This is Fengye's guess. But it's definitely not a wild guess. The iron proof is that huge bug in impure world reincarnation. In the Fourth Ninja World War, people who were decades ago can be resurrected, and after the use, the souls of the people will return to the Pure Land instead of reincarnation. Moreover, according to the descriptions of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Fengye's grandfather Senju Tobirama also used impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru is not the first time people use it. No matter what, Fengye has already determined that Ashura's soul is still wandering. This is very important. Judging from the posture of the shadows flying into the sky after liberation from the impure world reincarnation in the Fourth Ninja World War, there must be a connection point between the Pure Land and the ninja world. And Ashura, with the obsession of being reincarnated and confronting Indra, will definitely not enter the Pure Land. So, find the connection point between the Pure Land and the ninja world. As long as you reach the vicinity and follow the only energy in the Senju Hashirama cell, you can find the lurking Ashura. Fengye was sure that he was right. In his hand, Senju Hashirama's energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and those fluctuations were not felt by others. Only Fengye, who is extremely keen on the soul, is aware of it. Finally, his figure skipped one country after another, and after finally stopping, Fengye could see the scene in front of him clearly. Here is the sea area connected by Wacheo village. Looking at the vortex country that had been completely destroyed, Fengye frowned. The master of the Uzumaki clan uses all the sealing methods in this world. It can be said that sealing technique is the basis of their meals. One of the seals related to the soul is the Seal of Ghouls. Step into the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan. This place has declined, but the countless Shinigami masks hanging on the wall made Fengye suddenly realize. Fengye doesn't know the Shinigami structure of this world. But it seems that every mask carries a different Shinigami phantom. Orochimaru used to take advantage of the loopholes, put on a mask and gave himself a knife, and then he was able to cut Shinigami's stomach and then reincarnate to escape. Playing Shinigami, Orochimaru is professional. Feeling the direction of Senju Hashirama's cells in his hand, Fengye aimed at one of the Shinigami masks. Only one of the masks gave a response. So Ashura's soul is undoubtedly hidden here. Grasping the Shinigami mask with one hand, Fengye did not hesitate to force with one hand. Gaba. The crack appeared, but there seemed to be some kind of seal and prohibition, and the crack recovered in a short moment. Fengye sneered. It's really good. Just when the mask shattered, he felt an extremely vigilant soul fluctuation. And there is a huge chakra hidden inside that soul. Yang attribute. A unique chakra belonging to Ashura. I am afraid that this mask will be a headache for someone else, but Fengye is not afraid. Behind him, the wings of the great black winged demon showed his true body, and at the same time, the hands holding the mask turned into pitch black claws. This is not over yet. After the Angelica blade was over, Fengye groaned directly. Destroy everything. The sword of the end. With a sound, the chain directly wrapped around Fengye's arm, and the sword of the end with the black thunder represented destruction. Isn't strength enough? The mask rattled, but it still didn't break. Ashura's soul kept in it resisted desperately. He knows. If the mask is shattered, his soul will definitely not be able to escape this catastrophe. The same as Fengye guessed. Each time Ashura and Indra, these two fateful opponents are reincarnated, they will affect the character of host. To a large extent, Naruto is so. Although it is a bit too much to say that he is a second force, the mother of too much can even forgive the enemy who killed his father and mother and killed the master. This is by no means normal thinking. Naruto said that he is not Ashura, he is just Naruto. But Fengye didn't believe this at all. Before Naruto and Sasuke, Sage of Six Paths gave Ashura more power than Indra because he wanted to protect Ninzang. So he can affect host's mood even more outrageous, and Indra is at least just a normal person who likes to pretend to be forced. The entire ninja world has also become misty due to the fight between Ashura and Indra. Even Fengye always felt that Sage of Six Paths was to maintain the balance of the ninja world, allowing the two sons to continue fighting. But even Sage of Six Paths. What kind of god is he? How could God die of old age? With a sneer, Fengye couldn't give up Ashura's chakra, he needed that power to supplement his consumption. Sage body, wood style. And to continue this power thoroughly in the Senju family and pass it on. Do you know why Senju no longer has wood style after Senju Hashirama? It is because Ashura has left after the death of host. It's time to leave this power in Senju. You can't run. In the future, there will be no Ashura and ninja, only Senju. The golden light on her body shone instantly. If you don't have enough backing edge, then add Shikai of your own battle sword. The first combination of the two is not satisfactory, so add the power of Nine Tails. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. When the Six Paths pattern extends on Fengye. Fengye's power at this moment seems to have broken through the shackles of this world. Touch. The rift did not disappear this time, and a panic inside the rift was spreading. Fengye showed no mercy. For Sage of Six Paths, he who doesn't have the slightest affection doesn't mind directly erasing Ashura's soul. Hundreds of good filial piety first. Sage of Six Paths didn't understand the kind of family love of being a parent, and sealed his mother in the so-called righteousness. He was loved by people. But can he feel at ease with this? Bang. There was a green sound. The Shinigami mask crushed by Fengye's triple power was finally overwhelmed and completely shattered. And a golden light inside took advantage of the gap and quickly fled to the sky. Playing Fengye did not give him any chance. One of the powers of the Black Wing Great Demon is the blockade. Fengye's own Zanpakuto Shikai ability is annihilated. When this is mixed together, the weird realm is born. It was still dark raindrops. But the raindrops are full of lethality. At this moment the space, I will control it. Make a fist with one hand. Fengye snorted. A scream came suddenly. Under the soul posture, Ashura's soul instantly exploded without any chance of resistance in front of the real Shinigami. At the same time, Fengye felt a great anger extending from unknown places. He heard a hysterical roar. Beast. That person. Use these two words to evaluate the man who pinched his son to death. But Fengye didn't pay any attention to him, but quietly absorbed Ashura's chakra and stored it cleanly, intending to return to the Senju clan to slowly absorb it. A beast. After the collection was completed, Fengye was relieved with a disdainful smile. This is also worthy of you? An unfilial son. Unfilial son. A Tsutsuki Hage Oromo. This is his image in Fengye's mind. No matter how admirable the so-called righteousness is, those who deal with their own mothers are never worthy of forgiveness and sympathy. Before you start, have you ever wondered where your life comes from? One day, I will pinch you to death like this. Sage of Six Paths. Shaking his sore neck, Fengye said lazily. He is not afraid of Sage of Six Paths. At least not afraid now. If Six Paths could influence the ninja world so easily, it would not come out at the end of the Fourth Ninja World War. What's more, I still used Madara's body when I came out. He has many restrictions. At the very least, a Tsutsuki Hage Oromo is wrong to think that he can control ninja. Even if it is something Kaguya can't do, the products made by Kaguya Chakra can't break through the original shackles of the world. Boss. Old Six Paths messed with you. It was Ninetales. After contacting Ninetales Chakra mode, he turned into a child and fell in Fengye's arms. After hearing his words, he was a little confused. Old man of Six Paths. The man who made the nine-tailed beasts. In other words, he separated the nine tails from 10 tails. To some extent, the relationship with the tail beasts is pretty good. He called me a beast. Fengye raised his eyebrows and looked at Ninetales calmly. How? Want to rebel? No, that's really his fault. Kurama shook his head quickly. The old man was really good to them. But after leaving the old man of Six Paths, the torture it suffered was also caused by his descendants. Tit for tit, it has no special thoughts. Go home and build a house. Glancing at the Shinigami mask on the wall, Fengye unceremoniously put these gadgets into his system backpack. Each of these masks possesses a trace of Shinigami's energy in this world. Fengye wants to study the principle of research and see if Shinigami in this world can fight. In other words, he is a pure energy body. With black wings spreading out, Fengye's figure disappeared in the Vortex Kingdom. But the uneven sea shows one thing. What he did angered a fairy hidden in the Pure Land. Starting today, there is no Ashura in the ninja world. Ashura's power remained, but her soul had completely dissipated. Fengye should have become the enemy of the immortal. But he didn't care. When he returned to the Senju clan, he called all the clansmen together. Today, he is going to announce one thing. Let Senju, the thing that shocks the ninja world. Want wood style? After getting Ashura's chakra for that thing, Fengye found that it was not that difficult to master. Add the yang attribute to the water and soil chakra, so that the things created will be mixed with the special chakra with life. Staying away is simple. Not even as complicated as Onaki's dust escape. The key point is the awakening of Ashura chakra. Fly into the air. Fengye put his hands together and looked down at the people below in the shocking eyes of all the people. Clan people. The real Senju Mori is back. Wood style. Birthday in the Tree World. Chapter 74. Wood style. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, let the Senju clan completely sit on top of the strongest clan and rely on the blood to continue the boundary. When people hear this name, the instinctive blood in the body is stimulated. Wood style is the representative of Senju. Although the Senju clan who lost wood style are still strong, they lack the soul of each clan. That is the limit of blood succession. The fundamental difference between clan and clan is their inheritance. Similar to Uchiha, their Sharingan is famous all over the world and belongs only to Uchiha. The representative of Senju must be wood style. But that kind of inheritance was completely cut off after first generation. This is the root of the decline of the Senju family. Peak combat power is insufficient, and no one can provoke the leader. At best, the people of the tribe are that chakra is different from ordinary people, and the resilience is relatively strong. Even compared to the distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, they are all inferior. After all, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is the nemesis of the tail beast. What do they have? But it's different now. Along with the shaking of the ground, trees with vitality emerged from the soil. It was like the beginning and extension of a dense jungle with life. Under Fenji's control, a piece of trees began to grow around the Senju family land. In the future, this will be a natural barrier for the Senju clan. The trees made by wood style are not simple. If it's just ordinary wood, it will be burned in a fire. But if wood style is strong, it is so strong that he can absorb chakra. As long as wood style is entangled in it, it will be a nightmare. And on this basis, Senju Hashirama has developed a wider and more lethal flower and tree world birth than the tree world. Not only can trap the opponent, it can even sprinkle poisonous pollen. Inhalation of pollen into the human body will make people paralyzed and immobile. Relying on this trick, he can easily create a map cannon to launch a large-scale attack. After understanding the principles of wood style, Fenji only wanted to say that the failure of the Uchiha clan during the Sengoku period was not wronged. Now his move does not have the essence of master to wood style. Just simply turn chakra into nutrients, and then nourish the growth of the trees, to show the fact that you already have wood style. This is very important. Fenji was in the air, and he could easily see that the eyes of the people below who looked at him changed. He said, he wants to surpass Senju Hashirama. Even for the development of wood style, he has to surpass First Hokage. Wood style is just the beginning. He wants to change the thinking of his people, and let the influence left by Hashirama slowly disappear under his influence. There is only one person who can truly represent the Senju family. That's him, Senju Fengye. Although it is not possible to use wooden golem, the more complicated ninjutsu of wooden dragon, Fenji's initial idea is to make some transformations on the basis of wooden golem. For example, flick the wooden dragon to a nunchaku. Another example is the entire Dai Tianlong. Anyway, Hashirama's ninjutsu, he will study it over and over, and then break the tradition one by one. After all, wooden golem is so ugly. The shock continues. Many of the tribe below left tears of excitement. The symbol of the Senju clan is back. This proves that one day in the future, the Senju clan will awaken a wood style like Fenji. Even that kind of weird light. The heritage of Senju hasn't been cut off. Uzumaki Mito sighed and looked at Fenji with softness and encouragement. Even in Fenji, he saw the combination of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Without Hashirama's shortcomings of being too benevolent, he also inherited Tobirama's decisiveness. Senju's prosperity is destined. This is exactly what Fenji wants to see. Ashura has disappeared, but his power has been integrated into Fenji's blood. And the next generation, Fenji's next generation, will inherit this power. Although it is diluted, it is not important. This means that the inheritance of the Senju clan will continue. If time is enough, wood style will even become the normal blood boundary of the Senju clan. So, for this goal, Fenji's wife will inevitably suffer. Well, the joyful suffering. After all, people are beautiful. In addition to Ashura, Fenji suddenly wanted to make a hypothesis. If Madara is absorbing the power of Indra after Madara's death, will Rinnegan be turned on? I don't know, but I need to try it. Far away. When Konoha's villagers heard the movement, they walked out of the village with strange eyes. And when they saw wood style descending around the Senju clan, they opened their mouths instantly. This is wood style. First Hokage Psychonic Ninjutsu. This power. Now the Senju clan is reproduced. What does this mean? If he can, Senju Fengye can use this power to recruit troops and even build a Konoha. This is the power of wood style in the eyes of these people. Without wood style's apology, Senju has no soul. But now that the soul is classified, the terrible impact it brings has just begun. The invincible clan during the Sengoku period would make everyone look at him. The effect is achieved. Looking down below is the huge forest surrounding the Senju clan. Fenji smiled. On the periphery are the trees he made with chakra, which is a natural barrier, and because his chakra is special, these trees can be used as his own eyes. Even if he doesn't turn on the exploration nerve, he can keenly spot Xiaoxiazai near the Senju clan. For example, Uchiha Madara, who bullied Nine Tails before, if he comes over, Fenji will be the first to perceive and rush to the scene. This is a necessary process. Next, the transformation of the Senju family will take a long time. During this period, Senju's strength will be very weak, and security measures must be available. Fenji is not afraid of threats, but it is always troublesome for the opponent to play yin. With this barrier, plus the barrier created by Uzumaki Mito himself, the embryonic form of the Tsuya Palace was also set up. Only when you settle down can you stand your fate. The supplies of Cloud Shinobi Village have been delivered. Third Raikage can see people thoroughly. He understands that if you don't want Cloud Shinobi Village to be destroyed easily, you must not provoke the Senju clan. Although his act of sending supplies to Fengye was opposed, he knew that it must be right to do so. Senju has left Konoha. He did not bow to Konoha, he just compensated Senju for what he deserved. He even faintly felt that it was only a matter of time before Fengye surpassed First Hokage. But other people, including Oyeki, who was stabbed by White Fang last time, did not have this way of thinking about people. After all, when Senju was encircled and suppressed last time, they were not the ones who fought against Fengye. They couldn't intuitively appreciate the power of Fengye. In their eyes, Fengye just drew a tie with Third Raikage. But I don't understand why Raikage actually took off his arm willingly as sincerity. As for the materials promised to be compensated last time, it was just an excuse to get out. Fengye naturally knew this. But he did not make any announcements, or even sent an ultimatum to Sand Shinobi Village in Iwagakure after Cloud Shinobi Village sent the material. Because in Fengye's view, there is no need at all. The other party missed the appointment. This is giving him a reason to shoot. Really, when the Senju clan escaped from Konoha, they dare not persecute the large-scale ninja village. They are wrong. It was wrong. 1 month passed quietly. The turmoil of the Senju clan leaving Konoha caused a lot of turmoil in the ninja world. But in the end, people still set their sights on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. For them, there is the point. And the separation of the Senju clan is a good thing for them. Rain Shinobi Village. Why did Konoha stay in that strategic position for so long? The ninjas who were eager to move began to transmit information quickly. The friction continues to increase. The alliance between Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakure once fell apart because of the failure of the encirclement and suppression plan. Now they all want the place in Rain Shinobi Village. But they don't know. Although Konoha occupied it, the Senju clan controlled most of the interests. The Konoha ninja sneered at their behavior of scratching the tiger's beard. No way. After all, the news that Fengye has Master Wood style has not been killed and publicized, and many people even think that after the last battle, Fengye was too exhausted to recover in a short time. They seem to see an opportunity. The country of fire. The Senju clan land next to Konoha. At this moment, the Senju Sui Palace has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is like the real palace inside the Shinigami world, Hueco Mundo. But the effect after construction is more shocking than Hueco Mundo. The overall color of Hueco Mundo is gray and white, and after Fengye took control of Wood style, it brought a bit of life to these buildings. Look at it from above. Sui Palace is the center of the entire clan. The role of each area is quite different. There is a training ground specially provided for younger generations, with ironing tools and agile skill plum blossom piles. Fengye will not force the people to take advantage of the horns, and expand whenever they have talents. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is the root of true power. After he improved the ninjutsu of the Senju clan, the newly released improved version of 8 Inner Gates also made the Senju clan ninjas hooked. The consumption is not as great as the real 8 Inner Gates, but the effect is extremely obvious. Fengye is even sure that after the tribe's hollow is completed, the talented tribes can maintain their normality and unlock the power of the 8 Inner Gates. Of course. Open a few doors, it depends on the situation. The consumption of the 8 gate fully opened is still too high. If it is not Fengye's level of hollow body can infinite high-speed regeneration, it will not be able to hold it. But this is just the beginning. Fengye, who has a good understanding of ninjutsu, formulated a series of measures to strengthen his family's combat effectiveness. It is still the elite line. He initially planned to create thousands of hollow ninjas of the Senju clan, and then grant them new powers. Sui Palace, Orochimaru's real laboratory. The laboratory at this time no longer has the shabby feeling of being underground. Here, as long as they can contribute to the Senju family, no one will think that human experiments are in the wrong direction. This is nothing unacceptable. After all, Second Hokage also studied his brother's body. Only now, the people who walked up to the research platform made Orochimaru a little nervous. To be honest, in the past month, he has done several such experiments with his own hands, and the success rate is also very high. At least the people who accept Hollow have not died, and they have become more powerful. Including himself, he has also implanted the virtual gene. When he became the same species as Fengye, he realized how far he was from Fengye. The gap between the king and the soldier. Some are unimaginable. But Orochimaru understands that this evolution has just begun, and he is far from reaching its peak. The soldier, the captain, the general, and then the king. This is the classification given by Fengye. And the king is the only one, above all else. They know that they cannot have the idea of betrayal. It only takes a moment for the king to completely turn people below his level into nothingness. Nawaki, my intention is to let you grow up and accept evolutionary experiments. Fengye looked at his brother calmly. He respected Nawaki's choice, but didn't want him to feel the pain of merging and swallowing souls. He was able to ensure that Nawaki walked down safely, but he couldn't bear the painful process of his brother. Even if Nawaki grows up, Fengye uses other methods to bestow virtual power on Nawaki, which is nothing. But he insisted. Second brother. Don't stop me. Looking at Fengye firmly, Nawaki said. He knew that his second brother was strong enough, but because of this, he didn't want to be left behind. Even if it's just for the second brother, it has a little effect. Never let the second brother bear all the pressure of the family alone. He wants to help, but he has no strength. He needed strength, but he didn't lose himself. I'll do it myself. Fengye took a deep breath and exchanged a soul from the system space. And this soul is completely different from the emptiness that is integrated into the bodies of other races. It is more pressured, and the power it brings is stronger. Orochimaru next to him was a little envious. Nawaki may not understand, but he understands. Once the experiment is completed, Nawaki's starting point will be higher than them. If divided according to the virtual level, he and Hatake Sakumo are just the lowest level of imaginary, and the level is consistent with Jillian. So the starting point for Nawaki's transformation is Ajich's. As for Fengye, it is the top team Wang Xu, Vastolord. The process will be a little painful. It's a man, don't let me see you cry, Nomas, tears. This is the path of your own choice. Man from the Senju family, don't embarrass me. The experiment begins. Take a deep breath. Fengye personally reformed Nawaki. It was just that Orochimaru was extremely shocked and admired, as Fengye told Nawaki. From beginning to end, even if the soul was torn and reorganized countless times, he still didn't say a word. This is the first of all people who have undergone the experiment. Even Orochimaru couldn't stand the pain. As expected of Fengye-kun's younger brother. Until the transformation was over, Orochimaru held out his thumb. He underestimated Nawaki's faith. Even if it's just for the second brother to do a little bit. I can feel, this power must be possible. After saying this, Nawaki's tense nerves were freed, and finally fainted. You brat. Fengye touched Nawaki's face and nodded to Orochimaru. The experiment continues, and I will leave it to you next. I'll go out. Suya Palace. Mito's resting place. Fengye's figure descended in the courtyard. What's the matter? Seeing Fengye's expression seemed a bit wrong, Mito asked with some concern. Orochimaru can complete the experiment alone, and I don't need to take care of it myself. You shouldn't forget what I said. Kirigakuro Uzumaki. It's time to come back. Holding Mito's hand, Fengye's huge wings flew to the sky and took her straight to the clouds. Actually, it doesn't need to be like this. Mito smiled and witnessed the rise of Senju, which was enough. Uzumaki's hatred, Fengye should not bear his nephew. I never forget my promise. Not before, and never in the future. Shaking his head, Fengye didn't say anything, and the speed increased again. Once the combat mode is turned on, how can the killing stop? Chapter 75. Not so much after the death of Senju Hashirama. It is the second master who guards Senju, which is not too appropriate. The second master is very strong. Flying Thunder God technique and various forbidden techniques. But even if the second master is alive, other ninja villages still refuse to accept Konaha, and even dared to launch the First Ninja World War. Hit is hit. But because of the existence of Mito, not many people really dare to break the net with Konaha. This is also true including the early days of World War II. Mito spent the rest of his life silently guarding Senju and Konaha. She never complained. For reason, Fengye feels that Senju owes Mito. Even without this, before and after Fengye went to the battlefield, If there was no Mito, he would not dare to be so arrogant and against the high level, against third generation, against Danzo. I have been protected by this woman. And her love from the heart. Fengye understands all this. So it's not just standing in the position of the patriarch of a clan, wanting to give Uzumaki Mito an explanation. But sincerely, I want to use my strength to repay Mito. The best way is to reduce Mito's psychological burden, so that she is worthy of the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. Fengye has often said that one cannot forget one's roots. He told Sarutobi Hiruzen the same way. Stick to your heart and move with your heart. This is Fengye's basic principle of life. Take Mito all the way to the sky above the water country. Fengye was moved by the endless sea below. As we all know, using water style in a place full of sea water will get a terrifying increase. Fengye extremely inherited Iryi's water style talent, which was confirmed by the sudden attack on Rain Shinobi Village's defense line. Good at water style, but Fengye hasn't used it much. It's not that I don't want to use it, but it's useless. Looking at the process of Fengye's battle, there is rarely the kind of head-on charging process, and most of them are monotonous or sneak attacks. This cannot be blamed on him. Small-scale ninjutsu is not as good as his swordsmanship, and it is easy to expose yourself in a large-scale area. At that time, his strength was limited, and he had to be able to get more benefits. But no longer. His strength is enough to win the ninja world. Until Madara has not regained his youth, or Nagato has not fully developed Rinnegan, almost no one can confront him head-on. At this time, the role of large-scale ninjutsu is also reflected. Water style sometimes can also achieve the effect of a map cannon. In the original book, after Hoshigaki Kisame and the sword Same Hada are combined, he can create such a large sea area around him. Why can't he? It's time for Iryi's water style to reproduce the ninja world. With a slight smile, looking at the mist-shrouded village in the distance, Fengye wrapped Uzumaki Mito with his wings, and then turned to look at her. Did Grandma Mito ever see the Golden Mountains over the water? The water floods the Golden Mountains? Mito shook his head in confusion. No wonder Fengye shrugged. After all, the rumored water over the Jinshin mountain was derived from the mythology of the ancestors, and the White Lady submerged the Jinshin temple in a rage. Where does the second element come from Jinshin temple? Shuiman Kirigakur, that's probably it. Holding Mito with his wings, Fengye took a deep breath and put his hands together. Jian? That stuff is completely unnecessary. Water style. Who repairs the dam? The very authentic pronunciation made Mito a headache. When can I still think of water style like this? What shocked Mito was that Fengye didn't bother to sense him. Chakra's water style slammed forward and slapped his hands again. Water style. Who repairs the dam? Water style. Who repairs the dam? Is this disgusting yourself too much, Chakra? Mito lost his thoughts. Indeed, the Chakra of the Senju clan is very good, and Fengye is still the patriarch of the Senju clan, the proud son of heaven. And Mito was a little puzzled. Just a month ago when Fengye used wood style, she was sure that she felt her husband's breath in Fengye. No, it's not Senju Hashirama's breath, it's the strange temperature and the terrifying increase in chakra volume. She didn't ask Fengye what happened, everyone has their own secrets. But this is not a bad thing. And one thing can be determined, that is, Fengye's chakra volume at this time is probably even more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. After all, he is still Nine Tails Jinshuriki. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Fengye even inherited her physique. In other words, he inherited all of the Senju family. Water style. Who repairs the dam? After Fengye continued to use the water burst, Mito finally understood what Fengye was going to do. The water is full of Jinshin. It should be changed to Kirigakur. Those waves that piled up high, turned into a terrifying tsunami and swiftly hit Kirigakur. This is completely impossible in the eyes of others. After all, not everyone can make all the dams who repair Hakken become one piece. What's more, even though Kirigakur is near the sea, the real situation is that their village is shrouded in mountains. At that time, the natural barrier and the wind direction were wrong. Even if there is an occasional tsunami, it will be blocked by the mountains. But that was just an ordinary tsunami. After countless bursts of water rushed into one piece and the frantic boy kept putting his hands together, Mito could see clearly that the waves at this time were already higher than the mountains surrounding Kirigakur. How much chakra is he? This amount is too ridiculous. Mito glanced hard at the ocean below, and she felt a little weird. Even if it is the rebirth of Second Hokage water style, it will never reach this level. Otherwise, Tobirama would have used this method to contain Kirigakure. Only Fengye. He is special. Water style. Who repairs the dam? Hundreds of water bursts in one breath. Fengye chakra was so strong that he was panting at this moment. A trace of sweat finally left his forehead, unwilling to be lonely. But the warm handkerchief wiped Fengye's face in time. Thank you. It seems that sometimes these two words are enough. Fengye grinned and finally stopped his work of repairing the dam and looked to his feet. Good guys. I didn't pay attention just now, but now it looks like the scene where countless bursts of water are connected together is a bit shocking. This was the first time he saw a huge wave reaching a kilometer high. The turbulent waves are like a dragon trying to swallow everything. The power of nature is terrible. Fengye himself felt that something of this level could no longer be regarded as ninjutsu. But natural disasters. It's almost there. This amount is enough for Kirigakure's people to drink a pot. Of course, he also understands. There is a strange group in Kirigakure, and they are not afraid of such a scene. For example, the Ghost Lamp family. I'm afraid they didn't even dream of thinking that their proud hydration technique would come in handy here, right? What a pity. Kirigakure at this time is the third generation who wins power, and he is not a member of the Ghost Lantern clan. Controlling Black Wing, Fengye flew forward with a smile. Before witnessing the flood of Jinshin, it is necessary to say hello. Do you feel it? Meanwhile, Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukage building. Third Mizukage frowned and raised his head to look at the Grand Elder next to him. What do you feel? Master Yuan raised his head with some doubts. At this time, Yuanshi was still very young, but no one knew that he would dominate Kirigakure's government affairs for more than 10 or 20 years after Yagura's death. Something is wrong. I glanced